Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 214, A Caring Mother. The group barely had time to react before Alex effortlessly vaulted over the tall fence and landed inside the academy grounds. Kota and Takashi exchanged glances, each noticing the astonishment in the other's eyes. They didn't quite grasp the meaning behind Alex's earlier claim that he was a ninja. In Kota's imagination, vivid scenes from anime popped up, ninjas dressed in black, darting across rooftops and tossing shurikens. Takashi, still a teenager at heart, pictured something similar, masked warriors wielding katanas and moving in complete silence. Yet, whatever their preconceived notions, Alex didn't fit the image in the slightest. His blue coat, black t-shirt, and equally dark pants were a far cry from traditional ninja attire. And the massive double-bladed axe in his hands. That was the complete opposite of subtle. Before anyone in the group could stop him to discuss a plan, Alex had already disappeared behind the fence. How long do you think it'll take him to get back? Or, to finish off all the bandits inside? Kota asked with interest, glancing at Takashi. Kota knew Alex had been a mercenary. Alex had mentioned it himself once. That alone reassured him that Alex could handle a group of armed amateurs without breaking a sweat. Takashi tore his gaze away from the fence Alex had just vaulted and looked at Kota. He paused for a moment, considering. It was clear that Alex was far stronger than he appeared. The idea that a group of bandits could pose any threat to him seemed laughable. Honestly, no idea. But judging by how he handled the zombies, I don't think it'll take him long. Especially considering his background as a mercenary, Takashi replied, analyzing the situation. Kota and the other male officers nodded in agreement. They all knew about Alex's past as a mercenary and had witnessed his incredible strength firsthand. The fact that he'd single-handedly dealt with a massive horde of zombies spoke volumes about his skill level. Don't you two feel a little ashamed, talking about him like that? He's your friend, after all. Especially you, Kota. Myrna suddenly interjected, grabbing Kota by the ear. Ow, Myrna. I didn't mean anything bad. I was just curious. It's normal guy talk among friends. Kota tried to defend himself, all the while struggling to free his ear from her grip. The other men stepped back, doing their best to stifle their laughter. They'd seen this scenario play out before, female officers putting Kota in his place, and it always provided good entertainment. Some even silently wished him patience and good luck. Takashi, meanwhile, carefully stepped back, wary of getting dragged into the commotion. It doesn't matter. You know as well as I do that even a stray bullet can be fatal, added another female officer, grabbing Kota's other ear. Kota scrambled to explain himself, trying to calm their anger, though his efforts were clumsy at best. It took him a good couple of minutes to appease them, leaving his ears bright red in the process. The other men, meanwhile, couldn't stop laughing, each silently noting that if they ever got girlfriends, they'd have to tread very carefully to avoid ending up like Kota. So caught up were they in the scene that they momentarily forgot Alex had infiltrated the school to clear it of bandits and rescue the survivors. But soon, Kota's communicator buzzed to life with Alex's voice. It's done. The area is clear. You can come in and start evacuating the survivors. Well, looks like he handled it on his own. Time to move in, Kota said, rubbing his still burning ears. The group nodded in agreement and began getting into their vehicles to drive onto the academy grounds. Once they arrived, they stepped out of the cars and entered through the main entrance. Alex explained to Kota which classroom the survivors were in, and the group followed him inside. At the very first corner, they came across a headless corpse. One of the male officers, Matsuda, crouched down to examine the body. What is it, Matsuda? Samura asked, stepping closer. I don't even know how to explain this. The head of this bandit looks like it was crushed by a press, Matsuda said, inspecting the remains. But there's no press here. I'm almost certain our leader did this with his bare hands. Everyone instinctively looked at the corpse, silently processing Matsuda's words. Samura also crouched down beside it, recalling his past when he worked under an old detective. Maybe he's a martial arts master. Samura suggested, furrowing his brow. I remember a case I worked on with that detective involving someone like that. The file mentioned that martial arts masters are capable of incredible feats. They're incredibly strong and agile, especially the older ones. They say the older a master gets, the more powerful they become. Myrna crossed her arms, deep in thought. But Alex is young. You just said most martial arts masters are usually old men. Well, maybe he's a prodigy or something, Samura shrugged. I don't know much about it. If it weren't for that case, I'd never have known people like that even existed. The group could only nod in agreement. The world of martial arts was far removed from their own experiences, leaving them unable to grasp its intricacies. Takashi sighed quietly. He wasn't surprised that Alex had crushed a bandit's head with his bare hands. He knew Alex wasn't ordinary, especially given their past encounter when Takashi, still David at the time, found himself in a strange place after his death. Or maybe he's an Adeptus Astartes. They're strong and dangerous too. Kota said enthusiastically. Even his Robodog is equipped with weapons from that universe. This isn't a video game, Kota. Calm down, Myrna said, smacking him on the head. I was just saying, Kota muttered, rubbing the back of his head. Pulling their gazes away from the decapitated body, the group continued on. On the second floor, they encountered another gruesome sight. A bandit's head had been literally embedded into the wall. Moving further, they noticed a small pool of blood seeping out from one of the classrooms. Peeking inside, Samura saw the dismembered bodies of bandits piled in a corner as if they'd been herded there and then slaughtered. She shut the door and shook her head, indicating there was nothing more to see. At last, they reached the classroom where Alex and the survivors were waiting. Opening the door, they found Alex lounging lazily in a chair, a cigarette in hand. His massive power axe was propped up against the wall beside him. Yo. Took you long enough, Alex said with a lazy wave. We just wanted to see how you dealt with the bandits, Matsuda replied, stepping into the classroom. Alex only smiled and gestured toward the survivors. The officers approached the people, began talking to them, explaining who they were and what they did. While they were helping, Kota and Takashi approached Alex and stood next to him, watching the scene unfold. Samura said you're a martial arts master. Is that true? Kota asked with undisguised curiosity. You could say that. But what exactly do you mean by that? Alex replied, turning his head toward Kota. Is there a difference? Takashi asked, slightly confused. Of course. A martial arts master usually specializes in one style. But I can replicate any move as long as I've seen it once, Alex explained, tossing his cigarette out the window. So, you just watch someone fight and can immediately repeat it? Takashi asked, trying to process what he'd heard. Yeah, you probably have a legendary body, specifically designed for martial arts, Kota suddenly declared, nodding as if he were a sage who had discovered the truth. Alex's eye twitched, and he felt the urge to kick Kota for that absurd comment. Even Takashi looked at him like he was a weirdo. Sensing their stares, Kota blushed and pretended he hadn't said anything. Could you train me? Well, if it's possible. Takashi asked, deciding it was time to learn something new. For starters, you'll need to get a little stronger. Right now, your body, how should I put it, it's like a twig, Alex replied, scanning Takashi from head to toe. Takashi nervously twitched his eye. The comparison to a twig clearly struck a nerve. Kota, noticing this, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? At least I don't look like a balloon, Takashi grumbled, kicking Kota in the leg. This isn't fat. It's special protection from the cold. You just don't understand, Kota dismissed, rubbing the bruised spot. All right, enough from you two, Alex interrupted them. Once we're in a calmer environment and have more space, I'll start your training, Takashi. If you want, Kota, you can join in. No thanks. I prefer weapons. Just give me something from your arsenal. Even better, something from the Warhammer universe, Kota declared, rubbing his hands together as if waiting for a gift. Alex looked at Kota and simply shook his head. He was thinking about whether he should give Kota a weapon from his arsenal, choosing one that wouldn't tear the poor guy's arms off with the first shot. While Alex, Takashi, and Kota were chatting, the officers finished questioning the rescued people, learning about their situation. Samura approached Alex and explained that they were residents from nearby houses who had come to the school seeking shelter. However, they had encountered yet another group of bandits. Alex just shook his head, realizing how much luck mattered in a world like this. Escaping from zombies only to fall into the hands of bandits, truly a misfortune. Without commenting on what he'd heard, he led the survivors outside to take them to the shelter they had set up in a bank building. The rescued people were no longer afraid of Alex and silently followed him. The officers, Takashi, and Kota walked behind, covering the group in case of danger. When they stepped outside, the people sighed with relief, glad they had managed to escape. Alex glanced at the vehicle that Kota's group had arrived in and realized that it definitely wouldn't fit all the people. He asked everyone to stay in place and went off to find suitable transportation. As he surveyed the area around the academy, Alex discovered a small minibus used for transporting small cargo. Sitting behind the wheel, he headed back to the school to collect the people. When Alex returned, he noticed that the rescued people and the officers were unloading supplies taken from the bandits, including weapons and ammunition. Seeing the minibus, the group quickly began loading the loot into it. Alex explained to the rescued people that everyone in their group worked for the common good, and the people willingly helped. After loading everything necessary and seating the people in the vehicle, Alex drove off first, sticking his hand out the window to signal Coda's group to follow. Upon reaching the bank shelter, Alex entered the secured area and parked. The rescued people watched with relief as they saw the safety of the bank. Hearing about a safe shelter was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was completely different. Getting out of the vehicle, Alex noticed that Rebecca and the other girls had already arrived. There were many new parts around the bus they were preparing for modifications. Apparently, the girls had worked seriously during their search. "Yo," Alex waved as he approached them. "Did you have fun?" Rebecca asked, grinning widely. "Well, it was all right. I'd rather be working on the bus already," Alex replied, placing his hand on Rebecca's head. "When will it be ready?" Shizuka asked, walking up closer, intrigued. "I could do it in a day or two on my own, but I'll be working with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. So we'll get it done overnight," Alex said confidently, giving a thumbs up. "So quickly?" "When I took my car to the garage, they told me to come back in at least a week," Shizuka said, pouting. "That's because the guys there are lazy, or one of them probably wanted to hit on you. They deliberately stretch the deadline so they can try to invite you on a date. If you agree, they promise to fix the car faster and call you the prettiest customer. That's how they lure in girls," Alex explained with a shrug. "And does it work?" Kiriko asked, tilting her head curiously. "Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Personally, I'm not interested in that, but I've seen it happen when I bought spare parts," Alex replied. "Good thing Rika went with me and started threatening them," Shizuka nodded, pleased with the memory. Alex mentally gave Rika a thumbs up. Shizuka definitely needed someone keeping an eye on her, especially with her tendency to get into funny or dangerous situations. He became curious about what else Rika had helped Shizuka with and decided to ask her about it, hoping she'd share her stories. The other girls were also curious, and while Shizuka enthusiastically told her story, they decided to grab a bite to eat before getting back to their tasks. Meanwhile, at the airport, Rika suddenly started sneezing. She immediately realized that Shizuka was probably telling stories about her, and mentally shook her head, suspecting that her reputation was now at the center of attention. During lunch, Shizuka enthusiastically shared stories about Rika. Alex and Rebecca laughed, enjoying the funny anecdotes, which only confirmed how unique and cool Rika was. Among other things, Shizuka told the story of an pervert who tried to hit on her at a bar. According to her, the poor guy was now suffering from PTSD after what Rika did to him. Alex mentally sympathized with the unlucky guy but couldn't help but smile at the thought of how it all played out. When lunch came to an end, Alex called over Gir, Mimi, and Stitch to get to work. Stepping outside, he pulled up a holographic projection of the plan, showing what he wanted to do with the bus. "Got it?" he asked, looking at his trio of assistants. "Yes, Dad," Gir, Mimi, and Stitch responded in unison. Alex nodded and began working. The girls, with nothing else to do, decided to watch the process. They brought out chairs and even a table with snacks to settle in comfortably. Alex noticed their makeshift picnic from the corner of his eye and felt a slight irritation twitch in his eye. However, he didn't say anything and continued working. The job was no easy feat. Even with the help of the trio of troublemakers, there was still a lot to do by hand. If there hadn't been an audience, Alex could have finished everything with magic in a matter of seconds. But in the presence of spectators, he had to stick to more traditional methods. "Hey, handsome, do you need an extra pair of hands?" "We're getting bored here," Rebecca lazily said from her chair. "Though, you look damn attractive while working." "I've got another task for you," Alex replied, wiping his hands. "What is it?" asked Saya, adjusting her glasses. "Gir, send the addresses I asked you to find to Becca," Alex ordered, speaking to his robo-dog. Gir nodded, and within moments, Rebecca's phone made a notification sound. She pulled it out and saw that she had received a list of addresses. The other girls immediately peered over her shoulder. "What are these addresses?" Siko asked, looking up at Alex. "They're like the CIA's safe houses," he replied. Apparently, they were keeping an eye on Saya's father. Not surprising, when a family has significant influence, they get watched. Considering her dad is a politician and her mom has serious connections, it makes sense. "I didn't think anyone was watching my family." "It's a strange feeling," Saya admitted, unsure how to react. "Who cares?" Rebecca shrugged. "The apartments are empty anyway. But there should be plenty of supplies there, including weapons." With those words, she stood up, put her phone in her pocket, and was ready to go. Saya gave Rebecca's carefree tone a look. She wanted to remind her that it wasn't her family being watched, but this time, she chose to stay quiet. Rebecca, Saya, Ray, Siko, Brunhilde, and Kiriko set off to the CIA's safe houses to collect the supplies from there. Alex didn't even need to send Gir or Mimi with the girls to break into the doors. Rebecca handled it perfectly on her own. After getting into the Humvee, the girls drove off to the specified addresses. Only Alice and Shizuka remained in the parking lot, observing Alex's work. Alice, small but diligent, stood nearby, handing him tools. Meanwhile, Shizuka bombarded Alex with questions about what he was doing. Patiently answering her, Alex continued to focus on preparing everything necessary for the upcoming modifications. The hours passed unnoticed. Various groups began returning from raids with supplies, and some even brought back new survivors. Seeing Alex working, they simply nodded in greeting and went inside. Takashi and Kota's group also returned, bringing the parts Alex needed. Thanking them, he continued working at a steady pace. Alice and Shizuka, deciding not to interrupt, went back inside to prepare dinner for the returning girls. After finishing the initial stages of the preparation, Alex sat down to rest in a chair, lit a cigarette, and began to think about which parts were still missing. He didn't even notice when a coffee mug was placed next to him, and someone sat down in the chair beside him. Turning his head, Alex saw Namio. "Thank you, Miss Komuro," he said with a smile, taking the mug into his hands. "Just Namio," the woman replied with a gentle smile. "Shizuka said you might need coffee, so I thought I'd bring it to you." Alex looked at her carefully. Her behavior gave away that she was worried about something. Sighing, he placed the mug on the table and, frowning slightly, decided to ask. "What's wrong, Namio? You look like you want to say something but are afraid to." Namio hesitated, her gaze nervously darting to the side. The past few days, she'd been increasingly worried about her son. She had heard that Takashi hadn't been acting the best at first and was afraid he might be kicked out. Even though he had started changing, she couldn't shake the worry for his future. "I'm afraid you might kick Takashi out," she finally confessed. "I heard about what he did, and I don't want it to turn against him." Alex listened calmly, put out his cigarette, and spoke softly. "Don't worry. No one's going to kick him out. He really is changing, and that's a good thing. He just needs time to understand what's happening in the world and learn to take responsibility. He's been going out with Kota's group to see things for himself. Before, he was just scared to accept reality, the fear of losing you held him back. Takashi cares about you more than you think, Namio. Support him so he feels confident. I'll make sure he becomes stronger and can protect himself and his family." Alex's words reassured Namio. She smiled gratefully, feeling that her son was in good hands. Namio listened to Alex's words and simply nodded, reflecting on his response. Her concern about Takashi being kicked out had eased slightly, but she still worried about his safety. Any mother in her place would have felt the same. On one hand, she was happy that her son was becoming more responsible, but on the other, she was troubled that this change only came after the world had descended into chaos. "I just don't know what to do," she said quietly, raising her gaze to Alex. "I have no one left but Takashi. When those people you saved arrived, they said the bandits made women provide services for protection. Or they were thrown out. I thought." She hesitated, looking away. "I thought I might do the same, to protect Takashi. Tell me, am I a bad woman for considering this?" Alex looked at her carefully, trying to understand her feelings. "It depends on your perspective," he finally answered. "Parents often do a lot for their children. That doesn't make you bad. On the contrary, your actions show how much you care for your son. But I don't need that. I save people because I can, because I want to. No one asked me to do it. If you want to thank me, just cook something nice," he added with a broad smile, trying to comfort her. Namio relaxed a little, feeling the sincerity in his words. "You're a good person, Alex. You know, my husband was serious, always working, and rarely at home. Mostly, Takashi and I spent time together." Alex smirked. "Don't call me a good person. Good people don't live long," he joked, trying to make her laugh. "Haha, you're right," she smiled softly. "But maybe I can still do something for you. I really want to thank you. Not just for saving Takashi, but for helping us be together again." Alex thought for a moment, then answered seriously. "Many men would agree to any request from a beautiful woman like you. But I've always valued the genuine feelings that lovers have for each other. It's important to me to know that my partner loves only me. I don't want anything temporary. If it's mine, it's only mine." His voice became firmer, and his eyes darkened for a moment, revealing a hidden obsession. Namio noticed it, but instead of fear, she felt a strange attraction. There was something hypnotic in his gaze that made her heart beat faster. She even caught herself feeling jealous of those who harbored mutual feelings for Alex. In an instant, his eyes returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Alex smiled, trying to ease the tension, and changed the subject to lighter topics. They continued talking, and Namio shared stories about her life. Alex realized that she was a typical housewife, the kind every man dreams of, someone who brings care and comfort when he returns home. He couldn't understand how her husband could ignore such a woman, dedicating all his time to work. Thank you, Alex, Nemeo said, standing up from the chair. A light smile appeared on her face. After talking to you, I feel better. If you want to talk, I'm always here, he said with a kind smile. I'll keep that in mind, she replied, laughing sweetly, then made her way back into the building. Alex watched Nemeo's retreating figure and couldn't help but grin. The thought of how Takashi would react if their relationship with Nemeo turned into something romantic amused him. He imagined Takashi indignantly exclaiming, realizing that Alex had become his father for the second time. Stifling a laugh, Alex returned to working on the bus. Mimi and Stitch were working on one part of the task, while Alex and GIR were welding metal brackets to reinforce the vehicle. Alex considered installing a snowplow, an essential step to ensure the bus could drive through crowds of zombies without getting stuck. After some time, the girls returned, having searched all the nearby CIA safe houses. Look what we got, handsome. Christmas came early, now we've got more weapons, Rebecca announced cheerfully as she jumped out of the Humvee. What did you find? Alex asked, wiping his hands with a towel. Everything from grenades to assault rifles. In one apartment, we even found a machine gun. What do they need a machine gun for in a place where they're supposed to be hiding? Ray said with a smile. Alex raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected them to find something like that. Curiosity got the better of him, and he walked over to the vehicle to check out the spoils. It turned out to be a heavy-duty machine gun, usually mounted on military Humvees. Surprised, Alex decided that such a weapon would definitely come in handy and carried it over to the bus. How's it going? Made a lot of progress. Saya asked, stopping next to Alex. We've just started, he replied, lighting a cigarette. It all comes down to the snowplow. I think tonight I'll take GIR and Mimi, and we'll head to the depot to find one. You know there are zombies there, right? Ray asked skeptically as she walked by. I know, Alex nodded, smiling. I'll come up with something on the fly to distract them. Ray paused for a second, giving him a look as if trying to gauge how serious he was. But she didn't comment, just slightly shook her head. Unlike her, Saya was intrigued by Alex's plan. She was curious about what exactly he was going to do and thought it might be a good idea to learn from him how to make such improvised devices. Alex, for his part, considered an alternative plan. Instead of distracting the zombies, he decided to eliminate them all to prevent them from spreading out of the depot. He didn't want this horde to cause trouble elsewhere. Once all the supplies from the apartments had been moved, Alex and his team gathered on the roof to have dinner and enjoy the sunset. Nemeo joined them, wanting to get to know the others better. She and Kariko sat next to each other, reminiscing about the past, while Alex enjoyed his meal. Looking at the sunset, Alex thought about how the next day he'd have to head to the Takagi estate to talk to Saya's parents. To be continued. Chapter 215, when once again everything went wrong. Alex and a group of girls settled on the roof of an old bank, enjoying dinner. Despite the chaos engulfing the world, moments like these allowed them to momentarily forget the harsh realities surrounding them. Their conversation ranged from harmless memories to light-hearted jokes, an effort to distract themselves from the oppressive atmosphere. Below, muffled sounds of wandering zombies served as a grim reminder of their reality. Nearby, at a small table, GIR, Mimi, Stitch, and Alice were engrossed in video games, keeping to themselves to avoid disturbing the others. Alex, holding a mug of coffee, stared thoughtfully into the distance. His mind was occupied with the ongoing upgrades to their bus. Half the work was already done, but there were still parts to secure to ensure the vehicle could withstand hits and plow through zombie hordes without falling apart. Another pressing concern was the depot, teeming with zombies. Alex had initially planned to distract the creatures, but he had since decided to stage an all-out slaughter instead. Once the depot was cleared, he intended to send the girls to rest so he could finish the upgrades with the help of magic, maximizing their limited time. Stitch, head downstairs and bring up a couple of grenades and some spare parts, Alex said, turning to his alien assistant. Stitch immediately perked up, nodding before setting aside his gaming console. Springing off his chair, he dashed off to fetch the supplies. The girls, overhearing the mention of grenades, turned to Alex with questioning looks. And what exactly do you need grenades for? Saya, sitting closest to him, asked. I want to build a device that can be used to either distract or attract zombies, depending on how it's deployed, Alex explained calmly. Can you teach me? Saya asked, intrigued by the idea and thinking such skills might come in handy. Sure, but we'll start with something less dangerous than grenades, Alex replied with a slight smile, nodding. Come on, I'm a genius. I can handle it. Just show me how, and I'll figure it out, Saya declared confidently. Alex gave her a faint smile and tousled her hair. He didn't mind teaching useful skills, especially if it lightened his own workload. Managing everything himself was proving to be a hassle. A couple of minutes later, Stitch returned, clutching an armful of grenades as if they were fruits. His clumsy appearance drew startled reactions. "Hey, is that even safe?" "Even I know that's not how you carry grenades," Seiko remarked, pointing at Stitch with an incredulous look. "Don't worry. He's smarter than he looks," Alex replied with a grin, carefully taking the grenades from Stitch's paws. Stitch huffed, throwing an indignant look at Seiko, but his attention quickly shifted to something else. Alex, meanwhile, began contemplating how to incorporate the grenades into his new device, already envisioning its design. Patting Stitch on the head, Alex watched as the creature beamed with pride and immediately glanced at Gir and Mimi, as if showing off his reward. Feeling left out, Gir and Mimi started grumbling, demanding their own tasks. Barely suppressing a chuckle, Alex assured them that their turn would come later and told them to return to their video games for now. Once the disgruntled robodogs were pacified, Alex stepped away from the girls to avoid disrupting their relaxation. Saya, still eager to learn how to create useful gadgets, decided to follow Alex. The other girls, understanding it was better not to interfere, returned to their activities. "How smart is Stitch, really?" Ray asked, glancing at Rebecca and Brunhild. "Smart enough to escape a high-security lab, steal a vehicle, and assemble explosives to evade pursuers," Rebecca replied with a smile, recalling one of Alex's stories. "You're kidding, right? That adorable fluffball did all that?" Shizuka asked, astonished. "You don't seem bothered that he walks on two legs and occasionally talks," Kiriko added, still not entirely accustomed to Stitch's abilities. "But he's so cute. He couldn't possibly be dangerous. Just look at how innocent he looks." Shizuka protested, pouting as if trying to deny the possibility of any threat from Stitch. The girls glanced toward Stitch and saw him engaged in a full-blown battle with Gir and Mimi. What started as a 2-versus-1 game quickly escalated into a chaotic free-for-all, where everyone fought for themselves. Nearby, Alice enthusiastically cheered for all the participants, shouting encouraging slogans. "Yeah, totally not dangerous," Ray remarked with a smirk, watching Stitch tussle with the two robodogs. "It's just a game, nothing to worry about," Shizuka pouted in response. The girls burst into laughter, entertained by the amusing spectacle. Alice, noticing their interest, wandered over to Brunhild and nestled comfortably in her lap. Brunhild smiled and gently stroked Alice's hair. Inspired by the scene, Rebecca began cheering for Stitch, her favorite. Encouraged by the support, Stitch dove back into the fray with renewed energy. Even the shyest among them, Namio, overcame her hesitation and decided to join in on the fun, placing bets on the winner. Meanwhile, Alex and Saya paid little attention to the noise behind them. Alex was focused on explaining how to craft sound traps, demonstrating each step with care. Saya listened intently, replicating his actions and making sure not to miss a single detail. Alex supervised her work closely, ensuring that the trap wouldn't accidentally turn into a dangerous grenade. When Saya completed her first sound trap, she was thrilled. However, glancing around, she noticed Alex had already assembled 5. "You're way too fast. I just made 1, and you've already built 5. How do you do that?" Saya pouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Alex. "It's simple, my dear Saya," Alex replied with a grin. "I've built dozens of gadgets, so you could say it's in my blood. With enough practice, you'll pick up the pace too. It's all about repetition." As he spoke, Alex gently ruffled Saya's hair. Despite trying to keep a serious expression, she couldn't hide a faint smile. Saya sighed but couldn't disagree with his words. She wanted more, she aspired to be more useful than she was now. Instead of just joining Alex and the other girls on supply runs, Saya dreamed of making a more significant contribution. Alex seemed to be everywhere, scavenging supplies, gathering intelligence, passing information to the right people, and handling countless other critical tasks. Noticing the slight sadness in Saya's eyes, Alex immediately understood her longing to help more than she was currently allowed to. A warm smile spread across his face. Though he wanted her to rest, it was clear Saya wasn't planning to slow down anytime soon. "I'll teach you more, just give me some time," Alex said, softly tousling her hair again. "Humph, I learn fast." "You won't have time to teach me everything before I master it all myself," Saya declared proudly, furrowing her brow slightly. Alex chuckled quietly. He didn't mind her enthusiasm and eagerness to learn, but he knew teaching her everything he knew would take a lot of time. He decided to start with the basics and gradually move on to more complex concepts. Setting aside their conversation, Alex continued showing Saya how to create useful items from everyday materials. They became so absorbed in the process that it felt like they were in their own little world. Meanwhile, the other girls continued to watch the royal battle among Stitch, Gir, and Mimi with great amusement. Alex briefly considered giving Saya his notebook with his notes, but quickly dismissed the idea. The notebook contained strange entries about magic and runes, and handing it over to someone far removed from magic might accidentally reveal his secrets, which he wasn't ready to share with anyone yet. Once all the zombie diversion traps were set, Alex and Saya returned to the girls. They were greeted by an atmosphere of fun and laughter. Alex raised an eyebrow, glancing at the group and quickly noticing the upset faces of Stitch and Gir. Mimi, on the other hand, stood proudly off to the side, as if she had won a major battle. What did we miss? Alex asked, looking at Kiriko. These three got into a fight, and Mimi won. As you can see, Stitch and Gir are upset now, she replied, barely holding back laughter. Alex looked at the trio and simply shook his head. He decided not to dwell on it and sat down on a chair, waiting for nightfall to head to the depot for the necessary parts. Saya sat beside him, continuing to ask questions about what else could be collected. After a moment of thought, Alex handed Saya his phone, which caught her by surprise. Why are you giving me your phone? She asked, confused by his actions. It has all the basic data you'll need, Alex explained. Including information on how Gir and Mimi were created. Saya's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, and she immediately dove into studying the information. Naturally, Alex had only granted access to surface-level data, hiding anything that might reveal too much. Even the information she could access was a real challenge for Saya, who considered herself a genius. Gir, Mimi, grab your gear. We're heading to the depot. But no overdoing it, Alex commanded, looking at his robo-dogs. Gir and Mimi nodded eagerly before disappearing inside the building to arm themselves. Upon hearing about Alex's upcoming night excursion to the depot, Namio visibly tensed, but the other girls quickly calmed her, assuring her that Alex handled such tasks perfectly well and there was no need to worry. Did I make these sound traps for nothing? They're meant to distract the zombies, Alex said with a slight smirk, not clarifying that his real plan wasn't to lure the zombies away but, rather, to attract them. Though Namio relaxed a bit, she couldn't fully hide her concern. However, Rebecca and Brunhild had suspected from the beginning that Alex wasn't telling them everything. Noticing their wary glances, Alex did his best to maintain an innocent expression, hoping not to give himself away. A couple of minutes later, Gir and Mimi returned fully armed and ready for the mission. Noticing them, Alex stood up from the chair and called the robo-dogs to him. They climbed up his legs like little children and comfortably settled on his shoulders. Alex headed for the edge of the roof, preparing to jump. No explosions, came Brunhild's calm but firm voice from behind him. I wasn't planning on it. Just there and back, Alex replied, turning his head over his shoulder. No arson or large fires, she added, continuing to drill him with her gaze. Am I a child that you have to keep repeating this? Alex asked, pouting as if offended. Maybe you're not a child, but I know exactly what's going on in your head. So let me warn you in advance, no, said Brunhild, walking closer and looking him straight in the eyes. Alex merely clicked his tongue quietly, not finding a response. Meanwhile, Rebecca burst out laughing, enjoying how Alex's plans had once again been revealed. Shaking his head, Alex took a step back and, without hesitation, jumped off the roof. Alex! Namio cried, rushing to the edge to check if he was okay. She saw him calmly sitting on his motorcycle, starting the engine, and disappearing into the darkness. What was that? She asked, still in shock. Get used to it. It's normal behavior for him, Kiriko replied calmly, not even looking in her direction. Namio wanted to protest but noticed how unshaken the other girls were, so she decided not to make a fuss. However, she was increasingly curious about what else Alex was capable of. Over the next hour, she bombarded the girls with questions, growing more and more surprised by their answers. She was especially amazed to learn that Alex could calmly jump from roof to roof while carrying another person on his back. Sighing at the absurdity of what she had heard, Namio decided to follow Kiriko's advice and just accept Alex's unusual behavior. Do you think he listened to you? Rebecca asked, grinning at Brunhild. Of course not. I'm sure once he gets to the depot, my words will fly right out of his head, Brunhild sighed, pressing her palm to her forehead. Rebecca laughed loudly, knowing that this was exactly how it would go, although deep down, she was a little disappointed that Alex hadn't taken her with him. She had already planned to go with him next time, to have fun killing zombies. She was tired to death of just staying in one place and scavenging supplies. She wanted to feel the adrenaline, blow up a couple of zombies, and watch their bodies fly in all directions. Hearing her words, the other girls looked at Rebecca and Brunhild with interest. Did he really go to the depot just to blow everything up, and not to get the parts he needed? Shizuka asked, embarrassed. Imagine your husband as a slightly chaotic child in an adult's body. He can be kind and responsible, but if he gets bored, he'll definitely find a way to cause some commotion. You could tell from his eyes that he planned this from the very beginning. I'm sure all those sound traps for distracting the zombies will actually be used to attract them, Brunhild answered, rubbing her forehead. The girls exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. They were used to seeing Alex as a responsible and kind leader, but they had no idea about his mischievous side. Rebecca's laughter only confirmed Brunhild's words. Isn't he going to get into danger? Ray asked anxiously. There are lots of zombies there, Saya said so. You don't need to worry about that, Brunhild reassured her with a slight smile. You should worry more about the trouble he might cause. Brunhild's words confused the girls. To clarify, she shared a few examples of times when Alex caused trouble just for fun. The more they listened, the clearer it became that in such situations, Alex acted like a playful child. However, Brunhild assured them that it only happened rarely, and only when he got really bored. That's why he was almost always busy, so he wouldn't have time for idleness. As Rika said, every man has his quirks. It's better to accept them than deny them, Shizuka said thoughtfully. She's right. And if any of you want to get involved with him, you'll have to get used to his personality. Alex is an excellent partner, especially in love. If someone threatens his loved one, he'll move mountains to save them. But you need to understand that his love can be slightly possessive. You'll have complete freedom, and he'll always support you, but if something threatens you or someone decides to court you, the consequences will be dramatic, Brunhild said, carefully watching the girls' reactions. Her words caused a slight blush among the girls. Even the more level-headed ones like Kiriko and Namio couldn't avoid such thoughts. Alex was attractive, responsible, kind, and caring, the perfect man, especially considering how he treated children. Won't you and Rebecca get jealous? Ray asked shyly. Sharing your partner with another girl, isn't that wrong? In my country, it's perfectly normal, Brunhild answered calmly. Besides, you need to remember that the number of people on Earth is decreasing. Sooner or later, we'll have to repopulate the planet. It's better to choose a worthy partner now than later settle for anyone just for the sake of having children. Rebecca nodded in agreement, confirming Brunhild's words, but she remained silent about the fact that, in most cases, Alex caused the show because of her. The girls blushed slightly, but none of them argued. Now, each of them began to wonder what it would be like to be one of those Alex was ready to protect with his last breath. Brunhild only left unsaid that Alex would never allow his girlfriend or future child to remain in this ruined world just for the sake of repopulating Earth. Her words left a strong impression on the girls, making them think. Everyone understood that she was right, finding a suitable partner in the current conditions was nearly impossible. And although each of them already considered Alex to be the best man one could meet, now they started to seriously consider the possibility of a closer relationship. Namio and Kiriko, both already mothers, also reflected on Brunhild's words. Kiriko had a daughter, Rei, who showed interest in Alex, and she wasn't sure how to handle the situation. Namio had a similar concern, she worried about how her son, Takashi, would react if he found out she wanted to start a relationship with Alex. Meeting each other's gaze, Kiriko and Namio realized they were thinking about the same thing. They decided to discuss the situation between themselves first, then talk to Alex to get his opinion, and only after that would they explain things to their children. Shizuka also pondered Brunhild's words. She decided she would confess her feelings to Alex as soon as they met with Rika. Shizuka wanted Rika to join their little group so they could become one big, happy family. Are you sure you won't mind? Shizuka asked, slightly embarrassed. Big boobs, huh? Only a fool wouldn't notice how you look at him. You literally press his face into your chest every night. If you didn't like him, you wouldn't do that. So instead of being shy, just drag him to bed and ride him. Rebecca blurted out, pointing at her friend. Stop calling me big-boobed. I'm not to blame that yours didn't grow. Shizuka retorted, trying to cover her ample chest, but it only drew more attention. A vein on Rebecca's temple began to pulse threateningly. The girls, noticing the tension, sneakily glanced at Rebecca, more specifically, at her chest barely covered by a black bra peeking out from under her jacket. Rei couldn't help but giggle, and that was the last straw for Rebecca. She lunged at Shizuka, clearly intending to deal with her voluptuous forms, but Brunhild quickly grabbed Rebecca by the scruff of her neck and held her in place. Rebecca's explosive temperament caused the other girls to burst into genuine laughter. Their cheerful reactions only angered Rebecca further, as she unsuccessfully tried to break free from Brunhild's grip. Meanwhile, Alex reached the hill near the depot and stopped his motorcycle. Gir and Mimi continued to hang from his shoulders like two little monkeys. Alex had no idea that while he was busy with his mission, Brunhild had seriously started working on expanding his harem. If he had known, he would have probably just sighed deeply and admitted that he had started to take an interest in these girls after getting to know them better. He surveyed the depot area and, pulling out his double-sided power axe, leaped over the fence. Jumping across the cars, Alex selected a spot where he could lure all the zombies and deal with them all at once. Stopping on the roof of one of the cars, he noticed a technical room for servicing the trains. This was the perfect place for his planned operation. Sneaking in through the roof, Alex dropped to the ground and looked around. A few zombies in worn-out mechanic uniforms were wandering inside. Quickly searching his pockets, Alex pulled out a couple of random items and threw them straight into the zombies' heads, killing them instantly. Gir and Mimi jumped off his shoulders and stood on either side of him. Well, are you ready to destroy the mutants and the walking abomination that caused humanity's downfall? Alex asked, looking at his robo-dogs. For the Emperor. Gir and Mimi shouted in unison, raising their weapons. Alex smiled widely at the enthusiasm of the two robo-dogs and pulled a sound trap out of his pocket, designed to attract zombies. Activating the device, he tossed it behind him. Within a few seconds, the trap activated, and loud music echoed across the depot and beyond. The melody, like something blasting from a stadium speaker, attracted all nearby zombies. The zombies wandering the depot and surrounding area quickly turned their glowing eyes toward the source of the sound and rushed in its direction. Alex, Gir, and Mimi took positions inside the technical building, ready to face the incoming zombie horde, which would soon break through the main entrance. But before the main fight began, Alex heard a strange, unpleasant laugh that sounded like the giggle of a gremlin. Turning around, he barely managed to catch a glimpse of a hunched-over zombie resembling a dwarf. It was a jockey, one of the most repulsive types of infected. Shit, you're even uglier up close than from a distance, Alex smirked, holding the zombie at arm's length. The jockey tried to break free, but Alex wasn't about to let go. Quickly spinning the mutant around, he pulled his leg back. Let's see how you fly, he said with a wide grin. With a powerful kick, Alex sent the zombie flying like a soccer ball. However, forgetting that they were indoors, he watched in frustration as the jockey crashed into the ceiling, leaving a bloody stain behind. Next time, I'll make sure to do this outside, he commented, slightly grimacing. Yeah. Gir and Mimi responded in unison, nodding their heads in rhythm with their master's words. Smiling, Alex lit a cigarette. But as soon as he took his first drag, the horde of zombies burst into the building through the gates. The undead relentlessly moved toward Alex, like a single, living wave. Alex activated his power axe, and the three of them, he, Gir, and Mimi, charged into the fray. With a broad smile, Alex wielded the axe, slicing through the undead like logs of wood. Gir noticed the dense crowd of zombies and, in his usual style, struck one of them with his hammer, sending it flying. The zombie's body knocked several others down like bowling pins. Alex tossed the cigarette butt toward the zombies and commanded. Gir, Mimi, bring out the flamethrowers. Burn these mutants. The robo-dogs quickly retrieved their firearms. Bright streams of flame shot from the flamethrowers, engulfing the undead and turning them into blazing torches. Watching this spectacle, Alex suddenly remembered the grenade he had in his pocket. He pulled out the small black sphere, activated it, and tossed it outside. But, to his surprise, the grenade rolled across the ground, bypassed the horde, and landed directly under a fuel tank. Moments later, a powerful explosion erupted. A massive shockwave sent zombies flying in all directions, and tongues of flame instantly engulfed the area. Alex, squinting from the flash, stared at the scene, then muttered with a slight twitch in his eye. Shit. Didn't think it would go off like that. Gir and Mimi exchanged glances, then nodded in sync. Great job, one of them said. Alex merely sighed tiredly, watching the fiery hell unfold around him. Meanwhile, the girls were sitting on the roof of the bank, chatting. As usual, the main topic of their conversation revolved around Alex and his preferences. Rebecca, sitting a little to the side, frowned and sighed in frustration, thinking about her insecurities over her small chest. She had completely forgotten that Alex didn't care about how a girl looked. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by loud music coming from the direction of the depot. It was so loud that they could hear it even from their distance. The music played in a rhythmic style, track, Jezebel, Space Sodanata bootleg mix, and the girls turned their heads toward the source of the sound, glancing at Brunhild. Is he trying to gather all the zombies in the city? Saya cautiously suggested. The music's so loud, even we can hear it. That's exactly what he's doing, Brunhild sighed, nodding. It's already good that nothing has exploded yet. Hardly had she finished speaking when a deafening explosion echoed in the distance. A massive flame rose above the depot, lighting up the dark city. Brunhild's eye twitched nervously. The girls silently watched the fiery glow, then simultaneously turned their gaze toward Brunhild, whose face clearly expressed tension, somewhere between anger and the desire to immediately rush to Alex and scold him. What did you expect? Rebecca remarked with a smirk, leaning back in her chair. This is how it always is with him. Either something blows up, or something goes wrong. Better sit back and enjoy this beautiful fire in the distance. But before Brunhild could respond, another explosion boomed, this one more powerful than the previous one. The girls even managed to see a huge object, most likely a train car, fly into the air. Did I imagine that, or was that really a train car flying into the sky? Shizuka asked uncertainly. No, you didn't imagine it. That was definitely a heavy car flying into the sky, Saya confirmed, adjusting her glasses on her nose. And once again, a third explosion, even stronger. The shockwave reached the roof of the bank, ruffling their hair slightly. Is he having a war over there or what? Ray asked irritably, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Why is everything exploding like he's in an arsenal of ammunition, not a depot? Maybe there were fuel cars or other explosive cargo there, Seiko suggested thoughtfully. Sounds logical, Rebecca agreed, sighing. But how I envy him. We should have gone with him. The girls gave her fleeting glances, clearly not sharing her enthusiasm. They turned their attention back to the depot, wondering if the explosions had stopped or if Alex would continue his show. The answer didn't take long. Another explosion lit up the night sky with bright sparks, resembling a New Year's fireworks display. Brunhild, standing at the edge of the roof, was silent, clearly contemplating whether to turn a blind eye to all of it and just enjoy the fireworks. The girls, too, involuntarily noted that the latest spectacle indeed resembled a celebration. To be continued. Chapter 216, Chapter 216, The New Friend Who Couldn't Endure Friendship. Alex, GIR, and Mimi were still inside the maintenance building, where they had been repairing damaged train cars. However, the situation quickly spiraled out of control when Alex, deciding to thin out the zombie ranks a bit, threw a grenade. By sheer misfortune, the grenade rolled straight under a freight car loaded with fuel. The resulting explosion triggered a chain reaction that led to widespread destruction. Alex's eye twitched involuntarily. He hadn't anticipated that one careless move would unleash such chaos. Four massive explosions rocked the depot. One of the train cars, as if determined to leave Earth's atmosphere, launched high into the air before crashing down onto a horde of zombies. After the series of blasts, only half of the maintenance building remained standing, and most of the depot had been transformed into a fiery inferno. Charred zombie bodies littered the area, though some still squirmed, trying to crawl toward Alex. The horde, which had been attacking just minutes ago, was now scattered across the depot by the shockwaves. Alex looked over the blazing madness and thought to himself that Brunhild had likely noticed the explosions by now. He was in for a pleasant conversation with her later. It's your own fault, a sarcastic voice rang out in his head, Regenleaf's. Alex's eye twitched again. He muttered a quiet curse, seeing no point in arguing with the Valkyrie. Who could have guessed there were so many explosives stored at the depot? As he watched the burning zombies slowly rise and shuffle toward him, Alex lit a cigarette. It was time to finish this mess and get back to why he had come here in the first place. Amidst the sounds of crackling flames and groaning undead, something suddenly changed. The zombies froze in place, and, a moment later, their heads simultaneously exploded. What just happened? Why did their heads all blow up at once? Alvidra asked, materializing behind Alex in her spiritual form. I amplified the sound of my heartbeat using mana. That sound is what killed them, Alex calmly explained, observing the aftermath of his action. He hadn't expected such an effect. Instead of the zombies simply collapsing, their heads had exploded like some sort of macabre fireworks display. Alex studied the scene thoughtfully, wondering why it had happened this way. Are you saying the sound of your heartbeat killed all the zombies? Guy Ralol asked with interest, appearing beside him. Something like that. But I'm curious why their heads exploded instead of their bodies collapsing, Alex replied, a pensive look on his face. Does it matter? Just finish off the remaining ones and get back to your big sister. Let her scold you, Hawk said with a disgusted look at the zombies. Even looking at this filth is unpleasant, let alone being near it. You just want to laugh while Brunhild chews me out, Alex remarked dryly, glancing at the Valkyries. Yes, they answered in unison, laughing gleefully. No love from you lot, Alex muttered, shaking his head. Don't worry, darling, a soft voice cooed. Gondel appeared behind him, wrapping her arms gently around his neck. When Brunhild's done scolding you, I'll comfort you. Alex's eye twitched once more. Too much love. He exhaled quietly, staring at the blazing depot. Shoving the unnecessary thoughts aside, Alex decided to focus on the task at hand. Gesturing to GIR and Mimi, he let the two robo-dogs settle back onto his shoulders. Their new mission was to find a snowplow attachment for the bus. With a wave of his hand, Alex extinguished the roaring flames in the depot to prevent the fire from spreading to the city. The explosions had already done more than enough, sending the iron wreckage of train cars flying like massive projectiles. After extinguishing the fire and eliminating the zombies, Alex inspected the maintenance facility where trains were repaired. As he expected, the necessary equipment wasn't there. The only likely location for the snowplow remained the storage warehouse. Mimi, where's the warehouse? Alex asked, patting the pink robo-dog on the head. That way, Dad, Mimi confidently pointed a paw in the direction. Alex smirked, gave her another pat, and ruffled the ears of the green-colored GIR so he wouldn't get jealous. Whistling a cheerful tune, Alex headed toward the warehouse, with both robo-dogs joining in, producing rhythmic sounds as if singing along. Beneath the moonlight, the trio made their way through the chaos of destroyed train cars toward their goal. Once they reached the warehouse, they split up to search faster. Alex rummaged through metal crates and shelves until he heard a noise resembling metal scraping against the floor. Turning toward the sound, he saw GIR dragging a bulky snowplow behind him. "Good job, GIR. Excellent work. Call Mimi, and let's get out of here," Alex praised, patting the dog on the head. GIR gave a short nod and dashed off into the darkness, his metal paws echoing through the empty space. Wasting no time, Alex easily hoisted the snowplow with one hand and made his way toward the exit. Outside, Alex paused, studying the snowplow with a pensive expression. The image of the zombies' exploding heads flashed in his mind. He tried to deduce what caused such an effect and theorized that parasites living in the infected's heads might have been responsible. Their deaths, he suspected, triggered the reaction. Of course, it was only a hypothesis, as this world was a mix of different zombie types, making it difficult to pinpoint the exact cause of the explosions. Soon enough, GIR and Mimi emerged from the building, dragging another snowplow behind them. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise but nodded approvingly, patting his robotic helpers. "An extra one won't hurt," he muttered. However, just as they were about to leave, something caught his ear. Strange, faint noises came from the roof, like someone sliding across metal. Alex immediately tensed, focusing on the sound. It definitely wasn't a hunter, they moved far more quietly. Scanning the dark rooftops, Alex finally noticed a vague silhouette. "Am I the only one seeing this?" he asked grimly, keeping his eyes locked on the shadow. "Dad, there's a zombie up there," Mimi whispered, tugging at his pants and pointing her paw toward the roof. Once Mimi confirmed that there was indeed a zombie on the warehouse roof, Alex wasted no time figuring out what type of infected he was dealing with. Instantly vanishing from his spot, he appeared behind the strange zombie and sent it flying with a powerful kick to the back. The zombie's body crashed into the ground near GIR and Mimi, who quickly restrained it without hesitation. Standing on the roof, Alex observed his robodog's coordinated actions, nodded in satisfaction, and then leapt down, landing beside them. Turning the zombie over with his foot, he squinted, recognizing its type. This was a volatile, a zombie known as one of the most dangerous due to its agility, strength, and maneuverability. Essentially an advanced version of a hunter, or as some called them, a hunter on steroids. Their only known weakness was ultraviolet light, which they couldn't withstand. The zombie growled and writhed, desperately trying to break free. Its lower jaw suddenly began to split apart, resembling a bloodthirsty vampire straight out of Blade. "GIR, turn on the UV for our guest," Alex ordered, pulling out a cigarette. "Let's see if it still has that weakness or if this is a new, upgraded model." GIR nodded, and a powerful pink-blue stream of light emitted from his eyes, aimed directly at the zombie. The volatile began to twitch, his skin smoked, and some areas began to glow, as if highlighting weak spots. Alex squinted, observing the process. "Interesting," he muttered thoughtfully, releasing a puff of smoke. "I wonder if it'll burn up completely or survive despite the sunlight." Meanwhile, the zombie was letting out ear-piercing shrieks that made Alex's ears ring. He scanned the surroundings and noticed a chunk of concrete nearby. "Shut up already, for God's sake," he muttered irritably, lifting the piece. Stuffing the zombie's mouth with the makeshift gag, Alex overdid it slightly, driving the concrete so deep that it exited through the other side of its head. The zombie fell silent, collapsing onto the ground. "Dad, you overdid it," GIR commented, turning off the ultraviolet light. "Yeah, I know," Alex waved him off, kicking the body. "But seriously, why scream like that? It's already dead, why keep making noise like we're still killing it?" "Because Dad is scary, and everyone's afraid of him," Mimi said seriously, nodding wisely. Alex's eye twitched. He looked at Mimi in surprise, then at GIR, who was nodding in agreement. "You too," he sighed heavily, hearing the Valkyrie's laughter in his head. Alex waved his hand to finish with the zombie and instructed his helpers to find chains to secure the snowplows. GIR and Mimi quickly disappeared into the darkness of the warehouse, and a few minutes later, the sound of clanking metal signaled their return. They had brought 2 sturdy chains and began securing the snowplows to them. When the work was done, both robodogs jumped onto the attached snowplows. "Let's go," GIR and Mimi declared in unison, raising their paws in the air. Alex noticed the 2 robodogs wanted to ride the snowplows and didn't object. Slinging the chains over his shoulder, he began pulling the bulky machines toward the exit. However, the screeching sound of metal on concrete was so unpleasant that Alex decided to speed up and ran ahead. As he approached the depot gates, he saw a crowd of zombies desperately trying to break through the iron gates. Slowing down right before the gates, Alex didn't account for the inertia. The 2 snowplows with GIR and Mimi aboard, making the characteristic metal screech, slid past him, crashing into the gates and smashing through them. Racing through the zombie crowd, the snowplows left a bloody trail behind them. Instead of getting angry, GIR and Mimi joyfully yelled, relishing the unexpected triumph. One more time, the robodogs shouted with childlike enthusiasm. Alex simply laughed, watching their excitement. He himself liked the idea of such a ride, but decided to indulge himself another time. For now, let the two childish souls have their fun. Not wanting to drag the snowplows to the motorcycle by hand, Alex asked GIR to bring the transport. A few moments later, the motorcycle appeared, and Alex began securing the chains. "Are you going to get off?" he asked, looking at the dogs, who were still sitting on their vehicles. "More riding." GIR and Mimi answered enthusiastically. "Well, hold on tight then," Alex said, starting the engine. Making sure both robodogs were holding on tightly, Alex suddenly revved the engine. The chains tightened, and the snowplows jerked forward, sparking as they scraped against the concrete. GIR and Mimi's laughter echoed above the city, but in the darkness, their childlike giggles felt more eerie than joyful. On the roof of the bank, the girls heard strange sounds. Exchanging glances, they stood up to see what was happening. Gradually, the noise grew louder, and it became clear that the sound of children's laughter was mixed with the screeching of metal. "What's that noise?" Seiko asked, stepping closer to the edge of the roof. "I'm sure it's Alex." Instead of bringing the snowplows in properly, he decided to tie them to the motorcycle. "And of course, GIR and Mimi couldn't miss the chance to ride," Brunhilde replied, gazing into the distance. "To be honest, nothing surprises me anymore," Ray added, shaking her head. The noise continued to get louder, and in the dark of the night, bright sparks from the metal scraping against concrete flickered. The girls noticed that there were two snowplows, not one as they had initially thought. Soon, the silhouette of Alex on the motorcycle became visible. He was driving forward, and behind him, two snowplows were being dragged along by chains. On them, like surfers, stood GIR and Mimi, clearly enjoying their improvised ride. Sitch, watching this scene, began to feel jealous. He tugged on Rebecca's sleeve, pointing at GIR and Mimi, and loudly declared that he wanted to ride like that too. The girls exchanged looks, unsure of how to respond to his request, but Rebecca, instead of refusing, simply smirked. "All right, Sitch, I promise we'll get you a ride like that later," she said, trying to calm him down. "I think we should go down and see exactly what happened at the depot," Brunhilde said in a calm but slightly stern tone. The girls barely held in their laughter. They knew Brunhilde was about to give Alex a proper lecture. It was clear to everyone that her seriousness and sternness would inevitably lead to some serious talking. Meanwhile, Alex was already approaching the bank, slowing down to make a careful turn. Looking back, he checked on GIR and Mimi. Both robots were still happily balancing on their snowplows, now covered in zombie blood. Alex smirked at the sight. Turning into the bank's parking lot, he entered the premises, pulling the snowplows behind him. He barely managed to get off the motorcycle when he noticed Brunhilde standing nearby with a friendly, but clearly promising smile. "My love," she began softly, "don't you want to explain something to me? What's with the explosions and fire when I asked you to keep things quiet? You said it was just a quick trip there and back." Alex froze for a moment, feeling caught red-handed. His gaze shifted to the girls standing behind Brunhilde. They were struggling to hold back their laughter, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "Would you believe me if I said it was an accident?" Alex said, trying to remain calm. "An accident, you say? Then explain how this accident led to 4 explosions and a fire at the depot," Brunhilde replied, still wearing that pleasant smile, making her words sound even more terrifying. Alex realized that simple words wouldn't cut it here, so he decided to explain everything in detail. "Well, here's how it went," he began, gesturing widely with his hands. "GIR, Mimi, and I snuck into the depot, but there were way too many zombies. I thought, why not lure them into a narrow passage and take them out there? Everything was going according to plan, but I didn't take into account that the music I played to distract them would attract more zombies than we needed. The passage got blocked with their corpses, so I thought I'd clear the way with a grenade. But, the grenade, damn it, rolled right toward a fuel tank. And then, boom. Chain reaction, explosions, fire. Honestly, it was pure coincidence, I had nothing to do with it." Alex nodded confidently, trying to look convincing. The girls standing behind Brunhilde were now openly laughing at his attempt to wriggle out of the situation. Brunhilde only partially believed Alex's words and decided to check his memories through their spiritual connection. After confirming that he was indeed innocent and the whole thing was a pure accident, she sighed heavily and reminded him to be more careful next time, so he wouldn't accidentally burn down the whole city. Rebecca, quickly realizing why Brunhilde had softened, still couldn't hide her curiosity. She wanted to know exactly how everything had looked at the scene. The girls stepped closer to listen. Alex briefly explained what happened at the depot, how everything turned out, and even mentioned meeting 2 new types of zombies. "You're telling me there are now zombies that are afraid of light? Are they vampires?" Shizuka asked, looking frightened. "Well, calling them vampires is a bit much. They're closer to ghouls," Alex clarified to avoid confusing terms. "And what's the difference? Aren't they the same thing?" Ray asked, confused. No, not exactly, Saya interjected, deciding to explain. Vampires look almost human, they're hard to distinguish from regular people. But ghouls are a lower type. They're more like corpse eaters that scavenge after their masters. So, now we have zombie vampires? Shizuka asked, tilting her head slightly, which was both cute and funny. Alex couldn't help but laugh, patting Shizuka on the head, which made her blush even more. They're still zombies, don't worry. They don't drink just blood, so no one's going to sneak up on you at night to drink yours, he said with a smile. Shizuka, still uncertain, nodded and decided not to overthink it. Meanwhile, nearby, GIR and Mimi were proudly boasting about their extreme ride in front of Alice and Stitch. An envious Stitch ran around, trying to bite them on the heads, which quickly turned into a chaotic royal battle. After chatting with the girls, Alex announced, I'll be staying here until morning anyway, so you don't have to freeze. Go get some sleep. And Saya, he added, calling her over. We're going to your place tomorrow. Just a reminder. Got it. No matter what happens, I'll still pick up my mom from that place, Saya replied with a sweet smile, glancing at him. When everyone had dispersed, only Alex, GIR, Mimi, and Stitch remained. Stitch had firmly refused to leave, saying he wanted to help. Alex didn't mind, after all, the magic was doing most of the work, and his actions were mainly to prevent anyone from asking too many questions about the origins of the things around them. Sitting down in a chair, Alex thought for a moment. The troublemaking trio, GIR, Mimi, and Stitch, immediately gathered around him, settling wherever they could. After a little thought, Alex decided to turn on a movie to pass the time until everyone eventually fell asleep. After the movie, he checked to make sure everyone inside the bank was indeed asleep, including the girls. Satisfied, Alex snapped his fingers, and with a burst of magic, the bus was transformed into a menacing apocalypse machine. The trio of onlookers clapped their paws in delight, amazed by the wonders of magic. Chuckling, Alex continued watching light-hearted films with them to pass the time until morning. Before he knew it, the night was over, and the first rays of sunlight hit his back. Turning around, he noticed that the sun had risen quite high. Listening closely, he realized that people inside the bank were starting to wake up and have breakfast. A couple of minutes later, Siko stepped outside with a cup of coffee in her hands. Stepping out of the building, Siko immediately spotted Alex. He was sitting on a chair, with GIR, Mimi, and Stitch comfortably settled on his shoulders and knees. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the bus, which Alex had been working on all night. The vehicle had been transformed beyond recognition, and Siko was amazed at how such a grand project could be completed in such a short time. I see you didn't waste any time, Siko said as she sat down next to Alex. Of course not, Alex smirked. Now we just need to make another one like this, and we'll be able to leave the city and head to Okinawa. By the way, Siko, do you happen to know where I can get some cold weapons? Equipping everyone with just firearms isn't the best idea. Ammo isn't infinite. You could check out my family's dojo or the museum. When I was younger, I used to visit there a lot and even picked out a katana I've been dreaming of for a long time, Siko replied with a slight smile. Hey, you've been into katanas since you were a kid. Looks like we have more in common than I thought. I've also loved cold weapons since I was little. I remember envying the heroes in films and anime who had cool swords and all sorts of weapons, Alex said nostalgically. In that case, we must borrow that weapon. It won't be of any use to them anymore, Siko said enthusiastically, a childlike joy in her voice. You're reading my mind. How about after the trip to the Takagi estate, we stop by the museum or your dojo? Alex suggested with a broad smile. I'd be happy to join you on that adventure, Siko replied with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. While Alex drank his coffee, they continued their conversation. Siko was curious about what kind of weapons Alex preferred and what he most often used in combat. She had already seen how skillfully he wielded a katana, but she was still interested in his personal preferences. Alex briefly pondered her question but admitted that he had a preference for swords, and possibly combat gauntlets with shin guards. Siko deduced that this had to do with his martial arts skills but decided not to pursue the topic further. Instead, they just continued chatting merrily until their coffee was finished. Together, they headed inside the building to conduct the morning briefing before departure. Upon entering, Alex noticed that everyone had gathered, except for the two of them. Well, good morning, everyone. Another day in Zombieland. Alex said with a mischievous grin. At his typical greeting, many smiled, while some just shook their heads, having gotten used to his manner. Alex hummed and then switched to a more serious tone. All right, let's get to the important stuff. We've noticed two new types of zombies. The first is something like a hunched dwarf, very fast. The second is a big guy similar to a hunter, but with one twist, he can't stand sunlight and only stays in dark places. Where did you manage to see them? Asked a curious Takashi, raising his hand. It's simple, man. Last night, I made things a little easier for us. I set a trap at the depot to lure the zombies out and clean up the area. But something went wrong, and everything exploded, Alex explained, shrugging. How did everything explode? Samura asked in confusion. I don't have an answer for that, so just take it as a fact, Alex smirked. But now that area of the city is more or less cleared, and we can safely conduct raids there. Alex pointed at the map, showing the cleared area. He began pointing to locations on the map where supplies needed to be gathered. The groups immediately began choosing areas to save time and ensure efficiency. Why set a trap at the depot to lure all the zombies there? Asked the female officer, voicing a question that many were thinking. Alex took a deep breath and, looking at everyone, spoke in a stern, confident voice. Listen up. As you already know, a horde of zombies is heading our way, and it will arrive tonight, much faster than we expected. Today is our last chance to save those we can and gather everything possible. Once the horde arrives, it will be almost impossible to move around, let alone rescue people or gather resources. In a day or two, we'll be leaving the city and heading for the port. So remember, save who you can, and help anyone who needs it. After today, that chance will be gone. Any questions? A brief silence followed, broken by one of the men. Are you sure the horde won't break through to us? We're like cans of sardines in here. We have thick enough walls to isolate the noise inside the building. Tonight, we stay as quiet as possible. No noise. Let them think no one is here, Alex raised his thumb, adding with a light smirk, it'll be fine, guys. Alex's response eased the tense atmosphere, and no more questions were asked. People went off to tend to their tasks. The group in charge of the barricades began moving cars around to create a path for the zombies to approach the building while still leaving the option to block access if necessary. Those in charge of gathering supplies and rescuing people started preparing for the raids. Alex and the girls decided to head to the Takagi family estate to talk to Saya's parents. After gathering everything they needed, they headed outside. Along with Alex, Rebecca, Brunhilde, Siko, Saya, Rei, and Shizuka, as well as his trio of loyal assistants, set out. As they exited the building, Alex noticed Kota and Takashi inspecting the bus. Other men stood nearby, staring at the vehicle in surprise. Damn, he turned this bus into a real apocalypse machine in just one night. Kota exclaimed, running around the bus, peering under the wheels and up at the roof. Don't envy other people's talents, Takashi snorted, though he couldn't hide his admiration. Better think about where we're going for supplies. Seeing everyone gathered around his creation, Alex smirked and proudly lifted his head. Can we take this bus? Please. Kota almost begged, folding his hands. Get lost, fatty, Saya sharply replied, kicking him. We need it. We're going to my place. Maybe some of the people my dad saved will want to come with us. After the kick, Kota, offended, dropped to all fours and dramatically started sobbing. This isn't fair. I want to ride in the apocalypse machine too. The other men, embarrassed by the scene, turned away to avoid watching that show. The female officers who were in relationships with Kota grabbed his legs and started dragging him toward another vehicle. Takashi, not hiding his amusement, followed as the officers pulled Kota along. Alex, watching all this, just shook his head with a smirk. Climbing into the bus, Alex took the driver's seat, the girls settled into their places, and the team was ready to head out. Starting the engine, Alex drove the bus onto the road and headed toward the Takagi estate. I think Swatara will be stubborn and refuse to leave the house, Alex muttered as he drove. But I hope the old man still has some sense left. He suspected that the head of the Takagi family, despite his pride, would find a way to make his wife leave. He might even resort to some unpleasant measure, like divorce, just to ensure the safety of his family. Alex understood that it would be difficult for everyone, but he believed that hatred was better than tragic memories. To be continued. Chapter 217, Takagi Estate and the Foolish Father. Alex sat behind the wheel of the bus, confidently driving it toward the Takagi Estate. However, to reach Saya's home, they had to cross a bridge where chaos had broken out during the early days of the apocalypse. Police officers, trying to control the flow of people, had refused to let anyone through, which ultimately led to pandemonium and allowed a horde of zombies to overrun the crowd. Alex brought the bus to a halt in front of the bridge. The road ahead was completely blocked with abandoned cars and crawling with the undead. Narrowing his eyes, he assessed the obstacles and decided it was time to test the efficiency of the snowplow he'd installed. But first, he turned to his passengers. Hold on tight, as you can see, the bridge is completely blocked. We'll have to plow our way through, Alex said, glancing back at the girls. Are you sure the bus can handle this? Ray asked cautiously, trying not to hurt his pride. I mean, I trust your skills, but you've been working on it all night. Alex grinned widely. Hey, you're about to see what a true apocalypse machine looks like. Now grab onto something, because it's going to get bumpy. The girls, realizing Alex was serious, grabbed hold of whatever they could. They already knew better than to underestimate his driving. Meanwhile, Mimi, and Stitch rushed ahead, eager not to miss the show. Alex smoothly pressed the gas pedal and aimed the bus straight down the middle of the road. The first car in their path split in two as the snowplow smashed into it. The girls felt the bus shudder with every bump, the sound of metal crunching and smashing filling the cabin. By the time they crossed the bridge, they left behind a trail of mangled cars and debris scattered across the road. Alex nodded, clearly satisfied with how the bus had performed. Perfect. Crash test passed, he remarked with a smug smile. The girls looked like they'd just been on the wildest roller coaster ride. Rebecca, on the other hand, seemed delighted and quietly giggled, already imagining herself behind the wheel. Brunhild, as usual, remained composed, not even bothering to hold onto anything, as if the entire bumpy ride had been a mundane experience for her. The other girls, however, looked pale, except for Siko, who seemed calm despite her disheveled hair from all the shaking. Next time, please don't hit every car you see, Shizuka said wearily. That was a test. I needed to make sure the snowplow could handle it, Alex replied with a smirk, waving her concern off. Shizuka's right. Test or not, stop smashing into everything, Saya chimed in, her face still a bit pale. Don't worry. Next time, I won't be the one driving, Alex said, turning around with a light-hearted smile. The girls exchanged glances. Their eyes landed on Rebecca, who eagerly nodded in response to Alex's words. No one wanted to experience a ride with her behind the wheel, considering her personality and the bus's capabilities. Even Brunhild, who always remained calm, silently supported the consensus. Each girl began mentally competing for a spot on Alex's motorcycle, deciding it was better to endure a high-adrenaline ride with him than face Rebecca's relentless driving. Meanwhile, Alex, oblivious to the silent battle unfolding behind him, continued driving the bus forward. Leaning slightly forward, he spotted the Grand Takagi estate in the distance. It loomed large, though it was modest compared to Alex's own mansion in Orario, which resembled a lavish palace thanks to the extravagant whims of the two goddesses living there. You've got a big house, Saya, Alex remarked with a slight smile, glancing at her. Saya scoffed, looking out the window. What does it matter if it's big when my parents are always too busy? My dad's obsessed with his political career, and my mom runs a bunch of companies. My childhood was spent surrounded by other rich kids who tried to suck up to me because of my family's influence. The only exception was Takashi. But even he turned into a moody idiot. Her voice sounded irritated, and her gaze expressed disappointment. Alex silently glanced at her, trying to find the right words but chose to remain quiet for now, focusing on the road. The Takagi estate loomed ever closer. Alex let out a heavy sigh after hearing Saya's words. He understood her feelings all too well, being surrounded by people who cared only about her parents' influence, not her as a person. From the anime, Alex remembered Saya's personality during her childhood and doubted those spoiled children of politicians and the wealthy could handle her. The only exception was Takashi, who, to put it simply, became her first friend. Even so, Takashi's later behavior as a moody teenager drove Saya away. A similar situation occurred with Rei, leading to the events that shaped their relationship. However, Alex had no intention of interfering in Takashi's romantic affairs. There was no point, even a blind man could see that both Rei and Saya were clearly interested in Alex himself. The other girls, seeing the Takagi estate for the first time, couldn't hide their astonishment. Rebecca, however, regarded it with some skepticism, thinking such a massive house for a family of 3, not counting servants and guards, was simply pointless. As for Brunhild, she was entirely unimpressed, having seen the castles of gods, the Takagi estate seemed utterly ordinary in comparison. Hey, Pinky, Rebecca began, turning her head to Saya. Are you telling me guys have been hitting on you since you were a kid? I told you to stop calling me Pinky, you green menace. Saya snapped, flipping her braid arrogantly. And yes, at social events or high society gatherings, guys were constantly trying to approach me. But my father always scared them off. It only took a few words from him to make them scatter like frightened puppies. Or maybe they just couldn't stand your snobby, self-proclaimed genius attitude. Isn't that right, Pinky? Rebecca smirked, her grin widening. Well, excuse me if they were all spoiled idiots. Saya flared up, sharply turning toward Rebecca. All they could do was spend their parents' money, brag about their expensive toys, and talk about where they vacationed or who they dated. They had less brains than a baboon in mating season. And for the last time, stop calling me Pinky, you green-haired pest. Rebecca burst into laughter, which only infuriated Saya further. Alex watched their bickering through the rearview mirror, marveling at how easily Rebecca could rile Saya up. He just shook his head, half listening to their argument. If we're talking about geniuses, doesn't Alex fit the bill? Rei said thoughtfully. Where else would you find someone who created two intelligent combat-ready robots and also geeks out over weapons from anime and games? There's no comparison. Saya snapped, flipping her braid back in annoyance. GIR and Mimi are technologies decades ahead of their time. Those spoiled rich kids can't even come close. Wow, you're making me blush, Alex quipped with a smirk, glancing over his shoulder. If you know what you're doing, you can create more than just robots. Oh, shut up already. Saya shouted, pointing at him angrily. You and your, if you know what you're doing, are driving everyone crazy. If it were that simple, we would have colonized Mars by now. Well, it's not my fault that most people are just. How should I put this? Alex paused, clearly searching for the right words. Stupid. Shizuka innocently suggested, smiling sweetly and tilting her head slightly. Alex nearly choked on Shizuka's unexpected comment but decided not to argue. The girls all turned to her in unison, clearly surprised that, with such an innocent expression, she had just casually called the rest of humanity idiots. No one dared to object, though it was obvious Shizuka hadn't meant any harm with her words. Alex understood the sentiment. People capable of changing the entire world were born incredibly rarely. Compared to such individuals, the rest of humanity might indeed appear like monkeys. However, he had no intention of voicing that thought. There was no need to offend anyone unnecessarily. After all, the concept of a genius was quite flexible. Some might be geniuses in martial arts, while others excelled in science or technology. With a sigh, Alex tuned out of the conversation partially, letting the girls continue questioning Saya about life in a wealthy family. It wasn't new information to him, so he listened absent-mindedly. As the bus approached the gates of the Takagi estate, Alex noticed the massive iron gates guarded by security personnel. One of them was speaking into a radio, while the other signaled for the bus to slow down. Alex carefully stopped the bus right in front of the gate. Two guards approached, clearly intending to question their arrival. Before they could say anything, however, the bus door burst open with a loud clang, and Saya jumped out. Upon seeing her, the guards immediately straightened up, their faces lighting up with relief. Young Lady Takagi, we're glad to see you safe and sound, one of them said with a respectful nod toward Saya. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that, she snapped, hands on her hips. Apologies, young Lady Takagi, but it's part of our duties, the second guard replied, shaking his head. I've watched you grow up, and I'm just used to addressing you that way. Saya clenched her fists, visibly on the verge of an outburst. The guards, well aware they had stepped onto forbidden ground, braced themselves. They had often been on the receiving end of her fiery tirades about the title young lady. However, they couldn't defy Soichiro Takagi's orders, so they continued to follow protocol. Before Saya could launch into another heated monologue, she felt a gentle hand rest on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Alex shaking his head, reminding her of their purpose for being there. Exhaling sharply in frustration, Saya stomped back onto the bus, pouting. The guards exchanged looks of immense relief, practically giving Alex a mental thumbs up for pacifying the fiery Saya so quickly. One of them relayed her arrival over the radio, and the gates began to creak open. Alex nodded to the guards and returned to the bus, driving through the gates and into the estate. As they neared the mansion, his attention was drawn to the numerous tents scattered across the expansive courtyard. Survivors had taken shelter there, but their behavior was far from what one might expect in a zombie apocalypse. From a distance, it looked more like a picnic gathering than a fight for survival. Slackers. They won't last long, Alex muttered, parking the bus. What can you expect? They're used to peaceful lives and clearly have no intention of giving them up, Brunhild replied thoughtfully as she observed the scene. A prime example of those who refuse to take responsibility for their own survival. Typical children of Adam. What a pity. As Gaia would call them. Oh right, glorified monkeys, Alex smirked, shaking his head. You're not wrong, Saya chimed in, folding her arms across her chest. They don't want to fight for their survival and just leech off others. I don't understand why father bothered to take in these freeloaders. Saya didn't notice the strange remarks from Alex and Brunhild, as she was completely focused on observing all the people her father had saved. The other girls also peeked out of the bus windows and saw crowds of people who looked more like vacationing tourists than survivors of a zombie apocalypse. Shaking their heads, they chose to ignore the carefree faces. Alex and the girls stepped off the bus, avoiding unnecessary attention. As soon as they set foot on the ground, an elegant woman hurried toward them from the mansion. She had long light purple hair cascading down her back, with the front strands neatly swept to the sides of her face. Her purple eyes stood out against her delicate features. Her figure was slender, and her elegant outfit highlighted her aristocratic refinement. She wore a red dress with white fabric wrapped around her shoulders and hips, a silver necklace with a small charm, and lipstick that added to her sophistication. This was Yuriko Takagi, Saya's mother. Saya, dear, I'm so happy to see you again. Yuriko exclaimed, rushing up to her daughter and hugging her tightly. Mom. Saya joyfully called out, leaping into her mother's arms. Alex briefly glanced at Yuriko and couldn't help but admit that this woman was truly beautiful. His thoughts were quickly interrupted by a barely audible cough from the Valkyries in his spiritual space, making him roll his eyes. Then Rebecca and Brunhild promptly reminded him that it's inappropriate to stare at other people's wives, delivering light but firm jabs to his side. Alex sheepishly looked at Rebecca and Brunhild, then noticed that the other girls were giving him the same reproachful look. He scratched the back of his head, clearly not used to such attention. Meanwhile, Saya and Yuriko, completely absorbed in the joy of their reunion, didn't notice what was happening around them. When Yuriko released Saya from the embrace, her gaze quickly swept over the group that had arrived with her daughter. The woman carefully observed the girls, but her attention lingered on Alex. "So, you must be the Alex my daughter has talked so much about. I didn't expect Saya to speak so highly of some boy." "Thank you for saving my little Saya," Yuriko said with a warm smile. "Mom." Saya exclaimed, blushing with embarrassment. "Nice to meet you, Miss Takagi." "And no need for thanks, it was just a coincidence. We were passing by the school, exploring the area when all this started," Alex replied calmly, brushing off the gratitude. "You can call me Mrs. Takagi or just Yuriko. Still, let me thank you once more. I'm truly grateful for saving my daughter," Yuriko continued to smile, looking at Alex intently. Alex didn't intend to accept the thanks, knowing there were some selfish motives behind his actions. However, Yuriko, mistaking him for just a modest person, grew even more fond of him. Meanwhile, Saya quietly huffed off to the side, fearing her mother might say something even more embarrassing. The girls, noticing Yuriko's expression, struggled to suppress their laughter. Yuriko, however, lowered her gaze and noticed the trio of creatures clinging to Alex and Rebecca's legs, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. These must be the charming little creatures Saya has talked so much about. "They're really cute," Yuriko said, watching the trio of troublemakers with a light smile. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, being well-mannered, waved their paws at Yuriko in a friendly manner. She giggled with a sweet smile, watching the amusing creatures, and was about to ask more questions. Meanwhile, Alex slightly squinted, catching how Yuriko referred to herself as Mrs. Takagi instead of Miss Takagi. His thoughts started forming into a coherent picture. It seemed that Soichiro wanted Yuriko to leave this place, and the reason for it was likely quite serious. Alex quickly figured it out. Soichiro knew that a large zombie horde from Tokyo was heading their way and would arrive that very night. Saya, catching her mother's tone, also noticed the oddity of how she referred to herself. This made her wonder what was happening between her parents. Before she could ask Yuriko any questions, Soichiro himself stepped out of the house. Alex gave Soichiro a quick once-over. His strict suit, confident posture, and cold gaze all reminded him of old gangster characters from movies, rather than a politician. The way he carried himself gave off an air of the shadowy world. "Saya, I'm glad you're alive. And you must be the one who saved her," Soichiro spoke in a gruff voice, staring Alex straight in the eyes. "And you must be Soichiro Takagi, the one who abandoned his daughter and decided to save these outcasts instead," Alex retorted, not intending to be polite with such a man. The tension between the two men began to rise rapidly. Their gazes met, like an unspoken duel was beginning between them. Rebecca, sensing a potential threat, tightened her grip on the pistol in its holster. Despite her fondness for Saya, she was ready to stand by Alex in any situation. Brunhild, on the other hand, remained calm. She understood perfectly that Alex was deliberately testing Soichiro to figure out what kind of person he was. The other girls also tensed, watching the exchange of glances, while Saya and Yuriko froze, observing the unfolding scene. Soichiro, contrary to expectations, didn't react to Alex's sharpness. He merely smiled slightly, as if agreeing with the accusations. "You're right. As a father, I have failed. But that doesn't mean I don't love my daughter," he said in a calm, assured tone. Alex raised an eyebrow, surprised at how easily Soichiro admitted his mistakes. Even Saya seemed shocked to hear such words from her father. She grabbed Alex's sleeve, looking at Soichiro with confusion and tension. Soichiro caught her gaze but, without dwelling on Saya, turned his attention back to Alex. "If you don't mind, we can talk in my office," he offered calmly. "Lead the way," Alex nodded, eager to hear what Soichiro had to say. Soichiro turned and walked toward the mansion. Alex glanced back at the girls and briefly told them he'd be back soon, also reminding them of the purpose of their visit. Hearing this, Yuriko looked at Saya for clarification. Saya quickly explained that they weren't just there to take her, but also to offer the others a chance to leave with them. However, she warned that everyone in their group would need to contribute. Yuriko nodded approvingly, deciding to help while Alex and Soichiro talked. Following Soichiro, Alex walked silently through the mansion's corridors, not saying a word. Finally, they reached the office. Soichiro opened the door and motioned to a chair. "Sit," he said. Without hesitation, Alex sat down, waiting for Soichiro to begin the conversation. Soichiro walked over to the window and looked out at the lawn, where the rescued people were housed in tents. "So, why did you bring me here, old man? Or do you want me to admire your back while you gaze thoughtfully out the window?" Alex asked with a hint of mockery, looking at him with a calm expression. Soichiro turned at Alex's voice and smiled faintly. He hadn't been spoken to so bluntly in a long time. It stirred a strange feeling of nostalgia for the times when people weren't afraid to look him straight in the eye. Mentally, he even gave Alex some points for his straightforwardness. Stepping away from the window, Soichiro sat at a massive wooden desk and locked eyes with his guest. "I know why you're here. You want to take my ex-wife and anyone else who decides to leave," he said calmly, as if discussing the weather. Alex felt a familiar sense of satisfaction as his suspicions were confirmed. Soichiro had indeed found a way to protect his wife by sending her away. This also suggested that he had information about the looming threat. "So, you have news from Tokyo?" Alex asked, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. "Yes," Soichiro nodded, glancing briefly at the cigarette. He waved his hand, granting permission to light it. "My old friend warned me yesterday. A horde of the dead is moving our way. Unfortunately, I lost contact with him today." Alex lit the cigarette, exhaling a thoughtful puff of smoke. "And do you know who's behind this?" he asked, watching Soichiro closely. "Live Corporation. From the start, I suspected they weren't as simple as they seemed. And I was right. But, judging by your question, it seems you already know about it." "Information like that isn't easily come by," Soichiro observed, sizing Alex up. "Right," Alex nodded. "We captured their operatives after they blew up a substation, leaving the city without power. Unfortunately, we couldn't extract much information." Soichiro frowned, intrigued. "And what stopped you?" he asked with a hint of curiosity. "They either have a mental block or something like that," Alex replied, flicking the ash thoughtfully. "One of them went insane during interrogation. Had to get rid of him. The only thing we learned was that they're a response team from the corporation's headquarters in Japan. Oh, and I overheard them mentioning capturing mutated zombies. That's about it." Soichiro nodded silently, contemplating what he had heard. Alex, exhaling smoke, realized it was time to get to the main point. "So what are you going to do, knowing that a horde is coming?" he asked, leaning slightly forward. Soichiro straightened up and spoke in a firm, confident tone. "I will meet this horde as a warrior and die on my land. I'm not going to run like a coward from a bunch of dead people. This is my home, my land, my legacy. If I'm meant to die, I want to do it here, where I grew up." Alex frowned. His gaze hardened. "What about your daughter and wife? How will they live with the thought that you abandoned them? And these people gathered at your house? And your guards, who follow you? Have you thought about them?" Alex's voice grew firmer, each question landing like a hammer strike. Soichiro's face took on a melancholic expression. His gaze fell on a framed photo on the desk. In the picture were he, Saya, and Yuriko, smiling and looking straight into the camera. Despite his strict and sometimes harsh demeanor, Soichiro loved his family more than anything. He wanted his daughter to be strong, independent, not relying on others, and able to handle everything on her own. But he realized that in his desire to raise her that way, he had deprived her of the love and warmth she deserved. Yuriko's situation was more complicated. He didn't want her to become a victim of the zombie army, which was why he had decided on the divorce. His logic was simple: better they hate him than see him as a coward who traded family for a career. "I've already decided," Soichiro began, bitterness in his voice. "I know that Saya won't leave Yuriko here and will do everything to take her with her. I anticipated this, which is why I divorced Yuriko. The people here now won't survive outside the mansion's walls, and I know that. Those who have been with me from the beginning were warned, but none of them left. They've lost everything they had and still chose to stay. They want to face this final battle with me. So, as a father, I ask you, protect Saya and my ex-wife. That's all I can ask." After finishing, Soichiro bowed his head to Alex. "No need for that," Alex grunted, putting out his cigarette. "Saya is a good girl. She does more than anyone else, tries to be helpful and learn. Don't worry, I'm not going to leave her. I like her too much. And Yuriko, she's Saya's family, so she's my family too. I promised Saya I'd try to convince you to leave with us. But it looks like you're set on staying. So, what's your plan? You know that the horde will still get here." Soichiro smiled slightly upon hearing Alex's words. He didn't even need to guess to understand the kind of person standing before him. Alex placed family above all else, and that pleased Soichiro. He knew that, even if he himself hadn't been the perfect father, there would be someone by his daughter's side who would do everything possible for her. "There's an old ammo warehouse beneath the estate. It's been there since the war and isn't recorded anywhere. When the horde gets here, I'll blow up the warehouse. The people who've stayed with me know my plan, but they still decided to stay. What stubborn fools. Faithful people are worth their weight in gold in times like these. I won't try to dissuade you, but I'll still offer my help in this matter, Alex remarked, pulling a small black cube the size of a palm from his pocket. He placed it on the table, and Soichiro looked at the strange object with curiosity. And what is this? He asked, picking up the cube. A bomb, Alex replied calmly. As much as you talk about your people's loyalty, the human factor always plays a role. Anything can happen. So, if you realize you've been betrayed, or if you're surrounded with no way out, activate this cube. It will blow up the entire warehouse and the mountain with it and send you straight to Valhalla. Soichiro was silent, inspecting the cube in his hands. I'll explain how to use it, Alex continued. Just think of it as Plan B. Soichiro listened carefully, realizing that Alex was right. Things could always go wrong. After a brief moment of thought, he accepted the offer, understanding that this would allow him to end everything on his own terms. Alex sighed inwardly. He was helping Saya's father go straight to Valhalla, and it stirred a strange feeling in him. To be continued. Chapter 218, an unexpected addition to the collection. Alex sat across from Soichiro, patiently explaining how the black cube-shaped bomb worked. The moment brought him an uneasy feeling. In essence, he was helping another man commit suicide. It made Alex ponder what it must feel like to face such a situation, a country descending into chaos during a zombie apocalypse. He understood that in this new world, the concepts of nation and state no longer mattered, only the living and the dead remained. Now, humanity needed to unite under one banner to survive. But even that seemed nearly impossible, considering that behind the entire catastrophe stood a corporation controlled by the enigmatic avatar Nyan, who had managed to acquire fragments of the markers. Alex realized that even if he managed to destroy the main culprit and save countless lives, it would all be meaningless if people refused to come together for their mutual survival. He sighed deeply, contemplating the future, and hoped that his group, including the troublemaking trio, could find a way to inspire change. I didn't expect such a tiny thing to hold so much power, Soichiro admitted, examining the black cube in his hands. What did you expect? We're always moving forward, Alex replied with a hint of irony. Besides, I seem to have a strange affinity for creating destructive things. Soichiro merely sighed, staring at the cube. He knew Alex's words about the human factor might hold truth. Even the most loyal followers could sometimes betray, and in his life, he had seen this happen more than once. Pushing away dark thoughts, he focused on what was important. Yuriko told me you're planning to leave the city, head for Okinawa, and then find a place to settle, Soichiro said, shifting his gaze to Alex. Yeah, that's right. In the current situation, there's no point in clinging to outdated concepts like nations or borders. I want to save as many people as I can and head for Alaska. It's remote enough from the rest of the world, and we might be able to rebuild some semblance of normal life there. Better that than living in constant fear of a zombie horde knocking on your door, Alex replied, lighting another cigarette. I won't say I completely agree with your views, Soichiro admitted, but I understand you're right. There's no point in holding on to the past anymore. However, people like me or my old comrades would rather die defending our land than abandon the place we call home. We've made our choice. I've decided to sacrifice myself to give others a chance to survive. Let all those walking corpses come to my doorstep. I'll destroy them and take as many with me as I can. That will give you the chance to leave the city with less risk, he said, standing up and gazing out the window. Alex watched him with a faint sadness in his eyes. You realize Saya and Yuriko will hate you for this. Saya doesn't know how to feel about you. She's upset you didn't follow her when all this started, but it seems she's gotten used to you making decisions like this. As for Yuriko, according to Saya, she still loves you. And I doubt your decision left any positive feelings in her heart, Alex said, his eyes never leaving Soichiro's figure. I know that. Soichiro exhaled heavily. But I don't want to see them die, or worse, turn into walking corpses. Let them hate me. It doesn't matter. What matters is that they get out of this nightmare. And I know this is my last chance to do right by them as a father and husband. That's why I can entrust them to you with a clear conscience. You seem like the kind of person who, even while pretending to act by chance, saves people because you see it as your duty. He turned and looked at Alex. His gaze was firm, yet there was gratitude in it. Alex sighed upon hearing Soichiro's words, but he didn't argue. His strength allowed him to save people, but he only did so because he wanted to. Alex understood that at any moment, he could stop and focus on more important things. No one had ever asked him to be a savior. The only thing his father had wanted from him was to restore the timelines. But even that didn't mean he had to intervene to the extent of changing the course of history, as he had done in Valhalla. Looking at Soichiro, Alex couldn't help but compare him to Heracles, a man who had walked a similar path. The desire to defend his ideals and save everyone, even if it meant the hatred of those closest to him, connected them. You remind me of my wife's brother, Alex said with a light, ironic smile. He was as stubborn as you. He was also willing to accept the hatred of his loved ones, just to save people. And what was this person's name? Soichiro asked, intrigued. The one who was willing to sacrifice himself for others. His name was Heracles, Alex replied, shaking his head. I killed him with my own hands. We stood on opposite sides in the war. But neither I nor my wife ever hated him for his choice. Perhaps at first, I was angry with him for betraying those he had sworn to protect. But in the end, all he wanted was to fulfill his oath and protect those he was responsible for. The events from that time vividly resurfaced in Alex's memory. Even though he had resurrected Heracles later, the residue of that duel still lingered. Soichiro, watching Alex closely, noticed a hint of sadness mixed with irony in his eyes. He must have been a great man, if you speak of him with such respect, Soichiro said thoughtfully, nodding. Alex changed the subject. Don't you want to talk to Yuriko or Saya one last time? Before we leave. I've already said everything I wanted to say to Yuriko. As for Saya, I hope she understands the reasons for my actions. Even if she hates me, so be it. I was never a good father or a caring husband. All I want is for them to survive. For them to have the chance to live on, Soichiro replied, returning to his desk. I don't even know what to say to you, old man, Alex said thoughtfully, shaking his head. I've never understood people who put their careers above their families. But it's not my place to judge. Everyone makes their own choice and must deal with the consequences. I'm not going to try to convince you or put you on the right path. I have enough worries as it is, without trying to straighten out a stubborn old man. Soichiro chuckled. Haha, you're not the first to say that. And before you leave, I have one last request. Please deliver this to my ex-wife and daughter when you get to a safe place. He pulled a letter from his desk drawer and handed it to Alex. Alex looked at the letter, understanding that it was a farewell. He nodded, took the letter, and tucked it into the inner pocket of his coat. Waving his hand, he left Soichiro's office, leaving the stubborn old man alone with his thoughts. Alex didn't want to know what was written in the letter. It wasn't his business. His only task was to deliver it when the right moment came. Walking down the long corridors of the empty mansion, Alex made his way to the street. His thoughts were focused on whether the girls had been able to convince even some of the people to leave, or if everyone had chosen to stay, clinging to the remnants of their past lives. Even the Valkyries, who were in his spiritual space, remained silent, offering no comment on Soichiro's decision. Outside, a group of people had gathered by the bus. The girls who had been handling the evacuation stood nearby, watching the few volunteers who had decided to leave. Among them was Saya. She noticed Alex and seemed to want to say something, but he simply shook his head, signaling that Soichiro had chosen to stay. Saya sighed in annoyance but didn't ask any questions. While Alex had been speaking with Soichiro, Saya had managed to talk to her mother and learn more about the situation. Her irritation with her father's actions, deciding to divorce Yuriko and effectively kick her out, only grew stronger. So, you still couldn't convince that stubborn old man, Saya said, frowning. Unfortunately, your father has firmly decided to stay. I have no right to tell him what to do, he's an adult and free to make his own decisions, Alex replied, gently placing his hand on her head. Then let him go to hell, that stubborn old man. He always does whatever he wants without thinking about his family. Saya exclaimed irritably. Alex sighed and started stroking her head, trying to calm her down a bit. His gaze shifted to Brunhild and Rebecca, who were watching him intently. Brunhild narrowed her eyes for a moment, scanning Alex's memories of the conversation with Soichiro. What she saw made her sigh heavily and shake her head. On one hand, she could understand Soichiro's determination, on the other, his decision to abandon his family seemed incomprehensible to her. Spending time in Alex's spiritual space, Brunhild had adopted his belief that family should always come first, and for that reason, Soichiro's actions stirred dislike in her. Rebecca, observing the situation, roughly guessed how Alex's conversation with Soichiro had gone. Her gaze, like Alex's, turned toward Yuriko, still dressed in her elegant evening gown. Seeing this, Alex couldn't help but grimace. Young man, do you realize it's rather impolite to look at a lady like that? Yuriko said with a smile, covering her mouth with her hand. Of course, I'm already divorced, but that doesn't mean I'm ready for a new relationship. Though, if I were younger and hadn't met my ex-husband, I might have agreed to go on a date with you. But you'd better focus on your relationship with my daughter. Mom. Saya squealed, pointing at Yuriko. Don't be angry, little Saya, I'm not going to steal your love. Well, maybe, Yuriko added, teasing her daughter playfully. Alex just rolled his eyes and sighed. It was already clear to him what Yuriko was really like. However, her coquettish behavior didn't bother him in the slightest right now. Saya, even angrier now, was preparing to scold her mother again, but Alex patted her on the head, trying to calm her down. Seeing this, Yuriko quietly giggled, which only made Saya angrier. In the end, Saya dramatically turned away, showing that she would now ignore her mother. Well then, I'm just curious, are you planning to go like this? Alex asked in a dry tone, looking at Yuriko. What's wrong with my outfit? She innocently asked, inspecting her evening dress. Alex's eyelid twitched. Even Rebecca and Brunhild were now eyeing Yuriko, barely hiding their mild shock. The woman in the elegant evening gown clearly didn't understand how inappropriate her attire was for surviving in a zombie apocalypse. Even Saya, after looking at her mother, caught on to the essence of Alex's disapproval. I think it's better for you to change into something more practical, Alex said, barely holding back a chuckle. Go inside quickly, put on a tracksuit and sneakers. No dresses or heels. I'm not going to carry you on my back just because you decided to show off in high heels. But. Yuriko started, clearly not wanting to go back inside. No buts, Mom. Saya firmly interrupted, pointing toward the house. Put on something comfortable. And take some more practical clothes with you. Yuriko sighed heavily, but under her daughter's gaze and Alex's teasing squint, she reluctantly went inside to change. Yuriko glanced at Saya and sighed again, then headed into the mansion. Saya followed her to gather more comfortable clothes for herself. Alex stayed with the girls and decided to talk to the people who had agreed to leave with his group. He asked them what had led to their decision. The people explained that they understood that staying in one place and doing nothing to survive was a dead-end path. Alex nodded approvingly as he heard their answers. Meanwhile, the girls were curious about what Alex had talked about with Saya's father. Alex briefly explained. He decided to take a direct route to Valhalla. Shizuka, frowning slightly, asked. How can you get there? Alex smirked, placed a hand on her head, and answered gently. Only warriors who fall in battle go to Valhalla. Anyway, don't worry your head about it. Shizuka nodded, though her gaze still showed curiosity. Meanwhile, those who had decided to join Alex's group began loading their belongings onto the bus and taking available seats. A few minutes later, Saya and Yuriko came out of the house. Yuriko was already dressed in a tracksuit and sneakers, and both women were carrying bags with their personal belongings. Alex nodded approvingly, noticing that a few more bodyguards had come out with them, probably deciding to leave as well. Once everyone had gathered, people started taking their seats on the bus. Alex sat behind the wheel, glancing around to make sure no one was left behind, when he suddenly noticed the absence of the trio of troublemakers, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. His gaze nervously scanned the yard until he saw them running from behind the house, carrying weapons in their hands. Did they steal that? Ray asked, watching them. Yeah, they stole it, Alex replied tiredly, shielding his eyes with his hand. That's why I keep saying they can't be left unsupervised. The trio ran up to the bus, proudly showing off their loot as if expecting praise. Alex just sighed heavily, gestured toward their seats, and said, trying not to laugh. Just sit down already. Without waiting for praise from Alex, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch hurried over to Rebecca and Brunhild to hear their approval. Of course, Rebecca couldn't help but smile and praise the cute little ones for their successful raid on the armory. Yuriko watched the scene with genuine surprise, not expecting these cute creatures to be mischievous enough to steal weapons and boxes of ammunition. She turned to Saya as if seeking an explanation, but Saya just shrugged. Next time, at least don't make it so obvious, Alex advised, giving the trio a disapproving look. If you steal something, act like it's yours. Don't run around as if you've just been caught red-handed. Okay, Dad, the trio replied in unison, trying to act innocent. Yuriko, still in shock, turned to Alex. Aren't you supposed to scold them for stealing? Brunhild answered instead of him, offering a restrained smile. They're going to do it anyway. You can't convince them. It's better to accept it and at least give a few useful tips. Alex simply nodded, confirming Brunhild's words. Yuriko could only give in, understanding that the weapons would likely be of no use to anyone in the mansion after that night. She knew her ex-husband's intentions, and instead of trying to change his mind, she simply accepted his decision. Starting the engine, Alex headed back to the bank to drop everyone off. Then, he planned to go with Siko to the museum and the family dojo to gather as much cold weaponry as possible to arm the people. The trip was calm, thanks to the concert Alex had arranged with fireworks at the depot. Most of the zombies had now gathered in that part of the city. When they arrived at the bank, Alex drove onto the premises where Kiriko and Namiya were already waiting for them. They immediately recognized Yuriko, they had met her before. Seeing familiar faces, Yuriko quickly approached to chat. Meanwhile, Rebecca took the weapons stolen by the trio of troublemakers to check them before passing them on. Only Alex, Brunhild, and Siko remained near the bus, with Siko patiently waiting for them to head to the museum and dojo. "Bree, how's the training going for the others?" Alex asked, showing interest in the survivors' progress. "Better, but without proper weapons, it'll be tough. All they have right now are makeshift weapons made from sticks and whatever they could find," Brunhild replied, frowning thoughtfully. "Got it. Siko and I will head out to search for weapons. Also, you could try teaching them the breathing technique," Alex suggested after a moment's thought. "That technique? If you mean the one, I'll do what I can, but I can't promise much. I'm not as familiar with it as you are, but I understand the basics. If they can master it, their chances of surviving encounters with the dead will improve," Brunhild said, agreeing with his suggestion. "Then I'm counting on you. Besides you, only Siko and I know how to handle cold weapons. But I don't have time to teach everyone, and Siko likely won't be able to. Teaching and learning are different things," Alex said before giving Brunhild a kiss on the cheek. Brunhild smiled and didn't reply. She had already seen in Alex's memories how he trained others and decided to adopt his methods. She was inspired by the heights Alex's students had reached under his guidance. Siko, on the other hand, became intrigued by the mentioned breathing technique and decided to ask Alex about it later during their search. "So, are you ready?" Alex asked, turning to Siko with a light smile. "Of course. But I'm curious about the breathing technique you mentioned. Is it related to that sword style you showed at the hospital?" Siko asked, genuinely interested. "We'll head to the museum first, and I'll explain everything on the way," Alex replied, inviting her to follow him. Siko nodded and got on his motorcycle. Alex mapped out the route to the museum Siko had indicated, and along the way, he began explaining the principles of the breathing technique so she could understand its essence. Siko listened intently, memorizing every word. The more she learned, the more intrigued she became. She remembered her father mentioning something similar once, but she couldn't recall the details, it had been too long. Arriving at the museum, Alex drove his motorcycle straight inside. "Good thing it's empty here, and no one thought to haul any weapons out," he said with a satisfied look, surveying the untouched exhibit. "Most people probably wanted firearms, not spears or swords for protecting themselves from the dead," Siko guessed, agreeing with his thoughts. Alex smiled and moved forward, following Siko's directions. After some time, they arrived at the section where ancient Japanese weapons were stored. Getting off the motorcycle, Alex immediately opened the weapons compartment to prepare a place for the chosen weapon. As soon as Siko stepped inside, she headed straight for the stand with the katana she had dreamed about for years. Alex followed her and stopped next to her, his gaze falling on the blade in black and red scabbards. "Is this the one?" Alex asked with mild interest, nodding toward the sword. "Yes," Siko replied with a smile, gazing at the blade. "When my father brought me here as a child, I saw this katana and wanted it. He told me legends about this sword, saying it was cursed. They say that whoever takes it into their hands will fall under the thirst for blood. According to the legends, this blade once belonged to a samurai who personally slaughtered many enemies." Alex looked carefully at the katana, trying to determine if it was really cursed. As it turned out, it was just a legend. He let out a barely noticeable sigh, somewhat disappointed. He had never encountered truly cursed weapons but had always dreamed of adding something like that to his collection. Without hesitating, Alex smashed the display case, took the katana, and handed it to Siko. She finally got what she had longed for. Her face lit up with joy, like a child who had just received their most desired gift. "Thank you," Siko said, smiling sincerely, then slightly leaned in and kissed Alex on the cheek. "You're welcome," Alex replied with a light laugh. "Never thought I'd get a kiss for stealing a sword from a museum. But, as they say, there's a first time for everything." They both laughed, and Siko began examining the katana carefully, checking how comfortably it fit in her hands. Alex, meanwhile, decided to explore the hall and look for something valuable. When he reached one of the stands, his gaze suddenly stopped, and his eyes widened with surprise. There, among other exhibits, were katanas he hadn't expected to find in this world. These were blades that once belonged to the Demon Slayer Corps. Greed stirred within him, like a beast ready to break free. He was certain these swords had to be his. "Find something?" Siko asked, coming closer and noticing how intently Alex was looking at the katanas. "Remember I told you about the breathing technique?" Alex looked at her, his voice sounding serious. Siko nodded, tilting her head slightly, her curiosity only growing. "These katanas," Alex pointed to the blades in front of them, "belong to the Demon Slayer Corps. They're their legacy. Each of these swords was once a weapon of a slayer, someone who fought demons. The breathing technique I showed you near the hospital was specifically developed to fight monsters. Each swordsman of the Corps had their own unique breathing technique, and there were only 14 of them. These katanas are part of their history. I simply have to take them. They must become part of my collection." Alex's eyes sparkled with admiration and greed, a mix of emotions surging within him. I never could have imagined that these blades, which I saw as a child, carry such an incredible history. Can you tell me more? Seiko asked excitedly, her gaze fixed intently on Alex. Alex nodded and began telling Seiko the history of these blades, as well as the process of creating the breathing techniques. Seiko listened attentively, growing more amazed with each word. But what fascinated her the most was that Alex mastered all the breathing styles, including the very first one that became the origin of the others. As Alex delved deeper into his story, he carefully shattered the display case and began extracting the blades. His gaze lingered on Shinobu's katana, and in that moment, a wave of sadness washed over him. Thoughts of possibly going to that world to save her crossed his mind. Gathering all the blades from the display case, Alex particularly singled out Tanjiro's and Shinobu's katanas, while the others became part of his extensive collection. And this katana with the black blade? Who did it belong to? Seiko asked, inspecting the weapon. This katana belonged to the first swordsman who created the original breathing style, Yorichi Tsujikuni. Later, it passed to his successor after many years, Alex replied, carefully sheathing the katana again. Seiko was astonished. The story of the blade was even more incredible than she could have imagined. As Alex continued to survey the other displays, he unexpectedly came across Yorichi's earrings. His joy at the find was evident. Even though the earrings were a family heirloom of the Kamado family, Alex didn't hesitate to smash the display case and take them. He already imagined wearing them for a while out of curiosity. Find anything useful? Or something that will add to my collection? Alex asked with a satisfied grin. We came here to gather weapons for others, not for your collection. Now I understand what Brunhilde and Rebecca meant when they complained about your obsession with weapons, Seiko replied with a slight smile. Details. Every man needs a collection to be proud of. So let's grab everything useful, and that won't fall apart after a few hits from zombies. Alex waved it off. Seiko laughed, her gaze softening. She remembered how her father also collected katanas, kept them like precious treasures, and called them his legacy, which he would someday pass on to her, along with the dojo. Once all the collectible blades were loaded onto the motorcycle, Alex and Seiko began gathering weapons that could be useful for survival. After spending about an hour searching, they decided to head to Seiko's family dojo. On the way, Alex began teaching Seiko proper breathing techniques. He explained that once she mastered this basic technique, he would start teaching her the breathing styles best suited for her body. Seiko asked with interest what he meant, and Alex explained in detail that the breathing techniques depend on a person's physical traits. After receiving his answer, Seiko returned to practicing to master the basics quickly and move on to the next stage. Alex was confident that she wouldn't need much time to learn. Her determination impressed him, and he knew she would soon dive into full-fledged breathing techniques. The Busujima family dojo was relatively close to the residential part of the city, so they arrived there quite quickly. Here's my home. I would offer you tea, as a proper guest should, but unfortunately, I can't extend the proper hospitality right now, Seiko said with a slight sadness in her voice. Don't worry. You can offer me tea anywhere, as long as it's made by your hands. Even if it's just a tea bag in hot water, I'll be fine, Alex replied with a wide smile. Hey, as you wish. I hope you'll appreciate my efforts, Seiko smiled, tightening her embrace around Alex's waist. Alex smiled gently and, following Seiko, entered the dojo grounds. The spacious yard was bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, and a light breeze rustled the leaves of the trees. Inside, they made their way to the room where Seiko's father kept his katana collection. The room looked like a shrine dedicated to the art of the sword, and each katana seemed to tell its own story. Seiko paused for a moment, her gaze becoming thoughtful, and her lips curved into a faint, sad smile. Alex sensed that something was troubling her and stood beside her, touching her shoulder. Are you thinking about your father? He asked softly, watching her expression. Seiko took a deep breath and nodded. I'm thinking about where his path has led him. I'm not worried about him, he's a very strong swordsman, and I'm sure he's fine. I'm just curious about where he is now. After I grew up, he spent almost all his time traveling, leaving me to take care of the dojo. Her voice was calm, but there was a shadow of longing in it. Alex chuckled, trying to cheer her up. Well, since he's such a tough nut, you'll definitely meet again. And when you do, you can knock some sense into him if you want. He winked at her, chuckling lightly. To his surprise, Seiko smiled more widely and responded with a light laugh. You're right. It would be fun to spar with my father and show him what I'm capable of. Especially after he left everything on my shoulders while he was off fighting someone somewhere. She suddenly took Alex's hand, her touch warm and confident. Alex responded with a light squeeze and began packing the katanas. He was surprised by the vastness of her father's collection. Each katana was unique, not only in design but also in the aura it seemed to carry. When all the swords were neatly packed into a large bag, they left the dojo and headed toward the motorcycle. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, bathing the streets in a warm crimson glow. On the way, Siko began to share stories of her childhood, the long hours of training, and the discipline her father had instilled in her. Alex listened attentively, asking clarifying questions. He was genuinely interested in hearing her story, especially how she had grown up and become the person she was today. Time passed quickly. They reached the bank as the sun nearly disappeared behind the horizon, giving way to an evening sky painted in purple and blue hues. Alex glanced at his watch and realized the day was coming to a close, meaning the zombie horde would soon be arriving in the city. To be continued. Chapter 219, Unexpected Problems. Alex and Siko arrived at the bank without any issues. The journey passed quickly as Siko shared stories about her childhood and the upbringing she received from her father. Alex listened with genuine interest, occasionally asking questions to keep the conversation going. He was truly intrigued by her life and training experiences. At the same time, he contemplated which breathing technique would suit Siko best for her training. However, he decided that she should first fully master the basic breathing technique before progressing to sword techniques. He also noticed that even during their conversation, Siko was practicing proper breathing, clearly eager to master the technique quickly. Alex was impressed by her diligence and progress. During their travels, from the museum to the dojo, Siko had almost completed the first stage of breathing training. It was clear she would need very little time to fully master the technique. As they approached the bank, Alex parked the motorcycle and prepared to carry the weapons inside. However, they were greeted by all the women who had stayed at the bank, including Kiriko, Namio, and Yuriko. Rebecca, being the most impatient, immediately ran up to find out what Alex had brought back. The trio of troublemakers didn't waste any time either. They quickly grabbed the bags from the motorcycle and began inspecting the weapons. Not a bad haul, Brunhild remarked as she examined the contents of one of the bags. You've brought back an entire collection of melee weapons. And I see Siko even found herself another katana. But why so many katanas? Did you rob a dojo or something? Ray asked curiously, comparing the weapon Alex had given her at the start of the apocalypse to the ones they had just retrieved. No, Siko replied with a faint smile. This is my father's personal collection. I don't even know how he ended up with so many katanas. Every time he went on a journey, he brought back one or two new ones. Siko's words piqued everyone's interest. The women began closely examining the bag filled with katanas. Alex stood off to the side, smiling as he observed the chaos. He leisurely pulled out a cigarette and lit it, deciding to give them time to explore. Meanwhile, Siko shared stories about each katana, explaining when and how it had become part of the dojo's collection. Brunhild, who was well versed in weapons and had often dealt with gods of craftsmanship, examined the katanas with particular care. She noted how masterfully they were crafted. These are exquisite works, she said, holding one of the katanas. Each of them could still serve its wielder for a long time. At that moment, Rebecca approached Alex with a sly smile. So, handsome, did you pick out anything for yourself? Knowing you, there's no way you passed up the chance to add to your collection. Alex grinned widely. You've got me figured out. Yes, I found something. And it's even more than I expected. His answer caught everyone's attention. The women stopped inspecting the katanas, and even Gir, Mimi, and Stitch paused their weapon selection for a moment. All eyes turned to Alex. Smiling, he walked over to the motorcycle and opened one of the weapon compartments. One side was entirely filled with 14 katanas. The women exchanged glances and then looked back at Alex, not entirely understanding why he considered this part of his collection. Even Brunhild raised an eyebrow slightly. And why do you need so many katanas? Rebecca was the first to break the silence, pulling one out. They all look the same, don't they? Oh no, my love, Alex said with a mysterious smile. These aren't just katanas. These weapons belong to the Demon Slayer Corps. And most importantly, I found a katana that once belonged to a very important person. He pulled out one of the katanas, holding it with visible reverence. His words sparked genuine curiosity among everyone. Alex took out a katana that had once belonged to Yoriichi Tsujikuni and later to Tanjiro Kamado. Unsheathing the blade, the girls inspected its black edge, not understanding what made it so special. They had no knowledge of the Demon Slayer Corps Alex mentioned or who the person he referred to was. Only Brunhild seemed to catch on, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. Rebecca, impatient as always, gave Alex a light kick to the leg, demanding an explanation. Are you going to explain, or should we start guessing? She asked. Brunhild, wanting to clarify her suspicions, asked directly. Are you talking about the person I think you are? Alex, smiling smugly, nodded. Exactly. This is the katana of Yoriichi Tsujikuni himself. And to top it off, his famous Hanafuda earrings. With those words, he pulled out the Hanafuda earrings from an inner pocket, showing them to everyone. Incredible, Brunhild said, closely examining the blade. I never thought you'd be able to find something like this in this world. You're certainly lucky. She knew just how difficult it was to find artifacts buried in history. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Rebecca, snatching the earrings from Alex, examined them closely and whispered to him just loud enough for only him to hear. These earrings. I saw them once on one of your clones, but back then, it was just a replica. And now, you found the real thing. She glanced at Alex with a sly smile and added. Take a seat, handsome. I want to see how they look on you. Understanding her intent, Alex complied, sitting down so she could try the earrings on him. They suit you, Rebecca declared, admiring the result. You're already a looker, but with these, you'll look even better. If we add a yukata and maybe a haori, you'd look like a true samurai, Siko chimed in with a dreamy smile. Well then, help me put them on, just be careful, Alex said, trusting her with the task. Rebecca, grabbing a needle, carefully pierced his ears so the earrings could be worn. Alex, meanwhile, ensured that his uniquely dangerous blood didn't accidentally spill. When Rebecca finished, she stepped back to take a good look. Absolutely stunning, she declared. The other girls nodded in agreement, and even the Valkyries within Alex's spiritual space approved of his new look. Pleased by the compliments, Alex thought he might keep the earrings on for a while. I have a question, Saya said, examining the katanas. Why are the blades different colors? This one's red, that one's purple, and this one's yellow. And it's clearly not paint, the color seems like part of the katana itself. Alex nodded and explained. These katanas are made from special meteorite iron. Their color depends on the breathing style of their wielder. Red is for flame breathing, purple is for butterfly breathing, and yellow is for thunder breathing. These blades become true companions to their wielders. And why is the one you showed first black? Yuriko asked, intrigued. Alex smiled, embellishing the truth slightly. A black blade appears when a swordsman masters more than one breathing style. Yoriichi mastered all styles, which is why his katana has a black blade. Satisfied with the answer, Saya carefully placed the katanas back into the motorcycle's weapon compartment. However, the girls were still curious about the Demon Slayer Corps Alex had mentioned. What kind of group had they been in the past, and why was Alex so eager to collect their katanas? Alex began giving a brief overview of the legendary Corps. As he passionately recounted the tales of demon slayers, he caught sight of the trio of troublemakers, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, each choosing a katana nearly as tall as they were. They appeared to be imitating samurai. Alex chuckled, and the girls, noticing his gaze and its target, looked at the trio and burst into laughter. They never change, do they? Rebecca said with a smile. Deciding to continue the conversation in a more cozy setting, the group headed inside the building. After greeting everyone, they grabbed some food and went up to the roof, their usual spot for dinner in recent days. There, under the starry sky, they resumed their conversation. So, you're saying these people hunted so-called demons with magical abilities, and they could only be killed with katanas made from meteorite iron. Did I get that right? Asked Saya, reflecting on what she had heard. Sort of. But it's all just legends. No one knows exactly how it really was. Just think of it as something like stories about yokai or spirit hunters. Less thinking, more enjoying the legends, Alex replied with a light smile, pointing his fork at Saya. Saya, lost in thought, suddenly raised a new question. And yet. You caught a zombie yesterday that's afraid of sunlight. Do you think this katana could deal more damage to it than an ordinary blade? Alex froze for a moment, deep in thought. The other girls also pondered. If the legends were true, the meteorite iron katanas were specifically created to fight demons that feared the sun. Did that mean they would be more effective against zombies with a similar weakness? Rebecca, meanwhile, started considering the idea of creating ultraviolet bullets to fight such zombies. As for Alex, he couldn't shake the thought, did the legends have any truth to them? He was ready to go and test the theory by capturing one of the zombies. Brunhild noticed the expression on Alex's face and sighed heavily. She understood all too well that this question would now trouble him endlessly. Her gaze drifted to Saya, whose innocent curiosity had sparked all of this. Why did you ask that? Look at him now. If he doesn't find out, he's going to drive himself crazy, Brunhild said, pointing at Alex. The girls turned to him. Alex was clearly on the verge of dropping everything and going after zombies right now. His face said it all, he was literally shaking with impatience to find the answer. Don't even think about going to catch that zombie to stab it with a katana. You'll find out, but not now, Brunhild said calmly but firmly, trying to cool Alex's enthusiasm. But I have to know. I need to test it. Please, Alex exclaimed, giving her a pleading look. No. Tonight, a horde is coming to the city, and we need to be ready. If we have to run, we won't have time for experiments, Brunhild firmly replied. Alex clenched his fists, trying to suppress his inner restlessness. He understood that now wasn't the time to test theories, but knowing that didn't make the waiting any easier. Alex sighed heavily, puffing up in annoyance, and turned away. The girls watched him with smiles, amused by his childlike behavior. It looked like a curious child had sulked because he didn't get answers to his questions. Noticing Alex's gloomy expression, Shizuka decided to comfort him so he wouldn't remain in that state. She approached him, gently wrapping her arms around his head and began stroking his hair, as if calming a small, temperamental boy. "Calm down, everything will be fine," she said softly, continuing to soothe him. Alex involuntarily twitched his eye, feeling how the girls were barely holding back their laughter. However, instead of reacting, he simply let Shizuka continue, burying his nose in her soft chest. Maybe this wasn't such a bad way to calm down. After dinner, everyone continued their casual conversation on the roof while the sounds of a video game and the usual bickering of the troublesome trio, now joined by Alice, played in the background. Suddenly, Alex's phone emitted a loud signal, causing everyone to fall silent. He took out the device, looked at the screen, and sighed heavily. "The horde is already in the city," Alex announced, looking at the image from the bridge camera. "They're crossing the bridge, but I haven't seen anyone who might be leading them yet. If you want, you can go down, or stay and watch. They'll be here in about half an hour. If we stay here, won't they see us? We're on the roof, and we're as visible as if we were in the open," Kiriko cautiously asked, expressing her concerns. "Don't worry," Alex waved his hand confidently. "I've set up something interesting. It's designed so we're not visible. So, if you want, you can stay, but I warn you, what's coming won't be pleasant to watch." "What's this something?" Saya asked, scooting closer to Alex. "Tell me more." "It's a device somewhat like the mirrors in police interrogation rooms. It hides us from the zombie sight," Alex explained with a satisfied smile, enjoying the moment. Saya listened intently, sat closer to Alex, and began asking questions to understand the details. Yuriko, watching her daughter, silently praised her for taking the initiative to get closer to Alex. She was also impressed by Alex's inventions and thought about how they could change the world. However, as an experienced leader, she understood that such technology in the wrong hands could lead to catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, night fell, and the distant hum of the massive horde's footsteps could be heard. Alex stood up and walked to the edge of the roof, and the other girls, except for Alice and the trio, followed him. Gir, my, and Stitch were distracting Alice so she wouldn't see what was going on. From the roof, the endless stream of the dead could be seen, all moving forward with purpose. Alex squinted, studying the horde. His gaze caught something on the opposite side of the street. "Am I imagining things, or is someone jumping across the rooftops over there?" he asked, trying to make sure his vision wasn't deceiving him. The girls also squinted, straining their eyes to see if Alex had imagined it. The night promised to be long. Everyone turned towards the direction Alex had pointed. However, due to the darkness, it was hard to make out what was happening from such a distance. Rebecca didn't waste any time and pulled out a small pair of binoculars with night vision. Peering through them, she noticed figures jumping from roof to roof, like experienced parkour practitioners. Zooming in on the image, Rebecca could make out who they were. It turned out they weren't zombies, but soldiers in black uniforms resembling military gear. Alex, too, realized they were soldiers, and he didn't need a night scope to deduce that. The girls patiently waited for Rebecca to share what she had seen. "They're not zombies, they're soldiers. But they're strange. Their jumps are too big for regular humans," Rebecca said, continuing to observe. "Maybe they modified the virus. Enhanced humans, eliminating the side effects. Or maybe they even created intelligent zombies who follow orders like soldiers." Saya suggested, looking at Rebecca with interest. "Possibly," Alex said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "But unfortunately, I can't capture one of them right now. They're staying too close together and are probably leading the horde. That means they can influence the zombies somehow. We just need to figure out how. Or maybe they, what's the term? Those people who can read minds." Shizuka pondered, trying to recall the right word. "Are you talking about telepaths or something like that?" Siko guessed. "Yes, exactly. Telepaths." Shizuka nodded excitedly. Alex paused. This hypothesis seemed to him the most reasonable. He wanted to capture one of the strange soldiers for interrogation, but he understood that it was too risky at the moment. Such an impulsive action could cost the lives of those under his protection. Brunhild, standing next to him, gently squeezed his hand, understanding how difficult this decision was for him. Reluctantly abandoning the idea of immediate capture, Alex took out a cigarette, lit it, and began considering other options. The girls stayed on the roof, continuing to watch the horde, which was slowly moving past their hideout. "Maybe they're martial artists. You jump across rooftops too, Alex. Maybe they're like you," Namio suggested. "No," Brunhild shook her head. "Their movements are too wild, not like refined skills. It feels like they've only recently gained this power and are still getting used to it. The girls exchanged glances and nodded, agreeing with her words. Alex continued to watch the soldiers retreat, confident that sooner or later, he would encounter them again. Meanwhile, the zombie horde passed the bank, unaware of the survivors hidden on the roof. When everything quieted down, Alex and the girls returned to their positions. Saya and Yuriko sighed heavily, understanding where the horde was headed and what its target could be. Seeing their worried faces, Alex tried to reassure them with a few comforting words. But Alex didn't get the chance to relax. His phone vibrated again. The girls froze, sensing that it was a signal of a new threat. Alex quickly pulled out his phone, expecting to see another horde on the screen, but instead, it was an incoming call. Zombieland Corporation. Want to kill zombies in style? We know how. Alex joked as he answered the call. Sorry, secret admirer, but not in the mood for jokes. Is Shizuka with you? Came Rika's tired voice from the speaker. Hearing Rika's voice, Alex immediately felt something serious had happened. Her words, though tinged with irony, couldn't hide the tremor in her voice. That instantly put him on alert, making him consider the worst-case scenarios. Rika, what happened? Why do you need Shizuka? Alex asked calmly, though internally, he was bracing for the worst. Heh. I'm afraid I won't be able to treat you to coffee. I'm calling to say goodbye, Alex, Rika said, holding back her emotions. But even through the phone speaker, Alex could feel how hard she was trying to keep her composure. Shizuka tensed as soon as she heard her friend's name. Her face turned pale, and her mind involuntarily conjured the darkest images. The other girls also sensed the anxiety, understanding that the call wasn't a pleasant one. Rika, tell me exactly what happened. Don't waste time, explain everything, and I'll come up with something, Alex said firmly, trying to get more details from her. What's there to explain? We were suddenly attacked by a horde. We didn't have time to react. We've barricaded ourselves in, but there's no way out. How are you planning to help? Unless you're a wizard and can teleport us out of here, Rika responded bitterly with irony. Where are you now? Be precise, I'll find a way. I'm not leaving Shizuka's friend to the zombies, Alex's voice grew sharper, but he tried to sound confident to calm her down. We're in the west wing of the airport. But Alex, don't come here. There are too many of them. Just tell Shizuka that I was glad to be her friend. Her voice carried resignation, as if she had already accepted the inevitable. You'll tell her yourself. Barricade yourselves and wait. We'll be there soon. Trust me, everything will be fine, Alex said firmly, with a slight smile on his face. Heh. All right, I'll trust you. If you do save us, you can consider me yours. But if you're too late and I become a zombie, please, kill me, Rika said, ending the call before Alex could respond. Alex exhaled, put the phone in his pocket, but his face turned serious. His gaze, full of determination, shifted to the pale Shizuka, who was barely holding back her trembling. The other girls tried to comfort her, but the worry was clear in their eyes. Shizuka, don't worry. We'll get Rika out. Rebecca, Gir, Mimi, we have a mission. Move fast. Rebecca, grab the sniper rifle, you'll provide cover. Time's short, so no delays. Alex stated confidently, already mentally planning their route. Shizuka silently nodded, struggling to suppress the fear gripping her. Rebecca immediately ran for her rifle, while Gir and Mimi went to gather the equipment. Alex looked at the other girls. Stay here and keep an eye on the situation. I'll be back soon. He quickly descended, started his motorcycle, and waited for the others. A few minutes later, Rebecca, Gir, and Mimi emerged, fully equipped for the mission. Rebecca sat behind Alex, tapping him on the shoulder to signal readiness. Gir and Mimi took their places on the luggage rack. Hold on tight, we're running out of time, Alex said, gunning the engine. The motorcycle roared to life, speeding down the road toward the airport. Alex pushed the throttle to the limit, knowing that every second could make the difference. Rika and her team's barricades could fail at any moment. He felt the pressure, but his resolve to save them was unwavering, no matter the cost. Alex reached the airport grounds and stopped on the nearest hill. His gaze swept over the area, now filled with countless zombies. He sighed heavily, realizing the scale of the problem. Looking around, he noticed the soldiers he'd seen earlier were gone. That could only mean one thing, a significant part of the horde could be distracted. Drawing his bow from his inventory, Alex knocked an explosive arrow, aimed in the opposite direction from the airport, and released the string. A powerful explosion rang out, and a large portion of the zombies began to move toward its source. Becca, cover me. If things go south, just leave. I'll figure something out. And please, be careful, Alex said, cupping Rebecca's cheeks. Don't worry, my sweet. You know your protective charms are on my ring. These dead ones probably won't be able to break through. So go ahead, be the handsome prince who saves the friend of this boob. I mean, Shizuka's friend. And I won't leave you, you know that, Rebecca replied, hugging him. Still, be careful. And please, don't go wild with the magic bullets. I don't want to deal with the aftermath later, Alex said, leaning in to kiss her. As you say. You always ruin everything, Rebecca smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Mimi, follow me. It's time to clear these disgusting dead ones, Alex ordered, releasing Rebecca from his embrace. And Mimi jumped onto Alex's shoulders. Opening the weapon compartment, he retrieved a power axe. Armed, Alex charged toward the airport. Leaping over the fence, he quickly made his way to the building, shooting zombies along the way. And Mimi were also busy, shooting the approaching undead. Reaching the airport wall, Alex smashed through it with a powerful blow, creating a path inside. Looking around, he quickly scanned for landmarks. West Wing. Where to go, he asked, looking at GIR. That way, GIR replied, pointing in the direction. Alex nodded and ran in the indicated direction. The corridors of the airport were also filled with zombies. And Mimi leaped off his shoulders to assist in the battle. Without stopping, they forged ahead, cutting their way through the hordes of the dead. The closer they got to the West Wing, the greater the number of zombies became. Among them, more mutated types began to appear, hunters, fatties, and suicide bombers. Cutting their path, the team stopped in a long corridor that was literally teeming with zombies. Alex paused, assessing the situation. Play the music. Let's attract these bastards. And keep an eye on our backs. You never know what scum might try to sneak up on us, he said, tossing his hair back. Turned up the music to full volume, and the powerful rhythm spread throughout the airport. The track, Whoops, by Biastral quickly grabbed the attention of the zombies. The crowd of undead trying to break into the room where Rika had barricaded herself, as well as those wandering the area, immediately turned toward the source of the sound. Among the horde, a charger suddenly emerged, a massive mutated zombie that bulldozed through the others in its path to reach Alex. When it was just a few meters away, Alex, maintaining his calm, kicked it straight in the chest. The blow was so powerful that Alex's foot pierced through the mutant's rib cage. The charger froze, letting out a death rattle before collapsing to the ground. Well, time to clean this place of this filth, Alex said, gripping the handle of his power axe and surveying the crowd of zombies rushing toward him. The horde of undead charged at Alex and his two loyal robodogs, but they were met with an insurmountable obstacle in the form of the Imperium's power weapons. Alex, and Mimi moved forward, cutting their way through the dense rows of zombies. With every step, they left behind piles of mutilated bodies. Alex swung his power axe, smashing zombies that tried to surround him. Those who came at him from the sides were grabbed by his free hand, tossed back into the crowd, turning them into improvised projectiles. And Mimi didn't lag behind, their weapons were operating at full capacity. One of the hunters tried to attack Alex stealthily, but it was met with a powerful strike from GIR's power hammer, which turned the mutant's head into a bloody mush. But despite the constant attacks, it seemed as though there were more and more zombies. Alex and his companions had made it halfway down the long corridor, leaving a bloody trail in their wake. Behind them, torn bodies piled up, and a river of blood flowed across the floor, following their steps. Alex, and Mimi were covered head to toe in zombie blood. With each strike, each step, their bodies became more and more stained in the foul sludge. The music continued to blast, adding to the chaotic atmosphere of the battle. To be continued. Chapter 220, An Unexpected Encounter with the Weapons Merchant. Rika finished her phone call with Alex and leaned heavily against the cold wall. Her breathing was uneven, and her thoughts raced. She hadn't expected the zombie horde to appear so suddenly, overwhelming them like an unstoppable wave and leaving no time to prepare. Everything had happened too fast. The only thing they could do was fight back and retreat, desperately seeking any sort of shelter. But the zombies had flooded the entire airport, cutting off all escape routes. The only safe spot left was the western wing, where they had barricaded themselves. However, calling it safe was a stretch. Rika knew, just like everyone else, that this was the end. There was nowhere left to retreat, no way out, and breaking through the massive horde of zombies was impossible. Trapped in the room, they were like prey cornered and doomed to become food for the undead. Rika lifted her gaze to the door, where the deafening pounding and the howling of the zombie crowd could already be heard. They were clawing at the metal, trying to break through the barricade. She watched as her people desperately reinforced the doors, fully aware that it was only a temporary measure. Her eyes fell on the phone she had just used to call Alex. The thought of saying goodbye to Shizuka and Alex crossed her mind, but it seemed like there wouldn't be a chance for that now. Despite Alex's promise to save her, she couldn't believe he'd be able to fight his way through such a horde. It was simply impossible. Well, are you just going to sit there? Or have you already given up, Rika Minami, came Coco's sharp voice. She stood nearby, arms crossed, glaring at Rika. And what else am I supposed to do? Rika replied wearily, lifting her eyes to Coco. We're cut off. In case you didn't notice, Coco Hekmatyar, there's no way out of this room. We're low on ammo, there's a mob of zombies outside, and you think I'm some kind of magician who can summon a magical pony to save us all. Maybe you've got some explosives stashed away. Just because you deal in weapons doesn't mean you can pull whatever you want out of thin air. Then call your secret admirer, Coco retorted sarcastically, raising an eyebrow. Maybe he's got something that can help. If he's been feeding you intel, he can figure out how to get us out of this mess. Alex can't handle that horde. Gathering information is one thing, breaking through a crowd of the undead is entirely different, Rika said, shaking her head in exhaustion. Damn it. I never thought I'd die in a place like this, Coco muttered, clutching her head. Rika watched her silently, feeling despair tighten its grip on her as well. Despite Alex's promise, she couldn't believe he would undertake a suicidal mission just to save them. Meanwhile, Coco paced the room, frantically trying to come up with some kind of plan. She nervously bit her nail, but the more she thought, the more hopeless the situation seemed. The only idea she could think of was the plane. If they could just reach it, they might stand a chance. But the western wing was cut off, and the airport was crawling with the undead. Damn it all. Why does everything have to be so complicated? We were so close to getting out of Japan. Couldn't these damn zombies have shown up a few hours later? Coco burst out, clenching her fists in frustration. Her bodyguards watched her outburst in silence. They knew shouting was pointless, but they couldn't blame her for it. The tension was unbearable. Valmont stepped forward to try to calm Coco down, but her efforts only worked briefly. Coco began scanning her team. Ammunition was running low, and explosives were in even shorter supply. She frantically tried to come up with a plan, but her mind was blank. It's been a pleasure working with you all, came Lem's unexpectedly calm voice. He lit a cigarette and looked around at the others. His face remained unreadable, and the faint smile on his lips only added to the absurdity of the situation. I agree. This adventure was terrible, but I'm glad I was here with all of you, R added with a smirk, sitting on a table and glancing at the barricades with a resigned expression. Silence fell once more in the room, broken only by the relentless pounding and scraping at the doors. No one knew how much time they had left. Coco's men decided to say their final goodbyes before the zombie horde inevitably broke through. Meanwhile, the officers under Rika's command were still fortifying the barricades, using anything they could find to strengthen the doors and hold back the onslaught. But it was clear to everyone, this was merely delaying the inevitable. The barricades wouldn't hold forever, and the undead would eventually breach their last refuge. Exhausted and out of options, the officers sank to the floor, staring despondently at their doomed sanctuary. Time dragged on painfully slowly, like stretched rubber, as the dull thudding on the doors grew louder and stronger. It felt as though the undead could burst through at any moment. Suddenly, a powerful explosion echoed from somewhere outside the airport. The unexpected sound made everyone freeze and listen intently. What just blew up? That better not be my plane. Coco snapped, her head jerking up. All you care about is your plane, Rika replied with a touch of weariness, her ears straining to catch any further sounds. No, it's not our plane, Wiley said thoughtfully, adjusting his glasses. Judging by the sound, the explosion happened far enough away, but close enough to attract the zombies' attention. All eyes turned to Wiley. As their resident explosives expert, his opinion carried significant weight in moments like this. Noticing the sudden attention, Wiley cleared his throat awkwardly. What do you mean? Coco asked, trying to analyze the situation. That explosion could have been deliberate, a way to draw the zombies away from the streets. Or it might have been an accident. It's hard to tell exactly what caused it, the blast was too far away, Wiley explained, shaking his head slightly. Coco nodded thoughtfully, but her gaze shifted to Rika. The woman's face held a flicker of surprise, as if a realization had just struck her. A thought crossed Rika's mind, could it be Alex? Could he have actually gone through with such a reckless plan to save her? But logic quickly quashed the fleeting hope. Maybe your secret admirer came to the rescue. Coco teased with a sly smile, narrowing her eyes. Don't be ridiculous, Hekmatyar, Rika snapped back coolly. Who in their right mind would venture into a place like this, crawling with undead? That's a death wish for a lunatic. Coco sighed heavily, knowing Rika was right. Only a complete madman would attempt to save someone in such a perilous situation. Suddenly, faint gunshots echoed from outside, cutting through the tension in the room. Silence fell once more, this time laced with unease and confusion. Coco and Rika exchanged glances, their faces etched with surprise. Even the others couldn't hide their astonishment, someone was actually shooting outside. Rika hesitated, considering the possibility that it might be one of her officers who had survived. But she quickly dismissed the idea as unlikely. Well, maybe your admirer really is insane, Coco said skeptically, still unconvinced. Coco, it's more likely to be one of the surviving officers. I doubt someone like him would risk coming here, Valmont countered calmly, shaking her head. Nevertheless, a strange feeling of anxiety and hope crept into Rika's heart. What if it's actually Alex? The thought flashed through her mind, but she quickly tried to push it away. The sound of gunshots grew louder and clearer, and then, unexpectedly, they stopped. This brought mixed emotions to the survivors, hope that someone out there was fighting for their rescue, and fear that this person might have fallen victim to the horde. Rika clenched her fists, silently staring at the floor. Her mind was battling conflicting thoughts. On one hand, she hoped for a rescue, but on the other, she didn't want Alex to put himself in mortal danger for her sake. An intense silence hung in the air. Coco leaned back in her chair, exhausted, realizing they had little to no chance of escaping. It seems like this is it, she muttered to herself, but loud enough for everyone to hear. But suddenly, a strange sound emerged in the distance. It was barely audible over the heavy thuds of the zombies banging against the doors, but something about it felt wrong. Am I hearing things, or have I started hallucinating? R asked, nervously rubbing her ears. Everyone froze, straining to listen. Lutz, the sniper from Coco's team, cautiously approached the door, trying to make sense of what was happening on the other side. Through the chaotic noise of pounding and scraping, a pattern began to emerge: music. It's music, Lutz finally said, turning to the others. His face was filled with genuine confusion. It's coming from the end of the corridor. These words made everyone tense up. Some, overcoming their fear, moved closer to the door to confirm it for themselves. Gradually, the sound grew louder, cutting through the sounds of struggle and tearing flesh. Coco exchanged a glance with Rika, but Rika just shrugged, signaling that she had no idea what was going on. A secret admirer? Coco suggested, narrowing her eyes. Or maybe a new type of zombie carrying a speaker. Both options sound absurd, Rika replied irritably, brushing it off. Meanwhile, at the other end of the corridor, Alex, Gir, and Mimi were cutting their way through the horde of the undead. The corridor was so densely packed that it felt like rush hour on the subway. Gir casually tossed zombies aside, while Mimi methodically carved her way through the crowd, leaving a bloody trail behind her. Alex, covered head to toe in zombie blood, merely smirked, wiping his face with his sleeve. Just a little bit more, guys, he said, glancing at Gir and Mimi, who were both drenched in blood but still fully battle-ready. After a few tense minutes, they finally reached the door. Alex surveyed it. Despite numerous dents, the door was still holding up. Zombieland Corporation. We have a delivery for Rika Minami. Please sign for the package, he said, tapping on the door with a light smile on his face. On the other side, surprised and skeptical voices rang out. Rika, standing on the other side of the door, heard the familiar voice and the mention of the corporation, which sparked a burst of joy inside her. A wide smile spread across her face, and at that moment, everyone around her stared at the door in stunned silence. They couldn't believe that someone had actually risked breaking through a massive horde of zombies to save them. Although, to be fair, everyone knew that this person had come for Rika, not for them. Unintentionally, the men in the room began to feel irritation, as Rika's mysterious admirer turned out to be so insane that he had risked his life for her. Without hesitation, Rika rushed to the barricade, eagerly starting to dismantle it in order to open the door. The others, realizing what she was planning, reluctantly joined in, removing the improvised reinforcements. When the last object was moved, Rika eagerly threw open the door, but immediately froze in place. Standing before her was a tall guy, covered in blood from head to toe, holding a massive axe in one hand. Yo, Rika. Didn't expect me to actually show up, huh? Alex grinned and waved at her as though this was just another ordinary day. Rika opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. The people around her stepped back cautiously, instinctively recoiling from the terrifying sight. His blood-soaked body and carefree smile were, to put it mildly, unsettling. One of the officers peeked behind Alex and immediately recoiled when he saw the bloody carnage in the corridor. God damn. He muttered, unable to tear his gaze away from the horrific scene. Everyone in the room now stared not only at Alex but also at the corridor behind him. Completely clogged with zombie bodies, it had turned into a true bloodbath. The red liquid had soaked everything so thoroughly that it looked as though a river of blood had formed there. But Alex seemed oblivious to the shock around him, looking only at Rika, his expression relaxed, as if he were just here for a casual friendly visit. Well, how much longer am I going to stand here? Not even offering me tea. Alex smirked, his smile never fading. By the way, I came here to rescue you. Rika, still in mild shock, mechanically nodded and stepped back, letting him in. Behind Alex, Gir and Mimi, two strange robot-like creatures, entered, both completely covered in blood and carrying unusual weapons. Once all the doors were closed again and the barricade raised just in case, the officers continued to eye Alex and his companions with clear disbelief and amazement. A man named Toji, one of Coco's people, recognized the weapons Alex and his robotic dogs were carrying as high-tech designs. His eyes widened in shock, and his mouth involuntarily dropped open. Coco, on the other hand, was intrigued. She watched Alex with clear interest, impressed by his determination, fearlessness, and incredible madness. But under the thick layer of blood, it was hard to tell what he looked like. The only thing that stood out were his rainbow-colored eyes, black hair, and a pair of Hanafuda earrings. "Hey, does anyone have water or at least a rag?" Alex asked, pointing at his face. "I'm covered in zombie blood, and washing up wouldn't hurt." "Oh, right. Of course, just a second," Rika finally snapped out of it and quickly handed him a towel and a bottle of water. Alex nodded, taking her gesture as a matter of course, and began to wash off the blood while everyone else continued to watch his actions in stunned silence. Having received everything he needed, Alex soaked the towel in water and began carefully wiping his face, ignoring the surprised looks from those around him. His only concern was getting rid of the sticky zombie blood before it dried and turned into a dirty crust. As he wiped his face and then his hands, he checked every detail to make sure he hadn't missed anything. Once finished, Alex ran his hand over his cheek, making sure his skin was clean. When his face was finally visible, everyone present couldn't hide their astonishment. Alex looked incredibly young. By their estimate, he could barely be 18. It was hard to grasp, especially considering his actions, breaking through a giant horde of zombies and coming out unscathed. Rika, studying Alex's face closely, felt the corners of her lips twitch into a smile. At that moment, she realized that Shizuki really did have good taste in men. "Well, now, hello," Alex said with a light smile, turning toward Rika. "Didn't expect me, huh? I came to save you." Rika sighed, shaking her head. "Hey, didn't expect that. Who would have thought you'd be crazy enough to come here?" Alex noticed Rika's worries starting to fade and decided to scan the room to see how many people had survived. His gaze moved over the faces until it landed on something that made him freeze. Among all the people present, there she was, Coco Hekmatyar. Alex's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly composed himself. He couldn't believe he had met her in this world. It seemed impossible, yet it confirmed his suspicions. This world was a mix of different stories. The discovery of Demon Slayer blades from another world had already made him think, and now he understood, he might very well meet others from different universes in the future. However, this revelation brought not only excitement but also unease. If there were positive characters in this world, then surely there were villains hiding somewhere, ready to join the corporation and become puppets of the Nyanko avatar. Coco noticed Alex's intense gaze, and a sly smile spread across her face. She stood up from her seat and walked toward him. Valmont immediately noticed her movements and followed, wary that this strange young man might pose a threat. Rika, on the other hand, furrowed her brows, not understanding why Coco had decided to approach Alex. Even the men in Coco's entourage watched their leader with confusion. "So, you're the secret admirer of Rika?" Coco asked, stopping in front of Alex. "Didn't expect you to be so young." Alex, still in mild shock, looked into her blue eyes. His thoughts were racing. Meeting Coco was disorienting, but he quickly began analyzing the situation. If Coco's here, it's possible that other characters from different universes exist in this world too, he thought. His musings were interrupted by Rika's voice. "Are you two going to keep staring at each other?" She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. Alex quickly averted his gaze and awkwardly cleared his throat. Of course, he couldn't admit that Coco was one of the girls he had liked in the past, along with Shinobu from the Demon Slayer world. But his internal monologue was interrupted by mocking voices in his mind. The Valkyries, observing the situation, giggled and teased him. "Ahem, sorry about that," Alex said, trying to regain his composure. "Allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Alexander Voldegode." Toji suddenly blurted out, his eyes wide open. Alex's eye twitched involuntarily when another person recognized him. Everyone in the room turned their gaze to Toji, who had spoken the name. Curiosity mounted. Had he really seen Alex before, or was it a coincidence? Realizing his mistake, Toji quickly looked away, awkwardly clearing his throat. Even his colleagues watched him with some confusion. Coco, on the other hand, became intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. "Do we know each other?" Alex raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference. "Sorry," Toji began, a bit embarrassed. "You just look exactly like a character from my favorite manga. Really, it's like 100% the same." Skeptical glances shifted between Alex and Toji, whose face turned red. To defend himself, Toji pulled out a manga volume from under his bulletproof vest and opened it to the first, full-color page. "Here, look," he said, holding the book out. The crowd leaned in with interest, peering over each other's shoulders. As they compared the character's image with Alex, they started exchanging surprised looks. Alex's face remained impassive, as if the whole situation had nothing to do with him. Rika observed him carefully and quickly realized that this probably wasn't the first time something like this had happened. She recalled how Shizuka had spoken of her rescuer. Alex clearly left a lasting impression in any situation. "You're right," Coco chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is incredible. They look exactly the same, eyes, hair, facial features. Like the character jumped right off the pages." "Yes, my name really is that," Alex replied dryly, pulling his gaze away from the manga. "But, sorry to disappoint you, I'm not a demon king, and I'm definitely not a manga character. Just because zombies showed up doesn't mean comic book heroes will. So, let's forget about that, alright?" Toji hastily shoved the manga back under his vest but still looked at Alex as if he had met his idol. Alex, ignoring the stares, sat down in a chair to collect his thoughts. Rika followed his lead and sat next to him to give him some personal space. Meanwhile, GIR and MIMI, two strange creatures, jumped onto the table and settled in. The crowd's attention immediately shifted to them, two mysterious robots covered in dried zombie blood. "Who are these two?" Coco asked, leaning in closer to examine them. "Intelligent combat robots and my assistants," Alex explained lazily, not even looking up. His words stirred mixed feelings among those present. Everyone silently watched the robots, which looked like they came from a foreign, distant future. Alex glanced at GIR and MIMI, briefly wondering why they hadn't yet cleaned off the blood. Maybe it was their unique way of presenting themselves. As if they were showing that they had baptized themselves in the blood of heretics. "Isn't it hard to clean them off after so much blood?" Lem cautiously asked, stepping a bit closer. "They have a self-cleaning function," Alex replied lazily, nodding toward the two robodogs. As if on cue, GIR and MIMI started shaking violently, splattering zombie blood in every direction. Their cleaning mechanisms quickly worked, and soon both robots stood before the others in their original form. Everyone could finally see them properly. GIR and MIMI looked surprisingly harmless for combat robots, and this contrast evoked mixed feelings among the onlookers. Ignoring the curious glances, Alex slowly pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, carefully thinking about how to get everyone out of there without putting them in unnecessary danger. "Handsome, I don't want to interrupt your brilliant plans, but it looks like you've got another problem. And it's a big one. Not counting those strange guys we saw on the roof near the bank," Rebecca's voice came through the communicator. Alex's eye twitched from the surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Those strange guys had probably realized that the explosion distracted the zombies and had directed them back toward the airport. "Did something happen?" Rika asked cautiously, noticing his expression. "The zombies I led away have come back. That means the way I came here is useless now," Alex answered calmly, exhaling smoke through his nose. "Maybe you can just do that trick you used to get here. Cut a path through all these hordes." R suggested, looking at Alex with hope. Alex gave him an assessing look. "I can," he said, "but how many of you will survive while we move forward? Yeah, you're all tough and armed, but your ammo isn't endless." His words immediately made everyone realize that he wasn't going to guarantee their safety if he chose that route. Alex stood up from the chair and began walking slowly around the room, inspecting the walls and ceiling, trying to find another exit. "How far is your arsenal? How much ammo and gear do you have?" he finally asked, stopping by one of the walls. "Why do you need to know?" Lem frowned, eyeing him suspiciously. Alex rolled his eyes. "Just answer. We don't have time for dumb questions." "The arsenal's that way," Rika answered, pointing in the direction of the wall. "But getting to it isn't easy. We'll have to take quite a detour." Alex nodded and told everyone to hurry up with checking their gear and ammo. The officers looked at Rika, waiting for confirmation, and upon receiving her nod, began the inventory check. Noticing what was happening, Coco also gave the order to her people. While everyone was busy, Alex carefully examined each person, checking for injuries or signs of infection. Once he was sure everyone was healthy, he relaxed slightly. Coco was the first to finish. "My people have only a few magazines left for their rifles and pistols, plus a couple of grenades," she reported. Rika added. "We're about the same." Alex silently listened to their reports, considering what he had heard. "All right. Rest up, gather your strength. We'll be heading out soon," he finally said, grabbing his power axe. "And what do you have in mind?" Coco asked, stepping closer to him. "We're going straight to the arsenal," Alex replied sharply, slinging the axe over his shoulder. "Straight? How? Are you planning to go through the walls or something?" she asked, confused. "That's exactly it," he said seriously, nodding. "Get ready. We'll leave in a minute." Everyone present looked at Alex in confusion. They couldn't understand what he meant when he said he was going to go through the walls. Did he really have some device that could handle such a task? Or was he planning to do it manually? Are you seriously going to chop through the walls with an axe? Valmont asked sarcastically, throwing Alex a skeptical look. Alex answered her with a friendly smile. You'll find out soon enough. For now, be a good girl and get ready. What did you just call me? Valmont snapped, her hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. The guys in Coco's group immediately gave Alex thumbs up for his bold joke, while Coco managed to grab Valmont's arm just in time to prevent her from attacking him. Alex, noticing her indignation, just smirked, which only made her more upset. For Alex, it was just his usual way of teasing someone, but he hadn't expected Valmont to react so dramatically. Shrugging, he turned away and whistled, catching the attention of his robodogs. GIR and MIMI simultaneously turned their heads toward their master, awaiting orders. Alex gestured at the weapons, then at the wall. Without any further questions, both robots jumped off the table, picking up their power tools. Are you kidding me? Valmont grumbled, still glaring at Alex, but Coco held her back until she calmed down. Seeing that this was the right moment to finally throw her off balance, Alex formed a heart shape with his fingers and aimed it at her. Valmont was taken aback. Even the others, watching the scene unfold, couldn't hide their surprise. Coco, seeing Valmont's expression, burst out laughing. Alex, ignoring the overall reaction, took a step forward and addressed everyone. All right, my dear survivors. Quick briefing for everyone. Our path leads straight to the arsenal. No slowing down. If you see a familiar face that used to be a comrade, but now it's a corpse, don't hesitate. They're no longer your friends, just hungry beasts. Anyone who stops, they're dead. Keep your eyes open and stay close to me. Got it. Wait, are you seriously planning to break through the walls all the way to the arsenal? Rika asked, still not believing what she'd heard. Exactly that, my dear Rika, Alex confirmed with a slight smile. Then he turned to Coco, Coco-chin, maybe you should change into something more comfortable. Or should I carry you? Coco, narrowing her eyes slightly, replied challengingly. Oh, sorry, I think I left my comfortable shoes in another bag. Maybe you'll carry me instead. Ignoring the sarcasm, Alex calmly nodded. All right, hop on. Just hold on tight. This time, Coco was slightly caught off guard, but quickly regained her composure, approached him, and climbed onto his back. Coco, you can't. Valmont exclaimed, trying to stop her. He's covered in zombie blood. You'll get dirty, and if he starts breaking through walls, you could get hurt. It's fine, Valmont, Coco waved her off. I can change clothes or take a shower, can't I? You all need to be ready when it's time to move. Alex has already proven he can handle it. Alex adjusted her on his back, making sure she was holding on securely. He even adjusted her legs to prevent any accidental injury when breaking through walls. His thoughts wandered briefly to how Coco smelled nice, despite the situation. Turning to the rest of the group, he checked their readiness. His gaze lingered on Rika, who was looking at him with a hint of jealousy, her eyes slightly narrowed. Coco, noticing this, shot her a challenging glance, as if inviting her to a hidden duel. The men in the group only sighed heavily, realizing that Coco and Rika had already clashed several times over the past few days. Only Alex seemed unaware of the tension between them. To be continued. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, A New Way to Use Zombies. After Coco settled on Alex's back, she began another silent stare-off with Rika. Rika squinted, glaring at Coco, while Coco, with a satisfied smile, hung on Alex's back, her legs firmly wrapped around his waist. Valmont, on the other hand, stared at Alex as if she were ready to shoot him at any moment. Alex, however, remained calm, patiently waiting for everyone to finish their preparations. He surveyed the officers under Rika's command as they checked their weapons and ammunition. Coco's entourage did the same but occasionally glanced at Coco and Alex. Tired of the staring contest with Rika, Coco decided to entertain herself differently while everyone prepared. Alex's appearance had calmed her anxieties, bringing back the usual ease. To distract herself, Coco began playing with the earrings in his ears, gently poking them with her fingers. She was curious about the ornaments, examining them with genuine interest. Alex felt her fiddling with his earrings but did nothing, he had long since built immunity to such distractions. Finally, when everyone finished preparing, Alex spoke in a serious and authoritative tone. Since everyone's ready, we can begin. I'll repeat this for the smartest ones, outside these walls are zombies and mutants. Anything we encounter on our way is a target that needs to be eliminated. And remember, if someone falls behind or gets knocked down, consider them dead. Yes, I sound like an asshole, but that's the reality in an apocalypse. Lem, listening to him, smirked and said with a slight smile. Don't worry, kid. We're all seasoned soldiers, been through a lot. If it weren't for you, those things would have devoured us already. So, lead the way, we're with you. The rest of Coco's entourage nodded, agreeing with Lem's words. Alex turned his gaze to the officers, and they too confirmed their readiness with brief nods. Then, he looked at Rika, standing next to him. Their eyes met, and Rika gave him a thumbs up. I'm ready, handsome. I'll be right behind you, she said with a cocky smile. Alex sighed and, placing his hand on her head, replied. I'd prefer not to let Shizuka down. Well, since everyone's ready, let's move out. Gir, Mimi, you're bringing up the rear. Make sure no one gets left behind. If someone slows down, feel free to speed them up. Everyone exchanged glances, and then their eyes fell on the two robo-dogs. No one understood what Alex meant by speeding them up, but the answer came quickly. Gir and Mimi's paws began crackling with electric sparks. The realization caused the guys to nervously chuckle. First, Alex warned that the stragglers were doomed, and now he had ordered the robots to speed up the lagging ones. When everyone was ready, Alex took out his phone, checked the airport map, and estimated the route to the arsenal. He put the phone away and took action. With a swing, he kicked the wall, breaking through it and clearing the path. Everyone's jaws dropped at the sight. What are you standing around for? Let's go. Alex shouted, and he was the first to charge ahead. Rika and Valmet immediately rushed to follow Alex, while Coco, with a wide smile, carefree hung on his back, not even thinking of exerting any effort. The guys in the group didn't have time to react before Alex had already broken through the second wall. The sound of crackling electricity behind them snapped them out of their shock. Gir and Mimi were confidently bringing up the rear. Fuck, they're already gone. Guys, forward. R shouted loudly, noticing the entire group had frozen in place. His voice instantly snapped everyone into action, and the soldiers hastened through the hole in the wall, following Alex. Gir and Mimi, maintaining their pace, brought up the rear, ensuring no one fell behind. Alex moved forward with unwavering determination. As soon as he reached a wall, one powerful kick created a new passage. Rika and Valmet followed closely, trying to stay near but leaving enough space for Alex to clear the path. Coco, sitting on his back, leaned forward to get a better view of Alex's profile. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed his focused expression. Another strike, and another wall collapsed. But before Alex could move further, a window in the room shattered with a crash, and a zombie jumper jumped inside. It froze, staring at Alex with its cloudy eyes. Rika and Valmet caught up to Alex, stopping beside him. They studied the new enemy carefully, assessing its danger. Is this a new type of zombie? Coco asked, examining the jumper with interest. No, this is our new battering ram, Alex replied, a cocky smile appearing on his face. The girls exchanged confused glances, unsure of what he meant. The jumper, unwilling to miss out on its prey, suddenly leaped at Alex, its clawed hands raised. Coco instinctively squinted, but Alex lightning-fast grabbed the monster by the neck, holding it at arm's length. Thanks for the help, buddy. I actually needed a battering ram, Alex smirked, squeezing the zombie's neck tighter. Rika and Valmet, stunned, watched him. Alex didn't waste any time and, holding the jumper, charged forward. Reaching the next wall, he slammed the zombie into the obstacle with force, creating a new hole. Without stopping for a second, he continued moving forward. Footsteps began to sound behind them, the others were catching up. Coco, watching the scene, shifted her gaze from the zombie Alex was using as a battering ram to his cocky smile. She even felt a little sorry for the jumper, who had become another victim of Alex's audacity. Valmet, running behind, gritted her teeth. She was worried that Alex was putting Coco in danger by holding the zombie. However, the thought of how dangerous and resolute Alex was couldn't help but cross her mind. Rika, watching the scene, couldn't contain her mixed emotions. On one hand, it seemed incredibly crazy and frightening, but on the other, she admired that even in an apocalypse, Alex managed to remain so bold and resourceful. This guy is definitely crazy, but damn, he's cool, she muttered to herself, following him. Breaking through wall after wall, Alex glanced at his makeshift battering ram, the zombie jumper, and noted with regret that it would soon become useless. Its body was barely holding together, with only the head and a battered torso remaining. But Alex hoped that Jeff, as he had mentally named the zombie, would last a little longer, until they reached the room that served as a weapons storage. After breaking the last wall, Alex finally entered the armory, throwing the remains of the jumper aside. You served well, my friend, he said with a light smile, addressing the zombie. I don't know what your name was in life, but now you're Jeff. Named after an old friend who gave his life taking care of scum. Rest easy, Jeff. Coco, sitting on his back, watched Alex with slight confusion. He had named the zombie used as a battering ram and dedicated it to the memory of a friend. Valmet and Rika also watched him in surprise, but remained silent, unsure how to respond. Rika remembered how Shizuka once mentioned that Alex had been a mercenary before the whole catastrophe started. Was Jeff your friend when you were a mercenary? Rika asked, stepping closer. Coco and Valmont looked at Alex in surprise. Now that they knew about his past, their understanding of his skills and strange behavior was starting to form a clearer picture. No, Jeff is the brick I found in an alley, Alex grinned. I used it to smash the heads of a group of bastards who were trafficking people. You named a brick Jeff and attacked armed human traffickers. Is your head on straight? Valmont asked skeptically, eyeing him closely. Of course it is, Alex smirked. Everyone has their quirks. I don't criticize you for yours. Before judging others, think about yourself. PFF, he got you, Valmont, Coco giggled, trying hard to hold back her laughter. Valmont's eye twitched, but she chose not to respond. Rika just shook her head, mentally agreeing with Alex, everyone really did have their quirks. Meanwhile, a noise from outside interrupted, footsteps rapidly approaching. Through the holes in the walls, Alex could see men running as if a ghost were chasing them. He couldn't help but laugh. He didn't even need to guess that Gir and Mimi, his two robo-dogs, had decided to motivate the lagging group, likely using their shockers. You guys are taking forever. We've been here for a while, Coco said lazily, resting her chin on Alex's shoulder. Sorry, Coco, Lem exhaled, shaking his head. No one expected him to break through walls so quickly. We couldn't even keep up with you. The others nodded in agreement, wiping sweat from their brows. Are you by any chance a martial arts master, or whatever they call it? Ar asked suspiciously, eyeing Alex. Alex simply smirked, looking at the exhausted men, and lazily shrugged. Ar's words made everyone focus on Alex, awaiting his response. Coco, sitting on his back, scrutinized his face. In her opinion, the assumption that Alex was a martial arts master seemed quite logical. During her career as a weapons dealer, she had encountered people with similar skills, but none of them came close to the level Alex displayed. None of them could have plowed through a horde of zombies and come out unscathed. Rika squinted, contemplating the extent of Alex's abilities. She decided that once they got out of this nightmare, she would ask Shizuka about his past. The guys looked at Alex with undisguised curiosity, waiting for him to speak. You can consider it that way, Alex replied calmly, glancing at everyone. Now that we're in the armory, arm up. It's time to get out of here. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to replenish their ammo, check weapons, and load their guns. Meanwhile, Alex turned to Gir and Mimi. Fill up the bags with ammo. We'll need it, he said, looking at the two robo-dogs. Gir and Mimi nodded and immediately began gathering ammo into the bags, not bothering to sort it by caliber. They looked like real little thieves, working with incredible speed. The others watched their actions with surprise, amazed by the robot's coordination and efficiency. Alex stood aside, and Coco was still perched on his back, showing no sign of getting off. So, are you really a martial arts master? She asked, resting her chin on his shoulder. I've seen people like that when I was in the business, but they weren't like you. And by the way, they were much older. Well, I'm special, Alex smirked, slightly turning his head toward Coco. Are you planning to stay on my back? Don't you like it? Coco smiled coquettishly, blowing air into his face. Any normal guy would be happy to have a beautiful girl like me on his back. Alex opened his mouth to say something but suddenly realized he didn't know how to respond to her behavior. He just smiled awkwardly, looking at her. Is there any kind of transport here that we can use to leave? He changed the subject, trying not to fall for her playful tone. Don't change the subject, Coco pouted. And why would we need transport when I have a plane? I don't mind you being on my back, Alex admitted with a smile. I actually like it. But are you sure your plane can take off in these conditions? Heh, of course. Coco replied proudly. You have no idea how much money I spent on it. Looking at Coco's satisfied expression, Alex couldn't help but smile. The plane certainly sounded good, but in the current conditions, it was too big of a target. If the Live Corporation decided that the airspace belonged to them, they could easily shoot down the plane. The safest option remained a ship. Becca, how's it looking outside? Check if there's a plane on the runway, Alex said, contacting Rebecca through the communicator. Hey, handsome, most of the dead have gone inside the building, so it's quiet outside, Rebecca replied. As for the plane, give me a minute, I need to change position to check. The conversation ended, and Alex stood still, mentally planning his next moves. Alex wasn't so much interested in Coco's plane as a means of transport to get them out of the city or even the country, but rather as a source of useful resources. He needed to understand what was on board and what could be applied in the current situation. Coco listened as Alex spoke to someone through the communicator. Upon hearing a female voice, she immediately became alert, her curiosity sparked. Who was this girl, crazy enough to venture into such a dangerous place? She decided that Becca, as Alex had called her, must be just as crazy as he was, getting involved in a rescue operation and risking her life for Rika and those who had ended up in the epicenter of the events. "Who were you talking to?" Coco asked, her voice sounding innocent, but she was clearly trying to pry for more information. "My sniper," Alex replied calmly. "She's covering us and scouting the area. I want to know what's up with your plane. But, honestly, I think using it is risky." "A sniper? What's she to you?" "Partner." "And why do you think using my plane is dangerous?" Coco quickly bombarded him with questions, not hiding her interest. "When I started as a mercenary, she was my partner," Alex began without emotion. "We pretty quickly started living together, and now she's one of my fiancés." Coco absent-mindedly nodded, processing his response, but then suddenly realized he said one of, instead of the only one. That phrase made her fall silent as she processed what she'd heard. However, Alex continued. "As for the plane, if you know who's behind all this, you understand why it's better not to use it." Coco furrowed her brow, thinking for a moment. Her mind quickly pieced the picture together. The plane was indeed a bad idea. If the enemies noticed their attempt to take off, they could easily shoot down the plane. An explosion in the air or a fall from a great height was not the outcome she'd want. Realizing this irritated her, and she barely held back from swearing, only clicking her tongue softly. "Aren't you worried your fiancé might get hurt?" Coco asked lightly, with a hint of teasing, testing how far she could go with her questions. "My gremlin is much more dangerous than you can imagine," Alex smirked, clearly unbothered by her suggestion. Coco's skeptical gaze slid across his face, but her thoughts turned to Becca. Maybe this girl was also a martial arts master, just like Alex. "Hey, handsome, I have a couple of pieces of news for you. Want to hear them?" Becca's sardonic voice suddenly came through the communicator. "Surprise me," Alex replied, lighting a cigarette. Coco glanced at the cigarette in Alex's mouth, clearly intending to knock it out. But when he lit it, the usual pungent smell of smoke didn't follow. She stared at the cigarette, confused, but decided not to dwell on it and postponed the question until he finished his conversation with his fiancée. Meanwhile, Rebecca, perched on a high spot, was observing the runway through her sniper scope. Her attention was immediately drawn to the plane standing alone, the very one Alex had mentioned earlier. She carefully scanned the surroundings while talking to him through the communicator. The first thing that caught her eye was a strange zombie with massive, steroid-enhanced arms, like a gorilla on steroids. It stood by the plane's open hatch, guarding it with unsettling calm. Rebecca couldn't help but compare it to the residents of Night City who had gone overboard with cybernetic implants, making their limbs absurdly large. "It's a circus here, you won't believe what I just saw," her voice sounded both surprised and sarcastic. "What kind of show are they putting on this time?" Alex responded, lighting another cigarette and momentarily shifting his focus from serious thoughts. "A new kind of zombie," Rebecca started, "a gorilla with pumped-up arms. Then there are these jumping soldiers. They pulled some kind of box out of the plane, opened it, took out a strange container, and handed it to one of them. This guy took off like a marathoner, jumped over a fence, and disappeared into the dark. The rest scattered, leaving just one soldier and a crowd of zombies. They surrounded the plane like a meat shield." "Well, that's crap," Alex summarized briefly. "Keep watching. If you see anything else, let me know right away." After the conversation with Rebecca ended, Alex fell into thought. The new type of zombie, a tank, was a dangerous opponent. Their thick skin made them incredibly tough to kill. But what really piqued his interest was the container they took from the plane. The only thought that came to mind was that Coco was transporting a fragment of the marker, possibly without even realizing it. Alex turned to Coco, staring intently into her blue eyes. He hoped she wasn't connected to the Live Corporation. However, to clear everything up, he decided to ask directly. "Why are you looking at me like that? Have you fallen for me?" Coco asked playfully, trying to lighten the mood. "Of course, I'm grateful for the rescue, but I'm not ready for that kind of relationship yet." "What were you transporting in your plane?" Alex asked sharply and seriously, ignoring her attempt at humor. Coco blushed, but when she saw his serious expression, she realized the matter was urgent. Even her men, busy reloading ammunition, grew tense. She signaled them to continue working, indicating that there was no need to worry. "One of the clients asked me to deliver a box. I didn't want to agree, but we were already flying in that direction, so I decided to take the job. If you think I'm involved in the zombie virus outbreak, you're mistaken. When it all started, I was still at the airport," Coco explained, trying to clarify. "I'm not accusing you. I'm interested in the cargo. Those soldiers took a container from your plane, clearly something important. If we assume that the zombie horde was sent here on purpose, the goal was to wipe everyone out and take the cargo. If you were working for Live Corporation, we wouldn't be talking right now," Alex said, smiling slightly. Coco listened carefully, realizing that the situation was far more serious than it had seemed. Alex's words made Coco think. She herself wanted to know what was in the container she brought here and why it was so important. When she was offered the cargo, she was told it was just a collector's item for an important person, and nothing more. She agreed only because the request came from an old friend of her father. Coco's entourage watched her reaction closely. They saw how she fell silent and became lost in thought, nervously biting her nail, a habit she displayed when deeply focused. Honestly, I don't know what was in the container, or why it was taken. And I definitely didn't have any contact with anyone from Live Corporation or anything like that, Coco said, shaking her head. I'm curious about what's in that container, for which they sent a whole horde of zombies after us. They clearly didn't want anyone to interfere, or for that white-haired woman to fly away, Rika added, stepping closer to Alex and Coco. I have a theory, but I'm not going to voice it yet because it's just a guess, Alex replied calmly, shifting his attention to Rika. Better tell me if there's any transport around here that we can use to get out of the airport. We can't all fit on my motorcycle, and the guys probably won't want to run across the whole city to our temporary base by the bank. There should be military HMMWVs in the hangar. Unless those soldiers you mentioned did something to them, Rika replied. Coco continued to stare intently at Alex. She was sure he knew something but didn't want to say. She was practically bursting with curiosity about what she had been transporting and what the container that was stolen from her plane was. Driven by the desire for answers, she began poking Alex in the cheek, demanding an explanation. Alex simply pulled a candy from his pocket and skillfully popped it into Coco's mouth to distract her. For a moment, Coco was distracted by the sweet treat, but her persistence remained unwavering. Alex just smiled and waited for the others to finish preparing to leave. All right, guys, listen up, Alex began, scanning the group. Our goal is to get to the hangar, hop into a HMMWV, and get the hell out of here. We move in an organized manner, no lagging behind. The rules are the same, no unnecessary questions. Right now the most important thing is getting out of here. Everything else, rest, food, and discussions, can wait. If you're ready, let's move. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Alex pulled out a black cube from his inner pocket and placed it on the table. The strange object immediately drew the attention of everyone around. What's this thing? I've never seen such a shape. Is it a toy? Coco asked, pointing at the cube. No, it's my personal bomb. Or did you think I wanted the zombie horde to follow us all the way to the base? Hell no. I have no desire to kill another crowd of those bastards and get covered in their blood, Alex said, shaking his head. This is the first bomb of this kind I've ever seen. How powerful is it, if you don't mind me asking? Wiley asked, stepping closer to get a better look at the cube. Powerful enough to send this whole building into orbit. So it's best to hurry up and get the hell out of here before it goes off, Alex replied with a smirk, giving Wiley a thumbs up. Could you give me one? I'd love to study how it's made, Wiley suggested, clearly excited about the idea of dismantling the bomb. Maybe later. I'll give you the blueprint so you can make one yourself, Alex said with a smile, packing his things and getting ready to leave. Wiley's eyes lit up with excitement as he realized that such a small black cube could destroy an entire airport. The others looked at Alex and Wiley with evident caution, as though they were maniacs enjoying explosions. Hearing that the inconspicuous cube was a powerful bomb, everyone instinctively took a step back, trying to stay as far away from it as possible. Alex just shook his head, observing their behavior, and headed toward the nearest wall, clearly planning to break through it. The hangar's the other way. The main terminal's that direction, Rika stopped him, stepping into his path. Couldn't you have said that earlier? Everyone's quiet as fish. Should I be reading your minds? You know, I'm going to complain to Shizuka that you're being mean to me, Alex responded, puffing out his cheeks dramatically. Oh, my little one. Do you want your big sister to comfort you and give you a kiss? Rika teased, stifling a laugh. Maybe later. You can kiss me when I save you and deliver you to Shizuka, Alex smirked, responding to her joke. As you say, handsome. And I can do more than just kiss you, if you want, Rika winked, matching his playful mood. You too, stop flirting. You're not alone here. Coco fumed, pulling on Alex's cheeks to express her displeasure. Rika couldn't hold back her laughter, pleased that she had managed to annoy Coco. Alex, used to such antics, simply smiled slightly and didn't react to the tugging on his cheeks. Becca, we're heading toward the hangar. Can you take out the soldier controlling the zombies? Alex said, connecting with Rebecca while studying the wall. I thought you'd want to grab one to ask your favorite questions. You usually do that, Rebecca replied, clearly surprised by his decision. Right now, it's too risky. The main goal is to get everyone out of here. I'm not putting the group in danger for this, Alex said firmly, prioritizing the situation. As you say, handsome. This soldier's already starting to get on my nerves. He reminds me of those secondary villains who die first, Rebecca laughed. Everyone recognized Alex's actions as an example of prioritizing people's safety over useless information gathering. Alex, meanwhile, thought for a moment and quickly realized that sooner or later, he would encounter more soldiers like this one, and he wasn't worried about it. His main concern was just two things: how they controlled the zombies and where their branch in Japan was located. After quickly counting on his fingers, he came to the obvious conclusion: the branch of the corporation was most likely in Tokyo. It was the most logical place for a secret laboratory hidden beneath the main street of the city. Shaking off any unnecessary thoughts, Alex kicked through the wall and moved forward. Rika and Valmet immediately followed him. As soon as Alex began moving, Coco clung to him tightly with her legs, trying not to fall. The guys, picking up on the signal, immediately ran after him to avoid any unexpected charges from one of the robo-dogs. Breaking through walls, Alex led the group outside. Once they were on the street, he looked at Rika to signal the direction. She pointed with her finger, and Alex hurried toward the hangar. However, out of nowhere, a tank zombie dropped from the roof in front of them. Alex's eyes twitched in surprise. Its timing was disastrous. Everyone immediately aimed at it, ready to turn it into meat. "Well, you sure picked the right time to show up," Alex muttered, assessing the situation. Instead of responding, the tank zombie roared and began beating its chest like a gorilla, then charged toward the group. Alex didn't wait for the tank to get too close and disappeared from the spot, which shocked everyone. He materialized right on the tank's head, and this move made everyone's eyes widen. The most shocked was Coco, who was still tightly holding onto Alex. "Seismic step," Alex mumbled, standing on the tank's head. When Alex used the technique, his foot pressed the tank's head with unimaginable force, crushing it flat under the weight and turning it into a bloody pulp. Coco tried to recover from the sudden movement, feeling dizzy and nauseous. Once the tank was flattened, everyone stared at Alex as if they'd seen a ghost. They knew he was a martial arts master, but the way he literally crushed a huge zombie with his foot, turning it into meat paste, revealed a new world to them, one they hadn't even suspected existed. Alex turned to the group, looking at their stunned faces. "What?" he asked, noticing their surprise. To be continued. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, The First Alien Zombie. After Alex and his group made it out of the airport and onto the street, a massive tank zombie suddenly crashed down from a rooftop in front of them. To say its appearance was poorly timed would be an understatement. Alex, unwilling to waste time on a prolonged fight, immediately used one of his techniques. In mere seconds, the zombie was turned into a splattered mess of flesh. The group following Alex stood frozen, utterly baffled by what had just happened. The whole thing seemed absurdly surreal. One moment, Alex was in front of them, the next, he was on top of the giant zombie's head, and in the blink of an eye, he crushed it with a single stomp. Coco, who had been clinging to Alex's back the entire time, was especially stunned. She fully experienced the meaning of moving at such an incredible speed and was still trying to process it. After finishing off the zombie, Alex turned to face the others, noticing their shocked expressions. What the hell just happened? Rika was the first to break the silence, pointing alternately at Alex and the now smeared remains of the zombie on the asphalt. "How did you just vanish from your spot and crush that massive thing with your foot? I mean, I know you're a martial arts expert, but, seriously, this is insane." "No kidding," R added, shaking his head. "Judging by the size of that tank zombie, it could have easily tossed an armored vehicle. And those arms, damn, they're thicker than me. But still, that was seriously badass." Alex merely shrugged, replying with a hint of awkwardness, "It's hard to explain. Just think of it as martial arts, and leave it at that." Hearing his nonchalant response, the group collectively sighed, realizing they weren't going to get a clear explanation from him. Alex glanced at Coco, who looked like she was on the verge of throwing up. "Hey, Coco, you okay?" he asked cautiously. "Okay," she exploded, yanking his hair. "You could have at least warned me you can freaking teleport. Now my dinner is probably about to stage a rebellion thanks to your stunts. Do you even know how to treat a girl properly?" Alex smirked, ignoring her outburst. "Well, admit it, this beats a roller coaster. Next time, I'll be sure to tell you to hold your breath." "Next time?" Coco yelled, now tugging at his face. "You're planning to do this again while I'm on your back?" Her outrage echoed so loudly it seemed like it could be heard on the other side of the airport. Valmet was beginning to lose patience, irritated that Alex had pulled such a stunt while Coco was clinging to him. Coco's entourage, watching the scene, silently prayed for Alex's survival. Running out of ways to vent her frustration, Coco eventually resorted to biting Alex's head. "Are you trying to suck my brain out?" Alex asked with a grin, feeling her teeth sinking into his head. Hum hum hum. Coco mumbled something incomprehensible, still chewing on him. Did anyone catch what she said? Alex looked at the others. "I think it was something like, 'I'm going to gnaw you to death,'" Lem calmly explained. "Got it. Guess I'll try to survive," Alex chuckled, prompting another furious growl from Coco. Alex glanced at Lem, but the man only shook his head with an expression that said, "You're on your own." Alex then turned his gaze to the other men in the group, hoping for some support, but they all quickly averted their eyes, pretending not to notice. None of them wanted to get involved, knowing how vengeful and difficult Coco could be when she was upset. Looking around again, Alex caught sight of Valmont. Her single visible eye, partially hidden under her eye patch, gleamed with a predatory intensity, like a lioness ready to tear into her prey. Judging by her expression, she wouldn't have minded taking a bite out of Alex herself. After Alex and his group made it out of the airport and onto the street, his gaze shifted to Rika. She simply smirked and winked, as if to say, "This is your mess. Handle it." Alex didn't even bother looking at the officers standing behind her. Like the rest of the group, they were carefully studying the night sky, pretending nothing unusual was happening. Alex's eye twitched. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to his fate, letting Coco continue her punitive measures. Waving the group forward, he reminded everyone to stay alert and keep an eye on the rooftops. Moving cautiously, Alex occasionally checked with Rika, who pointed out the correct route. Soon, the group arrived at the corner of a hangar. Alex peeked out to assess the situation, and his mood instantly darkened. "This is the hangar you were talking about," he asked, pointing to the building surrounded by a dense horde of zombies. "Please tell me it's not." Hearing his question, Rika stepped forward to take a look. The rest of the group peeked around the corner as well, their faces falling as they saw the sight. The hangar, their objective containing transport and supplies, was engulfed by a sea of walking corpses. Coco finally stopped gnawing on Alex's head, her focus now on the scene before them. "What's the plan?" "There are too many of them. If we start shooting, the noise will draw even more," Valmont said, evaluating the situation. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then tapped his earpiece to contact Rebecca. "Becca, you see the hangar surrounded by that horde?" he asked. Everyone looked at Alex in surprise. No one understood why he was addressing a girl who was supposed to be providing cover from somewhere far behind them. "You mean the one where the zombies are having a dance-off?" Rebecca replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Yeah, that one," Alex confirmed. "Can you clear a path? Just be careful. I'll figure something out." "Watch closely," she responded with a playful tone. "Just don't blow up the hangar," Alex added warily. "We still need to get the transport out of there." But he quickly realized that Rebecca was unlikely to heed his caution. Alex let out a heavy sigh, silently praying that Rebecca wouldn't go overboard and reduce the hangar, and the transport, to rubble. Deep down, he hoped her actions wouldn't trigger a chain reaction, like the time he accidentally turned an entire depot into ruins. Coco, not missing a chance to pry, started asking questions. "And how exactly are you going to clear a path? Can your sniper girl handle it alone?" Alex shot her a weary look, unsure how to answer since he wasn't entirely confident in the plan himself. Rika, on the other hand, seemed intrigued, scanning the area for any sign of Rebecca's location. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a bizarre sight. One of the zombies was abruptly launched into the air, as if struck by a cannonball. The moment its body hit the ground, a powerful suction force emerged, pulling nearby zombies into a massive clump of flesh. Another shot followed, yielding the same result. Within minutes, large mounds of twisted zombie bodies surrounded the hangar. Seeing Rebecca's method and realizing she wasn't using anything explosive, Alex exhaled in relief. He turned in her direction, formed his fingers into a heart shape, and flashed the gesture of love. Laughter echoed through his earpiece, followed by the sound of Rebecca blowing playful kisses. "What the hell was that?" Coco stared at Alex in shock. "What kind of bullets are those?" "Custom design," Alex replied nonchalantly, pointing to the massive clusters of zombies. "Special rounds that create a strong suction field. Anyone nearby gets pulled to the epicenter." "You're kidding, right?" Lutz asked, his disbelief evident as he looked at Alex. "How do you even make something that powerful and fit it into a single bullet?" "It's a long process, and now's not the time to explain," Alex said curtly, cutting off further questions. "Let's move to the hangar while the coast is clear." Lutz wanted to argue, but he fell silent, understanding that he wasn't going to get any details. As a sniper, he was impressed that such bullets actually existed. He was curious about what kind of weapon they were made for. Coco, on the other hand, looked at Alex with renewed interest. She knew that every piece of his weaponry, from the axe in his hand to the arsenal of 2 robo-dogs, had been created by him personally. As a weapons dealer with years of experience, she understood how dangerous and revolutionary this kind of weapon could be if it fell into the hands of one side in a military conflict. "What other types of ammo have you created?" she asked, fueling the fire. "Well." Alex paused, smirking slightly before listing: acid, shock, incendiary, and of course, vacuum. "All of it was made specifically for my little gremlin. Personally, I don't need it, I prefer cold weapons." These words sparked mixed reactions from those around them. On one hand, the guys in the entourage gave Alex a thumbs up, impressed by how he pampered his girl by creating dangerous and innovative weapons for her. On the other hand, they looked at him like a madman capable of bringing such incredible ideas to life. Wait, but you do have pistols and a revolver, right? Todzi interrupted, pointing at the weapons. You definitely made them yourself. Why didn't you design special rounds for yourself? Can't you see? Alex smiled. I'm a fan of games and anime. How else would I come up with 2 robodogs or weapons you've only seen in video games? Alex's words elicited a mix of respect and light mockery, but no one asked further questions. Everyone was certain that there was much more to this guy than met the eye. Todzi quickly nodded, realizing that Alex was just as much a fan as he was. However, Todzi couldn't shake the feeling that Alex resembled a character from his favorite manga too much, even their names matched. The rest of the group watched their animated conversation with dry expressions, clearly not sharing their enthusiasm. Coco, however, was absorbed by something else. She was intrigued by how Alex had managed to bring to life weapons that used to be seen only in video games or anime. When they reached the hangar, Alex signaled for GIR and Mimi to check the area. The 2 robodogs darted inside and returned a minute later, signaling that the area was clear. Alex gave a brief nod, allowing the others to enter and start preparing. Then he waved in Rebecca's direction, signaling that she could approach. Did you wave at your fiancée? Coco asked with curiosity, noticing the gesture. Yep. She's been covering us this whole time, Alex replied calmly, turning to Coco and looking her straight in the eyes. Or do you think the lack of zombies in our path is just a coincidence? Who knows, maybe we just got lucky and they decided we weren't tasty enough, Coco responded with a smirk. Of course, especially you, Alex rolled his eyes. What do you mean, I'm not tasty? I'm actually quite delicious, thank you very much. Want to check? Coco challenged, reaching a hand toward his face. Alex first looked at her hand, then at Coco, whose smile and sly gaze clearly indicated that she was waiting for his reaction. Shrugging, he unexpectedly licked her hand. Coco froze, her face turning red in surprise. She clearly hadn't expected her attempt to tease Alex to backfire on her. Flustered, she looked at Alex, whose eyes were shining with amusement. Deciding not to let this go unpunished, Coco grabbed Alex's face and ran her tongue along his cheek. At that moment, their fun was interrupted by Rebecca, who pulled up on her motorcycle and cheerfully announced. You're having fun here, handsome. I just arrived, and some girl's already all over you. Hearing Rebecca's voice, Coco immediately pulled away, removing her hands from Alex's face. She turned around and met the gaze of the petite girl, who watched the scene with no trace of jealousy, as if such things were a normal occurrence for her. Coco involuntarily sized Rebecca up from head to toe, puzzled by how such a fragile-looking girl could handle a sniper rifle so expertly. Rebecca, in turn, glanced at Coco but didn't pay much attention to the situation. She was used to girls, sometimes even goddesses, flocking around Alex, so jealousy had long ceased to bother her. It happens sometimes, Alex muttered, wiping his face from Coco's saliva. Yeah, sure. The second you turn around, some girl either licks your face or tries to bite you, Rebecca teased, her smile wide. He started it. Coco retorted, trying to justify herself and shift the blame onto Alex. Alex's eye twitched slightly as Coco, with an utterly innocent expression, laid all the blame on him. Rebecca burst out laughing, clearly finding the situation hilarious. Alex sighed heavily, gave Coco a reproachful look, and entered the hangar with the girls. Inside, everyone was busy preparing for departure. Some were loading crates of supplies, others were checking their gear and weapons. When Alex, Coco, and Rebecca entered, the noise quieted for a moment. Everyone turned to look at the newcomers. Upon seeing Rebecca, Todzi froze as if struck by lightning. A second later, he started crying like a child, as if he had seen a living embodiment of a miracle. The rest of Coco's entourage watched in amazement, not understanding what had made their colleague break into tears. Rebecca, utterly bewildered, furrowed her brow and turned to Alex, demanding an explanation. Why is this guy in glasses crying like a little kid seeing me? She asked, pointing at Todzi. It's a bit hard to explain, Alex answered evasively, understanding the reason behind Todzi's reaction. Hard? What do you mean? Coco squinted, not getting it. Alex simply sighed, took out his phone, and opened a scene from an anime. Coco curiously leaned in to take a look. Rika and Valmet, who had been standing nearby, noticed Alex showing something and came over. Meanwhile, Todzi continued wiping his tears, whispering. Thank you for being alive. When the video on Alex's phone started playing, Coco, Rika, and Valmet saw a character that looked suspiciously like Rebecca, green hair, red eyes, the same tattoo, and even the black hoodie that Rebecca was wearing at that moment. They simultaneously shifted their gaze from the screen to Rebecca and then back to the phone, as if comparing. That is weird, Rika commented, trying to suppress her laughter. I can understand you looking like a manga character, but your girlfriend, she's the same. This is too much. Imagine how it feels for us, Alex said sarcastically, pointing to the crying Todzi. I think it's cool to look like fictional characters, Coco remarked, tilting her head slightly and smiling. Alex just shook his head. He had long stopped paying attention to such coincidences, considering them unimportant. Rebecca, on the other hand, clicked her tongue in irritation, recalling the recent incident with Coda. She silently got on Alex's motorcycle, deciding to ignore the situation and wait for the others to finish preparing. Noticing this, Alex decided to check Coco's plane for anything useful. He removed Coco from his back, sat her on the motorcycle, and placed a hand on her head like a fussy child, saying briefly, I'll quickly check the plane to see if there's anything we can use. You guys finish loading. His actions caught the attention of Valmet and Rika, who were standing nearby. Are you going after zombies again? Valmet asked coldly. No, just checking your plane, he replied, shaking his head. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Coco tried to object, but Alex gently placed his hand on her head and lightly ruffled her hair. She just muttered something under her breath, not wanting to argue further. Leaving the hangar, Alex shut the door behind him and headed for the plane. On the way, he noticed a group of zombies still circling around the fuselage. Strangely, they didn't react to his presence at all. Summoning Yamato, Alex drew his blade and, with a single swing, decapitated the entire group. The zombies collapsed to the ground, and he calmly sheathed his sword and continued on. Upon reaching the plane's ramp, he saw the decapitated body of a soldier, one who had been killed earlier by Rebecca at his request. Well, I hope it doesn't come back to life, Alex muttered, giving the body a light kick. Ensuring that the corpse was truly dead, he boarded the plane and began his search. The first thing that caught his attention was an open box. Peering inside, he immediately recognized that it contained a container that had been taken by the strange soldiers. If this was a marker fragment, then it all makes sense, Alex said, sighing. Though, I hope necromorphs don't show up anytime soon. Shrugging, he continued to explore the inside of the plane. Entering the depths of the plane, Alex began to examine the numerous boxes in search of something useful. However, he didn't find anything valuable. It was only in one wooden box that his attention was drawn to an activated bomb. Alex quickly understood why it had been armed. Clearly, it was set up in case someone tried to use the plane to escape. Either way, they would still die. Surprising, the lengths people go to with their cruelty, Alex muttered, shaking his head. He realized that if not for his intervention to save Rika, things could have ended much worse. After thinking for a moment, Alex decided not to tamper with the bomb, as there was nothing of value in the plane anyway. Leaving the aircraft, he headed toward the ramp. However, as he passed the spot where the decapitated soldier's body had been earlier, Alex was surprised to find that the body was gone. What the? He whispered, frowning. Looking around, Alex couldn't find any traces or hints of where the body could have gone. It was inexplicable, until strange sounds came from behind him. Whipping around, Alex saw something that made him flinch nervously. Well, fuck. Did I jinx it? Who the hell pulled me into this? He cursed, staring at what the decapitated soldier had turned into. Before him stood the first necromorph in this world. Alex immediately recognized it as the soldier who had been transformed into a grotesque monster. The remnants of its form left no doubt about who it had once been. The necromorph suddenly lunged at Alex, its movements fast and threatening. But Alex decided to use the moment for an experiment. Drawing his revolver from behind his back, he shot at the monster's legs. The force of the shot blew off its limbs, but the necromorph, like a soulless machine, kept crawling forward. Alex aimed and fired at the creature's remaining hand, but even with one limb, it didn't stop. Tough bastard, I'll give it that, he said, slightly surprised. What in the hell is this? A voice suddenly asked, as Gyrolol appeared behind Alex in her spiritual form. It's like a corpse turned inside out. This is the result of the marker's influence, Alex explained calmly, not taking his eyes off the necromorph. First, it turns a person into a slave, and after death, the body becomes this, necromorph. Literally, dead form. If I'm right, there are fragments of the marker somewhere in this world, and more specifically, a corporation is in possession of them. How bad is this? Scalmold asked, also appearing behind Alex. It depends on the situation, he said, thoughtfully rubbing his forehead. If the people from the corporation decide to build new markers, this whole world will turn into one big necromorph factory. And if the zombies start mutating under the influence of the marker, I don't even want to think about it. Actually, it's not a matter of if, it's more like when the zombies will start transforming into necromorphs, because the marker only turns dead flesh into necromorphs. What could be worse than a world populated by these things? Flock asked, appearing next to him. Instead of answering, Alex transmitted his thoughts and knowledge about the markers to his companions. Realizing the scale of the threat, they could only sigh heavily. Why do mortals always try to play with things they don't understand? Scalmold muttered irritably. Meanwhile, the necromorph, now deprived of all limbs, froze and ceased to move. This confirmed Alex's theory. Just like in the game Dead Space, limb damage destroys these creatures. Alex looked at the necromorph's body and decided to test another theory. He approached the corpse and stepped on the monster's chest, expecting some kind of item to fall out. Nothing, he muttered, shaking his head. Shame. It would have been fun if they dropped medkits or ammo. Are you serious? Flock exclaimed, tapping his head. This isn't a video game. How could you expect something to fall out of that monstrosity? What if I got lucky? Alex smirked, gently rubbing his head from her taps. Useless, she muttered, continuing to grumble. Alex just smiled and headed for the exit, preparing for the next challenges. Flock, thoroughly annoyed, grabbed Alex by the hair, venting her irritation. Alex sighed and calmly pushed her off, brushing the blood off his boot. Straightening his coat, he headed back into the hangar. When he entered, everyone was already in position, ready for the next step, and they were all just waiting for him. Why did it take so long? Did you find something interesting? Rebecca asked, lazily sprawled across his motorcycle. Sort of, Alex replied briefly, nodding while lighting a cigarette. His words drew everyone's attention. Now, everyone was looking at him, expecting an explanation. Alex briefly considered how much he could reveal. Deciding that part of the information could be made public, he started speaking. Well, first of all, I confirmed that they were transporting Coco and her entourage. Second, I ran into something new. Zombies. But not just any zombies, something much more disgusting and incredibly resilient. Alex's words prompted wary glances, especially from Coco and her people. Coco's face darkened, she seemed to begin realizing that her cargo was far more dangerous than she had anticipated. So, what exactly were we transporting? Lem asked, lighting a cigarette and staring intently at Alex. Alex paused, looked around at everyone, and flicked the ash from his cigarette before speaking. I'm not sure whether you'll believe me or think I'm rambling, but what I'm about to say is the absolute truth. We've got corpses rising up and trying to kill us. How much crazier could it get? R interjected with a grin. Alex gave him a look of mild pity. He felt sorry that R still didn't realize just how terrifying the reality could be. Come on, spill it already, Rebecca said impatiently, tossing a caramel at Alex. I'm not sticking around here all night. All right, listen up. Coco and her crew, unknowingly, were transporting an alien artifact. It probably fell here with a meteorite a long time ago. If my theory is correct, this artifact or its fragments were used by the corporation to kick off this damn apocalypse we're witnessing right now. He spoke seriously, emphasizing his words with gestures. However, a shadow of doubt lingered on his face. Would anyone take him seriously? Doubt hung in the air like a mist, settling on the gazes directed at Alex. His words sounded so unbelievable that they were hard to believe. They might have accepted the theory of a virus created by scientists and deliberately spread across the world. But the idea of a cosmic artifact turning people into zombies seemed utterly insane. Rebecca simply nodded, as they had already discussed this topic before. Gir and Mimi, on the other hand, seemed energized by the possibility of embarking on a crusade against the disgusting Xenos. You're right, it sounds completely absurd, Coco finally said, expressing the general mood. Alex shrugged, a slight smile forming on his lips. I'm not asking you to believe me. You can deny, refute, or accept what I've said. All I've done is share what I think and what I've learned. For now, this information doesn't change anything for you. As they say, we'll deal with problems as they come. After these words, Alex gave the command to get in the vehicles and follow him. Rebecca, taking her usual place in front on his motorcycle, felt quite comfortable. However, Alex soon noticed someone had seated themselves behind him. Turning his head, he met Coco's playful gaze, who had settled behind him. Are you with us now? He asked, smirking. Coco just gave him a sly smile, but then she was slightly nudged. Alex turned again and saw Rika had joined them, also deciding to squeeze onto the motorcycle. She winked at him as if it was completely natural. Move. You're squashing me with your chest. Coco protested, trying to push Rika away. Not happening. Do you think I'll let you enjoy the ride alone? If you're uncomfortable, you can get off yourself, Rika retorted with a grin, deliberately pressing her chest harder against Coco's neck. Alex sighed heavily and glanced at Rebecca, who was clearly enjoying watching the argument. He moved slightly forward to give Coco and Rika more space, but that still didn't solve the problem entirely. Meanwhile, Gir and Mimi, realizing there was no room left for them on the motorcycle, looked at Alex with offended expressions. He chuckled, apologized to them, and promised new weapons. Upon hearing this, the robo-dogs perked up, gave each other high fives, eagerly jumped onto the roof of the nearest Humvee, and started bobbing their heads happily. Well, the kids are happy, Alex muttered with a smirk. He started the engine, waved his hand signaling for the convoy to follow, and they drove out of the hangar. Led by Alex on his motorcycle, the Humvee convoy slowly moved forward. If it weren't for the constant bickering between Coco and Rika, the ride would have been silent. To be continued. Chapter 223, The Last Night Before Departure. When everyone had taken their places in the vehicles, Alex carefully surveyed the convoy, ensuring nothing was forgotten and that everyone was safe. GIR and Mimi had deftly climbed onto the nearest Humvee, taking up positions by the mounted machine gun and forcing the stunned officer manning it to step aside. The officer could only stare at the robo-dogs in bewilderment, too intimidated to argue. Memories of these mechanical creations returning from battle covered in zombie blood were still fresh in his mind. Once Alex confirmed that everything was in order, he waved his hand, signaling the convoy to move out. He started his motorcycle, making sure to drive cautiously. After all, aside from Rebecca, both Coco and Rika had somehow squeezed onto the bike with him. While Rebecca sat confidently and carefree, the same couldn't be said for Coco and Rika, whose attempts to fit on the seat sparked both confusion and laughter. The convoy rolled out of the hangar, heading toward the airport's exit. However, just past the first turn, they were met by a large horde of zombies. Alex barely had time to process the situation before GIR, manning the heavy machine gun on the Humvee, immediately opened fire. The entire horde was reduced to a pile of riddled corpses in seconds. Without even turning around, Alex raised a thumbs up, signaling his approval of GIR's quick reaction. The convoy continued at a steady pace. As they neared the airport's exit, Alex slowed down and signaled for the others to follow suit. He came to a stop and pulled a small detonator from his pocket, casting a glance back at the airport building. Everyone knew why. He had left behind a bomb in the arsenal, which Alex had described as powerful enough to obliterate the entire structure and launch it into orbit. He pressed the button, but nothing happened. Looks like it's broken. Don't worry, handsome, this happens to men sometimes, Rika teased, smirking at Alex. Coco and Rebecca burst out laughing, watching him closely. Alex's expression remained composed, but the slight twitch of his eye betrayed him. He pressed the button again, but still, nothing happened. Whispers began to spread among the group, and the girls' giggles grew louder. Give it here. Watch and learn, Rebecca said, snatching the detonator from Alex's hands. She tapped it a few times against the motorcycle's dashboard before pressing the button again. As if by magic, it worked. A massive explosion shook the ground, and the shockwave nearly knocked Coco and Rika off the bike. The military Humvee swayed but managed to stay upright thanks to their sturdy construction. An enormous fireball rose above the airport, illuminating the area with brilliant flames. Coco stared at Alex in stunned disbelief. It was hard to fathom that such destructive power could fit in such a small device. Even Rika, usually self-assured, couldn't hide her amazement, while the rest of the group watched the explosion in awe. Wiley, who had a fascination with explosives, was absolutely ecstatic. I told you, if something doesn't work, just smack it a couple of times, and it'll be as good as new. No need to thank me, sweetie, Rebecca said with a grin, blowing Alex a kiss. And you carried that in your pocket? You're completely insane, Rika scoffed, giving him a sideways glance. How did you even manage to make such a powerful bomb in such a small format? Coco asked, her eyes still fixed on the fiery mushroom cloud. Alex merely smirked, starting the engine. That's a secret. Let's keep moving. Creating something like this was child's play for Alex, but explaining it to anyone would be far more complicated. With the group's attention shifting back from the spectacle, he waved his hand, signaling the convoy to continue. However, they hadn't made it far from the airport when another massive explosion erupted behind them. Turning his head slightly, Alex saw a fireball rise from the area where Coco's plane had once stood. You only planted one bomb, right? Coco asked, her tone laced with suspicion as she stared at him. Alex froze for a moment, choosing his words carefully. How could he tell her that it was her plane that had just gone up in flames? While money no longer had any value in a zombie apocalypse, Coco was bound to be upset. She'd paid a fortune for that plane. It was her pride and joy, a customized aircraft meant to transport weapons and supplies, and now it had embarked on its final flight. Rika, staring at the sight of the new explosion, immediately pieced together what had happened. Her lips curled into a sly grin as she turned to a stunned Coco. Heck Matyar, that was your plane. Who would have thought it'd actually managed to take off, Rika said, barely holding back her laughter. Coco gawked at Rika, then turned her wide-eyed gaze to the smoldering wreckage. Her eyes grew even wider as the realization hit her, it really was her plane. Seeing Coco's shocked expression, Rika couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Stop laughing, Minami Rika. Coco snapped, her voice trembling with anger. Unlike you, I can afford another plane. You, with your pitiful salary, couldn't even afford a case of decent beer. Rebecca, seizing the opportunity to rub salt in the wound, chimed in. Silverhead, are you even aware that there's a zombie apocalypse outside? Your money's worth nothing now. Sure, you can buy another plane, but only in your dreams. Coco whipped around to glare at Rebecca, but tears of frustration were already welling up in her eyes. Rika, meanwhile, laughed even harder, delighted by how thoroughly Coco had been roasted. Calm down, Hekmatyar, Rika managed to say between bouts of laughter. It's just fate. Your plane went off to its well-deserved retirement. Coco's irritation boiled over into rage, and she started bickering with Rika. But Rika, ever the instigator, just kept stoking the flames, repeating the same taunt over and over. Your plane blew up, and you'll never buy a new one. Each time Coco tried to retort, Rika's grin only grew wider, and she delivered her jab again, driving Coco further into a fury. Alex let out a weary sigh, doing his best to tune out the argument. Why me? He thought, focusing on the road ahead. The idea of stealing a new plane for Coco briefly crossed his mind, but he dismissed it just as quickly. It would be a pointless gesture. You'll get a new plane someday, he muttered, patting Coco's knee. But it didn't help. She kept complaining loudly, and Rika kept laughing even louder. For the rest of the ride to their destination, the chaos didn't let up. Coco's grumbling and Rika's mocking laughter echoed across the area. Alex found himself seriously considering pulling over and leaving one of them behind, but he knew that would only make things worse. Rebecca, watching the drama unfold, lounged back in her seat, looking utterly amused. Her sparkling eyes and sly smirk gave her the appearance of a mischievous gremlin reveling in the surrounding chaos. Alex caught her gaze but said nothing. At least someone's enjoying this, he thought with an exasperated sigh. When they finally arrived at the bank, Alex was sure his head was about to explode from the non-stop noise of Coco and Rika's antics. He thought he was used to the girls' constant bickering, but it turned out he was far from prepared. Most of the drive had been spent in vain attempts to calm Coco down, trying to stop her from shouting and complaining. However, as soon as Coco began to calm down, Rika would immediately bring up the blown-up plane again, reigniting the argument with renewed vigor. Alex stole weary glances at Rika, trying to figure out why she kept provoking Coco. But each time he turned to her, Rika would either wink at him or blow him a playful kiss, as if her sole purpose was to revel in the chaos. In truth, Alex had no idea that these kinds of arguments between Rika and Coco were common, though it was usually Coco who started them. This time, however, Rika finally had her chance to get back at her, teasing and irritating Coco throughout the entire trip. When they finally pulled up to the bank's premises, a welcoming party was already waiting for them. Outside stood Shizuka, eagerly anticipating the return of Rika and Alex, along with Brunhild, Siko, Rei, Saya, Yuriko, Kiriko, and Namio. Even Alice and Stitch had come out to greet them. Seeing familiar faces, Rika immediately jumped off Alex's motorcycle and ran toward Shizuka. The moment Shizuka saw her friend safe and sound, she rushed over to embrace her. Oh, Shizuka, your chest is trying to smother me again. I was just rescued, and now you're ready to finish me off with your enormous boobs, Rika gasped, poking her head out of the plush embrace. Hee, sorry. I'm just so happy you're okay, Shizuka replied, smiling as she released her. Meanwhile, the rest of the group started unloading supplies and weapons from the vehicles. Alex asked someone to fetch more people to help carry everything inside, and Kiriko volunteered, heading into the bank to gather assistance. Yuriko's eyes landed on Coco, who was still seated on Alex's motorcycle, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Coco, noticing Yuriko in her unusually casual attire, raised an eyebrow in return. Coco Hekmatyar. I wasn't expecting to see you here, of all places. Who would have thought our paths would cross under such circumstances, Yuriko said with a faint smile. Saya, stunned, glanced back and forth between her mother and Coco, while Coco, smiling calmly, responded, I could say the same about you, Yuriko Takagi. Who would have guessed that a woman always by her husband's side would end up so far from him? Yuriko's smile wavered slightly at the comment, but she said nothing. Saya, on the other hand, scowled at the mention of her father. Don't you have a plane to fly you out of here? Yuriko asked, her polite smile returning. At those words, Coco's expression soured as if she had bitten into a lemon. Yuriko immediately sensed something had happened to the plane and grew curious about the details. Meanwhile, Alex leaned against his motorcycle, casually smoking and observing the interactions. Nearby, Brunhild and Rebecca also remained silent, choosing not to intervene. Alice and Stitch, however, were engrossed in listening to GIR and Mimi recount their battle with the zombies. Suddenly, Shizuka walked up to Alex, grabbed his face, and kissed him on the lips. The action caused everyone to fall silent and turn to stare. Thank you for saving Rika. You're always such a hero, just like in fairy tales, she said warmly, pulling back. Alex smirked and squinted at her. As the dragon warrior would say, I charge nothing for my awesomeness, and even less for my good looks. Brunhild shook her head, recognizing that this would only spur some of the other women to act faster, fearing their chances with Alex might slip away. Rebecca, on the other hand, rolled her eyes, doing her best to ignore the unfolding drama. Alex's narcissistic words froze everyone in surprise for a moment, but within seconds, the atmosphere exploded with loud laughter. Shizuka just smiled, understanding that Alex was once again refusing to accept gratitude. "Hey, handsome," Rika said, stepping closer. "Remember I promised to be yours if you saved me? Well, consider this a light appetizer before the main course." Before Alex could process her words, Rika grabbed his face, leaned in, and boldly kissed him on the lips. Alex didn't resist. Who could turn down such attention? The softness of Rika's lips pleasantly surprised him, and he allowed himself to relax, enjoying the moment. But, as it turned out, not everyone appreciated it. "What the hell do you think you're doing, kissing his lips, Rika Minami? Let him go, now." Coco shouted, rushing toward them to pull the girl away from Alex. "And what's it to you, Hekmatyar?" Rika retorted, swatting Coco away. "Is it so wrong to thank my savior? I promised I'd be his girlfriend if he saved me, and I'm keeping my word. So, stay out of it." "Shoo. I said no." Coco shot back, blocking Rika's path to Alex. The situation quickly turned into a farce. The girls were practically playing tug-of-war, using Alex as the prize. Alex let out a tired sigh, utterly confused by why Coco was so furious over a kiss. Her behavior even surprised her own team members, who exchanged bewildered looks. Rebecca, standing off to the side, quietly chuckled, holding her phone. She clearly found the circus amusing and decided to record the entire scene to laugh about it later with others. Shizuka, stunned by the turn of events, glanced around for support from Brunhild, but she only shook her head, clearly signaling that Alex should handle these situations on his own. The other girls, watching the scene unfold, began to realize that it was time to make decisions. The number of potential candidates vying for Alex's attention was growing, and if they wanted to succeed, they had to act faster. Yuriko, standing next to Saya, leaned in and spoke with a slight grin. "Look, Saya, this is what a popular guy looks like. If you don't take the initiative, you might get left behind. You have to act fast, or your turn might never come. And if you hesitate, Mom will take matters into her own hands." Saya, her face flushing with anger, turned to her mother. "Mom. How can you say something like that? You were just saying that after divorcing Dad, you're not ready for a relationship. Why did you change your mind so suddenly?" Yuriko, completely unbothered, continued with a smile. "What did you expect? He's strong, smart, handsome, responsible. Well, a bit chaotic and a little childish, but that just adds to his charm. If you don't take the first step, I will. You. Saya angrily waved her hand and turned away. "That's it, I'm not talking to you anymore." Yuriko just smirked, covering her mouth with her hand. "Well, you don't have to talk to me. But you'd better talk to Alex while you still have the chance. What if you can't be alone with him later?" she teased, enjoying her daughter's reaction. Saya stomped her foot hard to express her anger and, turning away indignantly, walked further away from Yuriko. Even there, she could still hear her mother's light, mocking laugh. Around the same time, a similar conversation was unfolding between Kiriko and Rei. Rei sat across from her mother, confused about how to react to the fact that both of them liked the same guy. However, Kiriko smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry, I'll wait. You take the first step, you have a better chance." These conversations were happening just as Alex, caught between Coco and Rika, felt like a rope in their improvised tug-of-war game. Looking at Rebecca, he noticed she wasn't helping but was standing off to the side, happily recording everything on her phone. Alex immediately realized, this video would definitely be shown to everyone when they returned to Orario. His gaze drifted to Brunhild, searching for support, but she merely shrugged, as if saying, "Figure it out yourself." With a heavy sigh, Alex understood he'd have to sort out this chaos on his own. "Girls, maybe it's time to stop pulling me," he said with mild irritation. "Of course, my arms won't fall off, but this looks, to put it mildly, strange." Coco immediately responded. "Tell her to let go first." Rika quickly retorted. "Tell that to Hekmatyar. I won't let go until she does." Realizing that pleading was pointless, Alex rolled his eyes and decided to take action. He easily lifted both girls and tossed them over his shoulders like sacks of potatoes. Rika and Coco didn't even have time to react before they found themselves in that position. "All right, enough for today. Tomorrow we have a long journey, so everyone needs to rest," Alex said in a tone that left no room for argument as he headed toward the bank building. Meanwhile, the others began actively moving the supplies brought from the airport and discussing the upcoming plan. When they learned their route would take them through Okinawa to a military ship and from there to Alaska, many nodded approvingly, recognizing the thoroughness of the plan. However, Valmet wasn't thinking about the plan at all. She frowned as she watched Alex casually carry Coco and Rika away, her gaze betraying her inner irritation. When Alex reached the observation room, he carefully set both girls down on the floor. They looked around, noticing the mattresses spread out on the floor. Rika, not losing her boldness, flirtatiously asked. "Handsome, are you sure you want to do this right here?" Coco, quickly distancing herself from him, countered. "Maybe we should get to know each other better first, and then, well, you get it." "No one's forcing you, Hekmatyar," Rika smirked, crossing her arms over her chest. "You can leave, I'll handle him myself." Though it's funny to hear that from the one who, 5 minutes ago, was dragging him by the hand and wouldn't let me kiss him. "No one's holding you here. Leave if you don't like it." Coco snapped back sharply. Seeing the girls arguing again, Alex let out a loud sigh. He was barely holding back laughter at the absurdity of what was happening but understood that this could go on forever. "Enough," he said calmly but firmly, drawing their attention. "I didn't bring you here for what you're thinking right now. Just to sleep. Yes, sleep, not sleep with you. I haven't had a proper night's rest for 2 days, and I need a break. Tomorrow's going to be a tough day, and I'm not spending it figuring out who's right." Rika and Coco fell silent, exchanging glances, and Alex continued. "So, throw out your dirty thoughts, spread those mattresses out, and just rest. No drama." Alex carefully lowered Coco and Rika onto the floor. The girls froze for a moment, staring first at him and then at each other. Alex sighed heavily, mentally cursing the noise he would have to endure. The idea of going to sleep on the roof, where there would be no endless arguing, seemed very tempting. As soon as he set them on the floor, Valmet barged into the room with a crash, ready to tear Alex into tiny pieces. Her furious gaze scanned the room before landing on Coco. Coco had already seated herself in a chair, watching everything with mild boredom. "Coco, has he done anything to you?" Valmet rushed to the girl, squatting in front of her and grabbing her hands. "I told you, you can't trust him. As soon as he had the chance, he would have attacked you." Her voice trembled with concern, but the look she directed at Alex was filled with contempt. Alex's eye twitched, but he immediately suppressed the urge to snap back. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this overly protective woman. Instead, he silently walked over to his bag, pulled out a clean t-shirt and pants, ignoring the stares directed at him, and made his way toward the shower. Turning on the hot water, Alex sighed with relief as the warm streams washed the zombie blood off him. He tossed his clothes into his inventory, not wanting to waste time washing them. Running his hand through his wet hair, he stared at the water droplets sliding down the tiles and thought about his next steps. He hoped that they would find a ship at the next port, one that the whole group could take to Okinawa. But there were still questions. What's happening in other countries? How bad is it there? Of course, GIR had provided satellite images and intercepted radio transmissions, but it wasn't enough. Above all, Alex was interested in the Live Corporation. These people were clearly using fragments of the marker for their own purposes, and to find out exactly what they were planning, he would need to capture one of their employees. The thought of the strange soldiers he had encountered earlier kept bothering Alex. They controlled hordes of zombies, which led him to a certain theory. Perhaps these people retained their consciousness after infection, like some characters in games like Dying Light, and gained special abilities. Alex muttered, washing the last remnants of blood off his skin. That seems like the best explanation for now. He turned off the water, put on clean clothes, and headed back to the room. When he entered, everyone had gathered. Coco and Valmet remained where they were. "Feel better after the hot shower?" Brunhild asked, sitting in a chair and watching him closely. "I'll feel better once I get some sleep," Alex replied lazily, collapsing onto the mattress. "I suggest you all rest too. Tomorrow's going to be a tough day." "So, tomorrow we're leaving the city and heading to Okinawa?" Saya asked, setting aside her glasses and getting ready for bed. "You plan to capture a military ship, right? Do you think the military will just hand over a ship?" Coco raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. "If I were you, I wouldn't expect an easy ride." "The military base in Okinawa is deserted," Alex said, rubbing his temple. "Not a single soldier. Anywhere. The same goes for other American bases in Japan. It's like they vanished." "Maybe they were just recruited," Brunhild suggested. "Or forced to switch sides. That's always been the case. Someone gives the orders, and others follow." "I agree," Valmet chimed in. "When I served, commanders gave pointless orders too. And in these times, with the world falling apart, corruption has only grown. No one's hiding whose side they're on anymore." "Don't overthink it," Alex said lazily, turning onto his back. "If they're enemies, kill them. If they're allies, let them join. Be careful, but don't complicate things. Right now, our enemies aren't just zombies and mutants, it's also other people. With those words, everyone started preparing for bed. Rebecca immediately curled up on Alex's chest and closed her eyes. Alex allowed himself to relax, pushing away unnecessary thoughts. What bothered him most was the lack of information. What was the situation in other countries? Which ones had already fallen, and which ones had managed to unite? Where was the headquarters of the Live Corporation? He hoped that Coco and Yuriko could get in touch with their contacts worldwide to learn more. With these thoughts, Alex drifted off to sleep. Alex woke up to a strange sensation. Someone was nibbling on his cheek. He immediately assumed it was Rebecca's doing. Without opening his eyes, he tried to detach the culprit from his face. "Rebecca, stop it, I'm all covered in drool." "Handsome, it's not me," her voice came from a distance. Opening his eyes, Alex saw that, like a hungry little animal, Coco was hanging off his cheek. Somehow, she had managed to sleep her way over to him and was now shamelessly gnawing on his face. Meanwhile, Valmet, waking up, began scanning the room for Coco. Spotting her comfortably nestled on Alex, she froze as if she had seen something completely impossible. Her face twisted with a mix of horror and indignation. "Coco, wake up. You're chewing on my face," Alex tried to rouse her, carefully attempting to detach her. "Just a little more," she mumbled, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing herself even closer to him. Alex sighed but got up, holding onto the girl now sitting on his lap. Valmet's gaze was so judgmental that it seemed it might burn a hole through his head. Meanwhile, Rebecca lazily sat at the table, eating cereal and clearly enjoying the show. Alex tried again to wake Coco, but she only tightened her grip on him and even started rubbing her cheek against his chest, still wearing that silly smile. "Coco, get up, stop hugging him," Valmet exclaimed, trying to pull her away from Alex. "No, just a couple more minutes." "Leave me alone, Valmet, you're disturbing my sleep," Coco muttered, not opening her eyes. Valmet looked as if something had snapped inside her. Alex even felt a slight pang of guilt, but it was quickly replaced with irritation when Valmet shot him a look full of accusations, as if he were to blame for everything. "Hey, yesterday she said she wasn't ready to sleep with him, and now look at her, clinging like an octopus and not letting go," Rika remarked, watching the scene unfold. "Jealous? You couldn't do it, so now shut up," Coco shot back, finally cracking one eye open and giving Rika a disdainful glance. Alex sighed heavily. It was still morning, and already the arguments had started. It used to be Rebecca and Saya, but now it was Coco and Rika. He still didn't understand why they always found a reason to bicker. With great difficulty, he managed to detach Coco, who clearly didn't want to let go, and stood up. Kissing Rebecca on the top of her head, Alex noticed Shizuka's gaze. She clearly wanted a morning kiss too. Not making her wait, he walked over and kissed her on the cheek, which made Shizuka beam and return the gesture. "What about me? Am I not getting anything? Come on, handsome, don't be greedy. You liked kissing me yesterday. Come here," Rika intervened, pulling him toward her. Alex shrugged and approached to wish her good morning. Leaning down, he was about to kiss her cheek when Rika took the initiative. Grabbing his face, she pressed her lips to his, even managing to slip her tongue into the kiss. Afterward, she gave Coco a smug look, as if she had just won a competition. Ignoring the girls' bickering, Alex headed for the door to make himself some coffee. But he didn't get far. The other girls had already returned with breakfast. After receiving his cup of coffee, Alex sat at the table with a satisfied look and began enjoying his hot drink while the others ate. To be continued. Chapter 224, The Call for Help. After breakfast, Alex brought up the topic of leaving the city. The girls immediately started packing their things, rolling up mattresses, and getting ready to head out to greet the others. Alex believed today was the perfect day to depart, without unnecessary obstacles. The two zombie hordes that had arrived in the city the day before had significantly thinned out after the explosions at the Takagi estate and the airport grounds. He understood that the horde had been brought here not only as part of an experiment in controlling zombies but also to obtain the marker shard that Coco was transporting. Heading to the briefing room, Alex and his group were the first to arrive. "That's pretty unusual," Ray noted, looking around. "We usually arrive last when everyone's already gathered. Probably because of last night's horde. Many people stayed up half the night, afraid of another attack," Kiriko suggested, sitting down next to Ray. "And don't forget that Alex rescued people from the airport yesterday, and later, those same people helped unload supplies," Yuriko reminded them as she took a seat. The girls nodded in agreement and settled into their places. Alex leaned back in his chair, watching the others with a relaxed expression. The only thing left to do was load the supplies and leave peacefully. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that things wouldn't go so smoothly. Something was bound to happen. Brunhild noticed the change in his expression and gently patted his knee. Alex raised an eyebrow at her, but from the look on her face, he realized that she, too, sensed something was off. He simply shook his head, signaling her not to dwell on it for now. Brunhild gave a silent nod, acknowledging his decision. Meanwhile, Alex noticed Rika getting along well with Rebecca. From their conversation, he gathered that Rebecca was showing off her custom-made sniper rifle, and Rika eagerly suggested testing it out. Saya, seeing her mother chatting with Coco, didn't know what to do with herself and eventually asked Alex for his phone to continue studying gadget making. Without hesitation, he handed her the device. After a while, the room started filling up with people. As they woke up, they headed straight to the briefing. "Didn't expect to see you here first," Takashi said in surprise as he entered. "You're usually the last one to arrive. Better watch your mouth, or should I get my belt?" Alex raised an amused eyebrow. Takashi immediately fell silent, fully aware that Alex wasn't just joking. His mother, Nami, smiled slightly and gestured for her son to come over. Takashi sighed, noticing that she had been spending more time with Alex's group lately. He couldn't help but wonder if this man might once again become his stepfather. Suppressing his irritation, he sat next to his mother, trying to start a conversation with her. Once the room was completely filled with people, all eyes turned to Alex, waiting for his usual morning greeting. "I see you all got some sleep." "That's good," he started with a slight smile. "Congratulations on another morning in Zombieland. Today is the day we leave the city and head for Okinawa. I understand that for some of you, this is difficult to accept. Some of you see this place as your home, your country. But let's be honest, there are no more countries, no more borders. There's only us and the Walking Dead. And I think everyone here understands that." Alex's words made some people lower their heads. They knew that, in time, any country would fall to the onslaught of the undead. But no one wanted to admit it. Coco, however, remained indifferent. The concept of country had never meant much to her. She had been born on a cargo ship as it sailed across the ocean. But no matter how much people wanted to deny Alex's truth, arguing against the obvious was pointless. "So, what's the plan, kid?" Lem broke the silence, lighting a cigarette. "I get that you want to reach Okinawa and borrow a ship there, but how exactly are we getting there? It's an island, and getting to it isn't that simple." "It's simple," Alex replied, scanning the gathered people. "A few kilometers from the city, there's a dock. We'll take a vessel from there. Of course, the journey will take some time, but we'll have the opportunity to stop in nearby cities to restock our supplies. And, it will increase our chances of finding survivors." He paused, letting his words sink in. "But I want to remind you, our enemy isn't just the Walking Dead but also other people. You've all seen how they act in situations like this. If you encounter survivors, don't trust them right away. There are children in our group, and none of you want to put them in danger." The people nodded silently, fully understanding the gravity of his warning. They had already heard the stories of those who had been rescued, stories about raiders, murderers, and those who had completely lost their moral compass. Alex continued the briefing, assigning tasks. He repeatedly emphasized that the priority was the safety of the group. Once the meeting ended, everyone dispersed to prepare supplies for transport. However, the feeling of unease never left him. With each passing minute, it only grew stronger. Yuriko went to help Kyoko compile a list of provisions and equipment. Alex and the troublemaker trio swiftly carried crates outside, loading them into trucks and a bus. They worked quickly and efficiently. Everyone was eager to leave the city as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Rebecca stepped outside the perimeter to clear the road by moving abandoned cars. "Where do you think you're going, Greenie? Got nothing better to do?" Saya called out as soon as she noticed Rebecca heading off. "Didn't ask for your opinion, Pinky," Rebecca smirked. "Gotta move some cars out of the way." Their exchange was overheard by those still loading supplies. Most just shook their heads, well aware of how strong Rebecca was. But those unfamiliar with her were surprised. How was this petite girl planning to move vehicles? Even Coco grew interested and decided to watch. Approaching them, Coco gave Rebecca a thoughtful look. "And how exactly are you planning to do that?" she asked with genuine curiosity. Watch and learn, Silver." Rebecca grinned widely. She made her way toward the gate, while Saya let out a deep sigh and followed. Naturally, Coco couldn't resist going as well, purely out of curiosity, of course. And definitely not because she wanted to avoid carrying heavy crates. No, Coco was definitely not avoiding hard work. Valmet, who had been carrying crates of ammunition, noticed her boss leaving the safe zone. Grabbing her rifle, she quickly hurried after her. "Coco, you shouldn't be going out there, it's dangerous," she said sternly, catching up. "Dangerous? In what way, One Eye?" Rebecca snorted, lacing her hands behind her head. "There are barely any zombies left. What's got you so nervous this morning? Didn't get enough sleep?" "I didn't ask for your opinion on whether it's dangerous or not." Valmet snapped irritably. "And who the hell are you calling One Eye, you green-haired gremlin?" Rebecca's eyes narrowed. "What did you just say, Cyclops?" Her hand drifted toward her pistol. You think just because the silver-haired brat keeps clinging to Alex, I won't put another hole in you? Or take out your last eye? Rebecca and Valmont locked eyes, neither willing to back down. The tension between them thickened, but Saya simply let out a weary sigh and reminded Rebecca why they had even stepped outside the bank's perimeter in the first place. Rebecca clicked her tongue in annoyance, shot Valmont a glare, and gestured with her fingers, "I'm watching you." Coco glanced at Valmont but didn't blame her for her short temper. "Sorry, Coco," Valmont said with a hint of guilt. "Don't worry about it," Coco simply smiled, not giving it much importance. Catching up to Rebecca and Saya, they continued on. Reaching the nearest car, Rebecca stopped, assessing the situation. Coco and Valmont watched with interest, wondering how she was going to move the vehicle. Without hesitation, Rebecca delivered a powerful kick to the side of the car. The metal dented from the impact, and the car suddenly shifted to the side, leaving a trail on the asphalt. Coco and Valmont exchanged surprised glances, while Rebecca simply grinned smugly. "Are you also a martial arts master, like Alex?" Coco asked with obvious curiosity. She couldn't imagine how so much strength could be hidden in such a petite body to simply kick a car and make it move. "Ha! No way. I'm too lazy for that kind of thing," Rebecca smirked. "I prefer shooting, not throwing punches. My sweetie loves beating up idiots, I just shoot them." Coco gave her a skeptical look, stepped closer, and tried to feel her muscles. "What do you think you're doing, pervert?" Rebecca protested, swatting her hand away. "Only my sweetie can touch me," she added, stepping back a pace. Coco's curiosity only grew. How could such a small girl possess such incredible strength? Seeing Coco's confusion, Saya answered instead of Rebecca. "Her muscles are denser than an average person's. That's the secret." Coco nodded, finally satisfied with the explanation. However, Valmont, on the other hand, began to wonder, could she handle Rebecca in a fight? She hadn't seen her in action yet and couldn't give a clear answer. Noticing how easily Saya shared this kind of information, Coco concluded that maybe she'd be able to learn more about Alex as well. Saya, seeing nothing special about it, calmly began telling everything she knew. While Coco was asking questions and Valmont was thinking about Rebecca's strength, Rebecca had already moved to another car and kicked it aside with clear enjoyment, clearing the road. She admitted to herself that the feeling of just kicking a car and making it move was surprisingly refreshing. Meanwhile, Alex continued to carry supplies, loading the transport. He hadn't even noticed how much they'd managed to collect over these days. Finishing with another box, he lit a cigarette, planning to take a short break and think about the situation. Looking around, he realized he couldn't see his gremlin. However, the answer to his question came quickly. The metallic sound from a distance made it clear that Rebecca was moving cars. Alex just smirked. He understood that this wasn't just work for her, she was clearly having fun. But as soon as he finished his cigarette, Rika ran up to him, her face full of concern. "What's wrong? Why do you look like that?" Alex asked, noticing her tense expression. "They called from the shelter in Tokyo. They're asking for support," Rika said, visibly nervous. "I don't know what to do." Alex paused for a moment, but answered quickly and without hesitation. "Gather everyone who knows how to handle weapons. We need to discuss the situation urgently and make a decision." He felt that there was no time for contemplation. Rika nodded and began gathering everyone. Alex stepped out of the iron gates and whistled, catching the attention of Rebecca, Coco, Saya, and Valmont. The girls turned at the sound, saw that he was calling them, and hurried over with curiosity, waiting for an explanation. "The shelter in Tokyo requested assistance from Rika's group," Alex said briefly. They all exchanged silent glances, then nodded and followed him back. Outside, everyone had gathered, waiting only for Alex. "The situation is as follows," he began, looking over the group. "The shelter in Tokyo requested support. I have no doubt that many of you don't want to leave your fellow countrymen to certain death, and I understand that. But I'll say this up front, we can't send the whole squad. We can't leave this place unprotected. What's your plan?" Toji asked, adjusting his glasses. "Are we heading to help, or are we taking the chance to leave the city? This is the perfect time to go." "I can't give a definitive answer until I hear the details," Alex shook his head, then turned to Rika. "Tell us what's going on." Rika sighed and began explaining. "They've already lost their first line of defense. The commander, who asked for reinforcements, said they're being cornered. Their weapons aren't piercing some of the mutants. They don't have time to rest between waves, they fend off one, and another comes immediately, with even more zombies." Alex furrowed his brow. Such methodical pressure didn't seem like a coincidence. It was as if someone was deliberately sending waves of the dead to attack the shelter. Looking at the others, he understood that most had already decided to go help. Then his gaze landed on Coco, waiting for her opinion. "If you're going, then I am too," she shrugged. Alex nodded and turned to Brunhild and Rebecca. What do you think? I think we should go, Brunhild replied. You've said it yourself, people need to stick together. And for you, it's no big deal. Maybe we'll learn something useful. I'm all for it. What's the difference where we shoot zombies? Maybe we'll come across a new mutant, Rebecca grinned. All right, it's settled then. We gather up and head out, Alex concluded. We won't take a large group, someone needs to stay behind to guard here. The others, let everyone know our departure is postponed by a day. For those coming, we'll help however we can. The group nodded and began preparing. Alex's team included Coco and her entourage, as well as Siko, Rei, Saya, Kiriko, and Yuriko. The other girls also wanted to go, but he selected only those who would be useful in combat. They were joined by a few officers who had been following Rika. Rebecca approached Rika and handed her a sniper rifle. Here, take it, it'll come in handy. But if you break my baby, I'll make you regret it. Rika accepted the weapon with respect, giving it a slight shake in her hands. Whoa, it's heavy. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it, like my own eye. Alex just smirked as he tightened his gear strap. Time was running out. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch also rushed out, preparing to head for the shelter. Coco, standing next to Alex, watched as the trio of troublemakers sped forward with their weapons. She was particularly intrigued by Stitch, who was holding a machine gun above his head. The appearance of the strange blue creature with such a formidable weapon surprised those who hadn't yet learned what kind of animal it was. However, those who were already used to the presence of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch didn't show any signs of concern. They'd seen the trio playing with children before, so they didn't consider them dangerous. But the newcomers, seeing Stitch with a machine gun, clearly tensed up. I was going to ask yesterday, what's with this blue dog that looks so strange? Coco said, pointing at Stitch. Alex just smirked and raised a finger. First, a little instruction. Number 1, don't call these 3 strange or dogs. Number 2, don't steal their sweets, snacks, or game consoles. And most importantly, don't piss them off. And if I do piss them off? Coco asked, her interest piqued. Nothing fatal, but they're very mischievous. Imagine waking up in the morning, all tied up and thrown outside. At heart, they're good, but their pranks can be cruel. However, if they accept you as a mom, you're safe. In fact, they'll even share their sweets with you. You can see for yourself, look, Alex pointed toward the trio. Coco followed his gesture and saw Shizuka hugging Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, one by one. She immediately understood what Alex meant. The truth was, she had asked about Stitch because she thought he was cute but didn't know how to approach and pet him. She was especially impressed by how pleased Stitch looked while carrying his weapon. Alex told her a bit more about the trio of troublemakers, but Coco only asked about Stitch. The more she listened, the more she wanted to hug this blue dog. When preparations were complete, Alex instructed Coco to get in the car with her people. The girl puffed up but complied. Alex himself mounted the motorcycle, with Rebecca and Brunhild beside him. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch took positions behind machine guns in the vehicles. Let's move quickly. Alex warned. Keep an eye out during the ride, and whatever you do, don't stop. The ride was tense. It was hard to make their way to the shelter due to the endless flow of zombies. After fighting through yet another wave, they finally reached their destination. Alex slammed on the brakes and surveyed the situation. A zombie tank was battering the main gates of the shelter. With its massive hands, it angrily struck the metal gates, shaking them with every blow. What's the plan, kid? Lem asked over the radio. By the looks of the situation at the gates, we won't be able to get in through the main entrance without being noticed. I think we should go around and try another entrance, Alex replied, assessing the situation. But if we attack from the rear, there's a risk we could get caught between 2 fronts. Do you have something up your sleeve to help us get inside? Saya asked over the general channel. Rika, get in touch with the shelter commander and find out if there's an alternate entrance. If not, we'll improvise, Alex instructed. I'm on it, Rika replied and began contacting the commander. While they waited for her response, Alex continued to survey the area. Using the stadium as a shelter had been a foolish decision. Its walls weren't designed to hold back such massive waves of the undead. They were holding for now, but sooner or later, they would fall, and when that happened, there would be no fixing it. At this stage, the defenders could still hold out for some time, but the mutated zombies were a whole different threat. One tank would be enough to break through the walls if given enough time. I found an entrance on the other side, Rika announced. The commander says there are zombies there too, but far fewer than at the main gates. Great, let's head there, Alex commanded. The vehicles surged forward, bypassing the hordes of undead. There was no time left for second thoughts. Once they reached the location Rika had mentioned, Alex stopped nearby and surveyed the area. Zombies were wandering in front of the shelter's entrance. He waved his hand, signaling Gir, Mimi, and Stitch to open fire. The hail of gunfire tore through the zombie horde, and when the last corpse fell to the ground, the group moved toward the entrance. Inside, they were met by the defense commander, a man whose face reflected both relief and tension. Apparently, he hadn't fully believed that reinforcements would make it in time. While the others discussed the situation, Alex stayed to the side, continuing to assess the situation. "We won't last long," the commander sighed heavily. "These bastards have practically broken through the gates, and we don't have enough people to hold them back." Alex nodded, understanding that there was no time for long deliberations. The question wasn't whether the undead would break through, but when it would happen. "Brunhild, take over coordination. Becca, Stitch, have some fun, but no destruction. Gir, Mimi, you're with me, we'll take the vanguard," he said, issuing orders. "You're going to stand at the front again?" Saya asked, stepping closer. "It'll be easier that way. You stay close to Yuriko and follow her instructions." "I know you're a genius, but there's plenty you can learn from her," Alex patted Saya on the head, making it clear there was no point in arguing. Yuriko nodded affirmatively. Unlike her daughter, she didn't object, but her eyes showed concern. Siko was about to join Alex, but he motioned for her to stay back. The commander froze, taken aback, when Alex began giving orders. However, Brunhild quickly took the initiative. She silently surveyed the positions, assessed the situation, and started issuing commands. Those who tried to object were immediately met with her icy gaze and, without words, got to work. Alex, making sure everything was going according to plan, headed to his motorcycle, opened the weapons compartment, and pulled out his power sword. Then, alongside Gir and Mimi, he stood in front of the iron gates, which were already beginning to bend under the blows from outside. As he lost his mind, one of the soldiers exclaimed, watching as Alex and the two robo-dogs lined up, preparing for the attack. "You'd better worry about yourself," Saya coldly replied, adjusting her glasses. "He's the strongest here. Without him, you won't hold the defense." "What did you say, little one?" The female soldier spun around sharply, but her comrades quickly grabbed her by the shoulders, preventing her from rushing forward. Yuriko merely smiled, watching her daughter. She was glad that Saya trusted Alex so much, but the anxiety didn't leave her. Fighting such a horde face-to-face was far too risky. Their thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected gesture from Gir and Mimi. Both knelt on one knee. To everyone's surprise, Stitch also knelt, firmly gripping his machine gun. Brunhild and Rebecca exchanged a glance and sighed heavily. "What are they doing? Why did those three suddenly kneel?" asked Coco, confused about what was happening. "It's their ritual," Brunhild replied tiredly, covering her face with her hand. "They always do this before a fight. So get used to it, it will keep happening." "Wait. Is this somehow related to that strange obsession you mentioned?" Ray recalled their recent conversation. "Exactly," Brunhild said briefly, not wanting to delve into further explanations. An intense silence hung in the air. A menacing hum could be heard from behind the gates. The horde of the undead was about to break through. Alex gripped the hilt of his sword and slowly exhaled, preparing for battle. "Well then," he muttered, grinning. "Let's begin." The actions of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch puzzled everyone present. Soldiers anxiously watched the trio, trying to figure out what kind of ritual they were performing before the fight and why it was happening now. Even those who had known the three for a long time couldn't suppress their curiosity. But Brunhild didn't rush to explain. She understood that no matter how much she tried to explain what was happening, most wouldn't understand. The answer to their silent question came instantly. Alex's voice, like thunder, reverberated through the shelter, making everyone flinch. "What is your duty?" he asked loudly, not turning around, his gaze fixed on the bending iron gates. "To serve the Emperor's will," came the powerful voices of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. A chill ran down the spines of many. They hadn't expected Alex to speak in such a voice, low, authoritative, full of strength. These words were unfamiliar to them, but somehow, they felt something tighten inside, awakening a long-forgotten resolve. "What is the Emperor's will?" Alex continued. "That we fight and die," came the loud response from his battle companions. But this time, others joined in. Among the soldiers, there were those who knew the battle cry. Those who hadn't joined in the chant stared in astonishment at their comrades. What was that? How did they know those words? But when they met their gaze, they saw only serious, determined faces. "What is death?" Alex spoke again. "It is our duty," came the chorus from Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and now even more voices joined in. Alex listened, and with each passing second, his suspicions grew stronger. Among these people were those who knew these words. He was not alone. A brief silence followed. Then, an explosion. The iron gates couldn't withstand the force. They were smashed by the creature resembling a tank, and in the next moment, the wave of zombies poured inside, intent on tearing apart every living being. Alex activated his power sword, and GIR and Mimi armed themselves. They didn't retreat. They waited for the horde to come closer. "Fire," came Brunhild's sharp command. And the battle began. At Brunhild's order, the air was filled with the deafening sound of gunfire. The soldiers opened fire, pouring lead into the zombie horde, preventing them from advancing further. Alex, GIR, and Mimi didn't waste time and charged forward. Alex made a lightning-fast dash towards the tank, and his blade, gleaming in the air, sliced the massive zombie in half. To avoid crossing the line of fire, he moved carefully, staying out of the marksman's way but remaining in the thick of the battle, eliminating anyone trying to break through. Not far from him, an explosion rang out among the crowd of zombies, scattering the creatures in all directions. Alex turned and saw Rebecca standing on top of a car with a grenade launcher in her hands. She grinned and, noticing his gaze, winked at him. Giving her a thumbs up, Alex noticed a hunter leaping too far, right at the nearest soldier. Without hesitation, he threw his sword, and the zombie was cleaved in two before it could reach its victim. Alex looked around and, finding no weapon, grabbed the nearest zombie by the leg and slammed it into another with all his strength, using it as an improvised club. "Handsome, your sword," Rebecca shouted, throwing him the katana. "Thanks," Alex replied, skillfully catching the murasama. Securing the katana to his waist, he placed his hand on the activation mechanism of the sheath. With a swift motion, the blade shot out of the sheath and into his hands. It happened so fast that the surrounding zombies didn't even have time to react, their bodies shattered into pieces, staining the ground with bloody patterns. The soldiers who witnessed this couldn't help but hold their breath. Alex quickly assessed the situation and noticed the fighters starting to lose ground, the zombies were too many. Swiftly returning the katana to its sheath, he vanished and reappeared at the front line, right in front of the soldiers battling. Saya and Yuriko didn't even flinch, Alex's tricks didn't surprise them, but the other soldiers. "What the?" one of the female soldiers gasped. "Just the usual, table turnover," Alex grinned, lowering his hands to the ground. His fingers dug into the stone with force, and with ease, as though picking up a feather, he ripped a massive stone slab out of the earth. Pulling his fist back, he struck it with force. The stone shattered, and the sharp fragments flew like shrapnel, piercing the zombie ranks. Clearing a path, Alex turned around and gave a thumbs up to Saya and Yuriko. Saya, arms crossed, gave a satisfied grunt, while Yuriko simply smiled and nodded. Seeing the situation under control, Alex drew his katana and rushed to another part of the defense line, helping where the mutants were causing the most trouble. His figure flickered through the battle like a ghost, leaving behind only the severed bodies of enemies. To be continued. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, Project G. I'm terribly glad that during this week my fanfic was included in the rating, even if it was in the range of 160 to 175 place in the rating, but I'm still very happy about it. A massive horde of zombies, like an unstoppable avalanche, broke through the iron gates of the Tokyo shelter. This was the signal for battle to begin. Brunhild immediately took command, giving clear and precise orders. She directed where to focus fire and which targets to suppress first. Under her leadership, the defense moved in perfect coordination, like a single mechanism. If anyone hesitated or failed to react in time, Brunhild instantly issued a new command, not allowing the defensive line to falter under the undead onslaught. Target the zombies that look like bloated balloons. Don't let them get close, they explode the moment they're within reach, she commanded, pointing at the suicide zombies hidden within the horde. The soldiers quickly adjusted their fire, but due to the density of the horde, eliminating the explosive zombies with precision was difficult. Brunhild noticed this and shifted her gaze to Rika. Without needing words, Rika understood immediately, took aim, and with a single precise shot, detonated a suicide zombie. The explosion wiped out dozens of undead, clearing part of the battlefield. Rebecca, perched atop a vehicle, provided covering fire with a grenade launcher, using various rounds to relieve the pressure on the others. Stitch, manning a machine gun, cackled like a madman as he unleashed waves of bullets into the enemy ranks. The soldiers near him instinctively took a few steps back, unsettled by the wild madness radiating from him. Meanwhile, GIR and Mimi were deep in the thick of battle. The two robo-dogs tore through any zombies in their path with ruthless efficiency. Alex, like a shadow, flickered across the battlefield, offering support wherever it was needed most. The soldiers watching him couldn't hide their astonishment. Whenever he appeared, the zombie count would plummet, leaving only severed remains in his wake. Not far from the command post, Coco's squad methodically laid down suppressing fire, following Brunhild's orders to the letter. Initially, they had doubts about her commands, but after Coco ordered them to comply, all resistance faded. Coco herself stood beside Brunhild, carefully observing Alex's silhouette as he darted across the battlefield. However, what truly impressed her was Brunhild's command ability. It was as if she had once served in the military, Her skill in assessing the situation and issuing orders surpassed even the local shelter commander, a man with years of military experience. Where the hell did you find that guy? This is insane. He's tearing through the battlefield, leaving only a bloody trail behind, exclaimed Itami as he reloaded his rifle. How would I know? Toji shrugged. We were trapped in the airport when a horde attacked, and he showed up to save Minami Rika. But don't you notice who he looks like, Itami? Hearing Toji's words, Itami squinted, carefully examining Alex as he paused briefly to assess the battlefield. His eyes widened in shock. He turned to Toji, who simply nodded in confirmation. No way. It can't be. Itami whispered, realizing who he was looking at. But Toji didn't stop there. He subtly pointed toward Rebecca, who stood atop the vehicle, grenade launcher in hand. Itami followed his gesture, focused on the girl, and suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. I feel you, my friend, Toji said, patting him on the shoulder with understanding. I felt the same when I first saw them. Hey, you two. Quit your chit-chat. This isn't the time for your childish nonsense. Don't you have something better to do? Like, I don't know, shooting these damn zombies. Kuribayashi snapped, throwing them an irritated glare. You don't understand, Kuribayashi. Itami mumbled, waving her off. You'll never know what it feels like to see a fictional character in real life. You want to get punched? Kuribayashi asked darkly, cracking her knuckles and glaring at Itami. Toji and Itami immediately took a step back, putting some distance between themselves and Kuribayashi. Those who knew about their hobbies could only shake their heads. It was hard to understand how these two managed to discuss anime and manga even at a time like this, when a literal horde of zombies was pressing down on them. Brunhild accidentally overheard their conversation and let out a heavy sigh. She still couldn't get used to the fact that the history of her world was nothing more than fiction here, written in books and manga. Meanwhile, Alex found himself facing two tank zombies charging straight at him. That made him a bit wary. These creatures weren't supposed to move with such clear intent, as if someone was controlling them. Quickly assessing the situation, Alex glanced around, searching for anything suspicious, but found nothing. As the massive zombies closed in, he suddenly leaped into the air, soaring over them. Landing behind their backs, he made a light swing with his blade before smoothly sheathing it. As if on cue, the bodies of both zombies were sliced clean in half, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Yet, despite the fighters' efforts, the number of zombies didn't seem to be decreasing. Alex realized it was time to use something more powerful to thin out the horde. Making a quick decision, he pulled his katana from its sheath and, turning swiftly, hurled it toward Brunhild. Girls, black, he shouted as he released the blade. The katana arced through the air, stabbing into the ground right at Brunhild's feet. Many of the fighters exchanged confused glances, not understanding what Alex meant. Black what? While the others tried to decipher his words, Alex continued fighting, using whatever he could get his hands on, including the zombies themselves. At one point, he grabbed the nearest walker and, swinging it like a club, started smashing through the undead around him. When his makeshift weapon was reduced to just a single leg, he immediately grabbed another zombie and repeated the process. The sight was so bizarre that some of the fighters froze in stunned disbelief. What did he mean by black? Coco asked, standing next to Brunhild. Without taking her eyes off the battlefield, Brunhild calmly replied, he needs a katana with a black blade. Go to his motorcycle and get it. Coco nodded and sprinted toward Alex's bike. Opening the weapon compartment, she found several katanas but wasn't sure which one to take. One by one, she pulled them from their sheaths, checking their color. Finally, she found the right one. Clutching it tightly, she rushed back. This one, she asked, holding up the katana for Brunhild to see. Yes. Now throw it to him, Brunhild responded, still issuing orders. Coco glanced at the sword, then at Brunhild, and finally at Alex, who was much too far away. There was no way she could throw the katana that far. Looking around, she spotted Valmet. Valmet, get this to him. Hearing the request, Valmet simply nodded. Grabbing the katana, she took a few steps forward, then hurled it with all her strength toward Alex. Catch! Coco shouted. Alex, having just flung away his last zombie, spotted the incoming blade. Leaping up, he caught the katana midair, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he unsheathed it. Sun breathing, azure skies. He murmured, making his first slashing motion. As Alex swung his katana downward, the blade left a fiery trail. Just before reaching the ground, he twisted his body and executed a powerful cutting strike. A wave of flames erupted outward, slicing through zombies and setting them ablaze. The moment he landed, Alex transitioned into his next attack. Water breathing, dance of the rapid stream, he whispered, his blade tracing a shimmering path of water as he struck again. He moved through the horde of zombies like a swift river current, and everywhere he passed, a trail of water remained, while the heads of zombies detached from their bodies as if they were mere blades of grass being cut. Those watching couldn't believe their eyes. It all started with the first strike, which created a ring of fire that sliced and burned through enemies, but then came something even more incredible. It seemed as if they had collectively lost their minds, for now, a stream of water followed Alex, cutting through the horde. What kind of technique is this? Coco asked curiously. This is a breathing style created back in the Sengoku period, Brunhild answered calmly, never taking her eyes off the battle. Alex has mastered all 14 styles and can freely combine them. These techniques were developed for monster hunting. Her words shocked those who hadn't known this before. They couldn't even imagine such ancient martial arts existing, let alone someone mastering them entirely. Meanwhile, Alex switched techniques, and now a trail of lightning followed him. The crackling of electricity made everyone freeze in astonishment, his speed had increased exponentially. After delivering another lightning-fast slash, Alex suddenly felt a threat behind him. He jumped sharply, and at that moment, a massive charger flew past, missing its target. Fog breathing, sea of cloudy mist, Alex murmured, initiating a new attack. He unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, slicing enemies into tiny pieces. The zombies that were under him literally fell apart from the swift movements of his blade. Landing, Alex had no idea that he had been closely watched the entire time. In one of the hidden complexes filled with screens and computers, dozens of people were intently monitoring the events. On one of the main monitors, Alex's battle against the zombie horde was being broadcast. Those who knew about martial arts masters were stunned by what they saw, none of them had ever encountered anything like it. Some ancient masters had demonstrated something similar, but Alex still appeared too young to be capable of such feats. Suddenly, the sliding doors opened with a soft rustle, and a man in a sharp suit entered the room. Scanning the screens, he quickly noticed the strange situation, everyone's attention was fixed on a single broadcast. Yet, no one even acknowledged his presence. The man cleared his throat lightly to draw attention. One of the employees, hearing the sound, flinched, turned around, and immediately jumped to his feet. Department Head Williams, my apologies. How may I assist you? Report on the Tokyo shelter situation. How is the experiment progressing? Caleb Williams asked coldly, turning his gaze to the speaker. The employee quickly handed him a tablet with the report. The zombie control experiment is proceeding as planned. Our new soldiers are handling the control of the infected better and can give more commands. Those who underwent the enhancement process quickly adapted to the changes, and some of them have developed special abilities. Caleb skimmed through the data and asked for clarification. What abilities exactly? Besides controlling the infected. Some have gained incredible regeneration, allowing them to even regrow lost limbs. Others have developed physical strength comparable to the best martial arts masters. And most importantly, all of them are mentally connected. The research department believes this resembles a collective consciousness, like a form of radio communication. Caleb nodded, quickly scanning the research department's report. After reviewing the data he was interested in, he shifted his attention to the real-time broadcast. What's the situation in Tokyo? Is the zombie control experiment progressing? Were you able to capture the obelisk fragment and eliminate Hekmatyar? And what's happening at the shelter that was supposed to be used for testing, he asked, not taking his eyes off the screen displaying the live footage. The obelisk fragment was captured without any issues. However, the agent left behind to cover up the traces was killed. Communication with him was abruptly cut off, and none of the soldiers sent to help could assess the situation in time, their priority was retrieving the fragment. Currently, Hekmatyar and his group have been spotted at the main Tokyo shelter. According to the footage, there's a very strong martial artist there helping to hold back the horde. The shelter commander has sent out distress signals to anyone capable of supporting the defense, one of the staff members reported. Caleb nodded and glanced at the monitor with curiosity. What kind of martial artist could stop the horde? Intrigued, he instructed the staff member to clear the space and sat down himself, quickly opening the combat footage. Scrolling through the videos, he focused on Alex, carefully analyzing his movements. After finishing the review, Caleb stroked his chin, contemplating the situation. If there really is a warrior of that level at the shelter. Perhaps it's time to test one of the experimental prototypes the research department has been working on. How's the situation with Object G? He asked, not taking his eyes off the screen. Object G is already in Tokyo. Do you want to test its capabilities? The staff member clarified. Of course. If there's such a fighter at the shelter, it's a perfect opportunity to field test Mk1G in real combat. Pass the data to the research department, they've been pestering me for more information on their experimental prototype. Caleb smirked and nodded, confirming the order. I'll immediately send the order to deliver Project G to the Tokyo shelter, the staff member replied, grabbing the phone. Caleb continued to watch the broadcast, intently studying Alex's movements. This man was becoming more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Alex had no idea that his actions had attracted the attention of one of the most dangerous organizations. If he had known, he would probably have just sighed, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Right now, his main task was to finish off the horde once and for all. Gradually, the zombies were thinning out, and no one was coming through the broken iron gates anymore. Realizing this, Alex whistled, drawing the attention of Gir and Mimi, who were still in the thick of the battle. Hearing the signal, the two robo-dogs instantly turned their heads, saw Alex's gesture, and, after finishing off the nearest zombies, hurried toward him. When they reached him, Alex grabbed their heads and, in one motion, jumped back to the defense line. Lowering his mechanical companions to the ground, he sighed and reached for a cigarette, but then realized he was thirsty. Here, take this, Saya handed him a bottle of water. Thanks. All that running around among the zombies made me move too much, Alex smiled as he accepted the water and took a few gulps. Saya smiled as she watched him. It was no secret to them that Alex preferred to be lazy, but they also knew that if he wasn't busy for too long, he could suddenly come up with something extraordinary. That's why, as Brunhilde once said, he should always be kept occupied. Great job, handsome. Who would have thought you could fight so impressively? All those tricks of yours, simply amazing. Rika marveled, patting him on the back. These aren't tricks, they're my fencing style, Alex rolled his eyes. And what's the difference? Isn't anything that looks spectacular just a trick? Coco tilted her head slightly, thinking. A trick would be if I were killing them by throwing coins at their heads from my pocket, Alex smirked, and before Coco could retort, he suddenly grabbed her nose. Coco tried to escape from Alex's grip, but he was already a master at this, skillfully avoiding her hands, he kept grabbing her nose again and again. Instead of getting angry, Coco just laughed, trying to grab him back. Alex deftly dodged, while glancing around. Everyone around them was either resting on the ground or catching their breath. It made sense, they had just survived a real nightmare, fending off a massive zombie horde. After dodging Coco's hands once more, Alex suddenly spun her around and hugged her tightly, not letting her escape. Do you think this is the end? Or is another wave coming? Rebecca asked, sitting on top of a car. I think there's going to be another one, Brunhilde replied calmly, scanning the battlefield. Don't you find it strange that the number of zombies killed doesn't match what we saw when we arrived? Her words made everyone freeze. A cold realization ran down the backs of the fighters, this wasn't over. A new wave was coming. Alex nodded in agreement. He suspected something wasn't right. If that entire horde at the main entrance had broken through, the battle would have lasted until evening. That meant someone had given the order to stop the zombies. Perhaps it was an experiment to control the horde, to test how quickly they could wipe out the shelter with survivors. But what bothered him the most was why they had retreated. If they gave people time to prepare, they could fend off the attack again. Something was definitely off. At that moment, Coco seized the opportunity and broke free from his embrace. What are you thinking about? She asked, and taking advantage of his distraction, grabbed his nose. I think this isn't the end, Alex said, shaking his head as he lit a cigarette. There are two options, either they got the information they needed, or they're preparing something more serious. How serious? R asked skeptically, leaning against the car. What, do they have zombies with guns? Or maybe cybernetic zombies or even giant zombies? Why'd you have to say that? Coco exclaimed indignantly, stepping on his foot. Can you stop jinxing it? What if they really have something like that? Alex involuntarily shuddered. In such an evil organization, it was entirely possible they could create cybernetic zombies or something worse. The main thing was that these idiots didn't decide to reproduce demons from Doom. He definitely didn't need that. It was bad enough that in the future they'd have to deal with necromorphs joining them. Meanwhile, Coco continued arguing with R, while the other fighters just supported her, reminding him that every time he said something like that, it came true. What's with you guys jumping on me? R exclaimed, pointing at his comrades. Want me to remind you of past incidents? Valmet smirked. Every time you jinx something, it happens. If it were up to me, I'd sew your mouth shut or cut your tongue off. R was taken aback but couldn't argue. It wasn't his fault that his words always came true. But when he saw everyone nodding in agreement, he felt betrayed. Alex just snorted, watching their quarrel. At times like this, he especially appreciated the atmosphere, where even after a deadly battle, they found the strength to tease each other. I knew I shouldn't have left the army to become a mercenary, R fake complained. Come on, R, Lutz laughed. We know you love us. Go to hell. R snorted, crossing his arms over his chest. I don't need your love. I need beautiful women with curvy bodies. Like that blonde doctor. You're talking about Shizuku. Alex smirked. Well, good luck with that. R just grinned smugly, while the others chuckled and went back to resting. But before he could say another word, Rika kicked him squarely in the groin. No one even had time to react before R curled up like a shrimp, writhing in pain. "What the hell?" he groaned, trying to say something. "Don't even think about getting close to my Shizuku," Rika threatened, her eyes flashing. "Or you'll end up without your balls." R just silently nodded, too pained to say anything in response. Alex didn't even have time to blink before Rika had put the poor guy in his place for simply expressing his opinion. Once done with R, she turned to Alex and playfully blew him a kiss. He sighed heavily, unsure whether to laugh or cry. If he were to hit every guy who showed interest in the girls close to him, he would have started a massacre in every world he visited by now. The team burst into laughter, watching the unfortunate R, but no one was in a hurry to help him. However, the amusement was interrupted by a strange noise coming from a distance. "What's that sound?" Ray asked warily, noticing everyone starting to listen intently. "If I'm not mistaken, that's a helicopter. But how could it be here?" Valmet muttered, frowning. Alex also strained his hearing, then glanced at the shelter commander, but he just shook his head, signaling that it wasn't their people or the expected help. Looking toward the sound, Alex activated his vision, allowing his sight to penetrate through the stadium walls. He immediately spotted a black military helicopter with no markings, carrying a massive cargo. When his gaze stopped on the contents of the cargo, his eye twitched. Brunhilde and Rebecca immediately noticed the change in his expression, but knowing that now was not the time to reveal his true nature, they decided not to ask what he had seen. Meanwhile, the sound of the helicopter grew louder until it hovered directly above the stadium. "What are they transporting in that huge container?" Kiriko asked, staring at the massive metal box. "There's no need to guess. Most likely, it's something huge, probably a zombie," Rebecca said with grim certainty, not taking her eyes off the box. Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze to R, who had recently mentioned a giant zombie. He immediately began to defend himself, claiming it was just a coincidence, but no one believed him. He had jinxed it again. Alex, however, continued to watch the container. A second later, the cable holding it detached with a loud clank, and the cargo, gaining speed, fell to the ground. A thunderous impact shook the earth, and cracks began to spread under the weight of the box. An oppressive silence followed. Everyone held their breath, staring at the ominous structure. Judging by the size of the container, the creature inside must have been at least 5 meters tall. After dropping the cargo, the helicopter immediately turned around and flew off. But no one even glanced in its direction, all eyes were fixed on the iron box. A muffled thud came from inside, and a huge dent appeared on the wall. "Shit!" someone muttered. A second impact. Another dent. A third blow smashed through the metal wall, and a heavy plate flew toward the people with a terrifying whistle. Without moving from his spot, Alex simply clenched his fist and struck with force, sending the flying plate back. This moment once again reminded everyone of the power he possessed, but no one was thinking about that now. They were all focused on the container. A guttural roar came from inside, and a monster stepped out. A massive, grotesque figure, resembling a cave troll, with a massive club in its hands. Alex recognized it immediately. El Gigante. He muttered, recalling Resident Evil 4. El Gigante, a creature resembling a cave troll, was created by the cult of Los Illuminados using a human infected with the Las Plagas parasite. However, the question remained, how had the subject reached such giant proportions? This made Alex wonder, does the Las Plagas parasite exist in this world? And if this El Gigante was indeed created using it, then the Los Illuminados cult could be somewhere nearby. That thought gnawed at him. If the cult existed, then perhaps other characters from that series might exist here as well. Alex tiredly ran a hand over his face. The viruses in the Resident Evil series were always a nasty problem, and with each new installment, things only got worse. What the hell is this troll? Did we somehow end up in a fantasy world, and now we have to fight a troll? Itami gawked. What the hell, troll? Stop thinking about your games and anime. Can you please stop for just a second? Kuribayashi snapped, kicking Itami in the leg. No, he's right. This creature really does look like a troll from a fantasy world. They're usually described like this, Alex said calmly, not taking his eyes off the giant. Itami immediately turned to Kuribayashi with a triumphant look on his face, as though he had won an argument. In response, the girl kicked him harder in the leg, making him hiss in pain. Alex, however, was lost in thought. How different was this El Gigante from its counterpart in the game? To find out, he would have to check it out personally. Girls, who wants to help me test this monster? He asked the Valkyries. I'll help, Regan Leaf was the first to respond, ahead of her sisters. I already helped your brother, so it's an honor to fight alongside you. I'm glad for your help, Regan Leaf, Alex nodded with a smile. He glanced back at El Gigante, which, contrary to expectations, wasn't rushing to attack. This could only mean one thing, it was being controlled. No need to guess. Clearly, some corporation decided to conduct another experiment to gather data on its combat capabilities. Alex unbuckled his belt and threw his katana to the ground, then removed both holsters with his pistols and handed them to Coco, along with his revolver holster. This puzzled everyone. No one could understand why he disarmed himself in front of such a monster. Don't tell me you're going to fight that thing with your bare hands. Coco frowned, gripping Alex's weapons. Not exactly, he smirked. Coco turned to Brunhild, but the Valkyrie just silently shook her head. Then her gaze shot to Rebecca, and to her surprise, Rebecca was already recording everything on her phone, as if she had predicted the spectacle. What's going on here? Coco muttered, growing more confused. Meanwhile, Alex shoved his hands into his pockets and pulled out the brass knuckles that Regan Leaf had transformed into. Putting them on, he clenched his fists, checking how comfortable they fit. Brunhild immediately realized that her sisters had finally decided not to sit back in his spiritual space but to participate in the fight. Ugh, how I've missed punching someone with my fists. It's so refreshing, Alex said with a satisfied smile, brushing his hair back. Before anyone could intervene, he stepped forward. Brunhild immediately blocked the others, not allowing them to interfere. She understood that Alex wasn't just looking to have fun but intended to gather data. Mimi, and Stitch casually pulled out snacks, eagerly anticipating the show. They sat down next to Rebecca, who was still filming everything. This made the others doubt, were they in the right place? Why was no one even concerned about Alex's safety? Meanwhile, he stopped a few steps away from El Gigante, studying his opponent. If this had been a regular El Gigante, it would have attacked by now. But this one was simply standing there, waiting. That meant it was being tested. Another corporate experiment. They wanted to see how this monster would perform in a fight against martial arts masters. Alex smirked. No matter what he did, whether he killed the monster or not, the corporation would get what it wanted. If he killed it, they would collect the necessary data and get to evaluate his strength. But if they wanted a show, well, he'd give them one. To be continued. Chapter 226, Battle against El Gigante. After El Gigante emerged from the massive container with a thunderous roar, he remained standing in place, like a puppet controlled by an invisible hand. There was no need to guess, this troll-like zombie was clearly under someone's control. Alex quickly concluded that the evil corporation had decided to conduct another experiment, testing the capabilities of their lab-created monster. However, another question intrigued him more: did the Los Illuminados cult exist in this world? If so, that meant the Las Plagas parasite was also present. And if that was the case, could it be possible that Alcina Dimitrescu was wandering somewhere as well? As a true fan of the series, Alex wouldn't mind seeing her in real life. However, he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. Right now, he was more interested in how different this world's El Gigante was from its in-game counterpart. Stepping past the defensive line, he stopped a short distance from the monster, which still made no move to attack. Alex carefully examined the giant from head to toe, assessing his physical attributes. For a moment, they simply stood opposite each other, like fighters before a match. Reaching into his pocket, Alex pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a slow drag without taking his eyes off the monster. As if on cue, El Gigante let out a roar and charged forward. His heavy footsteps shook the ground, leaving deep cracks in his wake. Swinging a massive club, he brought it down on Alex, but at the last moment, Alex sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the attack. The club smashed into the ground with a deafening crash, sending rocks and dust flying. Without losing momentum, the monster raised his weapon again, aiming to crush his opponent, but once more, Alex dodged at the last second. One strike after another rained down, barely missing him each time, yet he simply moved aside, evading the attacks with minimal effort. Meanwhile, Alex recalled everything he knew about this type of zombie. The only real takeaway was that El Gigante had primitive intelligence, somewhere between a caveman and an animal. All he was capable of was mindlessly swinging his club, repeating the same attack over and over, hoping to hit his target. Beyond the defensive line, soldiers and mercenaries watched the scene with growing curiosity. It wasn't just that Alex dodged at the last possible moment, it was the fact that he did it all while keeping a cigarette in his mouth. Why isn't he attacking? He's only dodging, Mao asked with a frown. He's analyzing the monster's abilities, Brunhild replied, never taking her eyes off the fight. And why do we need that information? Ar muttered, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Are you an idiot? Rebecca scoffed, looking at him like he was the dumbest person in the room. We might run into more of these things in the future, and right now, we have a chance to figure out how to kill them. Were you really a soldier, or did you just sit on your ass at HQ? Green's right, Coco nodded. So far, all the info we have on zombies comes from Alex, so stop talking nonsense. Ar looked away, realizing he had been put in his place. However, everyone had the same question in mind: how was Alex planning to defeat this giant with just his fists and brass knuckles? Alex continued dodging, gauging the power behind the monster's strikes. Finally, after finishing his cigarette, he flicked the butt away, stepped back to avoid another swing, and cracked his knuckles. "All right, big guy, I get what you can do. Now it's my turn." With those words, Alex smirked slightly and clenched his fists, preparing to attack. El Gigante did not respond, only letting out a deafening roar before charging at Alex once again. Alex merely smirked, clenching his fist. As the giant approached and swung his club, intending to crush his opponent, Alex vanished from his spot, reappearing instantly to the monster's left, right at head level. Clenching his fist, Alex raised his hand for a strike. Taijutsu technique, strong fist. The moment his fist collided with El Gigante's face, a sickening crunch of shattering bones echoed throughout the stadium. The zombie giant's head caved in as if pressed by a massive force, and the monster was sent flying, crashing into a wall with a thunderous boom. A tense silence hung in the air. No one could believe that Alex had sent a massive zombie flying with a single punch. It forced them to once again reconsider the true extent of his power. The moment his feet touched the ground, Alex lunged forward again, not giving El Gigante a chance to recover. In a single burst, he was next to the giant, who was still embedded in the stone wall. Taijutsu technique, leaf stone-crushing rise. Alex's elbow slammed into the monster's ribcage, driving it even deeper into the wall. Chunks of debris crumbled and buried parts of the zombie's body. Alex took a few steps back, assessing the damage. Would this be enough to force out the Las Plagas parasite? In the original world, El Gigante would reveal its weak point, a massive parasite bursting from its back, after taking severe damage. If the same mechanism worked here, it would make eliminating these creatures much easier in the future. The arena shook as a cascade of falling rubble crashed down. With a furious roar, El Gigante erupted from the debris, sending massive stone chunks flying in all directions. Alex narrowed his eyes, watching as the monster's body rapidly regenerated. The deformed face, crushed by his punch, was restoring itself before his very eyes, and the caved-in ribcage was returning to its original shape. "Well, I didn't expect that," Alex muttered. This version of El Gigante was regenerating far faster than the original. Once fully healed, the giant roared again and charged forward like a raging bull. As it reached Alex, it swung its club, but this time, it changed tactics. Instead of a horizontal strike, it opted for a vertical smash, intending to flatten Alex into the ground. However, Alex crouched, effortlessly dodging, and immediately launched a counterattack. Taijutsu technique, leaf hurricane. In one swift motion, Alex spun from his crouch, delivering a devastating kick to the monster's leg with such force that the air trembled. The stadium echoed with the sound of snapping bones, the zombie's right leg twisted at an unnatural angle, and the giant collapsed onto one knee. Yet, despite the severe injury, the zombie did not falter. It raised its club once more, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Alex swiftly dodged, using his hands to push off the ground and propel himself upward. Twisting midair, he landed directly on the giant's head, gripping it tightly. Taijutsu technique, leaf spinning wind. Using his legs as a lever, Alex executed a powerful twist, rotating his body with immense force. El Gigante's head jerked violently to the side, and twisted a full 180 degrees. A chilling snap of breaking vertebrae echoed through the stadium. Everyone watching the battle instinctively held their breath. Alex, pushing off from the giant, flew backward, smoothly landing on the ground. Now, there was only one thing left, seeing if this monster could regenerate even after such damage. "Come on, show me how far your regeneration goes," Alex thought, watching the still body of the giant with interest. For those watching the battle between Alex and El Gigante, what was happening was a real shock. Everything was happening so fast that they could hardly process what was going on. From the moment Alex sent the massive zombie flying with a single punch, then slammed it into the wall, broke its leg, and finally twisted its neck, all of this happened in mere seconds. "What kind of techniques are those? I've never seen combat arts like that," Lem said, lighting a cigarette and looking at the arena in confusion. "Those are taijutsu techniques," Brunhilde replied calmly. She had seen these moves before. Alex had used taijutsu while pretending to be Might Guy during his battle with Shiva in Valhalla when Ragnarok was underway. Some people, hearing the name of the fighting style, looked at Brunhilde suspiciously. However, those familiar with the term began to recall where they had heard it before. "Isn't taijutsu a combat style of those? What are they called?" "Oh, right, ninjas," Rika asked, squinting, clearly trying to remember the details. "That's right. To be more precise, he's using the taijutsu style of the Leaf Village or something like that," Brunhilde nodded. "I have a question. It might sound a bit inappropriate, but can your boyfriend teach others?" R asked, looking intently at Brunhilde. After his question, all eyes turned to him, but he was only waiting for her answer, clearly interested in the possibility of training. Don't get me wrong. But just look at it, he literally beat that giant zombie using some ninja combat style. If that's not cool, then what is? Sure, weapons are great, but sooner or later we'll run out of ammo unless we start making more. Now, think about it, guys, wouldn't it be amazing to send a monster flying with one kick? R continued, not hiding his enthusiasm. I'm out. I'm too old to be kicking giant zombies around, and honestly, I'm too lazy to train, Lem smirked, shaking his head. If any of you actually want to learn from him, Alex will probably agree. But it will be tough. Very tough. Let's just say, you'll want to quit, but you won't be able to, Brunhilde said with a slight smile, narrowing her eyes at those who were considering training. What do you mean by tough? We all went through military training. I don't think this will be anything beyond us, Lutz replied skeptically, grinning. Hey, well, get ready to learn what youth power really is. And if you decide to run away, forget about it. Because if you don't meet his expectations, he'll train you until you pass out from exhaustion, Rebecca laughed, casting a sympathetic glance at Lutz. Rebecca's loud laugh, along with her clearly sympathetic look, made the potential students pause and think. But what intrigued them the most was the youth power and why it sounded so strange. A few of the girls standing closest to Brunhilde whispered, asking what it meant, but she simply shook her head silently, clearly unwilling to talk about it. In her mind, the piercing cry of youth power, burning in our hearts, still echoed. Brunhilde's behavior raised even more suspicions. The guys decided to gather more information about the mysterious fighting style before asking Alex to become their mentor. Alex had no idea that he would soon have even more students, whom he would be able to torture. Or rather, train. But for now, his attention was focused on El Gigante, who still hadn't gotten up after Alex had snapped its neck. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Alex decided to check if the giant zombie was really dead or just pretending. He approached and easily kicked it in the leg. In the same instant, the massive club flew toward him. Alex effortlessly caught the weapon, gripping it tightly in his hand and not allowing it to advance further. Suddenly, El Gigante's body began to twitch violently, as if something inside it was trying to break free. In a moment, a huge, many-legged creature, resembling a centipede, erupted from its chest. The horrific creature, with its grotesquely open maw, lunged forward, aiming to bite Alex's head off. Throwing aside the club, Alex swiftly jumped back, evading the attack. Now there was no doubt, the Las Plagas also existed in this world. When the centipede failed to reach its target, it quickly disappeared back into El Gigante's body. Soon, the wound on the giant's chest healed, and it began to rise, slightly trembling. Then, grabbing its head with its hands, it twisted it sharply, resetting it back into place. Alex realized that since the monster harbored a parasite inside, the only way to truly kill it was to destroy the parasite itself. This meant he would need a different fighting style. Instead of trying to lure the creature out, he could target it directly inside, destroying the host's internal organs. Taking a deep breath, Alex changed his stance. His fists loosened, one hand extended forward, while the other positioned itself near his chest. Brunhilde raised an eyebrow slightly. Even she was surprised, since she hadn't seen this style in Alex's memories, and he had never used it before. He changed his stance. What style is he using? Saya asked with curiosity. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen it, Brunhilde shook her head. Wow, is there something you don't know? You usually talk so confidently about Alex, but now it turns out you have some gaps in your knowledge, Coco remarked with a sly smile. Do you think I'm supposed to know everything he's learned? Brunhilde snorted. He just needs one look to memorize a move, and then he can repeat it. Do you really think I can keep track of every style he's mastered? These words stunned those who didn't know about Alex's abilities. Yuriko looked at Saya in surprise, and Saya, noticing her mother's gaze, simply nodded silently. Yuriko shook her head. The mere fact that Alex had created such complex things with his own hands was deserving of respect, but now it turned out that he was also a genius in martial arts. Coco looked at him as though he was a treasure that had fallen right into her hands. She regretted not meeting him sooner, before the apocalypse. If she had had the chance, she would have done everything to get him on her team and keep him close. This thought made her let out an involuntary chuckle. Wait. You mean to say that your boyfriend only needs to take one look to flawlessly repeat what he sees? Lem asked, trying to sound calm. Brunhilde and Rebecca nodded. Lem sighed and shook his head. I don't know whether to respect you more, Valmont, or feel sorry that you so calmly provoke someone who has no trouble beating up giant zombies. But one thing is for sure, you're not lacking in courage, R smirked, giving Valmont a thumbs up. The guys started quietly laughing after R's words, but Valmont didn't appreciate their amusement. With a cold expression on her face, she delivered a punch to R's stomach, causing him to fold into a shrimp-like position on the floor. The laughter instantly stopped, and the guys reflexively took a step back, preferring not to get caught under her hot temper. Now, the object of mockery was no longer Valmont, but R, who groaned pitifully on the ground, looking like a fallen warrior. Some just shook their heads, watching his suffering with sympathy. Others, folding their hands in prayer, asked the gods to grant the poor guy at least a bit of common sense so that he wouldn't provoke Valmont again in the future. Valmont herself frowned, realizing she had just made a mistake by trying to argue with Alex. However, despite all her sharp words and jabs, he never responded with rudeness and never attempted to comment on her antics. "Don't worry, one-eyed. Alex couldn't care less about what you say about him," Rebecca lazily remarked, throwing a brief glance at Valmont. "The key is not to cross a certain line, and everything will be fine. And if he falls for you, you'll live like a queen." "He'll fall for me and spoil me?" Coco asked, interested, tilting her head to the side. "Exactly," Rebecca nodded with a wide smile. "If you're in a relationship with him, he'll shower you with gifts. Want weapons, armor, anything. So if I ask him for a rifle like yours, or special ammo, he'll make it for me." Rika, her eyes flashing with genuine interest, leaned forward slightly. "Yep. Moreover, if you want a railgun sniper rifle, he'll make it for you," Rebecca said with a meaningful smile, tempting the girls with her words. Brunhilde, who had been silently watching the conversation, nodded in confirmation of Rebecca's words. Listening to this, the girls, who had already been eyeing Alex, felt even more excitement. Their gazes now shifted between each other with a glint in their eyes, as if they had entered an invisible competition. Rika, unlike the others, smiled knowingly, realizing that there was already a certain connection between her and Alex. All that remained was to take the final step, namely, to claim Alex for herself, thereby securing his full attention. Coco, on the other hand, was more interested in how exactly Alex would spoil her once they became a couple. Meanwhile, Alex stood facing El Gigante, who had almost completed his regeneration. However, something was troubling him. Something's not right. As if sensing something amiss, he quickly turned his head back, and saw that, instead of watching his fight, the girls were animatedly discussing something, throwing occasional glances in his direction. The guys, on the other hand, were looking at him as if he were their personal enemy. Alex even felt that they were now rooting for El Gigante, hoping the giant zombie would crush him with its mace. "What did I do to them?" Alex muttered, sensing the tension in the air. Adding two and two together, he quickly realized that the girls had started a conversation involving him, and the guys had overheard it, and now they were burning with jealousy. However, his thoughts were interrupted. A deep growl sounded from behind, and when Alex turned his head, El Gigante had just finished regenerating. Moreover, his body had grown even more massive, his muscles bulging, and his torso taking on grotesque proportions. The giant took advantage of the moment when Alex was distracted and, with a furious roar, swung his mace, as if trying to crush him like an annoying insect. But Alex, without even looking, stepped forward, dodging the strike, and in that instant, he was right in front of the giant. His palm shot upward sharply. 8 trigrams. Mountain Destroyer. With these words, he struck El Gigante's torso with his palm. Alex's strike carried a powerful shockwave of compressed air mixed with chakra. The wave entered El Gigante's body and exploded out of his back, tearing through flesh and exposing bones and muscles. If one looked closely, they could see a huge parasite wriggling inside the giant zombie's body. The internal damage Alex caused became immediately apparent, dark blood poured from El Gigante's mouth, spilling onto the ground. Alex quickly stepped back, avoiding the disgusting, foul-smelling liquid. He wasn't about to give his opponent any time to regenerate, so he immediately went on the offensive. His stance changed, his body slightly leaned forward, his legs spread wider than his shoulders, one arm lowered, the other stretched back. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Alex coldly announced. In an instant, he vanished from his position and appeared before the giant. 2 precise strikes, on acupuncture points. Then 2 more. Then 4. 8. 16. Each successive strike multiplied, until the number reached 32, then 64, and finally, a barrage of 128 rapid attacks. The onlookers were stunned. At first, Alex's strikes were clear and visible, but soon he moved so quickly that it seemed as if his hands dissolved into the air, leaving only blurry images behind. The final strike. Alex pressed his palms together and forcefully struck El Gigante's chest. Another shockwave tore through the giant's flesh, piercing him completely. The monster's body shuddered as its muscles spasmed, struggling against paralysis. The embedded parasite, Las Plagas, inside it also suffered devastating damage. Each of Alex's strikes hit not only the zombie's body but also the very being controlling it from within. In a hidden complex, a team of analysts watched the battle with intense focus. Every moment of the fight was being meticulously recorded to later pass the data to the research department. Caleb Williams, head of the analytics department, watched the event unfold with genuine interest. None of his subordinates could guess what he was thinking, and certainly, no one dared to ask. Everyone knew, Caleb answered only to the director, and even the board of trustees could only make requests to him. "Sire," one of the staff members addressed him. "Project G is paralyzed, and its internal damage has reached a critical level. Even the parasite inside it is on the brink of death. What are your orders? Caleb paused for a moment before responding in a calm, steady voice. Activate the final function. After that, send all the gathered data to the research department. As you command, sir, the staff member immediately rushed to carry out the order. Caleb followed him with his gaze, then turned his eyes back to the screen. The camera was transmitting an image from El Gigante's eyes, showing Alex calmly standing before the fallen giant. Interesting. How far can this man go? Caleb smiled slightly. Red Queen, he said in an even, commanding voice. A holographic projection of the Red Queen appeared behind Caleb, her silhouette standing out clearly in the dim light. How may I assist, Director Williams? She asked in a steady, emotionless voice. Analyze this man's movements and prepare a report on how dangerous he is and how much he might hinder the director's plans, Caleb replied, without turning around. As you command, Director Williams, the Red Queen answered and instantly vanished. Caleb continued to watch the broadcast, his gaze fixed on the screen where Alex was battling Project G. Suddenly, El Gigante's body stopped shaking and began to emit heat. Steam was rising from the giant's pores, as if something inside him was overheating. The next second, the zombie swung its mace violently, aiming at Alex, but he swiftly jumped back. The mace crashed into the ground with a deafening noise, leaving a destructive crater in its wake. Alex raised an eyebrow. It seems El Gigante has entered the second phase. Now, it moved faster, its strikes were more powerful, and its eyes burned with ferocious rage. So, Berserker mode. Alex muttered, analyzing the changes in his opponent. El Gigante roared and charged forward, like an enraged bull. Its speed truly surprised Alex, but he deftly dodged, retreating. As he cautiously observed the monster's behavior, his back suddenly collided with something hard, an armored tank. Without difficulty, Alex leapt over the tank, landing on the other side. However, El Gigante, without losing momentum, grabbed the heavy machine and, like a toy, effortlessly tossed it aside. The tank flew straight toward the defense line where Brunhild and the other girls were stationed. Alex instantly vanished from his position and appeared right at the point where the tank was about to land. The spectators weren't even surprised by his sudden appearance, they had already grown accustomed to his unimaginable speed. But what was he planning to do with the multi-ton piece of metal flying toward him? Some of the fighters began to panic and scatter, trying to avoid being buried under the debris. But just as the tank was about to reach Alex's head, he abruptly kicked it, sending the machine soaring back into the sky. Everyone watching was left speechless. They were already stunned that Alex could send a giant zombie flying with a single blow, but launching a heavy tank with a kick. That was beyond comprehension. But Alex didn't stop there. Jumping higher than the tank, he slammed a powerful punch down on it, sending the vehicle toward El Gigante. The heavy armored vehicle collided with the giant, but it, tensing its muscles, managed to catch it, intending to throw it back. But Alex didn't give him a chance. Landing directly on top of the tank, he struck again. The resounding impact made the ground beneath El Gigante's feet sink. Then another strike. And another. With each new blow, the monster lost its balance, until finally, it collapsed onto its back. Without hesitation, Alex delivered a final crushing blow, driving the zombie into the ground. Once the attack was finished, he easily jumped down onto the giant's chest and coldly looked into its eyes. "Hey, idiots," he said, looking into the lens of the hidden cameras. "I know you're watching and recording. Next time, send someone stronger. Because I'm getting bored of breaking your broken toys." There was clear disdain in his voice. Alex didn't know if his words had reached the people at the evil corporation, but he didn't really care. The main thing was to provoke them, make them send more soldiers and zombies so he could continue gathering information. Sooner or later, someone who knew more than they should would fall into his hands. But first, El Gigante had to be dealt with. Alex clasped his hands together, forming a tiger face seal, and aimed it directly at the giant's head. Taijutsu technique, midday tiger, he declared with a wide, daring grin. A powerful blast of compressed air shot from his hands, taking the form of a gigantic tiger. The air beast collided with El Gigante, its jaws snapping shut, tearing the giant to pieces. Everything in the strike's path, the head, the torso, the parasite inside, was reduced to a bloody mess. The zombie was destroyed once and for all. Alex took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it slowly, and glanced at the defense line. Everyone stared at him in shock, some even forgetting to breathe. He simply shrugged. Yeah, this was a novelty for them. With his hands in his pockets, Alex calmly made his way back to the defense line to wrap things up in Tokyo's main shelter. To be continued. Chapter 227, Becoming a Target. But the most shocking part. Even in Berserker mode, Project G had failed to land a single scratch on him. They had closely monitored every moment of the battle, yet the outcome remained unchanged. This man had destroyed the giant zombie with minimal effort. And Alex's bold words still echoed in their ears. Even when static filled the massive screen, no one could forget his final words before El Gigante was torn to shreds. Some felt fear toward this man. Others were consumed by anger. And some were simply in shock, unable to comprehend how a human could possess such strength. But above all, what worried them most was the reaction of one particular person, the head of the analytics division, Caleb Williams. All eyes turned to him. Caleb sat calmly, his gaze fixed on the flickering screen. Not a single emotion crossed his face. Then, suddenly, he burst into laughter. Everyone in the room flinched. No one had ever seen Caleb like this. In fact, no one had ever seen him laugh at all. The head of analytics was always serious, demanding, and ruthless. His orders were followed without question because everyone still remembered what happened to those who dared to disobey, and then mysteriously disappeared. No one wanted to be next. So they watched in silence as Caleb laughed, as if he had just heard the greatest joke of his life. "Broken toys, you say," he finally muttered, wiping away a tear. "I can't even argue with that. Project G is a failure. But it provided us with a wealth of useful data." Caleb spoke as if addressing Alex, who was likely already leaving the battlefield. But those who had worked under Caleb for a long time knew he was furious. They held their breath, making sure not to draw his attention. Caleb leaned his cheek against his hand, deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. So they simply waited. "Richards," his voice finally broke the silence. "Yes, sir." Richards stepped forward instantly. "Send all collected data to the research division. And tell them that the next version of Project G better be vastly superior to the garbage they sent us this time. Remind them that if they screw up again, there are plenty of people who can replace them." His voice was cold as steel. "Understood, sir. I'll send it immediately." Richards turned and hurried out. No, he practically ran, as if a pack of hungry wolves were chasing him. Some watched him leave, thinking that perhaps he was lucky, at least he wouldn't have to deal with Caleb for a while. Meanwhile, the head of analytics quietly tapped his finger against the desk, lost in thought. Then, he removed his hand and began rapidly typing on his keyboard. A massive satellite image appeared on the screen, a live feed of the main shelter in Tokyo. The very place where the battle with El Gigante had just concluded. Tension filled the room. No one knew what Caleb was planning. No one dared to ask. "Bennett," he finally spoke, his eyes never leaving the screen. "Yes, sir." Bennett stood and approached. "How is the evacuation of the Tokyo branch progressing?" Caleb continued tapping his finger against the desk. "Most of the personnel have already left the facility," Bennett replied. "Only the observers and data collection specialists remain. Additionally, the research division in Japan is still on site. They are analyzing the marker fragment." Caleb nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming with cold interest. He knew, this time, the Corporation of Evil had suffered a defeat. But this was only the first round. Caleb mumbled something under his breath, continuing to rhythmically tap his finger on the table, lost in thought. Bennett stood nearby, not daring to break the silence, patiently awaiting orders. Suddenly, the tapping stopped, but Caleb didn't take his eyes off the screen. "How much more time does the Tokyo branch need to complete the evacuation?" he asked in a calm, steady voice. "According to the branch head, they need a few more days. The research department wants to conduct additional experiments on the marker fragment they obtained. Once their work is complete, they will leave the facility and head to the main headquarters," Bennett replied without any unnecessary emotion. Caleb nodded, but when he spoke again, his voice was icy. "Tell them they have a maximum of 2 days. After that, they won't need to return to headquarters anymore." Bennett flinched almost imperceptibly, catching the hidden meaning in his superior's words. He already suspected that Caleb had decided to purge the branch, but he still chose to clarify directly. "Sir, are you planning to destroy the Tokyo branch?" Caleb glanced at him from the corner of his eye, then returned his gaze to the screen. "Yes. It's too soon for anyone to get their hands on such samples. We can't take that risk. If the Japanese get hold of the remains of Project G, it will slow down our plans. Make sure they understand that." "As you command, sir," Bennett responded sharply, then swiftly left the room to relay the order. He ran as if starving predators were chasing him. Meanwhile, Caleb realized there was nothing more for him to do in the observation room. Rising from his chair, he headed for the exit. The staff didn't even dare to lift their eyes to him. His face was as cold as an iceberg in the ocean, and no one wanted to be caught in his gaze. The moment he left the room, it felt as though the air became easier to breathe, everyone exhaled, as if a massive weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Caleb walked unhurriedly down the long corridor. Everyone who saw him immediately stepped aside, retreating quickly to avoid his attention. But he paid them no mind, moving with focused determination toward his office. Entering the room, he sat at his desk without unnecessary movement, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes for a brief moment. A few seconds passed, and when his eyes opened again, they were filled with cold calculation. Red Queen, he said calmly. A hologram of the Red Queen, an artificial intelligence that always remained in the shadows, observing everything, materialized in the air behind him. How may I assist you, Director Williams? Her smooth, mechanical voice echoed. The data I requested. Is it ready? Caleb asked without turning around. Yes, Director, the AI confirmed. There is very little information about the individual who defeated Project G. However, based on the available data, he can be categorized alongside certain masters whom the corporation has been monitoring long-term. Caleb raised an eyebrow slightly, drumming his fingers thoughtfully on the armrest. You say there's no reliable information on him. That's interesting. I was sure it was impossible to hide from the corporation's eyes. Very, very interesting. He smirked, but there was no amusement in his eyes. Have you determined the threat level? Yes, Director, the Red Queen responded without hesitation. The individual who destroyed Project G has been classified as a potential threat. Based on the analysis of his combat capabilities, a decision has been made to add him to the list of special targets. Caleb fell silent for a moment, then his fingers resumed their rhythmic tapping on the table. Excellent. Then we begin surveillance. The computer screen lit up, displaying a list of individuals considered threats to the corporation, even now, amidst the chaos caused by the epidemic. Caleb had seen this list many times before and wasn't expecting any new names to suddenly appear. He dove into the data the Red Queen had gathered about someone named Alex, but the information was extremely sparse. All that had been recorded was that he had organized a group of survivors, helped rescue people in the early days of the virus spread, and had enough leadership skills to guide people through the crisis. Caleb frowned. This data was clearly insufficient. He closed the file on Alex and returned to the main list. If Alex himself saw this list, he would definitely recognize most of the figures marked as particularly dangerous. Continue monitoring this individual and gather data. If necessary, he can be eliminated. We don't need any unexpected elements that could disrupt the director's long-term plan. If he encounters or even establishes contact with anyone on this list, report to me immediately, Caleb ordered coldly. As you command, Director Williams. I will continue surveillance, replied the Red Queen, and she vanished. Caleb leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, sinking into thought. A heavy silence hung in the office. At the same time, Alex was completely unaware that he had become the subject of the corporation's surveillance. However, if he had known, he would have simply smirked. The more they watched him, the faster they would realize the threat he posed. And that meant they would start sending more and more people after him, or special infected individuals. This only played into Alex's hands. The more enemies there were, the more information he could gather. Extinguishing his cigarette, Alex turned his gaze toward the remains of El Gigante. He was contemplating the possibility of the Los Illuminados cult existing in this world but decided to put the thought aside for later. First, he needed to finish things at the Tokyo shelter and leave the city. He turned toward the defense line, where soldiers and members of his group stood. Some of them, still not used to his abilities, were staring at him with their jaws hanging. What's with the faces? Alex asked in a cheerful tone. His voice snapped them out of their stupor. The soldiers simply stared at him in silence, as if he were an alien. Alex scanned them until his attention settled on one particular group. He raised an eyebrow, noticing some familiar faces. Before him stood Itami and his team, the heroes from the anime gate. Alex let out a quiet sigh. It seemed this world really did merge many different universes. But what truly surprised him was Itami's gaze. There was something more in his eyes than simple shock from what had just happened. Alex immediately realized that he had recognized him. He didn't need to guess the reason. Itami had probably read the manga, where Alex replaced Anos in the lead role. What do you mean, what's with the faces? A voice came from behind him. Alex turned around and saw Ray, who was looking at him with an expression of genuine bewilderment. You just beat a giant zombie with your bare hands, and you're still asking. Do you have any common sense at all? If you know how. Alex began. Don't even start with your nonsense about, if you know how, you can do the same thing. This time, it won't work. Saya snapped, grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him. Even if you know how, it's physically impossible. Alex just smirked, allowing Saya to vent her emotions. He was already used to the various reactions his methods elicited from people. He felt her shaking him back and forth, and he just chuckled. Was it his fault that he could do such things while others couldn't? His laughter only irritated Saya more, and she shook him harder. Deciding it was time to stop her, Alex suddenly, to everyone's surprise, wrapped Saya in a tight hug, holding her close. She froze for a moment, embarrassed, but didn't try to pull away. Shifting her gaze, she met her mother's eyes, who gave her a smirking thumbs up. Saya's cheeks flushed, but despite her embarrassment, she stayed in Alex's embrace. Alex, I wanted to ask. Mao began, a little unsure. Would you mind teaching some of us? It would be useful to learn a couple of new skills to expand our capabilities in this world. Well, I'm not opposed, Alex shrugged. But keep in mind, the training will be brutal. As much as I don't want to hurt you, your bodies are clearly too weak to replicate even a fraction of what I showed. So, once we get to Okinawa, you'll have to ignite the flames of your youth, he finished with a wide grin and a thumbs up. Hearing another mention of the flames of youth, the guys exchanged glances and sheepishly looked away. Alex didn't want to discourage his future students just yet. Letting Saya go, he approached the commander to find out how they could help before leaving. It would be great if you could help with the fortifications, the commander said, hoping for support. Aren't you planning to leave? Alex looked at him with confusion. You do realize this place is just a walking target. No matter how much you reinforce it, you won't last long here. Maybe you should just leave. We can't leave. This is our home, our homeland, the commander replied firmly, shaking his head. Alex's expression darkened. He couldn't understand how these idiots kept clinging to the past when the world was literally falling apart. What difference did attachment to the homeland make if soon only bones would remain? His fist unconsciously clenched so tightly that the bones cracked. Rebecca and Brunhild noticed this and quickly approached him, gently taking his hands to prevent him from doing something foolish. No one missed this moment. Alex silently stared into the commander's eyes. He wasn't going to impose his opinion on anyone, beg, or persuade. Their fate was their choice. If you really want all these people to die, holding on to the ruins of their homeland, so be it, Alex said quietly but coldly, turning away. But I won't let my people die for your illusions. So stay here, talk about duty, reminisce about the past, and when your people start dying, their deaths will be on your conscience. After these words, he didn't look at the commander again. The commander just sighed heavily, not denying Alex's words. Alex walked away, gathering his group around him to give out assignments. Everyone waited for him to calm down and collect himself. Saya, Ray, and Siko had never seen him this irritated since they first met on the first day of the apocalypse. Lighting a cigarette, Alex took a deep drag, held his breath, and exhaled the smoke. Listen up. We'll help these idiots as much as we can, and then we're out of here. Either way, tomorrow we leave this place, he said, glancing around at everyone present. Why are you in such a hurry to leave Tokyo? Something bothering you? Wiley asked, squinting. There's only one thing bothering me, Alex flicked the ash. Most likely, the evil corporation will want to cover their tracks. We've got the corpse of an experimental zombie lying around, and if it falls into the wrong hands, people could extract the serum that prevents the transformation after being bitten. Kid, you're saying they're gonna blow this place up to clean it up? Lem asked, lighting his own cigarette. Exactly. I don't know when exactly, but the sooner we get out of here, the better. So here's the plan, Yuriko, Saya, Coco, try to convince the people to leave with us. Ray, Siko, Kiriko, gather information, but do it subtly, just talk to the locals. Valmet, Rebecca, Rika, and Brunhild, check the surroundings, see what's happening outside the stadium, but don't go too far. Guys, you're with me, we'll help these stubborn idiots reinforce the defense and then get out of here. If everything's clear, let's get to work. What if they don't agree? Saya asked calmly. Then let them die here if they want, Alex shrugged. But not a word about the possible airstrike. Everyone nodded and dispersed to carry out their tasks. Alex stayed with the guys and those who weren't part of the reconnaissance group. They went to look for places where help was needed. After a quick briefing, Alex quickly assigned tasks, and soon the whole team got to work. Before long, they were pouring concrete into the holes in the walls. We used to be mercenaries, and now we're builders. The apocalypse really changed our line of work, I muttered, smoothing out the mortar. Yeah, just like the old days, Lem smirked, letting out a puff of smoke. When we first started, carrying bags, digging trenches, building fortifications. Real nostalgia. After his words, everyone fell silent, lost in their memories. A couple of minutes later, the guys started laughing, sharing stories from their army days. Alex listened to them with interest, but one detail caught his attention. Lem casually mentioned that he had once served with a person whose call sign was Bravo 6. Alex was surprised. Could it be the person he's thinking of? He decided to ask Lem more about it later. The work progressed faster thanks to the chatter, it wasn't as boring. Alex also used this opportunity to get to know the guys from Coco's crew better. In the anime, he had only known them as characters, but talking to them in person turned out to be much more interesting. Even Yugo, a former mafia member, turned out to be a rather pleasant and kind guy. You know what pisses me off the most about this zombie apocalypse? Todzi suddenly spoke, sighing. I won't get to finish the anime I've been waiting for all year. Tell me about it, Itami immediately chimed in, looking as though he might cry. All my figure collection is gone. All my games. My manga. It's all gone to hell. If I had known the apocalypse was coming, I would have grabbed my collection first. Alex smirked. Well, even at the end of the world, someone manages to worry about things like that. Alex could only sympathize with Itami and Todzi. He completely understood the feeling when you can't finish your favorite anime simply because the studio shut down or the creators decided not to release the next season. Don't worry, guys. If you want to watch anime, just ask GIR, he's got a huge collection. Manga, anime, comics, movies, anything you want. He can transfer files to you, Alex said, nodding toward GIR, who was carrying a heavy metal beam over his head. Todzi and Itami brightened up, deciding they'd definitely ask the Robodog for something to watch later. What else is in his database? Mao asked with interest. Pretty much everything you can find on the internet. Movies, cartoons, series, books. He's got a huge collection, so you can pick whatever you like. But only if he's not mad at you, Alex added with a smile. The guys exchanged glances, realizing that they might indeed turn to GIR for something interesting in the future. Work continued at its usual pace, and they needed to finish as quickly as possible. Taking the opportunity, Alex asked Itami if he and his group wanted to leave with them instead of staying here. Itami thought about the question. He decided to discuss it with his subordinates first before giving his opinion. Alex nodded, respecting his decision. He didn't want Itami and his people to die here. Gradually, the sun sank toward the horizon, and evening fell. Most of the work was completed, and the remaining small tasks were left for the locals to finish. Before heading back, Alex reminded Itami about their conversation. He nodded and immediately went to his people to discuss the decision. Alex hoped he would be able to convince them. As Alex approached the transport, he noticed that Coco, Yuriko, and Saya hadn't managed to convince many people to leave, but he didn't push the issue. However, they had managed to persuade a small group of soldiers and their families to follow them. When Alex asked Kiriko, Rei, and Siko if they had gathered any useful information, they simply shook their heads. Nothing valuable. Rebecca, Brunhild, Rika, and Valmet hadn't found anything worthwhile either, just a few traces, most likely left by soldiers controlling the zombies. Realizing there was nothing more to do here, Alex suggested they head back. Thank God, you're still here. I thought we'd miss you, shouted Itami, running up with his group. I'm glad you managed to convince them, Alex said with a slight smile. Ha! Who convinced who? Kuribayashi scoffed, stepping on Itami's foot. He only wanted to leave because you have anime. That's the only reason he decided to bail from here. PFF, so you spilled the beans, Todzi remarked, holding back laughter. What do you mean, spilled the beans? I told them straight up that I prefer my hobby over work. Itami proudly declared. Alex shook his head and smirked. As you say. Then throw your stuff in and let's go. We're leaving tomorrow. Alex sat on his motorcycle, leisurely waiting for everyone to gather. He noticed there was some kind of silent competition between the girls, as though they were subtly figuring out who would sit next to him. What surprised him the most was that even Brunhild was participating in this unspoken contest. However, they missed one person who was acting quickly and stealthily. Taking advantage of the moment, Coco sneaked up to Alex and, while no one was paying attention, sat on the bike in front of him, casually leaning back against his chest. The girls only noticed her when it was already too late. Coco smiled triumphantly at her competitors and pressed herself a little closer to Alex, showing off her victory. Almost immediately after her, Valmet wasted no time, she jumped onto the bike behind Alex and tightly hugged him around the waist. The other girls had no choice but to surrender and take seats in the vehicle. Rebecca shot Alex a dissatisfied, almost offended look, but he only smirked, watching their reaction. Meanwhile, the guys, realizing that arguing with the girls was pointless, tactfully cleared an entire vehicle for them. This only amused Alex more, who watched with a slight grin as they hurriedly retreated, making way. When everyone was finally settled, Alex started the engine and waved his hand, signaling them to move out. The convoy began to climb the hill, where a view of the stadium opened up. Alex held his gaze on that spot for a moment, understanding that everyone left behind in the shelter was doomed. He knew this, but he wasn't going to impose his opinion on them. These people had made their choice, and he respected that. The road to the bank was quiet, no obstacles or unexpected encounters. By the time the group arrived, the sun was already setting. Once they entered the area, everyone began to get out of the vehicles. Alex jumped off his motorcycle and scanned the group. You can go rest. Tomorrow morning, we're leaving the city and heading to the port, he said with a smile. So, get some rest. Everyone nodded in agreement and started dispersing. Alex and the girls entered the building, where they were greeted by Shizuku, Namio, and Alice, who had been waiting for their return. While the girls chatted excitedly, Alex decided to take some time alone and head to the roof to relax. He felt Coco following him but said nothing. Once on the roof, he sat in a chair, gazing at the sunset. Coco soon appeared next to him and settled beside him, silently watching the sun set as well. You know, I never thanked you, Alex finally broke the silence, not taking his eyes off the horizon. For what? Coco asked with mild curiosity, tilting her head. The satellites you sent into orbit helped gather more information than I expected, he replied, turning his head to her with a smile. Coco was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Alex had hacked into her satellites. A sense of unease crept in, he could now discover her true intentions. But in the next moment, she quickly calmed herself. After all, her plan had already lost all meaning. The world was on the brink of destruction anyway, what was the point in carrying it out now? So, you already know what I needed them for? Coco asked, giving him a faint smile, her gaze fixed on Alex. Yeah, he nodded, lighting a cigarette. But your plan, honestly, it was a bit foolish. Sure, in some ways it could have helped, but people would still remain people. Even if you banned them from flying, wars wouldn't stop. They'd face some inconvenience at first, but eventually, they'd find workarounds, and everything would go back to normal. Coco squinted slightly, pondering his words. What would you have done, she asked, realizing Alex had already figured out her plan in detail. Well, there are two ways to end wars, he said thoughtfully. The first is to unite everyone under one flag. The second is to create a common enemy for humanity, one so terrifying that they forget all their differences and unite to destroy it. He exhaled the smoke, his gaze fixed on the horizon. In simple terms, you can make people believe there's an enemy threatening all of humanity, and then they'll start working together as one. Coco smirked slightly, leaning back in her chair. You mean something like our current situation? When zombies and the evil corporation became a common enemy for everyone. Exactly, Alex nodded. But that's not all. As they say, there's a time and place for everything. For now, our goal is to find a safe place before thinking about anything bigger. Coco smiled and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Alex was thinking about something else. It was time to contact home and tell them what had happened. He needed to explain where he and Rebecca had been, and that Takashi was now David. In addition, he had to find out if there were any organizations related to the corporation in this world, and whether there were other characters from the Resident Evil series in this world. He also needed to gather more information about the situation in different countries. Coco, have you been in contact with any of your friends or family? Alex suddenly asked. Not yet. I haven't had time to establish communication with either my channels or my brother. Why do you ask? Coco slightly tilted her head, looking at him with interest. Well, as a weapons dealer, you must have connections all around the world. I'm curious about the situation in other countries right now, he explained. Coco nodded thoughtfully. I'll try to get in touch with anyone I can. My brother went to China before all this happened, and I don't know what's going on with him now. But I'll try to find out. Since you're going to do that, ask Yuriko to do the same. She should have some useful connections too, Alex suggested. Coco narrowed her eyes cunningly, a business-like gleam flashing in her gaze. All right, but you understand I won't work for free, right? She smiled. After all, I'm a weapons dealer, so I expect to be paid. And I'll make sure to take full payment for my services. Alex laughed, lightly ruffling her hair. Anything you want, but within reason. Coco smirked, eagerly anticipating how she would make use of this promise. To be continued. Chapter 228, Gathering Information. Alex continued sitting on the bank's rooftop with Coco, attentively listening to her story. He already knew a lot from the anime, but hearing everything firsthand was far more interesting than just relying on existing knowledge. Coco leisurely began recounting her journey, how she entered the family arms-dealing business as a teenager. From time to time, Alex asked questions, clarifying details about her encounters and the recruitment of her team members. What surprised him the most was how early Coco had immersed herself in this world, fearlessly and with a clear goal in mind. He was also curious about when exactly she came up with the Jormungand plan and her desire to control the skies. However, he decided not to bring it up. What was the point, when the world was already crumbling before their eyes? Coco, in turn, showed interest in Alex's life, trying to understand who he was before all this chaos. Alex wasn't planning to reveal too much, so he skipped over details about his past life and simply recounted his story from the moment he arrived in Night City. He left out details about the city of the future, the cyber-psychos roaming everywhere, and many other things that might have raised too many questions. Their conversation was interrupted when Valmet stepped onto the rooftop. The hostility she had previously directed at Alex was now gone. Yo, Valmet. What brings you here? Alex lazily turned his head toward her. You've been up here for over an hour, and Emiya wanted to know when you'll come down for dinner, Valmet replied calmly as she stepped closer. She took a seat next to Coco while Alex nodded and pulled out his phone. He quickly sent a message suggesting they have dinner right there on the rooftop instead of inside the building. Almost immediately, he received a reply from Rebecca, okay. Satisfied, he slipped his phone back into his pocket and noticed Valmet watching him closely. Something wrong, he asked, tilting his head slightly. Do you want to ask me something? Valmet hesitated for a moment, choosing her words carefully. Can we spar? She finally asked. Brunhild said you can replicate any move you've seen. I'm curious to see how big the difference in skill between us is. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. Even Coco looked at Valmet with mild astonishment, clearly not expecting such a request from her. Alex thought about it for a moment. To be honest, he wasn't particularly fond of training fights, he preferred teaching others rather than fighting himself. If he fought, it was only against those he considered enemies because then he didn't have to hold back. In sparring, he had to make an effort to avoid accidentally injuring his opponent. To be honest, I'm not a fan of training fights, he admitted at last. I prefer teaching over fighting. Usually, if I enter a fight, it's with someone I consider an enemy. That way, I don't have to restrain myself. But if you're that curious, we can give it a try. Though I won't be attacking. Valmet narrowed her eyes slightly, studying him. Aren't you afraid I'll hurt you? She asked with a smirk. Alex smirked back. I'll be fine. Now, get up. I want to see what you can do, he said, rising from his chair and rolling his shoulders. Valmet nodded and stood up, following Alex as they moved further away to give themselves enough space to maneuver during the spar. Coco, intrigued by the unfolding scene, turned her chair to get a more comfortable view. At that moment, the girls arrived on the rooftop with dinner and noticed Alex and Valmet standing opposite each other. Valmet had already drawn her knife and taken a combat stance, while Alex, on the other hand, looked completely relaxed, as if he didn't take the sparring seriously. What did we miss? Shizuka asked, taking a free seat. Valmet wanted to see the difference between her skills and Alex's, and well, here we are. Coco lazily pointed at the two fighters. Is she an idiot? Ray asked in exasperation, squinting. She saw how Alex beat that giant zombie barehanded, and now she wants to fight him. Coco, no offense, but I think there's something wrong with your subordinate's head. The other girls silently nodded in agreement with Ray's words. Coco simply rolled her eyes in irritation, choosing not to comment. However, Rebecca immediately perked up, the gremlin inside her had awakened again. With a wide grin, she announced that she was taking bets on how long Valmet would last against Alex before losing. The others quickly joined in, throwing out their predictions. Alex overheard Rebecca loudly encouraging everyone to participate in the gambling and just chuckled. Valmet, on the other hand, rolled her eyes in annoyance and focused on her opponent. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly lunged forward, intent on seizing the initiative. As soon as her knife gleamed in the sunset light, Alex casually flicked his hand, deflecting the strike and, at the same time, snapping the blade with a crunch. Valmet froze. In her hand remained only the handle, while the broken blade clattered lifelessly to the ground. She slowly lowered her gaze to the fragment, realizing that she had lost before the fight had even truly begun. Sorry about the knife, Alex said with a slight smile. I'll get you a new one. Something much better than that junk you're carrying around. I'm not sighing because of the knife, Valmet shook her head. I just didn't expect to lose so quickly. Alex smirked and patted her shoulder. If you want, I can train you. Valmet nodded, accepting his offer, and followed him back to the others. When they returned, Alex looked at the girls with interest, waiting to see who had made the most accurate bet. Hey, that would be me, Coco declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Alex narrowed his eyes skeptically, then glanced at Valmet, who seemed to have long since gotten used to her boss's antics. I'd better get her a new knife as soon as possible before I forget, he thought. Calling over GIR, Alex asked the robodog to fetch a new blade for Valmet. GIR gave a short nod and dashed off on his short mechanical legs. The girls exchanged curious glances, wondering what kind of knife Alex had prepared for Valmet, but they were even more intrigued by another question. How did you break her knife so cleanly? Coco asked, examining the broken fragment in her hands. It looks like it was cut rather than snapped. Chakra, Alex replied calmly. The girls stared at him like he was crazy, his answer clarified nothing. Could you elaborate? What even is chakra? Is it like that energy martial artists use? Ki or chi, or whatever they call it? Rika asked, trying to recall details. How do you even know about that? But more importantly, you read manga. Coco asked curiously, glancing at Rika. I don't read manga, Rika rolled her eyes. But when my younger brother lived with me, he was absolutely obsessed with all that martial arts stuff. He'd always mumble techniques to himself, scream that he'd become a Super Saiyan and defeat some Goku guy, whoever that is. And she let out a heavy sigh. He'd shout attack names every night and try to copy them, waking me up in the process. Alex struggled to hold back his laughter as he imagined Rika returning home after a long shift, falling asleep, only to be woken in the middle of the night by her brother screaming something like, "Kamehameha." But someone couldn't hold it in, laughter erupted across the rooftop. Even Rika smirked, reminiscing about those old days. "Yeah, well," Shizuka chimed in. "When I moved in with Rika, her brother managed to steal my underwear, and after that, she sent him straight back to their parents." "Alright, enough about her brother. What about chakra?" Saya asked, getting back on topic. To put it simply, so no one gets confused, Alex crossed his arms. Chakra is a mix of physical and mental energy. Basically, an internal power that flows through every living being. If you learn to control it, you can do some interesting things. For example, he extended his hand. "Coco, give me Valmet's knife." Coco silently handed over the broken knife. Alex examined the blade carefully before deciding to demonstrate one of the ways chakra could be used. At the point where the blade had snapped, a faint blue energy shimmered, forming the missing part of the knife. To prove its durability, Alex grabbed a fork from the table and ran the newly formed blade along it. A soft metallic sound rang out, and the fork was sliced clean in half as if it were butter under a hot knife. "Shit." Rika exhaled in shock. "Amazing." Saya murmured, staring at the severed metal. "What else can you do with chakra?" "A lot of things. Like walking on water, climbing walls, ninja stuff." Alex shrugged and casually tossed the knife onto the table. "Like breathing fire and disappearing in smoke?" Shizuka asked, resting a finger on her chin. "Exactly. Not just fire, also water, wind. It depends on a person's natural element," he nodded. "Wait, you're saying you can breathe fire and vanish in a puff of smoke?" Ray asked skeptically, narrowing her eyes. Alex simply nodded. Seeing their doubtful expressions, he realized it would be easier to show than explain. "Rebecca, give me a hand." Without hesitation, Rebecca grabbed the first object she could find on the table and threw it at Alex. The moment it made contact, he vanished, leaving behind a cloud of white smoke, and... "Is that a log?" Coco blurted out, staring in disbelief at the wooden chunk now standing where Alex had been. "Pretty much," came a familiar voice. The girls spun around. Alex was already behind them, grinning. "You." Saya pointed a finger at both him and the log in turn. "How the hell is this possible? Where did that damn log even come from? This isn't scientific. This is the most basic ninja technique. Why are you so surprised?" Alex chuckled and ruffled her hair playfully. "Now breathe fire." Coco grabbed his shirt, shaking him insistently. "I want to see it. Come on, do it." Alex glanced down at Coco, who was practically shaking him like a rag doll, then shifted his gaze to the rest of the girls. They all stared at him with genuine curiosity, clearly expecting more. He glanced at Rebecca and Brunhild, but they just shrugged, their expressions saying, "You brought this on yourself, deal with it." Alex smirked, nodded, and then noticed Alice looking at him with bright, eager eyes. He smiled, deciding to show off a little for his younger sister. Deep down, he hoped Alice would reconsider becoming a battle sister and instead want to become a ninja. Though, he really, really hoped she wouldn't turn out as useless as Sakura, despite their identical hair color. Stepping a little farther back, Alex formed the hand seals and exhaled a fireball into the air. The girls, seeing this, clapped in awe, as if they were spectators at a magician's performance. "With skills like that, you could perform at a circus or an illusionist show," Coco said, nodding in approval. Somewhere far away, all the real ninjas just flinched, Alex replied, grabbing Coco by the nose. He couldn't help but laugh at how she compared him to a magician. Returning to his spot, he braced himself for the endless flood of questions that immediately bombarded him. The girls asked what chakra was, how to train it, and what hand seals were for. At that moment, Gir burst into the room, holding a knife in his paws. He rushed over to Valmet, shoved the weapon into her hands, and immediately ran back to his table, where Mimi, Stitch, and Alice were sitting. Valmet curiously examined the knife, waving it a few times to check its balance. Coco, seeing this, decided to see where her new knife had come from. "Alex, did you make this?" she asked. "Yeah. I was getting bored, so I decided to make one," he replied with a shrug. After getting her answer, Coco handed the knife back to Valmet, and dinner continued at its usual pace, with the only difference being that Alex was still answering an endless stream of questions. The girls begged him to demonstrate new techniques so they could see them in action. At one point, the conversation turned to his battle with El Gigante. "What fighting style did you use then?" Siko asked, intrigued by the topic. "Two styles. The first is the martial art of the Leaf School, the second is soft fist techniques, Alex explained. What's the difference? She asked, tilting her head slightly. The first style is focused on breaking bones and the body of the opponent. The second, as the name suggests, is a soft fist, designed to cause internal damage. Each style requires different training. For the first, you need a strong body, while the second uses chakra control and flexibility. Additionally, you need to understand the structure of the body to deliver precise strikes. Gradually, Alex delved deeper into his explanation, providing examples to help the girls understand the difference between the styles. At one point, he even spoke about the internal gates and their purpose. He talked so much that he felt his throat dry out. But then a thought crossed his mind: what if he started teaching someone ninja techniques? Even just awakening chakra in people would significantly increase their chances of survival. Hey, sweetie, Rika suddenly spoke up, can you charge bullets with your chakra? Alex thought for a moment. In theory, yes. But it's very complicated. Outside the body, chakra dissipates quickly, and for a bullet to hold it, you'd need either a special metal or incredible chakra control. It's like charging a battery and using it later. What kind of metal would you need? Maybe I've seen it in my work and didn't even know. Yuriko asked. I managed various companies, so I might have come across something like that. I don't know the exact name, but in old records, it was referred to as chakra metal. It has excellent conductivity and can hold residual chakra. If we find it, I'll let you know, Alex replied, shaking his head. In the Naruto anime, they didn't give this metal a specific name, so he couldn't be sure. Yuriko merely nodded, contemplating that perhaps she had encountered such a metal before but hadn't been able to recognize it. Coco also thought about it. If they could find such a material, it would significantly increase the group's chances of survival, especially if they could arm people with such weapons. Alex agreed with their reasoning and decided that in the future, he would try to create the metal himself and then claim that he had accidentally discovered it. Meanwhile, he became curious about the progress Seiko had made with her breathing technique. As soon as Alex mentioned it, everyone immediately stared at him, awaiting an explanation. However, Brunhild decided to speak up and briefly explain the essence of the technique on his behalf. Seiko, with a slight smile, confirmed that she could now breathe in a special way without interruption, and when she fought zombies, she noticed a significant increase in her strength. Alex nodded in satisfaction. Great. Soon, I'll begin teaching you more advanced techniques. But first, I need to figure out which breathing style suits you best. Seiko smiled approvingly. No problem. We still have time for training. When the questions finally subsided, Alex decided to check something important: whether key characters from the Resident Evil series existed in this world. He began by searching for mentions of Raccoon City. As soon as he entered the name into the search engine, results immediately appeared. The city really existed, complete with tourist guides and a list of landmarks. Alex's face twisted slightly. Of course. If this city exists in this world, then the Umbrella Corporation is probably lurking somewhere here, or maybe it was replaced by the Evil Corporation, he muttered, sensing that the main villain of this story likely had quite a specific sense of humor. Moving forward, Alex decided to check the police department's database for Raccoon City. His suspicions were confirmed. He found files on the STARS team members. However, he was only interested in a few individuals: Barry Burton, Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, and, of course, Albert Weskier. Alex began reading through the dossiers of these people one by one, searching for details he couldn't know from the games. Soon, he noticed a significant divergence from the original story. The events of the first Resident Evil game did not fully repeat here. The main difference was that Weskier disappeared before the STARS team even went to Spencer's mansion. Interesting. Alex delved deeper into the investigation but found nothing new, except for some small differences in the sequence of events. Everything pointed to the fact that Weskier had disappeared earlier than expected. Noticing how intently Alex was flipping through the files, the girls couldn't help but become intrigued. They exchanged glances, but no one asked questions. Everyone was used to the fact that if Alex took an interest in something, there were solid reasons behind it. Brunhild, however, decided to investigate things herself and re-established her spiritual connection with Alex to look into his thoughts. Seeing that he was gathering information that would help him plan for the future, she simply nodded in silence, understanding that Alex was already thinking ahead about his next steps. Meanwhile, after finishing with the STARS team, Alex shifted his focus to other key figures: Leon Scott Kennedy and Claire Redfield. He wanted to understand whether the events of Resident Evil 2 had happened in this world. It turned out they hadn't. Leon's life was progressing along familiar lines, just like in the original story, while Claire had joined TerraSave. Once he was done with them, Alex moved on to the main beauty of the Resident Evil series, Ada Wong. To gather complete information on her, he had to use a special program created by GIR, which helped retrieve hidden data and compile it into a single dossier. After a couple of minutes of waiting, Alex was able to view Ada Wong's full dossier. As in the original story, she remained a spy hired to steal corporate data from various companies. While reviewing her financial accounts, he couldn't help but whistle. The sums in her accounts were impressive. However, these funds were likely worthless now. The next item on his investigation was the Los Illuminados cult. Analyzing the available information, Alex confirmed that the cult did indeed exist in this world, which intrigued him slightly. However, there were very few details. The organization operated covertly. What interested him most was whether the cult had any ties to the evil corporation. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any clear leads, leaving him with even more questions. Alex lit a cigarette to clear his mind and turned to Coco. Coco, do you know anything about the Los Illuminados cult? Let me think. Coco frowned, trying to recall. The name sounds familiar. The girls, hearing the strange name, became curious and looked at Alex, waiting for an explanation. While Coco was racking her brain, Alex briefly explained the cult, its activities, and the reasons for his interest. When they learned that the organization might be linked to the evil corporation, many of them immediately understood. Also, Alex added, it was the members of this cult who found the parasite that later became El Gigante. We encountered it when we were helping the shelter in Tokyo. Those who had been involved in the battle now realized what the strange creature that emerged from El Gigante's body after its death had been. Right. I remembered. Coco suddenly perked up. Some guy named Osmond Sadler, or something like that. He tried to order weapons from our company. But I turned him down right away. He seemed like a shady guy from the start. Too suspicious. Now that I know who he is, I realize I made the right call. If I had agreed to the deal, I might have turned into some disgusting zombie myself. Sure, he offered a lot of money, but I'm not working with someone who reeks of problems. Coco nodded self-satisfied, as if reaffirming the wisdom of her decision. Alex nodded too, acknowledging that she had indeed made the right choice. However, he still decided to clarify. Did your brother or anyone else from your company take up that contract? Coco shook her head. No, my brother may act a bit carefree at times, but he's not an idiot. Someone else might have taken it, but I'm not sure. Alex realized that it was better not to ask any more questions. They would eventually have to confront the members of Los Illuminados sooner or later. However, another thought began to form in his mind. Could the Las Plagas parasite be a variant of those sleeping necromorphs? At the moment, it was the most logical explanation. To check the last detail that interested him, Alex decided to find information on Miranda and Alcina Dimitrescu. After digging through the database, he found mentions of the Dimitrescu family. However, the available information was minimal. The region where their family was based had no network access, and everyone who entered it seemed to disappear without a trace. Realizing that there was no more useful information to gather, Alex switched to the final point of his investigation, the Ouroboros virus. According to the data, it was supposed to be developed in Africa from a plant called Stairway to the Sun. However, he didn't find any specifics. The only thing he was able to uncover was that Trisol Corporation was actively engaged in charitable activities in the impoverished areas of Africa. Well. Alex muttered thoughtfully, clicking his tongue. It was obvious that Trisol was somehow connected to the evil corporation. The only question was how deeply. After all, evil wouldn't tolerate a competitor interfering with their plans. Having finished checking the information, Alex didn't notice how quickly time had passed. The girls continued chatting to pass the time, while behind them, a trio of troublemakers, including Alice, were engrossed in playing video games. When Alex finally looked away from his phone screen, the girls, of course, couldn't help but ask what he had found. Find anything useful? Or the usual? Rebecca asked lazily. Not as much as I'd hoped. Alex lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Most of the information about the cults is either classified or exists only in the stories of the few who managed to escape. But even those who escaped soon disappeared without a trace. The only thing I was able to find is possible allies, just in case. Although their locations are still unknown. Allies. Kiriko raised her gaze from her coffee cup, intrigued. Who are they? I can give you their files if you want to read them. Although one of them is quite specific, Alex exhaled a puff of smoke, carefully choosing his words. Did you include her on the list because she's pretty, or because she can do something useful? Saya asked, narrowing her eyes as she adjusted her glasses. Probably the second, but it's more complicated than that. She's a wild card. She's hard to predict, and I'm not sure if I can trust her until I meet her in person. Before all this chaos, she was involved in industrial espionage, stealing corporate secrets and selling them to the highest bidder. The most important thing is that she values her freedom and doesn't want to get tied down to anyone, Alex explained. The girls exchanged glances, understanding why Alex described her the way he did. Are you talking about Ada Wong, by any chance? Coco suddenly asked, squinting as if trying to remember something important. You know her. Alex asked, surprised, looking at her with interest. Of course, I do. That fox has tried to scam me out of money more than once. Coco waved her hand in frustration. Sometimes she bought spy gadgets from me, and a few times, she even used my services herself. But damn it, how can she try to scam me when she already has so much money? Valmont sighed heavily, remembering what usually happened when Coco and Ada met. Can anyone really fool you, Hekmatyar? Aren't you the one who tricks others? Rika smirked. It's not the same thing. Coco threw up her hands in irritation. When Wong bought devices from me, she would always start haggling, trying to get the price down to almost nothing. It drives me crazy. I've wanted to hit her so many times. And then after she buys something, she makes snide comments like, "We're women, we should understand how hard life is for us." Ugh, she annoys me even more than you, Minami. At least you can be irritated, but that woman can piss anyone off. Poor thing, Valmont murmured with a slight smile, patting Coco on the back as she tried to calm down. Alex watched the scene with mild astonishment. He hadn't expected Coco and Ada to be acquainted, let alone so well. But what surprised him the most was Coco's reaction. He glanced at Valmont, silently asking her, "Is this true?" Valmont, understanding without words, just nodded and mentioned a few examples of their encounters, which always ended with the same result, Coco in a rage, Ada satisfied. Even Rika felt a bit of sympathy for Coco, realizing that she, in her place, would probably have shot Wong by now. Alex could already feel a headache coming on. If he met Ada, Coco and Wong would most likely argue non-stop. This was bound to be worse than the endless squabbles between Hestia and Loki. Coco continued to complain for another half hour, recalling every time Ada managed to outsmart her. She was boiling with anger, while the others found it amusing, like funny stories of two friends who just refused to admit it. To be continued. Chapter 229, A Call Home and a Long-Awaited Reunion. Continuing to listen to Coco's complaints about Ada, Alex could already feel the headache awaiting him in the future. Brunhild observed him and immediately understood what he was thinking. However, all she could say at that moment was that he had gotten himself into this situation, and now he had to deal with it. Alex noticed her gaze and just rolled his eyes. And that wasn't even counting the fact that her sisters were in his spiritual space. If he didn't occasionally disconnect their spiritual link, he'd probably have already gone insane from the sheer number of voices in his head. Sometimes, Hlock and Alvard would start arguing, making it difficult for him to concentrate. When Coco finally finished venting, she noticeably relaxed, clearly, letting off some steam had done her good. Alex, on the other hand, now had a much clearer understanding of Ada Wong's character. The conversation gradually shifted to other topics, but Saya, being naturally curious, never missed a chance to learn something new. This time, her interest was piqued by chakra. Alex sighed, realizing he'd have to get into a lengthy explanation, and regretted not having prepared a list of jutsu and other aspects beforehand to just hand it to Saya instead of going through long-winded explanations. Can chakra be used like in manga, where fighters throw energy blasts? Rika asked with interest. It's possible if you use natural chakra, Alex answered briefly, lighting a cigarette. The girl stared at him, clearly expecting more details. Brunhild subtly reminded him with a light kick to his leg that he should give a more detailed answer. Alex glanced at her but received only a silent command to continue explaining. Sighing, he continued. As the name suggests, natural chakra is the energy found in the environment. Unlike regular chakra, which is generated inside the body, natural chakra is drawn from external sources. However, absorbing it can have certain consequences. And what kind of consequences? Valmont asked curiously. In short, if you don't control the process, you'll turn to stone, Alex explained, tapping his chin with his finger. But if you learn to absorb natural chakra properly, many possibilities will open up for you. The girls were puzzled by his words. Why stone? Why not some other element? Alex just shrugged, he didn't know the answer himself. Natural chakra contained various elements, but why uncontrolled absorption turned a person specifically into stone, rather than, say, water or fire, was a mystery. Coco burst out laughing. Is there actually something you don't know? Alex rolled his eyes and, without hesitation, grabbed her cheek. Time moved forward relentlessly, and soon it was late at night. Everyone needed rest before their departure the next day. Brunhild carefully picked up Alice, who had fallen asleep right at the table, while the other girls began cleaning up the dishes. Alex, however, decided to stay on the rooftop until morning. Are you sure? Brunhild asked. Just in case, he replied briefly. The girls didn't try to persuade him and, after wishing him good night, headed downstairs. Alex waved at them in response. However, he wasn't alone. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch settled nearby. These three troublemakers had clearly decided to keep him company. Alex didn't mind, in fact, he was glad for their presence. Once the girls were gone, Alex lifted his gaze to the stars and lit another cigarette. For a while, he simply watched the night sky, then, losing interest, pulled out his phone. He debated whether to call home now or wait until things settled down. Alex had no idea how much time had passed in Orario since he and Rebecca had left. They had already visited 3 worlds, and now they were stuck in the third, one engulfed in a full-scale zombie apocalypse. And whoever was behind this chaos had clearly gone all out. Moreover, this world turned out to be quite unusual. Somehow, characters from different stories had gathered here, making it special in its own way. Alex had already encountered representatives from several universes and confirmed the presence of characters from yet another. He wasn't even sure how many more unexpected meetings awaited him ahead. As if that weren't enough, this world turned out to be a peculiar collection of various types of zombies, including even necromorphs that were supposed to appear in the future. All of this made Alex understand why Nyan's avatar had chosen this universe in particular. It truly could be considered unique. Pushing aside his thoughts, Alex finally decided to call home. He didn't want the girls to think he had abandoned them again. Dialing the number, he patiently waited for someone to pick up. "You're calling quite early, Alex. Have you and Rebecca settled in so quickly that you're inviting us now?" Lucy's voice came through the speaker, filled with light amusement. "Not exactly," he replied with a slightly embarrassed tone. "Where are you right now?" "We're having breakfast." "Why?" Lucy asked with curiosity. "Turn on the stream, there's something to talk about," Alex said calmly. Lucy hummed briefly, and other voices could be heard in the background, likely the girls wondering the same thing. Alex patiently waited, placing his phone on the table beside him before switching to a video call. A few seconds later, Lucy's face appeared on the screen, with the other girls gathered around her, clearly intrigued as to why Alex had decided to contact them. As Lucy activated the video connection, a hologram appeared on Alex's phone. Seeing the familiar faces, Alex couldn't help but smile. He missed them. He wished he could return. But now was not the time for him to leave just like that. The girls carefully examined him, and soon, their attention was drawn to the earrings that Alex hadn't worn before. "Darling, I see you've decided to change your style," Freya's seductive voice rang out. "I must say, they suit you very well." Alex simply offered a soft smile in response. Meanwhile, Lucy and Kiwi exchanged glances, trying to spot Rebecca, who usually clung to Alex like glue. But she was nowhere to be seen. Even Loki and Hestia, who constantly competed with Rebecca for a spot by his side, looked surprised at her absence. At that moment, Alex was looking at Gloria. She smiled at him peacefully, her eyes filled with love. A lump formed in his throat. He had to tell them that he had found David. But unfortunately, his reincarnation had ended up in this world, a world consumed by the apocalypse. The barely noticeable change in his expression did not escape the most observant among the girls. Freya and Hephaestus immediately noticed the flicker of sadness and guilt in his eyes. Freya, being perceptive, quickly realized that it had something to do with Gloria. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but she decided to wait for the moment when Alex would reveal it himself. "It's good to see you, girls," Alex finally spoke, pulling himself together. "How have you been? And how much time has passed since we left?" "Not much, only about 5 days, to be exact," Kiwi replied, slightly raising an eyebrow. "And for you?" "It's been a few weeks for us, but I can't say exactly. I stopped keeping track of time," he admitted with a faint smile. Hestia and Loki, meanwhile, were starting to feel jealous of Rebecca, who had managed to monopolize Alex for several weeks. Hestia pouted and let out a dramatic sniffle, lamenting that she should have been the one to go with Alex, not letting that green-haired gremlin take him. So what if Rebecca could send an entire dungeon into orbit? That wouldn't have been her problem. Loki, for her part, complained that she could have tried even more alcohol from other worlds and spent nights full of fun with Alex. The thought of these nighttime adventures even made her lick her lips involuntarily. "Darling, don't you want to tell us about your adventures?" "I'm sure your call is about just that," Freya asked with a soft smile, ignoring Hestia and Loki's complaints. "Of course, my love," Alex replied with a warm smile. "We've already visited 3 worlds. To be precise, we're in the 3rd one now. In the first world, we found a child for Rebecca." "A child?" Hestia jumped, her eyes wide in shock. "When did you and that gremlin have a child?" "I should have been the first. And that green-haired one should get in line. I knew I shouldn't have let her go with you." Her braids bristled as if in outrage, and sparks of jealousy shot from her eyes. Alex smirked, shaking his head. He missed Hestia, who always misunderstood everything. Deciding to clarify the situation, he called Stitch over, who was enthusiastically playing with Mimi and Gir at the time. Stitch heard the call and immediately ran over, jumping into Alex's lap. When the girls saw him, their eyes widened, and they let out admiring sighs. "Oh my god, he's so cute!" Kiwi and Ryu exclaimed in unison. Stitch, noticing the new girls, tugged at Alex's sleeve, demanding an explanation. "This is also your family," Alex said with a smile, petting his head. "They're your moms too." Stitch nodded, waved a paw at the girls, and gave them a wide, toothy smile. The girls involuntarily flinched from the overwhelming cuteness. "Let me introduce you. This is Stitch, Rebecca's child. We adopted him in the first world. We ended up in Hawaii, and since Stitch crashed his ship, we took him in so he wouldn't fall into the hands of a mad scientist," Alex explained while continuing to pet Stitch. The mention of mad scientist clearly displeased Stitch. He hissed and began muttering something, calling him stupid. The girls exchanged glances, surprised that Stitch could speak, but what struck them the most was how charming he was in his indignation. However, looking at him, they instantly understood why Rebecca decided to adopt him. "Hawaii. Is that what the world is called?" Ryu asked, tilting her head slightly. "No, it's just a resort island where people go to relax," Lucy explained. The girls became curious about what this resort island looked like, and Lucy quickly showed them some photos. Soon, the conversation shifted to souvenirs. Alex started listing what he brought, and, winking at Loki, he mentioned that he bought her a whole box of Hawaiian alcohol. "What?" Loki nearly jumped. "A whole box. Oh, Alex, why aren't you here right now? I'd kiss you all over." "What was the second world like?" Hephaestus interrupted, pushing Loki away from the screen. "It's a bit more complicated. When we arrived there, we found ourselves at the very beginning of all the events," Alex began his story. "And what events?" Freya asked, interested. Alex paused, choosing his words carefully. "Well. First of all, I met my brother." "You met your brother?" Hestia froze. "An angel, maybe." "No, he's not an angel," Alex shook his head. "It's simpler to say that he's the ancestor of all humans. Historically, he's the first human my father ever created." The girls exchanged glances, not immediately realizing the full weight of what was said. When the girls learned who Alex's brother was, they weren't even surprised. They had long since figured out that his family couldn't be simple, given that his father was the creator of everything they could possibly imagine. After answering a few more questions about his brother Adam, Alex decided it was time to move on to other topics, or the discussion might drag on for too long. Freya understood this too and halted the endless flow of questions. "Darling, so what events did you encounter with Rebecca?" she asked, steering the conversation in the right direction. "When we arrived in the second world, we found ourselves at the very beginning of the war between humans and gods. To put it simply, the gods decided to wipe out all of humanity for foolish reasons. What exactly those reasons were, I think you, as goddesses, can guess for yourselves," Alex began his tale calmly. Freya, Loki, Hestia, Hephaestus, and Nyx instantly understood what he was talking about. They knew what humans could be like and understood that there were gods in their own world who didn't exactly like humanity. Even those who weren't goddesses could easily guess why higher beings might come to such a decision. And you couldn't just stand by and had to get involved. Am I right? Kiwi asked, crossing her arms. Actually, at first I got involved to get revenge for my brother, Alex confessed. But then, after calming down, I realized I wanted to protect his children, so I sided with humanity. And to answer your next question right away, yes, I deceived everyone to win this war. I wasn't about to leave the fate of the world in the hands of strangers. The girls immediately understood, if Alex wanted revenge, it meant Adam had died in this war. Their expressions softened, and some of them even felt pity. After all, Alex had met his brother, but only at the moment when he was already dead. However, Alex just waved it off, making it clear that he wasn't grieving or angry. After all, he had resurrected Adam, though he never had the chance to speak with him. He was too busy to even take the time to admire the views of Valhalla. Still, what was the real reason the gods decided to destroy humanity? Freya asked thoughtfully. Such things are never as simple as they seem at first glance. You're right, Alex nodded. Behind the scenes was one god, who resembled Erebus in many ways. Only he was much worse, and his ambitions were entirely different. If Erebus wanted to push humanity forward by becoming their enemy, this one-eyed bastard decided to sacrifice everyone, both humans and gods, just to bring the avatar of Nyan Nyan into the world. At the mention of Erebus, Nyx flinched but didn't argue with Alex's words. He continued, explaining Odin's plan in more detail, so the girls could fully understand what this one-eyed god had been after and what he aimed to achieve. The girls listened carefully, occasionally interjecting with their own comments. Was there anything interesting in this world? Loki asked, grinning widely. Seeing her smile, Alex decided to joke a little. He was already anticipating her reaction to what he was about to say. Of course, there was, he said with a slight smirk. For example, Rebecca killed the Loki god from that world. Shot him right in the head. Alex's words made Loki break out in a cold sweat, and her smile instantly vanished from her face. The girls, noticing her expression, couldn't hold back their laughter. What do you mean, killed Loki? Are you saying that this green gremlin killed a god with the same name as mine? Loki said in a tense voice. Yep, but he was quite the jerk, Alex shrugged. So don't worry, Rebecca's not mad at you. It's just that war is war, and that god irritated her more than anyone else. However, his attempt to ease the situation didn't help much. Loki was still nervous. But Hestia began laughing even louder, teasing Loki. So it turns out Rebecca expressed your essence by killing another Loki. Loki's face twisted in anger, veins bulging on her forehead, and she immediately attacked Hestia. In the blink of an eye, a fight broke out between them. Alex watched their exchange with a smile, enjoying the chaos. He really missed moments like this. The Valkyries, who were in the spiritual space, didn't intervene but watched the scene with curiosity. They were interested in seeing what emotions Alex was experiencing now that he was reunited with his family. But soon, Freya decided to shift the conversation to a more intriguing topic for her. All right, that can wait for now, she said, narrowing her eyes. Tell me, darling, how many girls have you seduced? Her voice was soft, but her gaze. It immediately lost all warmth, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The other girls, noticing the change in Freya, instinctively took a step back, preferring not to be near the goddess at this moment. Alex, on the other hand, felt a drop of sweat slide down his back. In reality, the Valkyries had followed him not because he had seduced them, but simply because there were no other goals in their world. They were intrigued by the possibility of exploring other realities. Of all the women he had romantic relationships with, only Brynhildr, and maybe Jondal stood out. As for the rest, he wasn't sure about their feelings and didn't want to pry into their heads, preferring to give them the chance to decide when and how to clarify things. It's hard to say. Alex answered uncertainly, feeling Freya's intense gaze practically pierce through him. On one hand, he kind of enjoyed that look, but on the other, he was nervous, knowing it was too late to talk about his feelings for other girls. Freya, studying his reaction closely, nodded, signaling that she would wait for an explanation. Loki and Hestia, forgetting their argument, also moved closer, clearly intrigued by the topic. Hestia crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes, mentally scolding herself for not insisting on going with Alex. What's so hard about it? Can't you just give an exact number, she asked, pointing a finger at Alex. In the world with gods, I got involved with 2 girls, he said, holding up 2 fingers. But, as I said, it's not that simple. Why not? Lucy squinted suspiciously. The thing is, these girls are demigoddesses, they're called Valkyries, Alex explained. They have a special ability called Volander, which connects us on a spiritual level. They know everything about me. Freya slightly squinted, feeling a pang of jealousy. The thought that other girls could have such a deep connection with Alex didn't sit well with her. The others, however, were curious about this ability Alex called Volander. To clarify, Alex began explaining and then asked Gondal to demonstrate her power by turning into a weapon. In the next moment, something new appeared in his hands, something the girls hadn't seen before. As they looked at the weapon in surprise, Alex explained what it truly was. And, as if on cue, Gondal appeared behind him. She gave a sweet smile and waved hello to the girls. Their gazes immediately shifted from her to Freya, and they instantly noticed the resemblance between the two. A brief, but tense, exchange of glances occurred between the 2 women, but after a few seconds, it was as if they silently agreed they could get along. Gondal stayed outside Alex's spiritual space for a moment but soon returned. Alex explained that outsiders might notice her appearance and start asking unnecessary questions. The girls understood that he was hiding his true identity again and didn't press further. When Alex mentioned that 11 Valkyries had followed him and explained the reason they had come after him, their eyes narrowed once more. If you want, I can send you the recordings, he offered. GIR took a ton of photos and even recorded a few videos. That way, you can see for yourselves what happened in that world. I think it would be interesting to watch how you fought the gods. Ryu nodded, clearly intrigued. Oh, right, I also killed Apollo, Alex added with a smirk. He wasn't as much of an idiot as our local one, but he was still annoying. The mention of Apollo sparked mixed emotions among the girls, but mostly, clear discontent, especially from those who had dealt with him. Seeing their reactions, Alex laughed. What about the third world? Where are you now? Lucy asked, smiling slightly. We're in Japan, with Becca and Brynhildr, and honestly, it's pretty bad here, he replied, grimacing. You're in my homeland. Lucy exclaimed. And what's going on there that makes you grimace like that? The others also became intrigued when they saw Alex's reaction to the situation in his current world. Yes, we're in Japan, he confirmed. But to be blunt, it's the middle of an apocalypse. The world is literally crawling with zombies and all sorts of disgusting things. With those words, he took out a cigarette and lit it, giving everyone a moment to digest what they had just heard. Zombies? Hestia asked, tilting her head in confusion. What kind of creatures are those? Zombies are a type of undead, Lucy began explaining, but then, smirking, added, but to put it simply, they're those zombies from horror movies that Rebecca loves. Knowing her, I bet she's having a blast shooting them in packs just for fun. Alex nodded, confirming her words. Then he gave a few examples of the different types of zombies he'd encountered in the past few days. The girls listened closely, but their faces clearly showed one thing: none of them had any desire to visit this world. But this world isn't that simple, is it? Suddenly asked Hephaestus, noticing some details in his words. Alex smiled at her, looking at her with tenderness. You're right, my love. At first, I thought this was just a world with regular zombies. But then. He took a drag and exhaled the smoke. I came across zombies from different works of fiction. To put it simply, here we have not only classic Walking Dead, but also mutated zombies, parasites, zombies afraid of light, and even space zombies. There was a clear hint of irritation in his voice. In other words, the bastard who caused all this is clearly having a blast. Alex didn't even get the chance to explain that the souls of the people who turned into zombies had lost all form and would never be reborn. The girls shook their heads while listening to the numerous types of undead in this world. But at the same time, they understood that for Rebecca, this was literally heaven, endless fun, the opportunity to shoot, blow things up, and destroy anything she wanted. Lucy was curious about how Rebecca behaved in this world, and Alex didn't make her wait for an answer. He went into detail about what she was up to, how she acted in combat, and what her plans were. What they heard was a true shock. No one had expected Rebecca to be so serious and responsible. At one point, they even started to suspect that Alex had accidentally lost their real, green gremlin and brought along her more disciplined counterpart. And that's not all, Alex added with a smirk. This world is like a collection of characters from different works. I've already met a few, but I think there are even more interesting encounters ahead of me. Freya slightly squinted, immediately getting to the heart of the matter. I think that's exactly why that woman's avatar chose this world, she said thoughtfully. If there are so many so-called main characters here, then by absorbing this universe, she'll gain much more power. Exactly. I think the same, Alex nodded. But the strangest thing is that this world has stories from all our worlds. Stories from Orario, Night City, Valhalla, and there's even a manga about me. The girls' eyes widened in astonishment, and they immediately bombarded Alex with questions. He explained that the plot in these mangas and anime developed along different timelines and had no direct relation to their lives, though the characters were indeed very similar to them. As an example, he mentioned Bell, who in the manga turned out to be a guy named Bell. However, when the conversation turned to the girls from Night City, Alex's expression darkened. Lucy, Kiwi, and Gloria immediately noticed this and realized that he had seen something unpleasant. Alex explained that he had learned about the fate of their alternate versions. In that timeline, death awaited them. The girls sighed, realizing the weight of his words, and immediately tried to comfort Lucy, Kiwi, and Gloria. Since we're on this topic. Gloria, listen, Alex suddenly said, catching her attention. What is it? Gloria asked, weakly smiling. I found him. I found David. Gloria's eyes instantly widened. In an instant, a whole storm of emotions overwhelmed her. Noticing her reaction, Alex immediately began explaining how he had encountered David's reincarnation and what had happened to him all this time. Gloria listened carefully, nodding. The other girls decided not to intervene, giving her the space to learn everything she wanted. Meanwhile, Alex turned to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Kidnap Takashi and bring him here. The trio of troublemakers nodded cheerfully and immediately rushed to carry out the order. So now his name is Takashi. Gloria tried to stay calm, but a slight tremor slipped into her voice. Yeah, Alex confirmed. But at first, he was still quite the idiot, and I seriously thought about beating him up a few times. However, when he regained his memories, he seemed to start coming around. I gave him your jacket. He was happy with the gift. And you know. He still loves you, Gloria. Alex gave her a warm smile, and she could only cover her mouth with her hand, trying to hide the emotions that were flooding her. Upon hearing these words, Gloria couldn't hold back her tears. She had found her son. Even though he was in a world full of zombies, where an entertaining god was erasing humanity for his own pleasure, it didn't matter anymore. Her anxiety began to fade as she realized that Alex was capable of protecting David. What's his family like in this world? She asked quietly, wiping away her tears. Alex told her about Nemeo, who had become David's mother in this world. Gloria nodded, glad that he had a loving family. But here's the funny thing. Loki interjected with a sly grin. David's fate has come full circle again. But before she could continue, her head suddenly jerked forward. Hephaestus had slapped her on the back of the head. Shut up, Loki, don't ruin the moment, the goddess of blacksmithing said sternly. Loki rubbed the back of her head, muttering something under her breath, but remained silent. At that moment, the sound of quick footsteps echoed. Alex turned his head and saw the trio of troublemakers, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, returning with delivery. They dragged in a bound Takashi, whose mouth was taped shut. Takashi, now conscious on the way, rolled his eyes upon seeing Alex. When the trio threw him to the floor and untied him, the first thing he did was rip the tape off his face. "What the hell? They kidnapped me again," he protested, breathing heavily. "I almost had a heart attack when I saw their eyes in the dark. Alex, what the hell? We were supposed to leave the city this morning." Gloria flinched upon hearing his voice. So familiar, and yet so foreign. Her lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes again. The other girls, watching her, also felt a rush of emotions. They sympathized with Gloria, who had lost her son, but now she could see him again. "Someone wants to talk to you," Alex said calmly, gesturing to a seat next to him. Takashi furrowed his brow but still sat down, casting a confused glance at Alex. However, Alex merely nodded silently, indicating where he should look. Takashi followed his gaze, and froze. Sitting before him was a woman he never thought he'd see again. His breath hitched, his chest tightened, and a lump formed in his throat. He remembered that Alex had promised to call him when he was calling home, but he never imagined it would be like this. Takashi slowly turned to Alex, demanding confirmation that this wasn't an illusion, not a dream. Alex silently nodded. In the next moment, tears rolled down Takashi's cheeks. He tried to say something, but the words caught in his throat. Gloria, too, looked at him, unable to hold back her emotions. Even after reincarnation, his features still bore the marks of her son, and in his eyes, there was that same familiar gaze. Mother and son simply stared at each other, needing no words. The other girls, understanding the significance of the moment, tactfully stepped aside, but not too far. They were far too curious to see how this encounter would unfold. Alex did the same, moving a little further away to give them space. To be continued. Chapter 230, Adventure Time. Alex sat off to the side, taking a drag from his cigarette as he gazed thoughtfully at the star-filled night sky. In the distance, he could hear Takashi's voice as he spoke with Gloria. Alex was satisfied that he had managed to find David's reincarnation. This meant Gloria could finally put her worries to rest. However, another issue loomed ahead: Takashi's training. Alex knew perfectly well that, before his reincarnation, David had a hero complex. He would rush to save his friends, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Judging by Takashi's actions, this trait had carried over into his new life. Alex smirked, finding it an amusing twist of fate. Their personalities were almost identical. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he pushed aside unnecessary thoughts and focused on his plans. If Takashi continued his reckless habit of throwing himself into danger, he wouldn't last long. Alex decided to take his training seriously, to make sure the kid didn't die prematurely. As long as Alex had unfinished business in this world, he wouldn't allow Takashi to perish. The thought of training brought a wide grin to his face. The best option was to turn Takashi into the perfect shinobi, agile, deadly, and cold-blooded. Already envisioning the trials that awaited his new apprentice, Alex took another drag and grinned even wider. Meanwhile, Takashi continued his conversation with Gloria, blissfully unaware of the grueling training Alex was planning for him. Suddenly, though, a shiver ran down his spine, as if some unknown premonition warned him of the hardships to come. He quickly glanced around and locked eyes with Alex, only to see his predatory smile. "Shit. He's up to something," flashed through Takashi's mind. Gloria noticed his distraction and looked at him with concern. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Oh, nothing. Just the cold," he lied quickly, trying not to reveal his unease. Gloria nodded, deciding not to dwell on it, and continued asking her son about his life. As their conversation went on, warmth filled Takashi's heart. It felt good to once again experience a mother's care, as if he had finally found a missing piece of himself. He spoke openly about his childhood, but when he reached his teenage years, he hesitated. That period of his life was far from pleasant. Alex, who had been silently listening until now, snorted and smirked before butting in. "Just admit you were a complete idiot back then. What's there to be shy about? She's your mother, she'll understand." Takashi's face twisted in irritation as laughter erupted in the background. The girls, who had also been listening in, couldn't hold back their amusement. Even Gloria let out a quiet chuckle. Hearing his mother laugh felt strange, but nice. Takashi sighed and finally started talking about his youth, the kind of guy he was, the mistakes he made. Gloria didn't judge him. Instead, she offered advice on how he should have handled those situations. A shudder ran through Takashi. Her advice felt painfully familiar. "Mom, I've long outgrown that phase," he reminded her. "I don't need these lessons anymore." "But of course," Gloria continued, as if she hadn't heard him. "David, Have you found yourself a girlfriend yet? She asked out of nowhere. PFFF, a barely restrained chuckle came from Alex. Takashi felt his eye twitch. Hearing muffled laughter from the background, Takashi's face darkened with frustration. Gloria immediately understood why he was still single, it was his melancholic nature. She merely sighed, smiled, and proceeded to give him a few tips on how to start a relationship. Takashi, listening to her advice, could only nod silently and quietly justify himself, saying that during a zombie apocalypse, it was difficult to find a partner. However, suddenly, an idea flashed in his head. He realized he could shift the conversation to Alex to put him in an awkward position. Actually, Takashi began with an innocent look, a lot of girls are always hanging around Alex. They even sleep in the same room with him. Saying this, he looked at Alex with a victorious smile, clearly hoping to catch him off guard. However, Alex just scoffed dismissively, unimpressed by such a childish trick. Son, we're talking about you right now, not your father. I'd be surprised if no one was interested in him and instead avoided him, Gloria calmly noted, looking at her son. But he. Mom, aren't you even a little jealous? Takashi tried to maneuver. Sweetheart, I live under the same roof as the goddess of love. What do you think? Gloria replied with a slight smirk. Takashi couldn't find a response and just hung his head in defeat. He had tried to throw Alex under the bus, only to end up getting run over himself. And on top of everything, his own mother had just practically admitted that Alex was like a father figure to him. Realizing this, his face stretched even further in dismay. Fine. I'll definitely find myself a girlfriend in the future, he muttered with a heavy sigh. Don't worry, Gloria, I'll try to help him, but I won't interfere, Alex's voice sounded. Takashi was about to snap back, but when he turned around, he met Alex's amused gaze. He just sighed irritably, accepting the fact that his stepdad was nearly the same age as him was proving difficult. And anyway, don't even dream that I'll ever call you dad. We're the same age, and just the thought of it makes me sick, he declared in disgust. Oh, is that so? Actually, I can look any age I want, this one is just the most convenient, Alex shrugged indifferently. Takashi didn't immediately understand what he meant. But before he could ask, Alex suddenly shrank and turned into a 12-year-old boy, proving his point. Seeing this, Takashi stared at him in complete shock, his mouth opening so wide that a fist could fit inside. Noticing his reaction, Alex jumped off his chair and stepped closer. Now call me Dad, he said in a child's voice. This is too much. Takashi groaned, struggling to accept reality. Laughter erupted from the girls watching Gloria and Takashi's conversation with clear amusement. Still in his childlike form, Alex waved at Gloria. She just smiled and gently asked him not to tease her son too much, after all, he still needed time to adjust to all of this. I can't promise anything, Alex shrugged with a mischievous grin. They continued chatting for a while, but soon Alex reminded them that they had to leave the city in the morning. Takashi needed a good night's sleep since he had his own responsibilities as well. Son, I know your character and the kind of person you are, Gloria looked at him intently. So please, don't get yourself into trouble. I don't want you dying again and forcing Alex to search for your reincarnation. I know, Mom. I'll be careful, Takashi nodded, lowering his head. Don't worry, Gloria, I'll keep an eye on him. And I'll start training him. Whether he wants to or not, he'll have to ignite the flames of his youth. Alex said with a grin, returning to his usual form and giving a thumbs up. I trust you, Alex. And you, son, listen to your father. You wouldn't think it, but he's a very responsible person and knows what he's doing. He saved more than one world and knows more than you can even imagine. So learn everything from him that will help you survive, Gloria reminded. I know, Mom, but can I not call him father? It feels weird, Takashi muttered awkwardly. Do as you wish, kid. But you're still going to train, Alex replied, ruffling his hair. Gloria wasn't actually insisting that her son call Alex his father, and Alex himself didn't particularly care to hear it from a teenager. After saying goodbye to Gloria, Alex ended the call. Once her hologram disappeared, Takashi stood there for a while, staring at the spot where his mother's face had been. Alex patted his shoulder in support. This won't be your last meeting. In the future, you'll be able to see her much more often, he reminded him. And don't forget, you have another mother in this world. Takashi nodded, and a fire lit up in his eyes. He had made a decision to become stronger and protect his family. In his past life, when he lived in Night City, he didn't have the strength to protect anyone, not even himself. But now he would do whatever it took. Seeing his determination, Alex nodded in satisfaction. All right, time for you to sleep. Tomorrow will be a long day, lots of work and hours on your feet. You'll need your strength, he reminded him. Takashi agreed. Tomorrow, they would be leaving the city to begin their journey to Okinawa. Standing up from his chair, he glanced at Alex, unsure of how to address him now. Oh, right, almost forgot, Alex pulled a shotgun and a pistol from his inventory. Here, as promised. Pulling weapons out of thin air in a crowd isn't very convenient. You could have just made up some bullshit about technology or something to avoid explaining, Takashi grumbled, taking the weapons. Too lazy, Alex waved him off. Takashi muttered something under his breath in annoyance and went off to bed. Once he went downstairs, Alex was left alone, thinking about what to do until morning. His first thought was to take a walk around the city and check the situation, make sure nothing would interfere with their departure. But laziness won out. Instead, he simply used a mana pulse, spreading it throughout the entire city. He acted with extreme caution to ensure no one would notice. After all, a pulse capable of covering an entire city could attract attention if used carelessly. When the pulse returned, Alex began analyzing the data. Something caught his interest. Some zombies were different from the rest. Besides the mutated ones, which was to be expected, he noticed something else. Inside certain zombies, there was an additional life force. Parasites. Alex immediately thought. The first thing that came to mind was Las Plagas, but Alex immediately dismissed that idea. People infected with plagas looked no different from ordinary humans, only their behavior resembled that of puppets. Then what was this? Alex started going through possible explanations but couldn't find a definitive answer. Deciding to set those thoughts aside for now, he realized that they might be facing a new problem in the near future. Not wanting to move unnecessarily, Alex chose to watch a movie with the trio of troublemakers. As soon as he turned it on, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately climbed onto him, getting comfortable. Unnoticed by Alex, morning arrived, and the sun began rising over the horizon. He turned his head toward the sunrise, squinted slightly, and realized that soon everyone would be waking up. Lighting a cigarette, Alex decided to give everyone time to fully wake up and have breakfast. After a while, Valmet came up to the roof. Alex was slightly surprised to see her up so early. He was curious about what had made her get up at such an hour. Valmet simply explained that she had decided to warm up before breakfast. Alex nodded but didn't insist that she save her strength just in case. Watching Valmet stretch and train, Alex didn't notice when Nemio joined him on the roof, holding a cup of coffee meant for him. Thanking her, he took a sip of the hot drink and continued watching Valmet's training while also thinking about workouts for the guys who wanted to become stronger. Alex remembered that he still had some weighted gear in his inventory, which he had used to train the girls from his family as well as members of Freya's and Loki's familias. Finishing her warm-up, Valmet, slightly sweaty, sat down next to Alex to catch her breath and relax. Wanting to get to know her better, Alex started a casual conversation. He could have just read her dossier and learned everything he needed, but that would have been boring, so he preferred to hear it directly from Valmet herself. Valmet didn't hide her past, especially the story of how she lost one of her eyes. Alex could only sympathize with her. During that operation, her entire squad had been wiped out, and she was the only survivor. Afterward, she had been dishonorably discharged from the army, and only then did she meet Coco and begin working for her. Their conversation was interrupted by Coco suddenly running onto the roof and calling them downstairs. When Alex, Valmet, and Coco went down, everyone was already gathered, waiting for him. He noticed that Takashi, standing next to Nemio, looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. Judging by his appearance, the boy hadn't slept all night. Feeling Alex's gaze, Takashi only rolled his eyes. Shaking his head, Alex stepped forward and spoke loudly. As I usually say, good morning and welcome to another day in Zombieland. Today, we're finally leaving the city and heading out in search of a safe place. Our current route leads to the nearest port, located a few kilometers from here. Let me remind you of the basic rules. Each vehicle will have someone with a radio for communication. We do not stop until we reach the port. We have a group of children with us, and their safety comes first. Everyone nodded seriously. Making sure they were listening, Alex continued. There should be a ferry at the port big enough to take us to Okinawa. However, a ferry isn't a car, it will move slowly, and you need to understand that. We'll likely have to stop in some coastal towns to restock essential supplies. But first, we need to secure the ferry, and from there, we'll act according to the situation. That's all. Time to pack up and move out. Everyone nodded in agreement and began taking their places in the vehicles. Some took on the responsibility of driving the bus with the children, while others occupied different transport. From early morning, a hustle began. People checked their belongings, gathered what they needed, making sure not to forget anything. Alex took Gir, Mimi, and Stitch with him to grab a few spare parts just in case. Stepping outside with his bags, he saw women and children being seated in the bus. He himself got onto his motorcycle and waited for everyone to be ready. Glancing at his watch, he estimated that they could depart by 9 in the morning. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch took up positions near the turrets on the vehicles, while the girls chose a separate car to travel as a group. Once everyone was ready, Alex explained the movement formation. The bus with the children had to be in the center of the convoy. After checking the communication between all vehicles, he started his motorcycle engine and moved forward at a moderate pace, ensuring no one was left behind. Leaving the city, the group drove onto a wide road where maintaining formation became easier. Passing by burned-down houses and abandoned farms, many looked at the scene of destruction with heavy hearts. I didn't think it would be this bad here. Saya murmured thoughtfully, looking out the window. I was sure that all those explosions and the noise Alex made in the last few days should have attracted even more undead to the city. I don't think it was the zombies, Brunhild said quietly. It was probably people. People are far scarier than any monsters or zombies. While monsters act on instinct, humans commit horrifying things for their own pleasure. I wonder how Adam would have reacted if he saw what his children have become. Alex nodded in agreement but didn't want to dwell on how Adam would have reacted upon seeing what his descendants had turned into. Would he continue to protect them, or would he be completely disillusioned? The girls looked at Brunhild with curiosity after hearing her mention Adam. Why do you keep talking about Adam? Are you religious or something? Saya asked, eyeing her skeptically. Weren't you taught that you are the children of Adam and Eve? Brunhild shrugged. I just said what came to mind while looking at all this nightmare outside the window. After all, it wasn't monsters who created this, it was humans. Saya could only nod but didn't miss the chance to challenge her words by mentioning Darwin's theory of evolution. However, Brunhild was not Rebecca and had no intention of getting into a debate. Realizing this, Saya sighed in disappointment, but as luck would have it, she soon found a worthy opponent, Rebecca. Upon hearing about the theory of evolution, Rebecca immediately joined the discussion, and now, instead of listening to Saya's lectures, everyone watched yet another heated debate between the two girls. Alex, hearing the entire conversation through the communicator, simply continued driving forward in silence, attentively scanning the road to notice anything suspicious in time. He wouldn't be too pleased if a special infected like a tank or charger suddenly ambushed their convoy. He reminded his trio of troublemakers to stay alert and keep watch over their surroundings. However, the road ahead remained relatively calm, aside from the occasional lone zombie crossing their path and the picturesque fields stretching on either side of the road. One might even say the journey was surprisingly peaceful. Reaching the next small town, Alex slowed down and signaled the group not to rush. Pulling out a map, he checked their route to make sure they had arrived at the right place. Everything checks out, he muttered under his breath before waving his hand, signaling the convoy to continue forward. After driving a little further, Alex stopped about a kilometer from the port. From here, they could already make out what was happening. The convoy gradually slowed down, and people began getting out of their vehicles, eager to understand the situation. Sitting on his motorcycle, Alex formed his hands into the shape of binoculars and started scanning the port. When the others approached and saw what he was doing, they didn't know whether to laugh or be concerned for his mental state. You see anything interesting? Shizuka asked curiously. Wanna take a look yourself? Alex smirked, offering her his binoculars. Shizuka nodded and obediently folded her hands the same way before peering through them, only to see absolutely nothing. Silence followed. Then, a chorus of laughter erupted. Well, I can't see anything. Shizuka pouted. Your hand binoculars are definitely broken. I'd be more surprised if they actually worked, Rika chuckled, grabbing Shizuka's cheek. If hands really worked as binoculars, we wouldn't need real ones. Alex laughed and then asked Rebecca to scout the situation in the port. He already knew what was happening, but it was better for her to examine the area and explain it to the others herself. Climbing onto his shoulders, Rebecca pulled a rifle scope from her pocket and began surveying the port, narrating everything she saw so everyone could get the full picture. From her report, it was clear that a group of people had taken over the port, and judging by their behavior, they were far from friendly. Alex asked about the size of the ferry and whether it could accommodate their vehicles. Rebecca shifted her focus to the ferry, estimating its dimensions. I think there's enough room to load the vehicles and supplies. But the real question is, how do we take it? And what do we do about those losers squatting in the port, she said, hopping down from Alex's shoulders. Well, we're waiting for your orders, kid. You're the leader, after all, Lem added, lighting a cigarette. Alex nodded and unfolded a map of the port area. He asked Rebecca to mark the enemy positions and the ferry's location. Once the markers were set, he lit a cigarette and stared at the map thoughtfully. The others remained silent, waiting for him to come up with a plan. What if we distract them with an explosion and sneak onto the ferry while they're busy dealing with zombies? R suggested. Not a bad idea, but there's a risk that there might be people already on the ferry, Alex replied, considering the option. So here's the plan, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch will sneak into the port for reconnaissance and plant explosives. Rebecca and Rika will cover them. The rest will split into groups. Once the explosion goes off, the enemies will be distracted, and we can hijack the ferry. And what will you be doing, kid? Lem asked, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Alex smirked and gave a thumbs up. I'll infiltrate the ferry and clear it in case anyone's there. And how exactly do you plan on doing that? Gonna run across the water like a real ninja. Lutz smirked. You're absolutely right, I am a ninja, Alex replied with a completely serious expression, forming a hand seal. Immediately, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch mimicked him, also forming seals and chanting, neen neen. The guys burst into laughter, while the girls exchanged glances. But none of them actually doubted that Alex was fully capable of pulling off something like that. Meanwhile, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch pulled black ninja suits out of their tiny bags and began putting them on. Now, the trio of troublemakers had fully transformed into mini ninjas. How is it even possible to fit these costumes into such small bags? Coco asked, amazed, as she examined their gear. It's a special material, Alex explained smugly. Do you think I don't pamper my little ones? Heh, I do. As for the functions of these suits, that's still a secret. You're such a miser, Coco pouted, playfully kicking Alex in the leg. Heh. All right, my little geniuses, time to head out on the mission. You know what to do. And please, no premature explosions. Yeah, probably, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch nodded uncertainly. Well then, indoor ninjas, march. Alex waved his hand, sending them off. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch took off with gleeful laughter, acting like real ninjas. Alex sighed tiredly, fully aware that those three were bound to cause some trouble. Everything he said earlier had probably gone in one ear and out the other. Do you think they listened to you? Seiko asked, standing nearby. Not at all. Trusting them is asking for trouble, Alex replied with a weary tone. Are they really that disobedient? Valmont asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. On their own, they're perfectly fine. But when they get together, an entire city could burn down just for their amusement. They're like three domestic gremlins, give them an excuse, and everything around will be in flames, Alex said, realizing that maybe sending them out wasn't the best idea. Oh, stop it. My little ones will handle the task, Rebecca waved him off, then nudged Alex. Now go on, get our future ferry. Alex shook his head, but he turned around and rushed toward the water. Reaching the shore, he pondered, should he run on water like a true ninja, or just dive in and swim? Weighing the pros and cons, he came to the obvious conclusion, he didn't want to get wet, so he'd have to use his abilities. Gathering speed, Alex ran on water, carefully observing the port. A couple of seconds later, he spotted two men guarding the area and immediately signaled Rika and Rebecca. 2 silent shots, and the guards fell. Alex continued, reaching the ferry, nimbly jumping aboard, and hiding behind a wall. Using his mana pulse, he determined the number of people on the ship and their locations. Drawing a knife from his inventory, he silently began eliminating opponents one by one. Another body was tossed overboard, and Alex checked the remaining enemies. The last group was in the control cabin. Deciding to have a little fun, he passed through the wall, drawing the attention of the people inside. The men turned pale, their legs giving way when they saw a man literally emerge from the wall. With a wide grin, Alex released some mana, black spears appeared from the shadows and instantly pierced the bodies of the enemies. Finished. How's it going on your end? He asked, dragging the bodies to the side of the ship. We're ready, Brunhilde answered. Great, then. But before he could finish, a deafening explosion echoed through the port. Alex instinctively looked to the side. His eye twitched when he saw that half of the port had simply been reduced to rubble. Damn it, he muttered. Apparently, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had gone too far again. Deciding not to comment on what had happened, he quickly gave the command to accelerate. That explosion was definitely going to attract a lot of unwanted attention. Alex jumped off the ferry and sprinted toward the group to cover their retreat. A motorcycle zoomed past him at breakneck speed, with Rebecca and Rika riding it. As they flew by, Rebecca tossed him a katana. Grabbing the weapon, Alex drew his pistols and began shooting zombies, covering the convoy of vehicles. At that moment, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch sped by him, clearly enjoying the chaos. Looking good, we've finished loading. Rebecca's voice came through the communicator. Gir took control of the ferry, we're ready to sail. Sail on, I'll catch up, Alex replied, not stopping his gunfire. Got it, just don't take too long. Alex turned off the communication and looked ahead. A few zombie tanks were charging toward him at full speed. Well, in that case. He took a sharp breath and spread his palm, directing it toward the zombie horde. 8 trigrams. Mountain Destroyer. A powerful palm strike unleashed a shockwave, scattering the zombie horde in all directions. The powerful shockwave hit the zombie horde with a booming echo, throwing them all over the place. Their bodies, too fragile against such destructive force, were torn apart into pieces, leaving nothing but bloody scraps. Alex repeated the move a couple more times, thinning out the ranks of the undead before turning and rushing toward the ferry, which was already slowly pulling away. Looking back, he smirked, surveying the scale of the destruction, then picked up speed and charged forward. At the last moment, he pushed off the ground and, flying several meters, landed gracefully on the ferry's railing, maintaining his balance. When he was met with surprised stares, he simply grinned and gave a thumbs up. That was impressive, for sure, R nodded, still not quite believing what he'd just seen. If I can do the same after your training, then it'll definitely be worth it. Alex smirked. Hey, after my training, you'll be able to run on water too. But that's still a long way off. For now, everyone can take a break. I'll check on the situation in the control cabin, see how things are, and then we'll decide what to do next. With that, he headed toward the control cabin. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, his face twitched slightly. It seemed the girls had already decided to turn the cabin into their personal room. Mattresses, belongings, even some food, everything was comfortably arranged right among the instruments and control panels. Alex simply shrugged, deciding not to delve into the details. He walked over to GIR, who was confidently steering the ferry while Mimi and Stitch checked the equipment. Deciding not to disturb them, Alex sat off to the side, opened a window, and lit a cigarette, watching as the girls continued to make themselves comfortable. To be continued. Chapter 231, How to Offer Help from 1,000 Kilometers. Alex sat by the window, leisurely smoking while the ferry's control room buzzed with activity. The girls were busy cleaning, turning the space into a place for sleep and relaxation. He wisely chose not to interfere. Whenever he tried to help, he was inevitably met with an irritated, "You don't even know where things are supposed to go." So this time, he made the smart choice and let them handle it however they saw fit. The only one lacking enthusiasm was Coco. She lazily pretended to help but was actually just slowing down the process. Meanwhile, Mimi and Stitch were checking the equipment, figuring out how much fuel they had and whether the ferry could reach Okinawa without any issues. After sitting idly for a while, Alex started getting bored. He needed to come up with something fast. A plan was forming in his mind, and the clearer it became, the wider his grin spread. The girls noticed and exchanged glances, but before they could ask, Alex stood up and, whistling, left the control room. Strolling across the deck, he casually checked on the others, asked random questions, but all the while, he was looking for something specific. And after a few minutes, he found it. With a satisfied smirk, Alex returned to the control room, holding a large piece of black fabric in his hands. "Why do you need that rag?" Rebecca asked, raising an eyebrow. He. "That's a secret," Alex chuckled mischievously. The girls narrowed their eyes, not quite sure what he was up to, but suspicions were already forming. Meanwhile, Alex stepped aside and gestured for GIR, Mimi, and Stitch to come over. Once his trio of troublemakers had gathered around, he began whispering his plan to them. The more they listened, the more eagerly they nodded in agreement. Alex even briefly considered making them matching outfits. From the outside, it looked like a band of conspirators plotting something wildly mischievous. "What do you think he's up to?" Rika whispered to the others. "No need to guess," Rebecca drawled, lounging comfortably on a mattress. "He got bored, so now he's come up with another dumb idea. Aren't you even curious what exactly he's planning?" Saya asked, sitting down next to her. "We'll find out soon enough. Might as well relax while we can," Rebecca replied lazily, making no move to get up. The other girls watched Alex with interest but didn't dare get up and eavesdrop. Coco even clicked her tongue in irritation when she realized Alex had noticed her and kept her from getting closer. Soon enough, they all decided to follow Rebecca's example and just wait for the reveal. Satisfied that no one was interfering, Alex continued discussing his idea with the trio. After a short meeting, they reached a final decision, and GIR and Mimi got to work, starting to paint on the black fabric. Within minutes, a design began to take shape. Alex and Stitch watched the process with interest until the final result was revealed before them: a skull in a partially destroyed ultramarine helmet, two chainswords crossed behind it, and the Imperium's eagle in the background. "Well, now we have a pirate flag," Alex said with a satisfied grin, crossing his arms over his chest. GIR, Mimi, and Stitch nodded proudly, clearly pleased with their work. "You guys done yet?" Rebecca's voice called out as she turned onto her side to glance at them. "Hell yeah. Check this out," Alex said, expertly grabbing the flag and holding it up for display. GIR helped Alex unfurl the pirate flag so the girls could admire it in all its glory. First, they glanced at the flag, then at Alex and his trio of troublemakers. Now it was clear what he had in mind. Shaking their heads, they simply sighed, deciding not to interfere since it seemed to bring him joy. "So, are we pirates now?" Shizuka asked with a sweet smile. "Yes. Now we'll conquer all the seas and oceans," Alex declared proudly, giving a thumbs up. "First, we were apocalypse survivors, now we're pirates." What's next? Monster hunters? Or maybe even space pirates? Saya smirked, trying to hold back her laughter. That's all for the future, Alex waved dismissively as he walked past her, ruffling her hair slightly. For now, we need to raise the flag. The girls watched as he strode out of the control room, laughing, the pirate flag draped over his shoulder like a cape. His trio of troublemakers and Alice immediately ran after him, eager to see what he had planned. Sharing a glance, the girls decided to follow. Curiosity had won them over. Alex's sudden appearance quickly drew the attention of the other passengers resting on the ferry. He walked confidently, then effortlessly leaped onto the railing before hopping onto the roof, heading toward the flagpole. People began whispering among themselves, wondering what their strange yet charismatic leader was up to this time. Reaching the flagpole, Alex removed the old flag and began securing the new one. A few moments later, the black cloth, adorned with a skull and a partially shattered ultramarine helmet, crossed chainswords behind it, and the Imperium's eagle in the background, proudly billowed in the wind. Alex grinned in satisfaction, jumped down, and landed right on the railing. Now we have our own flag, he announced triumphantly. Our goal, find the One Piece. I will become the Pirate King, and we will conquer all the seas. We have gathered here to find our All Blue. Hate to break it to you, but we're in a slightly different genre, Itami's voice called up from below. Alex froze for a second, momentarily choking on air, then turned his gaze toward Itami. The girls burst into laughter at his flustered expression. And what genre are we in? Did I miss something? He raised a brow. Well, a zombie apocalypse, in case you haven't noticed, Lem replied lazily, blowing out a puff of smoke. But that doesn't stop us from finding our All Blue. Alex declared confidently, raising his finger again. The guys just shook their heads with amused grins, realizing there was no convincing him otherwise. Seeing that there were no more questions, Alex jumped down from the railing and, still smiling, made his way back to the control room. Once he returned to the captain's seat, he immediately turned to GIR. Calculate the route. Without a word, GIR began analyzing the available data. The girls followed him inside and were surprised to see that all of Alex's laziness had vanished. He was now completely focused on work. A minute later, GIR finished his calculations. At our current speed, we'll reach Okinawa in approximately 2 weeks. Alex nodded and immediately issued new orders. Mimi, Stitch, check the engine status. Got it, they answered in unison before disappearing through the door. Turning to the girls, Alex took a chair and placed his phone in front of him, activating the hologram with the map of their route. The girls moved closer and sat in a semicircle to get a better view. All right, we have a 2-week journey ahead, he began, pointing to the starting point and the destination. This means we'll inevitably need to make stops. The engine's condition is still unclear, so we'll set that aside for now. The most important thing right now is supplies. We need to know exactly what we're missing. First, essentials, toilet paper, drinking water, soap, shampoos, Saya listed, adjusting her glasses. We don't know how good the water filtration system is on this ferry, so it's better to be safe than sorry. We'll also need medication, Shizuka added. 2 weeks is a long time, someone might get sick. We should take medicine for possible illnesses. Regarding the water, Alex said thoughtfully, there's enough technical water, for washing dishes, cooking, even bathing. But drinking it, that's a different story. So, yeah, first and foremost, we need drinking water and medication. He looked pensively at the map, mentally calculating the nearest possible stops, and began to devise a plan of action. Alex nodded, agreeing with Saya and Shizuka, understanding that they were right. He waited for the opinions of the other girls, he didn't want to shoulder all the responsibility again. We need to get back to training. Even though we're safe now, that's no reason to slack off, Siko spoke up. I agree. But people need rest. We've come a long way, and many still need to adjust to life on the ship. Let them rest today, and start training again tomorrow, Brunhilde added. Alex nodded, accepting her point of view. He already had training plans in mind for those who would want to join, but he pushed those thoughts aside for now and focused on the route laid out by GIR. There were several coastal cities along their way where they could restock, but the situation there remained unknown. Without electricity, hacking into the city cameras was impossible, and satellite images only provided a general idea. Marking a few cities on the map, Alex explained the plan. In these cities, we'll resupply and look for whatever we need. The girls nodded in agreement. Yuriko, help Kyoko check the provisions and make a list. Rika, Rebecca, Kariko, weaponry and ammunition are on you. We need to know how many rounds we have. Shizuka, take care of the medications. You can bring Mimi with you. Coco, contact your brother and find out the situation in China. Valmet, take a couple of people from your group and keep an eye on the shore. No problem, handsome, Rika smirked, pulling Rebecca along, who clearly didn't want to get up. Saya and Namai asked to be trained on how to operate the ship, and Alex didn't refuse. They couldn't rely on GIR to stay at the helm forever. Ray and Seiko also wanted to join the future training sessions. Alex nodded, promising to come up with something. Yuriko left with Rika, Rebecca, and Kiriko. Shizuka didn't waste any time either and hurried to make the list, trying to show that she was responsible. Valmet, if you want, you can borrow my binoculars, Alex suggested, making a binocular shape with his hands. Idiot, she replied, slapping him on the head before leaving. Alex laughed as she walked away. After scanning the cockpit, he thought to himself, there was enough space here to set up a desk. He waved Ray, Seiko, and Saya to follow him, and they went in search of suitable furniture. When they returned, Alex noticed that GIR was teaching Alice how to operate the ferry, while Namio sat next to her, listening attentively. While the girls rested, Alex focused on setting up his workspace. Soon, the girls returned with the supply lists. He carefully reviewed them, marking the priority items, before setting the papers aside. Coco approached him. Give me the phone, I want to contact my brother. Alex frowned, then slapped his forehead. Sorry, it completely slipped my mind. You can't reach him now without special procedures. Coco smirked. I forgot too. Here I am, standing like an idiot, dialing the number on the satellite phone and waiting for the call to go through. Alex smirked back, shrugging. There was much to discuss today, but at least they had a clear plan. He handed the phone to Coco, who dialed Casper's number, her older brother. Coco took the call and patiently waited for him to pick up. The girls fell silent, not wanting to disturb the conversation. Who is this? Came Casper's angry voice. If you're that bastard who didn't get it the first time, let me repeat myself, since this old bastard kissed your asses, I'm not doing it. Let that decrepit idiot go to hell. Just because my father became your lapdog doesn't mean I'll follow in his footsteps. Coco frowned sharply, catching the meaning of his words. She hadn't expected their father to switch sides to the one who caused the apocalypse, but she regained her composure and bitterly smiled. Deep down, she knew that's what their father had always been, someone whose only god was profit. Everyone in the cockpit could hear Casper's furious rant, as though he were ready to rip the person on the other side to pieces. Why the hell are you silent, bastard? You think you can do something to me while you're hiding your ass in a safe place, he continued. Casper, you idiot. Coco yelled, losing her temper. Can you shut up already? The whole ship can hear your tantrum. You want to die sooner than planned. Everyone stared in shock at the enraged Coco. No one expected her to curse so fiercely, let alone threaten her own brother. Alex raised an eyebrow, surprised by her fiery temper. Even Rika, who was used to Coco's personality, looked at her with a hint of surprise. Alex glanced at Valmet, but she simply sighed wearily and quietly explained. It's nothing unusual. They always talk like this. Usually, when Casper starts arguing, Coco ends up beating him. Alex smirked, recalling similar scenes from anime, and even felt a bit sorry for Casper. But only a little. It didn't take a genius to understand that, in most cases, it was Casper who pushed Coco to the brink of fury. Rebecca, watching the scene unfold, snickered and gave a thumbs up. Her eyes reflected understanding. After all, she communicated with her own brother in exactly the same way, despite loving him. Coco's hair seemed to rise slightly in the air, as if it were obeying her anger. She was worried about her brother, but the first thing she heard from him was a torrent of curses. And the news that their father had switched sides to the enemy only added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Casper was in the Chinese Prime Minister's residence with his men. They were surrounded, and no one knew how much longer they could hold out before the hordes of the dead broke through the barricades. Upon hearing the loud scream of a very familiar voice, Casper pulled the phone away from his ear and stared at the display, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Something wrong? Asked one of his men, noticing the change in their leader's behavior. Just a minute ago, Casper had been swearing furiously, and now he was simply staring at the phone. His men had already gotten used to him cursing non-stop for the last few days, especially after the call from his father. When Floyd Hekmatyar called his son and explained the situation, Casper had been so enraged that he cursed at him for hours on end. Then came the calls with attractive offers to switch sides to the enemy. Coco. Is that you? Casper finally managed to squeeze out, trying to regain his composure. Don't tell me you're with those bastards now. Have you lost your mind, slug? Coco snarled, like a tigress. Why the hell should I work for those scumbags? The fact that old bastard switched sides has nothing to do with me. I almost died from the cargo I was supposed to deliver. That bastard and his buddies can go to hell. With each word, Coco's voice grew louder, and her fury became more intense. Over the past few days, she had accumulated too many emotions, and now they were spilling over. Casper exhaled in relief, realizing that Coco was still herself even in moments like this. He missed her foul temper and was certain that his sister would never side with those who had almost killed her. However, he was curious about the cargo she had been transporting for their father's friend and why she had found herself in such deadly danger. Taking a deep breath, Coco tried to calm down and began explaining what had happened at the airport. She admitted that she hadn't seen the contents of the cargo herself but knew that strange soldiers had taken it, unleashed a horde of zombies on them, and then managed to blow up her plane. Casper listened carefully, picking out the important details from her words. He realized that these bastards somehow had control over zombies, although he hadn't encountered this himself yet. However, he trusted his sister. Coco wouldn't lie in a situation like this. "How did you manage to get out of the airport?" he asked with clear interest. Casper's bodyguards, sensing the start of an intriguing story, moved closer, eager to hear the details. "What's there to tell?" Coco replied carelessly. "Some guy showed up with 2 robo-dogs. He wanted to save Rika Minami, and he ended up rescuing us too. Killed zombies, blew up the airport, end of story." "Coco, are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you just said?" "That sounds like complete nonsense." Casper looked at the phone as if hoping he had misheard. "What's so strange about that? You're acting like it's impossible." "I'm looking right at these robo-dogs," Coco stated without a hint of doubt. Casper heard again about these mysterious robo-dogs and wondered if his sister had perhaps gone crazy. However, he decided not to dwell on that and instead focused on clarifying where she was now. "All right, let's forget about these dogs for now. Where are you now? You're clearly not in Tokyo anymore." "That's right. Me and my people joined a group of survivors. We're heading to Okinawa now. Alex wants to borrow a military ship to get to Alaska." "Wait a second. Who's this Alex? And what do you mean by borrow a military ship? Do you even realize that the military base in Okinawa is probably not going to be empty at a time like this? What the hell is going on with you guys?" Casper bombarded his sister with questions, not letting her finish. "Can you shut up?" Coco snapped. "I'm not finished. Alex is the leader of our group. And the Okinawa base is actually empty, which is why we're heading there. Is there a problem with that?" "Hold on, Coco." Casper's voice turned serious. "Let's sort this out. Tell me everything in detail, starting with this Alex and ending with the military base." Coco sighed and glanced at Alex, as if asking for permission to talk about him. He simply nodded, indicating that he didn't mind. With his confirmation, Coco began explaining everything she knew about him and what he had been doing since the start of the zombie apocalypse. Casper switched to speakerphone so his bodyguards could hear as well. The longer he listened, the more it felt like he was caught in some absurd movie. Everything he heard sounded so ridiculous that even his men exchanged confused glances. Casper himself sat there with a stunned expression, unable to fully process what he had just heard. After hearing Coco's story, Casper sighed deeply and rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to process the information. He was relieved that his sister was alive and had managed to find a group of survivors, but what amazed him was something else. This guy named Alex had somehow not only survived but had managed to gather an enormous amount of information, despite the chaos in the world. One of Casper's bodyguards, Chiquita, was also intrigued. She had worked for Coco before, so she could immediately tell when Coco spoke with respect about someone. Apparently, Alex had managed to impress not only Coco but even Casper himself. "All right, I got it. In any case, that's good news. The most important thing is that you're safe, and your Alex has a plan," Casper finally said, coming to terms with what he'd heard. "Something like that. But what's going on with you? You're still in China, right? I can only imagine how bad things are there with that kind of population," Coco asked, eager to find out what situation her brother was in. "You're right, it's really bad. My guys and I barricaded ourselves in the Prime Minister's residence. I don't know how much longer we can hold out, but sooner or later, the barricades won't last. Most of the government is either dead or has switched sides. They even turned the president into one of those things. And trust me, I don't even want to think about what he became," Casper replied, shuddering at the unpleasant memories. Coco frowned. If her brother was really trapped in such a place, his chances of survival were rapidly diminishing. Alex, however, grew even more interested when he heard about the president of China. "What do you mean? Do you have any photos or videos? Or at least some data?" he asked immediately, joining the conversation. "You must be Alex." "No, I don't have anything like that," Casper responded, realizing he was now speaking to the leader of his sister's group. "Damn, that's frustrating. Can you at least describe what happened to him?" Alex pressed. "It's hard to explain. When it happened, we were already on the run. They shoved something into him, and then black worms started crawling out of his body. What happened next, none of my men saw," Casper explained, understanding that Alex was clearly trying to gather information. "I see. All right, how bad is it for you guys? Maybe we can help?" Alex asked, already starting to think about a possible rescue plan. "Couldn't be worse. We're surrounded, and escaping is nearly impossible. Unless you've got a helicopter or could bomb a few blocks to clear a path for us, Casper replied with a strained smile, trying not to lose his optimism. Give me a minute. Just don't die, and please, don't turn into a zombie, Alex joked, setting the phone on the table. Haha, I'll try, Casper chuckled. Alex's joke lightened the mood a bit. After all the horrors they had endured over the last few days, Casper allowed himself a smile for the first time. But Alex wasn't in the mood for laughter, he was already putting a plan into motion. Approaching his makeshift desk, Alex pulled out his laptop and motioned for GIR. The robo-dog immediately ran over, and Alex connected him to the computer with a cable. The girls watched curiously to see what he was about to do. Once connected to the satellite, Alex began tracking Casper's location. A few minutes later, the screen displayed an image. The residence of the Prime Minister of China was surrounded by a dense horde of zombies, literally clinging to the barricades. Continuing to monitor the situation, Alex searched for possible escape routes. After a little searching, he discovered an abandoned CIA safehouse in the docks. According to the data, there were enough supplies to withstand a siege for several months. And how are you planning to get them out of there? I've never seen so many zombies in one place, Ray asked, resting her chest on his head. I think. Alex replied, his gaze focused on the screen. What if our little guy causes another accident like last time? Rebecca suggested, climbing onto his lap. Alex thoughtfully nodded, turning his gaze to GIR. Rebecca's idea seemed like the most reasonable option in the current situation. After all, Casper himself had said that they wouldn't be able to get out without destroying a few blocks. The girls exchanged confused glances, trying to figure out what Rebecca meant by accident. She explained that during their time as mercenaries, Alex had received too many contracts, and to save time, GIR started causing accidents to eliminate criminals and other scoundrels. The girls nodded in shock, realizing that this was indeed a way to make money. GIR proudly raised a middle finger, showing his confidence in his work. All right, GIR, first check if there are any people there. If it's just the dead, you know what to do. But only on my signal, Alex commanded, staring intently at the dog. Meanwhile, Casper sat watching the phone on the desk. Hopes for rescue were slim. He didn't believe anyone could pull them out from here, being thousands of kilometers away. Even his men didn't have high hopes. Do you think, Casper, that this Alex can really help us? Chiquita asked, leaning back in her chair. According to Coco, he's pretty capable. But, to be honest, I doubt he can get us out of here while he's in Japan and we're stuck in China. He's strong, but the distance is just too great. I also don't think he has the connections to get a helicopter. Although, if he does manage to. Casper paused for a moment, then smirked. You know, I wouldn't even mind if Coco married him. Only a blind man wouldn't notice how much she's clearly attached to him over the last few days. Wow. Casper Hekmatyar himself approves of his sister's marriage? That's something new. Wasn't it you who gathered all those bodyguards for her? Chiquita smirked, watching him. And don't try to deny it. Without your help, Coco probably wouldn't have been able to gather such a great team of fighters. Even my ex-husband wanted to follow her. We'll see about that, Casper muttered. First, I want to see this guy for myself, if, of course, we make it out. According to Coco, he beat a giant zombie that threw an armored tank. Are you sure he won't just beat you up? Or do you hope Coco will step in when they start beating you? Chiquita asked with a grin. Casper tactfully stayed silent. He knew his sister better than anyone. Alex wouldn't even need to do anything, Coco would attack him herself if she deemed it necessary. Realizing this, he only sighed heavily. All his efforts to protect his sister had been for nothing. Hey, Casper, are you still alive? If you've turned into a zombie, just growl, Alex's cheerful voice came through the phone. Casper's face twitched. Now he was certain, Alex and Coco hadn't just found common ground by chance. Even their speaking styles were similar. Chiquita and the other bodyguards, seeing the expression on his face, couldn't hold back their laughter. No, I'm not a zombie yet, Casper answered, keeping his tone restrained. Have you figured something out? Sort of, Alex chuckled. You said yourself that you won't get out unless a few blocks get bombed. So. I've got a solution. Wait. Chiquita narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You're not planning an airstrike, are you? Hey, who are you? And where's Casper gone? Get him back here, and I promise I won't get mad about you beating him up. Though. Alex paused. On second thought, feel free to keep beating him. Coco said it's fine. My name's Chiquita, I'm Casper's bodyguard, she laughed. And you know what? I'll think about your offer. Casper's face grew even darker as Chiquita and Alex continued to laugh at him without hiding it. You too, enough already, Casper snapped, glancing at them from under his brow. Now explain what you're planning. Sorry, but at least now you're not looking so sour, Alex smirked. All right, listen closely. There won't be an airstrike, but my assistant will cause, let's say, a little accident. You don't need to worry about that, just grab the people and head for the transport. You'll know when it's time to leave. Get to the port, there's an abandoned CIA warehouse with enough supplies for everyone. Wait there until we get to you. Casper listened carefully, then tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose. All right, got it. I won't even ask how you know about the abandoned CIA warehouse that can't be found through normal means. How do we signal that we're ready? I'm tracking your position via satellite and monitoring the situation around you. When you're ready, launch a flare over the transport. Once I see it, my assistant will take care of the rest. After that, head straight for the port, Alex replied. Got it, man. Hope your plan works. If I survive. Casper smirked. Anyway, I don't mind if you marry my sister. Before he could finish the sentence, angry shouts from Coco were heard, and Casper quickly ended the call, anticipating the storm. Alex quietly chuckled, putting down the phone. He didn't even have to guess that Coco was probably furious right now, and the laughter of the girls was only fueling her rage. She had already promised herself that as soon as she saw Casper, she would beat him up for a long time. A few minutes later, a flare lit up the sky. GIR, start, Alex commanded. The girls moved closer to see how exactly GIR was going to cause the accident. And as if on cue, explosions began to erupt one after another throughout the district, lighting up the night sky with fiery flashes like a festive fireworks display. Alex continued to monitor the events through the satellite for a few more minutes, until he was sure that Casper and his team had managed to escape. His job was done. Closing the laptop, he leaned back in his chair and smiled contentedly. To be continued. Chapter 232, the first stop before Okinawa. After helping Casper escape the zombie horde, Alex closed his laptop and leaned back in his chair. At this stage, he could afford to be a little lazy. After all, it was only the first day on the ferry, and they had at least 2 days left before reaching the nearest coastal city. So, he made a tactical decision, relax or do something that didn't require much effort. After a brief moment of thought, Alex skimmed through the lists of supplies the girls had compiled. As he reread them, he considered how to manage their available resources efficiently. When his gaze stopped on the weapons list, an idea struck him: could he assemble a few flamethrowers using what they had on hand? After quickly weighing the possibilities, he concluded that he could put together only a few. They might come in handy during future raids, especially when the group had to stop to gather supplies. Setting the list aside, Alex glanced around to see what everyone else was up to. Saya and Namiya were learning to steer the ship under the guidance of the robo-dog, GIR. Rebecca and Rika were sprawled on a mattress like two lazy potatoes, seemingly watching a movie with no intention of moving anytime soon. Ray and Siko were discussing training with Brunhild. Shizuka was playing with Stitch, Alice, and Mimi. Coco was still fuming about the situation with her father, who had sided with the evil corporation. Yuriko and Kariko sat off to the side, chatting over tea. However, Alex quickly noticed that someone was missing. After a moment of thought, he recalled that Valmont had taken the guys to keep an eye on the coastline. Deciding to check the situation himself, he got up and headed for the exit. As he passed by the girls, they asked where he was going. Checking on Valmont and the others, he replied. They nodded and went back to their activities. Stepping out of the control room, Alex looked around and spotted Valmont with Lem and Lutz. They stood by the railing, armed with binoculars, discussing something. Without hesitation, Alex vaulted over the barrier, jumped down, and approached the group. See anything interesting? He asked, stopping beside them. Take a look yourself, kid, Lem said, handing him the binoculars. Nah, I've got my own, Alex smirked, forming his hands into a makeshift binocular shape. Lem snorted in amusement at the display, while Valmont shot Alex a dry look before silently returning to her watch. Following their line of sight, Alex spotted a bus moving along the highway toward them. Looking closer, he noticed a large number of people inside, some of whom were casting glances in their direction. What do you think? Who are they? Alex asked, turning to the others. From what we've heard, that bus has been following us since the port. If you watch closely, you'll see they're matching our pace, no faster, no slower, Lem said, lighting a cigarette. So, you think it's those idiots from the port? Alex asked, shifting his gaze back to the bus. Lem nodded, confirming his suspicion. Alex considered the situation. These pursuers would either fall behind eventually or end up as dinner for zombies when night fell. All right, let them keep going. The zombies and mutants will welcome them after dark. No need to waste our time on them, he said, losing interest in the bus. Want me to shoot out their tires? Just in case. Who knows how long they'll last? Lutz suggested, aiming his rifle. Do whatever you want, just don't make trouble for us, Alex shrugged. I'm off to pretend I'm a productive member of society. And how exactly are you gonna do that, kid? Lem smirked. Hey, I'll lie down until I fall asleep, Alex grinned, giving a thumbs up. Lem smirked at Alex's words and also considered taking a short break. Alex was about to leave but remembered that he would start training the guys tomorrow. Oh yeah, before I forget. Lem, let the guys know that training starts tomorrow. Anyone who wants to participate should gather at 7 in the morning. Oh, and don't forget to bring Takashi, Alex said, turning back. I'll pass it on, Lem nodded. Alex waved a hand and headed back to the control room. Looking around, he realized he didn't feel like doing anything at the moment, so he decided to just relax. Settling in between Rebecca and Rika, he took Rebecca's tablet, and the three of them started watching a movie. This quickly caught the attention of the others, and soon, the girls gathered around, deciding to join in. Alex quickly realized that watching a movie in such a tight space would be uncomfortable. Pausing the film, he got up and went in search of a white cloth to set up an improvised movie theater. After stretching out the fabric and starting the movie again, he settled back among the girls. Now, watching was much more comfortable. Some time later, Valmet returned to the room and was met with a sight that made her eye twitch. All the girls were crowded around Alex, completely absorbed in the movie. Alex, noticing her, cheerfully waved, inviting her to join. Valmet sighed but seemingly decided it was pointless to resist and found herself a comfortable spot. Time flew by as they watched movies, and before they knew it, it was time to sleep. The next morning, Alex woke up with a strange sensation, as if he were being hugged by a giant octopus. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was black hair. He quickly tried to recall who in their group had hair like that. Only two candidates came to mind, Brunhild and Valmet. But Alex immediately ruled out Brunhild. There was no way she would hug him so tightly in her sleep. That could only mean one thing. Carefully freeing himself from the tight embrace of the octopus, Alex confirmed his suspicion. Valmet was asleep in front of him, dressed in just a tank top and panties, still holding onto him even in her sleep. Finally slipping away, he looked around. At the ferry's helm, Mimi was already sitting in the captain's seat, while GIR was off to the side, deeply engrossed in a video game. Alex figured the two had decided to take shifts keeping watch. Surveying the room, he noticed that the rest of the girls were still asleep. He was the only one up so early. Checking his watch, he saw that there were only 30 minutes left before the guys' training session. Stretching, Alex discreetly pulled some weights from his inventory, ones he had used for training people back in Horario. Packing everything into a backpack, he motioned for GIR to follow him and left the control room. Heading downstairs, Alex sat on a chair by the railing, lit a cigarette, and waited for the guys to arrive. He thought about how nice it would be to have some coffee but was too lazy to go looking for it. Instead, he simply pulled a mug from his inventory and used magic to prepare a fresh cup. After a while, Coco's group of guys started showing up. They looked energetic, unlike Takashi, who seemed like he'd been hit by a truck last night and then forced to sleep outside. I see you're full of energy and enthusiasm, Alex smirked, watching them. Hey, waking up early in the morning is nothing, Ar chuckled as he walked up. So, how do you plan to train us? Let's wait a little longer. Maybe more people will show up. In the meantime, do some warm-ups, it'll help, Alex replied with a slight smile. The guys nodded and began stretching and warming up for the upcoming training session. Lem, not particularly eager to exert himself, simply grabbed a chair, sat next to Alex, and struck up a casual conversation. A little while later, a few more guys joined in, including even Shino Kurabayashi. However, Itami was nowhere to be seen. Alex quickly guessed that the guy had likely spent the whole night watching anime and had passed out by morning. Waiting for everyone to finish their warm-up, Alex carefully examined each of them, assessing their physical condition. The weakest in the group turned out to be Takashi, which came as no surprise to him. The others were either former soldiers, police officers, or special forces. Their physical training was incomparably better than that of an average high school student. Well, now that everyone's warmed up, put these on, Alex said, setting his backpack down in front of him and opening it wide. 2 per person, put them on your wrists. The guys and Shino approached, peering inside, and found strange bracelets. Following Alex's instructions, each of them took a pair, but no one was in a hurry to put them on, not understanding their purpose. What are these bracelets? Shino asked, turning the weights over in her hands and examining them closely. These are special weights that adapt to the user. I'm not going to explain how they're made, you wouldn't understand anyway. Now, put them on, Alex said, getting up from his chair. The guys exchanged skeptical glances, not believing that such light-looking bracelets could serve the stated purpose. Ar was the first to try them on. As soon as he fastened them around his wrists, he immediately felt the weight pulling him, and he struggled to keep his balance. Whoa! He groaned, feeling the sudden heaviness. The others stared at him, thinking he was just messing with them. However, once they put the bracelets on themselves, the joke stopped. While they held them in their hands, the weight seemed insignificant, but as soon as the bracelets were on their wrists, it felt like they had suddenly been loaded with dozens of extra kilograms. God damn. Why are these so heavy? R grumbled, trying to straighten up. I told you, they adapt to the user, Alex explained calmly, lighting a cigarette. The weight you're feeling right now is the maximum load your body can handle. And keep in mind, as you get used to it, the weight will increase. Is this really necessary? Toji asked hopefully, clearly unhappy with his new accessory. Can't you train us some other way? Why make us feel like 3 sumo wrestlers are sitting on top of us? You guys wanted to train, didn't you? Alex smirked. Or do you think you can just take down a huge zombie with your bare hands? Oh no, my little ones, it's not that simple. Your bodies need to adjust to the load, or you'll just collapse in half during a fight. And considering the situation we're in, you'll be going through an accelerated course, in the strength of youth. Alex grinned widely and gave a thumbs up, in the style of a very energetic sensei. Some of the guys sighed in resignation, but Lutz clearly wasn't going to put up with it and tried to remove the weights. However, as soon as he realized that the bracelets wouldn't come off, his face turned pale. Alex noticed this and grinned even wider. His expression sent shivers down everyone's spine. Oh, right, I forgot to mention. I'm the only one who can take these off, his voice turned particularly sly. And the best part, if anyone loses their motivation, my little helper will make sure you get an extra dose of enthusiasm. Alex pointed to GIR, who raised its paw at that moment, emitting a menacing buzz, hinting at the built-in shockers. The guys exchanged glances. The training promised to be very unforgettable. Looking at the little robo-dog, everyone noticed how its paws crackled with electricity. At that moment, a chill ran down their spines. Not only did they now have to wear these bracelets all the time, but the robo-dog was also about to shock anyone who decided to slack off. Sighing in resignation, the group realized they had no choice, they had to accept their fate and just go with it. Listen, Alex, since we can't escape and can't take these things off, I have a question. How much will this actually help us? I mean, what will we be able to do after we get through this training? R asked, realizing that arguing was pointless. Alex paused for a moment, then smiled. It all depends on how strong you want to become. I think it's easier to show you. If you train long enough, you'll be able to do something like this. He gestured for everyone to step back so no one would get hurt. Wondering what he was going to do, the group obediently took a few steps back. But Alex asked them to move even further. When, in his opinion, the distance was sufficient, he took a deep breath, and then delivered a powerful uppercut to the air. A deafening crack sounded, the punch broke the sound barrier, creating a shockwave that made everyone instinctively cover their ears and step back. A powerful gust of wind swept over the deck, tousling their hair and clothes. But what shocked everyone the most was that Alex's punch literally dispersed the clouds above them, leaving a perfectly round gap in the sky. They all stood there, jaws dropped, unable to believe what they had just seen. Are you serious? R was the first to recover. Your punch literally split the clouds. How is that even possible? Alex just smirked. I'll explain everything during the training. For now, our goal is to strengthen your bodies in 2 weeks. By that time, you should be strong enough to move on to the next stage. Now enough talk, it's time to train. He clapped his hands, and the shockwave from the impact almost knocked everyone off their feet. Realizing that further questioning was pointless, everyone just sighed in resignation. And so began their grueling training. Alex used a slightly simplified version of Might Guy's exercise routine, as none of them would have survived the full course in their current state. To save time, he demonstrated the exercises they had to follow. He paid special attention to Takashi. He clearly wasn't used to physical exertion, and his fragile body looked like a twig ready to snap from the slightest effort. An hour passed. Everyone was utterly exhausted, sweating as though they had just come from a sauna, sprawled out on the deck, gasping for air. It seemed like just a little longer, and their souls would start leaving their bodies. During this time, more people came up to the upper deck to watch the suffering of those training. Some sighed with relief, realizing they had made the right choice in backing out, otherwise, they'd be sprawled on the deck in such a miserable state too. Alex sat in a chair, giving the students a chance to rest for a while. Soon, the girls appeared on the deck, drawn by the noise. They brought food and drinks, deciding to see what was going on. Namio immediately noticed her son among the trainees and frowned. Takashi looked the most exhausted of them all. Her heart tightened with worry, and she was about to approach him, but he just waved her off. I'm fine, Mom, he gasped, wiping sweat from his forehead. I decided to train myself. I want to become stronger so I can protect you. Tears welled up in Namio's eyes. She couldn't believe that her son, whom she had always thought of as weak and insecure, had finally taken responsibility for his life and wanted to change. "Why didn't you wake me up for training?" Valmet's angry voice rang out. She walked up to Alex and lightly kicked him with her foot. "You were hugging me like an octopus and clearly weren't planning on waking up," Alex smirked, shrugging. "When I managed to break free from your iron grip, you didn't even move. So, I figured it was better not to wake you." The guys from Coco's group lay on the ground, exhausted from the training. They could hear the conversation, but they didn't have the strength to even comment on it. Even laughing was hard, and if anyone dared to laugh, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape Valmet's fury. "Are you still alive?" Coco poked Todzi with a stick, who was pretending to be dead. "Alex, if they die from exhaustion, I'll bite your head off." "Don't worry, they're all alive. Just let them rest for a bit, and they'll get back to training," Alex said with a light smile. Todzi's body trembled, betraying the fact that he had clearly heard their conversation. Coco noticed this, nodded, and returned to Alex, continuing her breakfast. Not wanting to stay on the sidelines, Valmet decided to join the training as well. Alex didn't mind, but before letting her start, he handed her weights and asked her to put them on her arms, then wait for the others to regain their strength. Ray and Siko also wanted to challenge themselves and took the weights. However, as soon as they put them on, they immediately realized why everyone around them looked like they were about to collapse. After the group rested a bit, Alex continued the training, trying to encourage everyone. Grumbling and struggling to get to their feet, his students resumed their exercises. The second stage of training focused on proper breathing, the key to endurance. Alex explained the technique and used Siko as an example, who easily demonstrated the correct breathing technique. The training lasted until lunchtime, until the participants were completely exhausted. "We'll stop here for now," Alex said, looking at his exhausted students. "Tomorrow's training will be in the evening because we'll arrive at our first coastal town around lunchtime to replenish our supplies. For now, you can go rest. I'll stay here. Maybe I'll get lucky and die. Then I won't have to go through this hell anymore." Ar groaned, lying on the ground like a dead fish. "And I warned you guys." Lem grinned. "But no, you had to kick the big zombie. Now suffer." "Go to hell, Lem." Todzi groaned, unable to even get angry. Lem just laughed, watching their suffering. Unnoticed by everyone, Alex cast a healing spell on the entire group, ensuring they would be in perfect condition by morning. However, Brunhild noticed his actions and nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Alex approached Ray, Siko, and Valmet, who were lying exhausted. Without saying a word, he picked up all three girls and carried them to their rooms so they could rest. Namio helped her son Takashi get to his room. When Kota saw his friend in such a state, he asked in surprise. "Dude, what happened to you? You look like you're 1 foot in the grave." "Training." Takashi groaned, then fell silent. Kota simply shook his head and decided to ask the others. Alex, in the meantime, carried the girls to the control room and laid them down to rest. Then he asked Gir and Mimi to give them relaxing massages. Later, when the other girls returned, they found Siko, Ray, and Valmet blissfully enjoying their massages, their faces expressing complete satisfaction, as if they were in paradise. Remembering that Gir and Mimi gave amazing massages, the others also wanted to try. This especially interested the older girls like Yuriko, Kiriko, and Namio. Even Shizuka, who often complained about back pain due to her large chest, couldn't resist. Saya, although she was not against joining, noticed that Alex was busy with something. She approached closer, peering over his shoulder, and saw complicated diagrams on his laptop screen. "What are you planning to build?" she asked, leaning on his shoulder to get a better look at the project. I want to make raids easier for other groups, so I'm developing some useful devices. But I don't have many details yet, so I can't make much progress," Alex replied, rubbing his nose. "Can I help?" Saya asked, looking into his eyes. "Sure. You wanted to learn, so this is a great chance to continue your education," Alex smiled. Saya grinned widely, then, in a sudden impulse, quickly kissed Alex on the cheek while no one was watching. Feeling her face flush, she quickly glanced around, checking if anyone had noticed. Once she was sure no one saw, Saya wondered, maybe she should take a chance and kiss Alex again. Or better yet, on the lips. But she decided there would be another opportunity. Alex smiled, noticing her boldness, and pulled up a chair for her to sit next to him. "Come on, sit down." As Saya settled comfortably, he began explaining what devices he wanted to create for the raid groups. The girl listened attentively, nodded, and asked questions about how they should work and how he planned to bring everything to life. Once the planning was done, they went off to find the necessary parts. Since some parts were missing, Alex subtly created them using magic, passing them off as found items. When everything they needed was gathered, they returned and got to work. They got so caught up in their work that they didn't notice when it was time for dinner. Even during the meal, Alex and Saya continued discussing technology, though they tried not to disturb the others. After dinner, they returned to assembling the devices, but at some point, Saya fell asleep, resting her head on his lap. Alex had to finish everything on his own. Once the work was completed, he gently picked up Saya and carried her to her room, tucking her into bed. After finishing that, he returned to the desk and, without holding back, used magic to quickly create flamethrowers, neatly arranged everything in boxes for dramatic effect, and finally went to bed. The moment he lay down, he was immediately embraced from all sides. Alex sighed and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. He woke up in the morning with a strange feeling, as if someone had tried to eat him in his sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw Coco and Rebecca fighting fiercely for territory in their sleep, pushing each other away. Carefully slipping out of their tight embrace, Alex decided to check the engine. He needed to figure out which parts needed replacing and which could simply be repaired. Of course, it would be easier with magic, but then the others would ask questions. How did the old ferry engine suddenly become new? Calling GIR along, he headed to the technical room. On the way, he checked the map again. They should reach the coastal town by lunchtime. Once downstairs, Alex and his trusty robodog began inspecting and repairing. After a while, Yuriko appeared with a cup of coffee. "Good morning, I brought you coffee," she said, placing the cup on the nearest available surface. "Thanks, I was just about to have something to drink." "You're right on time," Alex replied with a smile, wiping his hands. "Is it really that bad?" Yuriko asked, sitting down in a chair, watching the process. "Some parts need to be replaced, the rest can be repaired manually. The problem is, these parts are only sold in specialty stores. I hope we can find some in the town we're headed to," Alex said, taking a sip of coffee. Yuriko nodded, chatted with him for a bit more, but soon left, not wanting to interfere. Taking out his phone, Alex checked the time. Only a few hours were left until arrival. Realizing he wouldn't have time to do a major overhaul, he decided to take a break and headed for the shower. After a refreshing shower, Alex went upstairs and headed to the control room. Making sure everything was ready for the raid groups, he allowed himself a little rest. Soon, the port appeared on the horizon. GIR took over the ferry's control, carefully steering it toward the dock. "We're almost there," Alex announced, addressing the girls. "Now we just need to decide who will go to the city and who will stay on board to keep an eye on things." Brunhilde immediately declared that she would stay behind to watch over the ferry. During Alex's absence, she served as the vice leader. Yuriko, Kiriko, and Namio also decided to stay, just in case. Thus, the raid group consisted of Rebecca, Rika, Valmet, Coco, Shizuka, Rei, Saya, and Siko. Saya insisted on going with them, as she had spent the entire previous day helping Alex assemble gadgets for the raid groups. Stitch, Mimi, and GIR stayed behind to guard the ferry from any potential unwanted guests who might see the vessel as an easy target. Having finalized the group composition, Alex grabbed several boxes and, together with the girls, headed downstairs, where the other raid participants were already gathering. As soon as he set the boxes on the floor, many of them looked at them curiously, clearly intrigued by their contents. Today, no usual greetings, straight to the point. Alex began, raising his fist to the sky. "We've arrived at our first stop to resupply. Our goal is to take all the gold and women to claim our rightful place in Valhalla at Odin's feast. I don't want to disappoint you, but you're mixing genres again. We're not Vikings," Lem smirked. "Don't kill my vibe, for the love of all things holy," Alex waved him off. "I need to entertain myself somehow." The guys laughed, while Alex scanned the group who had trained the day before. He noticed that their physical condition had improved significantly, but he didn't point it out, let them feel the difference themselves. "All right, jokes aside. Work is work. Let's split into groups as usual. Here are the lists of necessary items," Alex said, laying out papers on the crates. "The ones highlighted are a priority. What's in the boxes, if you don't mind me asking?" Mao asked, taking the list and distributing copies to the different groups. "I'll show you. These things will make our raids easier," Alex replied, opening one of the boxes. Inside were strange gadgets resembling small flashlights. When developing them, Alex was inspired by Chris Redfield's communicators from Resident Evil 6, multifunctional devices that allowed for map viewing and data retrieval. Taking one of the gadgets, he activated it, and a holographic map of the coastal city appeared before everyone. "We have limited resources, so each raid group will only get one device," Alex began explaining. "First, it projects a map of the area. Second, it has a built-in object scanner. If you encounter an unfamiliar zombie and take it down, just scan the body, the data will immediately be sent to my assistant." Alex marked important points on the map and sent them to the other communicators so the raiders could navigate more easily. Each group leader received a device, after which Alex moved on to the next gadget. "All right, let's move on. This is a reconnaissance drone. I don't think I need to explain why it's useful. Just pass it to the person with the right skill set. There aren't many drones, and making new ones isn't convenient right now. The groups distributed the drones, but Coda, noticing a closed crate, couldn't help asking. What's in the last one? Alex smirked. You asked me for Imperium weapons, and I thought for a long time about what I could give the team. In the end, I put together a few flamethrowers. No way. If I were a woman, I'd marry you. Coda exclaimed, grabbing one of the flamethrowers with an expression of pure delight. Saya grimaced, looking at him with obvious disdain. Chubby, how many times are you going to say that? Wasn't the last time enough for you? Coda froze for a moment, glancing at the female officers with whom he had relationships. They smiled sweetly, but their eyes made it clear, he was in for an unpleasant time later. Weighing the pros and cons, Coda sighed resignedly and accepted his fate. For a weapon this iconic, he was willing to take the risk. Alex, why do we need flamethrowers? Asked Dar, picking one up and inspecting it with interest. In case you come across a zombie nest, Alex explained. Just burn everything that looks suspicious and moves in a way it shouldn't. These flamethrowers are much more powerful than any you've seen before. Everyone nodded, understanding the importance of the equipment. Now, each group had one flamethrower for extreme emergencies. Once all the preparations were finished, the raid participants boarded the vehicles, ready to begin the operation. Alex took the wheel and was the first to drive the vehicle off the ferry. The rest followed in a column. Leaving the dock behind, they headed toward the port exit. However, as soon as they crossed the boundary, Alex abruptly signaled for a stop. Something was off. Hey, why'd you slow down? Did you notice something? Lem's voice came through the communicator. Alex frowned, staring at the streets ahead. Listen closely, he said quietly. The city is too quiet. No zombie noises. Nothing. It's like we've entered a ghost town. The others listened, understanding what he meant. Not a single groan, not even a rustle. The wind didn't even whisper through the abandoned buildings. It felt eerie, as though the apocalypse had simply skipped this city. So, what now? Do we head for supplies or turn around and get the hell out of here? Lem asked, leaning out the window and lighting a cigarette. We stick to the plan, Alex replied firmly. But we proceed with extreme caution. Stay in touch, don't wander off, and don't go solo. Any stranger here is a potential enemy. If you notice anything suspicious, get on the main channel immediately. Understood. The group leaders' voices confirmed in unison. The raid had begun, but the unsettling feeling remained. To be continued. Chapter 233, Chapter 233, The Strange Empty City and the Cult. Having finished his conversation with the raiding teams over the communicator, Alex signaled with his hand, giving the go-ahead to search for supplies. The vehicles dispersed in different directions, while he remained in place, staring intently at the empty street ahead. He didn't like this feeling. The whole world was overrun by a zombie apocalypse, yet here, silence. Too empty, too unnatural. Looking closer, it became clear that no one in the city had even tried to flee when the catastrophe began. It was as if everyone had vanished in an instant. Alex rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, contemplating the situation. The girls in the car watched him closely, waiting for his reaction. They, too, sensed something was off. The city didn't just look empty, it felt wrong. An old legend about a settlement where people had disappeared without a trace in a single night involuntarily surfaced in Alex's mind. What's bothering you? Siko asked softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. This city. Alex scanned the silent buildings. It feels like the people vanished before all this horror even began. Just like the story of Roanoke. What's Roanoke? Shizuka asked, tilting her head curiously. It's an old mystery, Saya interjected, taking the opportunity to explain. Back in the early days of American colonization, there was a settlement, Roanoke. It suffered constant attacks, but one day, when enemies returned, the place was completely deserted. No bodies, no signs of struggle, only a single word carved into a tree, Croton. No one ever figured out what happened to the settlers. That sounds creepy. Shizuka murmured, shivering slightly. Maybe this city is cursed. Rebecca suggested with a smirk. Ghosts only exist in fairy tales, Saya scoffed. Well, Rebecca patted her shotgun. If we meet any, we'll see how my babies handle them. Alex chuckled. He had a few theories. The most obvious, somewhere beneath the city, an evil corporation was hiding a lab. The alternative, residents had been evacuated in advance, but, if that were the case, there should have been signs of a hasty retreat, which he hadn't seen. Saya, launch the drone. Keep it above us and expand our field of view. Got it. Saya pulled a drone from her backpack, sent it soaring into the air, and activated her tablet. The girls immediately gathered around the screen, watching the aerial footage. All clear, Saya confirmed with a thumbs up. Alex nodded, started the engine, and entered the nearest supply location into the GPS. Their target was a supermarket, a place guaranteed to have essential goods. As they drove, Rebecca tried to snatch the tablet from Saya, who wasn't about to give up control so easily. A brief struggle turned into a full-blown argument. Alex sighed, glancing out the window in hopes of avoiding the noise, but salvation came in the form of Valmont. Without a word, she grabbed both of them by the scruff of their necks and pulled them apart. Savior, Alex gave her a thumbs up. Rika, get on the Humvee's roof and keep a lookout, he ordered, shifting focus. No problem, handsome, but when are you finally making me my own rifle? I'm tired of borrowing Rebecca's. You could have mentioned that yesterday when Saya and I were working on gadgets. You're my man, you should take the first step. Rika declared theatrically, throwing up her hands. Something like, oh, my dearest Rika, would you like me to make you a rifle? Let's get married, have kids, a dog, and live by the sea. Get in line, Minami, Coco smirked, giving Rika a light shove out the window. Rika laughed, nimbly climbing onto the Humvee's roof while the vehicle was still moving. Alex only smiled, making a mental note to craft her a custom sniper rifle. The fact that Rebecca had allowed someone to borrow her weapon even once was already a miracle. Alex knew his little gremlin well. Rebecca didn't trust just anyone with her guns. If she had let Rika use one, it meant they had truly become friends. Climbing onto the roof, Rika secured her position, knocking on the metal to signal that she was ready. Alex slightly reduced speed to ensure she wouldn't accidentally fall. She carefully scanned the building windows and alleyways, searching for anything suspicious or any sign of human presence in this eerily silent city. However, even after several minutes of observation, there was no indication that anyone had recently left this place. After reporting her findings, Rika received approving nods from Alex and the girls. He reminded her to stay alert and not miss any details. Upon reaching their first destination, Alex parked near a small store. While Saya surveyed the area with the drone and Rika scoped out the building through her sniper rifle, the others waited patiently. A minute later, Saya patted Alex on the shoulder, signaling that the area was clear. Nodding, Alex was the first to step out of the Humvee, keeping his pistol at the ready. The girls followed after him. Okay, we're here. Let's look around and see if we can find anything useful. And for God's sake, don't wander off alone. That goes for you too, Coco and Shizuka, Alex said, giving them a stern look. What does that have to do with me? Coco protested, pointing a finger at him. Do you think I'm that irresponsible? I'll go with you, Shizuka suddenly announced, clinging to Alex's arm. This place is creepy. And it feels safer with you. Alex smirked and allowed her to stay close. Coco, however, fumed when she saw him completely ignore her complaint. Without hesitation, she grabbed Alex by the shoulders and began shaking him, demanding an answer, but he skillfully acted as if he didn't notice. Splitting into groups, they headed inside. Alex and Shizuka entered through the main entrance, followed by Valmont and Coco. Rebecca, Siko, and Ray chose to enter through the storage area. Outside, Rika and Saya remained on watch, ready to alert the others if zombies or anything suspicious appeared. Reaching the door, Alex pulled out his pistol and, keeping one hand free, opened it. Shizuka clung to the edge of his clothes, visibly nervous. Alex knocked twice on the metal detector frame to check if it would attract any undead attention. Satisfied that it remained silent, he motioned for the girls to follow him. Shizuka, if you keep pulling on my clothes like that, I might actually run away, he joked, but she only clung to him tighter. Scanning the area, Alex quickly noticed that someone had already been there. Food had been taken, and items appeared to have been gathered in a hurry. Someone was here, and not too long ago, Valmont noted, crouching down to examine the tracks on the floor. So the city isn't empty, Coco frowned, eyeing the shelves. But where are the zombies? Or even signs of a struggle? On the way here, we didn't see any burned-out cars or blood. Nothing. Maybe the city is haunted. Shizuka whispered anxiously, glancing around. That's just what we need. Coco rolled her eyes. First zombies, now ghosts. What's next? Demons. Angels. The ultimate battle of good and evil in the grand finale. Alex suppressed a smirk. After everything he had already seen in this world, he had no need for additional horrors. If he ever wanted to see demons and angels, he knew which universes to visit. Coco's words only frightened Shizuka more, and she squeezed Alex's hand as if her life depended on it. He gently patted her hand, trying to reassure her. There are no ghosts in this world, he said with confidence. Alex's words seemed to calm Shizuka a little, but she clearly wasn't letting go of him. Surveying the half-empty store shelves, Alex, as usual, grabbed a garbage bag and began sweeping in everything necessary. First and foremost, they needed essential supplies, those ran out the fastest with so many people on the ferry. Coco and Valmont joined in, gathering anything useful. Fortunately, the store had plenty of household goods, and whoever had been there before them seemed to have taken only food and personal belongings. After some time, Rebecca, Seiko, and Ray emerged from the storage area carrying several boxes of household items. They decided not to overload themselves, taking only the essentials. Alex checked in with Rika and Saya to get a status update on the outside, but as before, the streets remained empty. With confirmation that everything was clear, they loaded the supplies into the Humvee, got inside, and moved on. This time, Alex decided to stop by an electronics store to gather parts for future gadgets. The girls supported his idea. However, as they passed by a small family restaurant, Rika knocked on the roof, signaling him to stop. "Rika, did you see something?" Alex asked, pulling over to the curb. "I think I saw movement in a window on the second floor." "Should we check it out?" she replied, peering into the cabin. Alex looked at the others, waiting for their input. No one objected. If Rika had seen something, it was worth verifying. However, he didn't want to bring too many people inside, so he went in only with Seiko. Before entering, Alex cautiously peeked through the window to assess the situation inside. Then he glanced at Rika, signaling her to cover them if necessary. The girl gave a thumbs up, confirming she had them covered. Nodding, Alex and Seiko cautiously stepped into the restaurant. Inside, silence reigned, with only dim light filtering through the dirty windows. Alex drew his pistol, gestured for Seiko to follow, and headed straight for the kitchen to determine if someone was living there. As soon as they stepped inside, there was no doubt someone had been here. Alex walked over to the stove and touched a frying pan. It was still warm. "Looks like Rika was right," Seiko noted, eyeing the recently used kitchen utensils. "Seems that way. Now we just need to find out who's here and if they're a threat," Alex said, withdrawing his hand from the pan. Seiko nodded, gripping the handle of her katana more tightly. Alex noticed that she had already adapted to the weights on her wrists. Despite all this time, she had never shown any signs of discomfort. At that moment, their radio crackled to life. "Pretty boy, what's going on in there? Did you find anyone?" Rika's voice came through. "Looks like it. We're in the kitchen, someone is definitely living here," Alex replied, scanning the room again. He described their findings in detail before moving on with Seiko to search for the staircase leading to the second floor. Upon finding it, they carefully ascended. However, after climbing a few steps, Alex noticed something and abruptly stopped Seiko, preventing her from moving forward. "What's wrong?" she whispered. "Look down." "You almost tripped a wire," Alex said, pointing at the taut line just above the floor. Seiko followed his gaze and spotted the tripwire, barely visible in the dim lighting. Alex crouched to examine it closely and traced its path to see where it led. At the end of it, he discovered a trap, something straight out of Home Alone, except this one was far deadlier. It wasn't meant to simply scare off or delay intruders, it was designed to kill. Carefully stepping over the tripwire, Alex reached out his hand to Seiko, helping her do the same. She smiled gratefully and accepted his assistance. This mechanism only confirmed their suspicions. Someone definitely lived in the building, and that someone clearly didn't want visitors. As they ascended the stairs, Alex gestured for Seiko to remain silent. He listened intently, trying to catch any faint sounds. Moments later, his ears picked up muted whispers. From the voices, it sounded like there were children. One of them quietly urged the others to be quieter, fearing those who had just come upstairs. Alex exchanged glances with Seiko, then moved closer to the door behind which the whispers came from. He understood the children were frightened and knew they wouldn't just believe him without assurance. "I know you're there. Don't be afraid, we won't harm you," Alex said in a calm voice, lightly tapping on the door to avoid scaring them further. "We're a group of survivors from Tokyo, heading to Okinawa. We stopped here to restock. You have nothing to fear, there are children in our group as well." There was silence. Then, a faint metallic sound reached his ears, a nearby gun's safety being clicked off. Alex tensed. One of the children was armed. To ensure everything was okay and that no one was being held against their will, he activated his ability and looked through the wall. Inside, he saw a group of frightened children huddled in the corner. By the door stood a teenager, his white hair, red eyes, and dark skin seemed familiar to Alex. "Kid, I know you have a gun," Alex continued, trying to speak as softly as possible. "But we really don't want to harm you. We have a doctor in our group if anyone needs help." Seiko gently tapped Alex's arm, drawing his attention. Her eyes silently asked, "How did you know they had a weapon?" Alex simply nodded and pointed to his ear. Seiko understood, but remained on alert. Meanwhile, Alex continued to watch the teenager closely. He was nervous, his fingers tightening around the grip of the gun, but he slowly opened the door just enough to show his face. The deep, intense gaze from his red eyes, the tense posture, this kid trusted no one. Alex raised his hands in a non-threatening gesture, signaling he wasn't going to attack. Then, he motioned for Siko to come closer to show that he wasn't alone. The teenager eyed both of them carefully but didn't lower his weapon. That's when Alex realized who the boy was. White hair, red eyes, dark skin. It was Jonathan Mal, or as he was known in the anime, Jonah, the last member of Coco's group. When Alex first met Coco, he had wondered where Jonah was. Now it was clear where he had gone. Jonah slowly opened the door without lowering his gun. Inside, behind him, were the children, their faces frozen in fear. "Listen, kid," Alex said softly, pointing to one of the girls. "Does someone here need medical attention? She looks sick." Jonah glanced quickly at the girl, then looked back at Alex. "Yes. She got sick a few days ago. I tried to find medicine, but I don't know what she needs." His voice was tense, but no longer hostile. "All right, here's the deal," Alex spoke calmly, trying not to provoke the teenager. "Put the gun down, and we'll just talk. I don't like being aimed at. I already told you, we're not enemies. My name is Alex, and this is Siko. We're survivors from Tokyo." Jonah was silent for a few seconds, then slowly lowered his weapon. "I'm Jonathan." He introduced himself, still watching them warily. "And the girl who needs help is Malka. The others, my brothers and sisters." Alex gave a slight smile. "Okay, Jonathan. Let's figure out how to help Malka." Alex nodded, understanding that Jonah had decided to trust him. But what intrigued him most was how Jonah and the children ended up in Japan, since in the original anime timeline, things had gone differently. There, Jonah single-handedly wiped out an entire military camp to avenge Malka, who had been used as cannon fodder and sent to a minefield. After that, he met Casper and struck a deal with him, directing all the money he earned to help the children he considered his family. "All right, let's go down. Our doctor will take a look at your friend," Alex said, walking towards Malka to help her. But as soon as he reached out, Jonah instantly raised his gun, pointing it at Alex. Alex simply raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture, signaling that he meant no harm. However, Jonah still didn't fully trust him. Sighing, Alex gently scooped up Malka in his arms and turned to the other children. "Pack your things. It's better for you to come with us than stay here." The children exchanged hesitant glances, then all eyes turned to Jonah. He was their older brother, the one who made the decisions. Jonah nodded, and the children immediately began gathering their belongings, packing them into bags. Siko helped them, speeding up the process. In their group, besides Jonah, there were 3 boys and 3 girls. Once everyone was ready, Alex nodded and gestured for them to follow him. Jonah moved ahead to disarm the traps set up for unwanted visitors. Alex followed, carrying Malka, but the question kept nagging at him: what the hell was going on in this town? Why was it so empty? But first, he had to get the children out and give Shizuka a chance to check on the sick girl. Outside, the other girls were already waiting for them. They had been keeping an eye on the restaurant after Alex mentioned that there were people inside. The lack of communication was unsettling. Rebecca had already been about to enter but stopped when she saw Alex and Jonah coming out. Alex was carrying Malka, and behind them followed the frightened children. The girls immediately realized that the children had been hiding in the restaurant, and like Alex, they were curious about what was happening in the town. Questions later. "Shizuka, can you check her? She looks like she's sick," Alex said, walking up to the girls. "Hold on, let me grab the first aid kit," Shizuka replied, opening the Humvee door and pulling out the medical kit. Alex carefully sat Malka down, giving Shizuka space to examine her. While she was tending to the girl, the other children nervously looked around, clearly afraid of what might appear on the street. "All right, while Shizuka checks her out, tell me, what the hell is going on in this city? Where is everyone? There aren't even any zombies?" Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. The girls turned to Jonah as well, waiting for his response. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I don't know how to explain it. When it all started, when the dead began to rise, the news said one thing, but in this city, everything went differently." "What do you mean?" asked Saya, launching a drone. "Some people started acting strange. Like someone was controlling them. At first, there weren't many, but soon they started attacking the soldiers who were trying to evacuate the people. The soldiers shot at them, but these people didn't care. Those who could escape, did. The others, they were grabbed and taken away." "Where? And what did they do with them?" Coco frowned. "I tracked them when I was looking for supplies," Jonah replied. "They were taken to a farm near the city. It looks like a cult or something." Alex nodded, thinking over Jonah's words. The only explanation that came to his mind was that the Los Illuminados cult was operating in this city. The mere thought of it gave him a headache. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to gather his thoughts, but suddenly felt someone tugging at the hem of his clothing. Looking down, he saw a little girl from Jonah's group. She was looking at him with tearful eyes. "Big brother, can you save the older sister of the samurai?" the girl asked with a trembling voice, not letting go of his clothes. "She helped us and saved us when those people chased us." Alex crouched down to be at eye level with the child and smiled gently. "Of course, little one. But who is this older sister of the samurai?" "She wears samurai armor and is very kind," the girl replied, looking him in the eyes. Alex turned his gaze to Jonah, and noticing his silent question, Jonah spoke. "Her name is Beatrix. She often came to this family restaurant, run by an elderly couple who adopted us." The name sounded familiar, but only images from Harry Potter books came to mind. Of course, that Beatrix couldn't possibly be here, let alone taking care of children. But the samurai armor, that was more interesting. "What happened to her?" Alex asked. Jonah clenched his fists and, lowering his gaze, continued. "When it all started, she immediately ran to the restaurant to check if we were okay. Since then, we've survived together. But yesterday, when we went out for food, we were spotted. She decided to distract them and gave me the chance to escape. I got you, kid. Is she still alive? We'll find her," Alex said confidently. Jonah nodded, but his eyes showed that he wasn't holding out much hope. Meanwhile, Shizuka finished examining Malka. "Nothing serious," she said, packing up the medical kit. "Just a cold and a lot of stress." Alex nodded. It was clear now that taking the children with them on the upcoming operation was too risky. He contacted the other raid teams, relaying information about the situation in the city. Some of the groups had already encountered a new type of infected, strange dogs whose heads split apart, transforming into enormous, tooth-filled mouths. Hearing this, Alex was convinced the parasite Las Plagas was spreading here. "So, Alex," Rika said, sitting on the roof of the Humvee, "what's the plan? Do we go save the samurai girl, or do we wait for reinforcements?" Alex exhaled a puff of smoke, thoughtfully gazing into the distance. "First, we need to send the children to the ferry. Taking them with us is too dangerous. Plus, we still don't know exactly what's going on at that farm or why they're capturing people. We have little information, so it's better to be cautious. I can take the kids back while you handle the farm," Shizuka volunteered. Alex looked at Jonah. "Are you coming with us, or staying with your family?" Jonah firmly looked him in the eye. "I'm coming with you. She saved me, now it's my turn." Alex nodded. He didn't want to leave the children at the Humvee, the armored jeep could still come in handy. He walked over to the nearest car, broke the window with his elbow, and climbed inside to start the engine. Afterward, he helped seat the children and asked Shizuka to send a message to Brunhild to keep a close watch on the port. "Aye, Captain." Shizuka cheerfully saluted, laughing. Alex smirked and, before she could turn away, grabbed her by the nose. "Go on now, you cute potato." Shizuka laughed and waved as she drove off with the group of children. Alex watched her until the car disappeared around the corner. It was time to deal with the farm. "So, what's our plan? Do we go in quietly, or cause a fireworks display at the cultist farm?" Rebecca asked with a wide grin. "You just want to blow something up," Alex replied, grabbing her by the cheek. "First, we need to find out what this farm is and how many people are there. Jonah, you'll be leading the way. You know this place better than we do," he added, sitting in the Humvee. The boy nodded and took the front seat next to Alex. Meanwhile, Rebecca climbed into the back, pulling out an assault rifle and ammunition, then handed the weapon to Jonah. The girls exchanged looks, clearly wondering why she handed the teenager an assault rifle. However, Alex was the only one who knew that Jonah had been a soldier, capable of holding his own. Their doubts disappeared as soon as the boy deftly loaded the weapon, proving that he knew how to handle it. Alex nodded approvingly and started the engine. Jonah began pointing out the way, while Alex contacted the other raid groups, informing them of their destination. Some offered help, but he declined. It was better for them to focus on gathering supplies. A few minutes later, they turned onto a dirt road, following Jonah's directions. "Behind this hill is the farm where they were taking people," the boy said, pointing ahead. Alex stopped the car in front of the hill, turned off the engine, and got out. "Saya, launch the drone, we need to scout the area," he asked. As they climbed the hill, an ominous sight greeted them, a classic horror movie nightmare. The bodies of people were impaled on stakes or gutted and nailed to the walls of the fence. Did we really just change genres for this trip? First zombies, now cultists. Ray muttered, watching the farm. The girls nodded in agreement, watching the drones feed on Saya's tablet. Unlike them, Alex kept his eyes fixed on the farm, trying to make out any distinctive signs of the Los Illuminados cult. And he found them. On the roof of an old building, which seemed to serve as an impromptu church, the emblem of the cursed cult was clearly visible. "Oh, not this." Alex groaned, closing his eyes. "What are you groaning about?" Coco asked, tugging at his sleeve. See for yourself, he replied, pointing at the sinister symbol. The girls peered closer and immediately recalled Alex recently telling them about the cult. He had mentioned that Los Illuminados had found a strange parasite capable of turning people into monsters. But how had they ended up in Japan? The answer was obvious. Most likely, the cult was a part of an evil corporation. Rika, Rebecca, climb the trees and take a look around, Alex ordered. Then give me a boost, handsome. I'm not a monkey to be climbing trees, Rebecca said with a lazy grin. Alex simply smirked, walked up to a tree, and cupped his hands to help her jump onto a branch. Rika hesitated. She looked at Rebecca, who easily climbed up, and wondered if she could do the same. After adjusting her sniper rifle on her back, the girl decided to try. She ran, and with Alex's help, jumped onto the branch. Alex stepped aside, watching the girls assess the situation from above. Now, it was just a matter of waiting until they spotted something important. To be continued. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, The Rescue of the Samurai Girl from the Cultists' Hands. Rika and Rebecca sat on a tree branch, carefully observing the farm. The rest of the girls gathered around Saya, who was controlling the drone. She didn't want to look at the gruesome scene in front of the farm any more than necessary, so she focused on scouting, directing the drone further to survey the area. When the drone hovered directly over the farm, the tablet screen displayed an image of people going about their daily activities as if they were ordinary farmers. However, the strangest contrast was that, if one ignored the bodies impaled on stakes or nailed to the fence walls at the entrance, the farm looked peaceful. This is kind of weird, Coco said, pointing at the screen. It's like there are two completely different worlds, outside and inside the farm. The girls nodded in agreement. They also felt that something about the situation didn't make sense. Alex and Jonah stepped closer, peering at the tablet. Saya tilted it slightly to give everyone a better view. Rika and Rebecca saw the same thing through the scope of the sniper rifle, but Alex noticed a strange detail. The farmer's movements were unnatural, like puppets on strings. Pay attention to how they move, he said, pointing at the tablet. The girls focused and soon understood what he meant. The farmer's motions were repetitive, cycling over and over, as if they were programmed to perform the same tasks. They're acting like NPCs in a game, Saya remarked, comparing them to pre-programmed characters. Alex grimaced but didn't argue, the analogy was quite accurate. He asked Saya to continue scouting and mark all the farmers using the drone. And don't forget to highlight them with markers, he added. Saya nodded and began tagging the targets. And what's the point of that? It's not like this helps us, Valmont asked, crossing her arms. It's not for us, it's for Rika, Alex replied, nodding toward the sniper. Hearing her name, Rika pulled away from her scope and looked down. What do you mean? Rebecca smirked and pressed a button on Rika's rifle scope. Just look through your scope, and you'll understand. Rika frowned but did as she was told. The moment she looked through the scope, her eyes widened, all the marked targets were now highlighted in her optics. Whoa! Was all she could say. Rebecca grinned in satisfaction before turning to Alex with a playful look. Handsome, you'll add the same feature to my scope when you make my rifle, right? Rika teased, blowing him a kiss. In exchange, you'll get a nice bonus. Alex smirked and winked. Anything you want. Even if you want a railgun. Rika instantly lit up like a schoolgirl being asked to prom. The other girls stared at Alex in confusion. What feature is she talking about? Coco asked, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. It's simple, Alex replied calmly. All my tech is linked into a single network, with GIR as its core. Ray tapped a finger against the tablet, then glanced at Rika and her rifle. So, because your technology is interconnected, her scope receives data from the drone. Exactly, Alex confirmed. Not just that, our phones, tablets, computers, everything I create is linked together. The girls exchanged glances, once again realizing just how advanced Alex's technology was. They nodded, understanding that this was just typical of Alex. They were already used to his methods, so this no longer surprised them. Saya finished marking the targets in the central part of the farm, and Alex asked her to search for other people who might have been captured or were being held prisoner. Then he turned to Jonah. Hey, kid, do you recognize anyone from these people? Alex asked, taking the tablet from Saya and holding it up to him. Jonah studied the screen and nodded. Yeah. That woman lived next door, she used to be an elementary school teacher. And that couple, they often visited our family restaurant. Alex nodded indifferently, not particularly surprised. Handing the tablet back to Saya, he asked her to continue searching for prisoners, especially the samurai girl, Beatrix. Carefully watching the screen, Alex tried to find someone among the farmers who stood out from the rest. The cult leader, a priest, he wasn't sure what to call them, but he was certain such people wouldn't blend into the crowd. After several minutes of searching, Saya found something resembling a prison. Lowering the drone to peek behind the bars, they spotted a girl with long blonde hair in a cage. Is that her? Alex turned to Jonah for confirmation. Jonah immediately recognized Beatrix and nodded, but before waiting for a command, he was already preparing to rush towards her. Calm down, kid, it's not time yet. Alex grabbed him by the collar, lifting him just enough to stop him from charging forward. Do you even realize there's a whole horde of infected there? Alone, you're nothing but cannon fodder. Jonah gritted his teeth but remained still. His heart clenched at the thought of Beatrix being in danger, but he knew Alex was right. For him and the other children in his family, Beatrix had become something like a strange older sister obsessed with samurai. Alex sighed, considering his options. The first, try to get her out unnoticed. The second, create a distraction, drawing attention to himself while Jonah and the girls rescued Beatrix. Should have brought little Gir with us, Rebecca mused with a smirk, hanging upside down from a tree branch. He'd already be torching these cultists, screaming about heresy and cleansing sinful souls. Who knew we'd run into an entire cult in the middle of nowhere? Alex pinched the bridge of his nose. Just don't tell him about this, or he'll be sulking all day. The girls grew curious about why Gir would get upset, but after Alex shared a few examples, they decided not to risk it. While they were discussing their plan, no one noticed a group of farmers in cultist robes entering the prison, grabbing Beatrix, and dragging her somewhere. Looks like we don't have time to think anymore, Seiko reported, pointing at the tablet. Quickly assessing the situation, Alex gave orders. Valmet, you're with me. We'll rescue the girl. Coco, take the wheel. Saya, you monitor the situation and report. Jonah, your job is to cover the girls. Seiko, Ray, stay on standby in case of surprises. Rika, cover us, but wait for the signal. All right, move out. The girls nodded before Alex and Valmet headed towards the farm, while Coco, Saya, and Jonah rushed to the Humvee. Coco immediately started the engine as Saya inserted an earpiece to relay real-time updates. Keeping a safe distance, Alex and Valmet stopped near the farm entrance, waiting for Saya to report Beatrix's whereabouts. A few seconds later, Saya informed them that the infected in robes were taking the girl to the church. Alex nodded and turned to Valmet. In the next moment, he grabbed her by the waist, and both of them disappeared, reappearing on the roof of one of the farm buildings. Valmet barely had time to process what had happened before they disappeared again, reappearing on the church roof. She narrowed her eyes, casting Alex an evaluating glance, but decided to save her questions for later. Unlike Coco, who sometimes got dizzy after such jumps, Valmet handled the sudden movement with ease. Next time, give me a warning. Or just admit you want to touch me and wait until we're alone, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. Noted. But how are you feeling? No nausea. Most people want to return their breakfast after the first time, Alex asked with a smirk. I'm a former soldier. This kind of strain isn't a problem. But I am curious, how do you do that? It looked like teleportation. Valmet asked with genuine interest. It's a ninja technique called body flicker technique. We'll get to it in training. For now, let's focus on the mission. I don't even want to think about what these idiots plan to do with the samurai girl, Alex replied seriously as he approached a hatch on the church roof. Valmet nodded, intrigued by the new technique. The weights on her arms no longer caused as much discomfort as before, but she remembered Alex's words, once she got used to them, he would add more weight. Unaware of her thoughts, Alex opened the hatch, gesturing for Valmet to go first. She slipped inside soundlessly. Alex signaled to Rebecca and Rika that the operation was about to begin before following her, landing quietly beside her. They were in the church attic. A dim light filtered up from below. Alex and Valmet carefully approached a gap between the wooden planks and peered down. Farmers dressed in cultist robes stood in rows, chanting in unison. The sight was unsettling, to say the least. Alex observed the scene with distaste until Valmet nudged him, pointing in a particular direction. Following her gaze, Alex saw Beatrix lying on an altar. Above her loomed a figure in a red robe with a bull skull on its head. Alex immediately recognized it as one of the cult leaders, a person capable of partially controlling Las Plagas. Looks like the one in red is in charge. But what are they planning to do with the girl? Valmet whispered. Either a sacrifice or turning her into one of them. Neither option works for us, so it's time to move, Alex said firmly. Valmet nodded silently. They teleported directly above the altar, glancing at each other. Alex gestured, asking if she was ready. Valmet simply smirked, waiting for his signal. Meanwhile, Beatrix was barely holding on to consciousness. Her body ached with exhaustion, her eyelids felt like lead, but she fought with all her strength to stay awake. She knew that if she closed her eyes now, she might never wake up as herself again. With great effort, Beatrix turned her head and looked at the cultists. Among them, she recognized many familiar faces, people she had often seen in town. Tears welled up in her eyes. She had nearly lost all hope. She only prayed that Jonah and the other children had managed to escape. The priest finished his prayer and raised a strange black box above his head. Beatrix felt a cold dread creep over her as she stared at it. And at that moment, the church ceiling exploded. Beatrix squeezed her eyes shut as shards of wood rained down on her. In the next instant, she opened them to see a young man with old-fashioned Japanese earrings in his ears. He held a revolver, its barrel aimed directly at the priest's head. "Smile for the camera, you're being filmed," Alex grinned and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, the priest's head exploded in a shower of blood. Alex instantly pivoted toward the other cultists and opened fire. Every shot found its mark, turning heads into a gruesome crimson spray. Beatrix's eyes were fixed on Alex. She didn't even notice Valmont, who, like an enraged beast, lunged at the nearest cultist and drove her knife straight into his skull. Without wasting a moment, she darted at the next one, who had already reached for his weapon. This was the first time Valmont used the knife Alex had given her, and she was amazed by its sharpness. The cultist's weapon shattered like butter under the hot blade, and then the knife plunged directly into the enemy's eye socket. When the last cultist fell, Alex jumped down from the altar to which Beatrix had been tied. "Valmont, close the doors. The whole farm will be here in no time," he said, giving her a quick glance. "Got it," she replied, pulling the knife from the dead man's head. Quickly approaching the door, Valmont locked it as securely as she could to buy them some time. Meanwhile, Alex turned toward Beatrix, trying to remember where he had seen this girl before. Within moments, memories flashed in his mind. Beatrix was a character from an anime about zombies. However, the plot of that story was quite different from the usual genre tropes, and the anime itself seemed to Alex like a family-oriented cartoon where the main character tried to fulfill his wishes before dying. Beatrix, not taking her eyes off Alex, suddenly felt a strange sensation. In her imagination, he appeared as a noble samurai come to rescue her. The earrings in the man's ears only intensified this image. "Beatrix, are you okay? Does anything hurt? Did they inject you with something? Are you feeling any strange sensations?" Alex asked, carefully inspecting her for signs of plaga infection. "Mr. Samurai, do we know each other?" she asked with mild curiosity. "We saved Jonah and the other kids. They said you were captured. Now answer my questions," Alex said, removing her shackles. "Oh, Jonah and the kids. I'm glad they're all right. And no, they didn't do anything to me after they captured me. They kept me in a cell, then dragged me here, until you showed up, my dear samurai," she answered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. For a moment, Alex was at a loss for words. Why did she see him as a samurai? He didn't even have a katana. The only thing even remotely suggesting Japanese aesthetics were his pair of Uruchi-style earrings. Sighing, he decided not to argue with her and checked her condition again. There were no signs of parasites in her body, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Though he could have dealt with the plaga, the mere fact of infection would have caused a lot of problems. "Enough flirting, we've drawn the attention of the entire farm," Valmont snapped. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise, then walked over to her and looked through the cloudy window. A crowd of infected farmers was moving toward them down the street, muttering to themselves. They were all armed with whatever they could find. Beatrix stepped closer and, leaning on Alex's shoulder, peered outside. Her face twisted in horror. She recognized many of these people. They were her neighbors, friends, and now they looked like someone had erased their personalities, leaving only shells behind. Alex turned on the communicator. "Rika, are you there? Do you see our position?" "I see you, handsome. Looks like you've gained some new fans. How are you planning to get out of there?" Rika replied with a light smirk. "We'll figure it out as we go. We saved a girl. You'll cover for Valmont, and I'll draw attention to myself. Tell Coco that as soon as Valmont and Beatrix reach you, leave. I'll catch up." "Got it, sweetie. I'll wait for your signal," Rika smirked. Alex finished speaking and quickly pulled Valmont and Beatrix away from the window. He scanned the church, trying to find an alternate exit for the girls to escape. Valmont immediately understood his intention and began searching as well. Meanwhile, the infected villagers outside were banging against the doors and windows with fury, their screams echoing throughout the temple. Finally, Alex discovered a hidden passage behind a massive cabinet. Without hesitation, he kicked it, pushing it out of the way. "Valmont, can you get Beatrix out of here while I distract this crowd?" he asked, glancing at her. "No problem. I've had to carry Coco during work before, so I'll handle her," Valmont nodded with a slight smirk. Alex looked at Beatrix. The girl was gazing at him with a light smile, as if the chaos around her didn't bother her at all. He couldn't understand how she had so quickly regained her cheerfulness but decided not to dwell on it. As she stepped closer, he explained the plan and what she needed to do. Beatrix initially tried to refuse, saying it was too dangerous, but Alex stopped her objections. "This is my responsibility. It's better for you to leave. She didn't want to leave him alone, but their argument was interrupted by the sharp sound of a chainsaw revving outside the door. Alex turned around and saw a bloody blade emerge through the massive doors. Valmont immediately assessed the situation and, without wasting any time, threw Beatrix over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Alex kicked open the back door, clearing the path for their escape. "Be careful," Valmont said before leaving. Alex only smirked in response, lighting a cigarette. He watched as the chainsaw blade cut deeper into the door, tearing through the wood. Then, he contacted Rika. "Valmont and Beatrix are on their way. I see them, handsome." "Hurry up, you've got company," Rika replied, watching them through the scope. "You don't have to wait, I'll catch up." Turning off the communicator, Alex pocketed it and mentally called upon the Valkyries, asking who wanted to help him create a bloody massacre. This time, Gyrolol volunteered, transforming into a knife in his hand. Alex tossed the blade a few times, checking its balance, then turned his attention to the door where a giant man with a chainsaw had already broken through. His face was obscured by a filthy sack with eye holes, his clothes soaked in blood, and he gripped an old but deadly chainsaw in his hands. Well, local Dr. Salvador," Alex smirked, recognizing the familiar figure. In Resident Evil 4, a character like that had always raised questions for him. Why was he called Doctor when he was probably never a doctor before being infected? But now was not the time to ponder such trivial details. Dr. Salvador jerked the chainsaw sharply, and it hauled ominously. Then, he lunged at Alex. But Alex was faster. His knife plunged forcefully into the monster's chest. In an instant, he was beside him, grabbed the handle, and, with all his strength, dragged the blade upward. The infected's body split in two, along with his head and the parasite inside. Alex pulled the bloodied blade free and glanced at the remaining infected farmers. "The most unpleasant of you is dead. Now it's your turn," he smirked, pointing the blade at them. Meanwhile, Valmont was carrying Beatrix on her shoulder, who wouldn't stop insisting on returning to help Alex. Valmont had grown tired of her protests and simply quickened her pace. Turning a corner near a house, she barely had time to react when an infected farmer appeared, brandishing rusty pitchforks. Without hesitation, Valmont drew a knife, intending to deal with the enemy, but before she could make a move, the infected's had exploded in a shower of blood. Valmont quickly glanced to the side and noticed a hole in the wall where a bullet had just passed through. She immediately understood who was behind it. At the same moment, a satisfied chuckle came from the communicator. "Don't thank me, Valmont," Rika said with a smirk. "I wasn't planning to," Valmont replied briefly, then continued on her way. After running a little further and turning another corner, she briefly glanced back. Bodies of infected were flying out of the church's windows and broken doors one after another. Valmont didn't even need to guess what was happening inside. However, the number of enemies made her feel slightly uneasy. Seeing this, Beatrix tensed even more and began pleading with Valmont to turn around. But Valmont wasn't about to stop. Ahead, the Humvee was in sight, where the others were waiting. Meanwhile, Rika decided to make Alex's task easier and began methodically shooting the infected who hadn't yet entered the church. Each of her bullets killed several enemies at once, but the others, like mindless puppets, continued advancing toward the church, ignoring their fallen kin. At the same time, Alex, surrounded by piles of slashed bodies, grabbed another infected and threw him into the crowd. The ground was soaked with blood, and the air reeked of death. Throwing the knife into the air, Alex made a series of hand seals. Fire element, great fireball. He pressed his hands together in a sign, then took a deep breath and exhaled a stream of flame. The fire roared as it erupted outward, transforming into a massive fireball that charged toward the center of the crowd. The infected farmers ignited, but as if feeling no pain, they continued moving forward. Their bodies flared up, their skin blackened and flaked off, yet even in such a state, they crawled toward Alex. Of course. Simple fire isn't enough, Alex muttered, catching his knife and considering how else to entertain himself. A sharp sound came from the communicator. "Alex, we're leaving, hurry up," came Coco's voice. Alex took the device out of his pocket and put it in his ear. "Go ahead, I'll catch up soon. You don't need to wait for me." "Then hurry up." Coco replied briefly and hung up. Alex put the communicator back in his pocket and looked at the still-burning infected. They kept crawling toward him, even losing limbs. But suddenly, their bodies began convulsing, which caught Alex's attention. He squinted slightly, watching what was happening. He didn't even pay attention to the church, which was burning behind him. He was more interested in what was going on with the infected. Is the Plaga parasite trying to leave their bodies? His guess was soon confirmed. The infected's heads started bursting one by one, and grotesque creatures shot out from their necks. Some resembled tentacles with mouths, while others looked like mutated, hideous heads with mandibles. Alex watched the disgusting spectacle with interest. "What a monstrosity," said Gyrolol's voice, floating behind him in her spiritual form. "Well, parasites. What can you expect? Alex smirked. Gyrolol was left speechless by Alex's words, then, filled with indignation, grabbed him by the hair, showing her anger. However, Alex seemed completely unfazed by her displeasure. He was too engrossed in finding similarities between the plaga parasites and the necromorphs. The only thing he could note was that both types of creatures were equally disgusting. Recalling that in Resident Evil 4, the Las Plagas parasites could be destroyed by flashbang grenades, Alex decided to check if this method would work in this world. Reaching into his inventory, he quickly began searching for the necessary item, but alas, he found nothing. Sighing, he concluded that either he didn't have any of those grenades, or he simply hadn't searched thoroughly enough. Wind element, wind cutter. Alex said, making hand seals and swinging his arm. A blast of compressed air, like an invisible blade, sliced through the parasites protruding from the infected farmers' necks. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, completely drained of life. However, as soon as Alex glanced at the deafening rumble outside the church, he saw dozens more infected, with the same hideous creatures beginning to emerge from their necks. Not wanting to waste time, Alex surged forward, but instead of using the door like a normal person, he simply leaped through the nearest window. Performing a somersault and pushing off the ground with his hand, he was instantly back on his feet. The infected farmers, like puppets, immediately turned their heads toward him and, swaying unnaturally, began moving toward him. Alex lightly shook the knife in his hands, and Gyrolol understood his intentions without a word. The weapon in his hands quickly transformed into gauntlets with sharp spikes. Taijutsu technique, Morning Peacock. Alex announced loudly and instantly launched into the attack. His strikes were so fast that the air around him ignited, enveloping his fists in flames. Each hit tore the infected bodies apart, scattering chunks of flesh in all directions. One after another, the infected fell dead until the last one was destroyed. When the battlefield, littered with disfigured bodies, finally quieted, the gauntlets on Alex's hands began to glow faintly before slowly dissolving into particles of light, returning Gyrolol to his spiritual space. Looking around, Alex quickly realized that someone had intentionally provoked the plaga parasites to leave their hosts' bodies. But speculating on who was behind it was pointless. The answer was obvious. Osmond Sadler, the leader of the Los Illuminados cult, was the core of this system, and most likely, he had given the order for the parasites to leave the hosts' bodies. But this only confirmed Alex's theory. Sadler could control the plaga from any distance. However, the question remained, could he see through the eyes of the infected, or did he simply sense their presence through the plaga parasite? So many questions, so few answers. Alex muttered, watching as the fire from the church spread to nearby houses. Oh well, I think we'll meet this half-baked villain again, if he doesn't die first or get cleaned up. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, Alex ran off from the cultist farm. His main task now was to catch up with the Hummer, if the group hadn't already reached the ferry. Turning off the road, he headed through the forest, nimbly jumping over roots and dodging low-hanging branches. While running, he pulled out his phone to check the distance to the Hummer. Confirming that the vehicle hadn't gone too far yet, he sped up. When Alex caught up with the moving Hummer, he suddenly veered off and ran toward it. Then, using the nearest tree as a springboard, he jumped out of the forest and landed directly on the car's roof. Coco, who was driving, almost lost control in surprise. "Miss me?" Alex asked with a smirk, peering through the window on Coco's side. "Are you crazy?" she squealed, gripping the wheel with one hand and pushing his face away with the other. "I almost went off the road because of your stunts. Get off already." Laughing, Alex waved at the other girls, then returned to the roof and casually stretched out, resting his hands behind his head. As Coco drove the car toward the port, Alex lazily gazed at the clouds, taking a drag from his cigarette. Deep down, he wondered if the other groups had encountered the infected farmers, or if they were lucky enough to avoid this mess. But he'd find that out later. To be continued. Chapter 235, Tokyo Purge. Alex lay on the roof of the Humvee, enjoying the sight of clouds drifting across the blue sky. However, his thoughts were elsewhere. He was trying to recall everything he knew about the Las Plagas parasite. He wondered, could Osmond Sadler actually see through the eyes of the infected, or did he merely sense when the parasite was in danger? If Sadler truly had the ability to see through his hosts, it meant only one thing: he had just gained another target on his back. Moreover, the more infected there were, the higher the chance that they would try to attack his group. Of course, it wasn't a serious problem for them, but it added unnecessary hassle. If Alex weren't trying to keep his power a secret, he would have already dropped something like a meteorite right onto Sadler, just to remove yet another half-baked villain from his path. However, he knew full well that if he revealed himself, the mastermind would either flee and go into hiding or immediately resort to extreme measures, abandoning the spectacle known as the apocalypse. But what annoyed him the most was the complete lack of leads on the true orchestrator's identity. The only thing he knew, or rather, suspected, was the existence of a certain director of the Live Corporation, whose identity remained shrouded in mystery. The question that nagged at him was, how many people were under this man's command? All these so-called villains could very well be connected to the evil corporation and its enigmatic leader in one way or another. What a damn headache. Alex muttered, exhaling a puff of smoke. He didn't know how many characters from different universes might have ended up in this world, but he considered the likelihood that many of them had inevitably sided with the corporation. It had already been confirmed that characters from Resident Evil were present here, and the more of them he encountered in the future, the more potential enemies he would gain, ranging from minor scumbags to truly powerful and ruthless beings who wouldn't hesitate to use the dirtiest tactics, including taking hostages and resorting to blackmail. Lowering his gaze from the sky, Alex sat up on the Humvee's roof and looked ahead. In the distance, the port where the ferry awaited them came into view. Squinting, he spotted one of the Hummers, belonging to one of the raid groups, pulling in. Someone had already returned before them. Focusing, he recognized the guys from Coco's team unloading supplies. At that moment, Coco, who was driving, realized they were almost there and stepped on the gas, closing in on the port. Not only Coco but also the other girls were eager to return. They had had more than enough excitement for one day in that ghost town crawling with infected cultists. The guys from Coco's group spotted Alex lounging on the Humvee's roof and Coco behind the wheel. He couldn't understand why their faces looked as if they had just seen a ghost. But a second later, he realized why. Coco suddenly swerved, nearly flattening poor Hugo, who was trapped between two Hummers. Sweat beaded on Hugo's face. Any closer, and they would have had to scrape him off the armor. "Sorry, Hugo, I didn't see you," Coco called out from the window. "It's fine, Coco. I'm used to it," he grumbled, trying to wiggle free. "Here, let me help," Alex said, grabbing Hugo by the shoulders. Before the men could protest, Alex had already lifted him and placed him on top of the Hummer. Hugo looked slightly bewildered but quickly regained his composure, thanked Alex for the help, then jumped down and returned to unloading supplies. Meanwhile, the girls started getting out of the vehicle. Since Coco had parked right up against another Hummer, they had to squeeze out from one side. However, the smartest one simply climbed out through the roof hatch. From the ferry, another group of people emerged, joining in on the unloading of Alex's group supplies. Jonah looked around, trying to find his family members among the crowd. After a few minutes, he spotted the children, including Malka and Alice, who had rushed off the ferry, led by Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Jonah let out a relieved sigh, releasing his worries. Alex noticed this, patted him on the shoulder, as if to say there was no need to worry. Jonah nodded and quickly headed toward his family to check on them and find out where they had been settled. However, instead of answering, the children excitedly began talking about the trio of troublemakers who had already occupied the girls. Stitch, perched on Rebecca's shoulders, looked pleased. Meanwhile, Gir and Mimi clung to Alex's legs like two mischievous kids. "I see you didn't bring that many supplies, unless you count the rescued kids, and that blonde who's staring daggers at you," Lem said, observing the group. "You know the priority is saving people. What about you? Aside from the mutated dogs, did you encounter anything else?" Alex asked, lighting a fresh cigarette. "We ran into a small group of cultists. But before we could do anything, their heads exploded like confetti poppers, and disgusting parasites crawled out of them." R, who had approached Alex and Lem, nodded and added, "The strangest thing was that these creatures died when we detonated a flashbang grenade." Alex nodded, now fully convinced that the Las Plagas parasite had the same weakness to bright light as in the original universe. However, at the same time, he realized that R had just said something he probably shouldn't have. He mentioned the cultists. The girls, hearing this, also remembered how Alex and Rebecca had previously asked them to avoid that topic. Both of them already felt an incoming headache. Alex shot a dry look at R, who had yet to realize he had just stepped on a landmine. Then, his gaze shifted to Stitch, still sitting on Rebecca's shoulders, and then to Gir and Mimi, whose eyes suddenly glowed red. "Burn the heretic. Kill the mutant. Abhor the alien. Purge the unclean." The trio's loud battle cries made everyone around them flinch. Stitch jumped off Rebecca's shoulders and ran over to Gir and Mimi. The three of them, filled with fanatical zeal, chanted slogans about purging heretics and burning them in holy fire. The sudden contrast in their behavior left everyone who knew them baffled. Those unaware of their radical views looked at them in pure shock. Their loud slogans echoed through the port, causing passers-by to turn their heads in confusion. Alex rubbed the bridge of his nose, wondering how to calm them down. "All the heretics have already been burned. There's no one left to purge," he said calmly, hoping to end the madness. Gir looked at him with a childlike pout. "No more." "Maybe we'll find more later," Alex replied, barely holding back a laugh at their disappointed faces. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch stared at him with reproachful expressions, as if he were personally responsible for the fact that all the heretics were already dead, depriving them of their purification mission. Alex felt his headache worsening. He searched the crowd for a way out and spotted Alice, who was watching the scene with wide eyes. A light bulb went off in his head. He motioned for Alice to come closer and whispered in her ear. Distract them with something. Alice nodded without asking questions and immediately dragged the trio of troublemakers away. Once they disappeared onto the ferry, all eyes turned to Alex, waiting for an explanation. He just sighed tiredly and turned his gaze to R, who was still in a slight shock, trying to process what had just happened. Why do your pets act like crazed fanatics? R finally asked, still bewildered. Alex smirked. You should be worried not about that, but about GIR helping with the training. And most likely, he's going to blame you for not being able to clean out the heretics. R irritably pointed a finger at Alex. What do I have to do with this? You're the one who attacked the farm full of cultists, not me. Why should your robodog go after me and not you? Alex lazily shrugged. You mentioned the cultists. You said they're all dead. So, put 2 and 2 together. I, for one, didn't say I burned down an entire village of cultists. R's eyes widened as the meaning of Alex's words sank in. Lem slapped him on the back, trying not to laugh, after all, or would have to face the consequences in the evening. Everyone who overheard their conversation cast him sympathetic glances. R began frantically thinking of ways to avoid revenge from the robodog. Or maybe just skipping the training. But then he remembered that he'd be punished even worse for skipping. His shoulders slumped. He realized there was no chance of escape. Passers-by just patted him on the back in support. Even Itami and Kota's group, who arrived just then, asked why R looked so down. After learning the reason, they too gave him a restrained pat on the back. I don't need your support. R snapped. What's the big deal about revenge from a robodog? So what? Lem laughed. Then don't complain when they shock you in the evening to boost motivation and the strength of youth. The other guys laughed along with Lem, causing R's face to turn an even darker shade. Alex smirked and headed towards the ferry. He didn't even need to guess what awaited R during the evening training. GIR would surely take it out on him, and it was already inevitable. The girls, curious, asked what exactly GIR was planning to do with R, intrigued by how the robodog intended to take revenge. Rebecca, smiling broadly, gave a few examples, making the girls laugh and express a desire to watch it in full enjoyment later. Alex reminded them that they would be at the training anyway, as Valmet, Seiko, and Ray were also in the group he was training. Returning to the ferry's control room, Alex noticed Shizuka, comfortably settled on a mattress. She waved at them as soon as she saw them. Before anyone could say anything, Alex swiftly moved forward and collapsed face first onto her thighs. Sinking into the softness, he relaxed, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Shizuka blinked in surprise but quickly regained her composure and began gently stroking his hair. Why did our 3 little ones come back so upset? What happened after they ran out? She asked, continuing to tenderly comb through his strands. Alex mumbled something, but since his face was between her thighs, his words were impossible to decipher. It tickles, and I didn't understand anything, Shizuka laughed, feeling his breath. Shizuka, if he turns his head, he won't be able to see your face because of your 2 hills. Though, considering your size, you won't see his face either, Rika teased, watching her friend with a sly smile. And I don't need to see his face to understand what happened to our little ones, Shizuka puffed her cheeks. Rika just laughed, then sprawled out on the available space, showing no desire to move at all. Alex turned onto his back and indeed found that his view was blocked by 2 impressive hills. Quietly explaining to Shizuka why GIR, Mimi, and Stitch were so upset, he noticed that she just nodded in confusion, not fully understanding why the trio had reacted the way they did. To her, those people were infected and cultists, so eliminating them was a logical step. Not wanting to go deeper into the discussion, Alex simply advised her not to overthink it. The trio would get over it soon enough and return to their usual behavior. So, what about those people? I mean, the infected who kidnapped the older sister of those kids. Shizuka asked, changing her wording just in time as she noticed warning looks directed at her. I dealt with them. But it might have put another target on me and our group, Alex said, gesturing around. What do you mean? Another target. Yuriko frowned. Wait, you said another. So, we already had one. Did I miss something? Ray asked in surprise. Do you even pay attention to what's going on around us? Brunhilde asked dryly, looking at the girls with a blank expression. The girls exchanged glances, then looked at Brunhilde, each trying to remember when the first target appeared on their backs. However, Coco wasn't even going to worry about it. She had been hunted so many times throughout her life that she'd long stopped counting. 1 or 2 new targets didn't change anything. Lazily sprawled on the mattress, she made it clear that what was happening didn't concern her. Valmet noticed her behavior and sighed heavily, while the other girls tried to analyze the situation. If I understand correctly, the first target appeared after we helped with the shelter in Tokyo, where Alex killed the huge zombie, Saya began, frowning. And the second one was when he dealt with the infected farmers. Exactly right, Alex confirmed with a smile. Good job, Saya. I'm so proud of you. Want a reward in the form of a kiss. He winked and blew her an air kiss. Idiot, not here, she muttered, turning away, her cheeks turning slightly red. Alex smirked, noticing her embarrassment, but was immediately met with Rebecca's laughter. Well, well, a shy virgin, she giggled. With that shyness, you'll never end up in bed with Alex. At those words, a vein began to pulse on Saya's temple, and their argument flared up again with new intensity. The others tactfully ignored their spat, but Alex felt Shizuka gently tap his cheek. He sat up slightly to see what she wanted and noticed how she pointed expressively to herself, her gaze clearly asking, "What about me?" Smiling, Alex gently kissed her on the lips. Of course, this didn't go unnoticed. Saya and Rebecca immediately stopped arguing, exchanged looks, and teamed up to attack him. The other girls quickly joined in, and within seconds, Alex's face was covered in lipstick. He blinked in confusion, trying to grasp why the girls even used lipstick in the middle of an apocalypse, but decided he didn't want to know what was going on in their heads. What concerned him more right now was that he desperately needed a shower to wash off the traces of their affection from his face. I mean, I'm not opposed to kisses and all that, he smirked. But can we skip the lipstick next time? What do you mean, skip the lipstick? Yuriko protested. A girl should always look beautiful, no matter the situation. It's obvious. Ah, okay, got it, Alex grinned, raising his hands in surrender. Then I think I'll go take a shower. Wash off the remnants of your affection. Sweetheart, would you like me to scrub your back? Rika cooed flirtatiously. Well, I'm not against it, but no funny business, Alex warned, squinting. Because when things start getting interesting, you know someone will always show up. You sure know how to spoil a girl's fun. Rika pouted. Alex went to his bag, grabbed clean clothes, and headed to the shower. However, before he even had a chance to collect himself, Rika, Brunhilde, Rebecca, Coco, Valmet, and Siko had joined him. The other girls held back for now, but Rika clearly wasn't going to back down. She was busy persuading Shizuka to come with them, convincing her that with her hills, she'd seduce Alex even faster. Shizuka glanced at her impressive chest, then at Rika, and hesitated. She squinted, but after a few seconds of thought, shook her head. No, maybe next time. When we're alone. Rika didn't give up, and started whispering something in Shizuka's ear. Judging by the quick blush on Shizuka's face, Rika's arguments were quite convincing. Rei and Saya, noticing this, decided to eavesdrop on the conversation. But after a few seconds, they too blushed, and started considering whether they should join the others. Meanwhile, the older girls, Yuriko, Kiriko, and Namio, just watched, exchanging glances. They decided to give the younger ones a chance, but when the opportunity arose, they'd surely take it to be alone with Alex. Alex and the girls headed to the shower area to freshen up and relax. He quickly undressed and wrapped a towel around his waist, while Rebecca didn't even bother with such formalities. She just stripped off her clothes and walked straight into the shower as if nothing unusual had happened. Alex just shook his head, used to her usual behavior. They turned on the hot water first, enjoying the warm streams. In truth, Alex was craving not just a shower but a hot bath, but after a sigh, he resigned himself to the current circumstances. Within a few seconds, the other girls joined them. When the girls, who hadn't seen Alex undressed yet, finally got a good look at his body, their eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Perfect proportions, defined muscles, impeccable posture, a sight that made their throats dry. I didn't know you had matching tattoos, Rika commented, examining Alex and Rebecca's backs. Sort of. Didn't you notice before? Alex slightly turned his head toward her. How could I have noticed if you've never taken off your t-shirt around us? I was starting to think it was glued to your skin, Rika scoffed, rolling her eyes and patting him on the back. And what does that tattoo of flames and weird symbols mean? Coco asked with interest, studying his back closely. It's the crest of the goddess Hestia, the protector of family, home, and the hearth, Brunhilde explained as she entered the shower beside Alex. Coco squinted, demanding a more detailed explanation. Alex, taking his time, explained that the inscriptions on their backs were a sort of blessing written in an ancient language. So, you and Rebecca chose these tattoos because you put family above everything else? Valmet asked, standing nearby. Exactly. Rebecca and I live by this principle. It's tied to our past, Alex replied. The curious girls began to ask what exactly had motivated their choice. Without hesitation, Rebecca opened up a bit of her story, sharing what she had gone through in her childhood. Coco, Valmet, Siko, and Rika weren't expecting to hear something like this. They were shocked to learn that her own parents had sold her to slave traders, and it was only thanks to her older brother that she survived. So, what did you do to your parents after that? Valmet asked, frowning. What do you think I did? I unloaded an entire magazine into them. If it weren't for Pilar, I probably would have dismembered them and fed them to the dogs, Rebecca said coldly. The girls involuntarily flinched upon hearing her tone. To them, Rebecca had always been like a mischievous gremlin who loved teasing everyone, but now they saw a completely different side of her. Alex noticed the shift in her emotion and gently stroked her hair, trying to calm her. He knew that Rebecca hated talking about her past, that it haunted her at night until they started living together. Realizing they had touched a sensitive topic, the girls decided to change the subject. To lighten the mood, Rika suggested that she scrub Alex's back. After all, that's why she was here. Alex sat down on a stool to make it easier for her. The problem, though, was that Rika didn't seem interested in simply washing his back. Her hands grew more mischievous, slowly moving from his shoulders to his chest, and then... Hey! Stop groping him. Siko protested, pulling Rika away. Yeah, give us a turn. Coco chimed in. Oh, really? Rika huffed. At least I'm not shy. While the girls argued, Brunhilde seized the moment, silently going around them and starting to wash Alex's back. How dare you take advantage of the fact that we're distracted? Rebecca exclaimed, pointing at her. I'm not to blame that you're all too loud, Brunhilde replied calmly, with a slight smile, massaging Alex's head and lathering him with shampoo. The girls exchanged glances, then turned back to Brunhilde, who completely ignored their stares and calmly continued helping Alex wash off the foam. Realizing that fighting her was useless, they agreed to a temporary truce and decided to join in. A few minutes later, Alex looked like a living mountain of soap bubbles. He could never have imagined he'd end up in such a comical situation. The girls, not missing the opportunity, immediately started teasing him. Now you'll become a part of me, the men of foam. No one can escape my soap bubbles. Alex declared dramatically, suddenly grabbing the first girl he could, which happened to be Coco, and pulling her tightly against him. Run, girls. I'll hold him off, sacrificing myself. Coco cried in a pitiful tone. From the huge cloud of foam, her hand emerged, dramatically extended forward, as if she were bidding farewell to the others. Don't worry, White, we'll save you. Rebecca theatrically declared, grabbing the shower and directing it at Alex. No. You can't defeat him. Escape while you can. I have become part of the men of foam. Coco continued to perform her dramatic act. Alex couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter, completely breaking character as the villain. Coco joined him, and it looked from the outside like a massive mountain of foam was laughing contagiously. Rebecca didn't waste any time and turned on the shower, dousing Alex and Coco with a stream of water, washing away all the foam. When the soapy cloud cleared, the girls saw that Coco had clearly seized the moment and was now pressed against Alex, shamelessly feeling him up. Not again. Rebecca exclaimed, rolling her eyes. A new struggle began. The girls tried to pull Coco away from Alex, but she wasn't about to give up so easily. Eventually, the shower took much longer than planned, but no one complained. Everyone had a great time. When they finally left the shower, Alex and the girls headed back. Upon reaching upstairs, Alex noticed a Tommy, who seemed to be looking for him. As soon as he saw Alex, he hurried toward him. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up, Alex said to the girls while drying his hair with a towel. Once they had gone, he turned to Itami. Something happened. I thought you'd be watching anime by now, not looking for me. First, I wanted to report on the raid we just returned from, then I'd get to my hobby, Itami replied as though it were the most natural thing in the world. I doubt you found anything new, except for infected dogs or another group of cultists, Alex shook his head. This time it's different. We came across a new type of zombie, but it was strange, Itami said, pulling out a holographic projector, which every raid group leader had. Alex showed a hint of interest and gestured for him to continue. When we split up, my group went to the city to gather medical supplies. We stumbled upon a clinic and decided to check it out, in case there was something useful left. At some point, we heard crying. We thought someone might need help and followed the sound. When we got closer, we saw a woman in tattered clothes, sitting on the floor, crying. Deciding to help, we approached, and then she suddenly jumped up and started screaming, before charging at us. And then what happened? Alex asked, watching as Itami activated the hologram. We were lucky that one of the guys reacted in time and shot her in the chest with a buckshot. But that didn't stop her. We had to empty an entire magazine into her before she finally fell. Itami scrolled through images of the unusual zombie's body. Alex studied the pictures carefully, then muttered thoughtfully. This is getting interesting. From Itami's story, Alex already figured out what type of zombie his group had encountered. They had come across a mutated infected, referred to as a witch, or something similar. This is a very dangerous, resilient, and incredibly fast type of zombie. The most unsettling thing about it is its endless pursuit of the person who disturbed it. That's why this mutant was called a witch. Nodding, Alex asked a few more questions, but Itami knew very little. His group had killed the infected too quickly to gather detailed information. Got it, Alex said, patting Itami on the shoulder. But before Alex could add anything else, Itami had already saluted and yelled, "Time to watch anime," before disappearing down the corridor. Alex just shook his head and headed for the steamship's control room. As soon as he entered, the girls immediately asked what Itami wanted. Alex briefly explained the situation, telling the girls about the new type of zombie his group had encountered. The girls perked up, eager to see it, and Alex simply nodded toward the laptop. "Anytime, you can check all the available information about the zombies we've encountered." Without wasting time, the girls gathered around the laptop, studying the new data. At that moment, Alex's phone rang. "Pirate ship Mujiwara. If you found the One Piece, we're coming for you," he answered with a smirk. A familiar laugh came from the other end of the line. "Hey, unexpected greeting, Alex. Why are you calling so early? Or is everything in your CIA bunker so good that you're bored?" "No, the reason is different. I hope you're already far from Tokyo." "And why do you need to know?" "We've been on the road for a couple of days. The UN Council has approved an airstrike on Tokyo to contain the infected horde. This proposal came from Japan's Prime Minister. I found out about it through my contacts. The decision was made 20 minutes ago." Alex frowned. "Casper, you do realize the entire Japanese government is already dead. That's obvious. Just like the fact that most world governments haven't been functioning for a while. I'm just calling to warn you. If you're far enough away, that's good. I don't want to lose my sister without even attending her wedding. We've already left the strike radius. Unless an EMP causes trouble. But something tells me it's not that simple. Alright, thanks for the heads up. Stay in touch." Alex ended the call and looked up. The girls had been listening to the conversation. "Warn everyone. Tokyo will be hit by an airstrike soon. And check who has pacemakers, EMP could be a problem." The girls nodded and quickly spread the warning. Alex ordered GIR to move the steamship farther from the shore, just in case the explosion triggered a tsunami. Those who wanted to see the strike gathered on the deck, watching the horizon. Time seemed to drag on unbearably, and the tension among the people grew. And then, in the distance, a massive dome-shaped vortex appeared above Tokyo. Alex narrowed his eyes. This isn't an airstrike. He immediately understood, this was a cleansing operation by the Evil Corporation branch. Even so, the scale of destruction was colossal. The city and everything in it vanished in an instant. Those watching the explosion felt a heavy weight in their hearts. People they had known, worked with, and served alongside in Tokyo were now gone. Rika stood nearby, holding Alex's hand. Her eyes were glistening with tears. "How are you?" he asked softly. "I'm fine. I just knew many people who stayed there. I served with them, and now they're gone." Her voice trembled. "Don't mourn those who've already gone. Better direct the pain toward something that will help you cope with it." Rika sniffed and slapped his hand. "You could have just hugged or kissed me instead of throwing around wise words." Alex smirked. "Well, do you feel better now?" Rika wiped away her tears and looked at the shrinking explosion dome. "We still have to deal with the bastards who caused this." That anger was shared by all the survivors. They wanted to punish those responsible for the zombie apocalypse. To be continued. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, Skill Demonstration. When the warning about the impending airstrike on Tokyo came from the women in Alex's group, those who wanted to witness it firsthand gathered on the ferry's upper deck. Time dragged on unbearably, as if it had frozen, trying to delay the inevitable. However, instead of the expected mushroom-shaped explosion, an enormous dome-shaped vortex appeared over the city. No one present had ever seen anything like it before. But Alex had encountered something similar. It reminded him of how the Umbrella Corporation in Resident Evil purged lost branches. The officers and soldiers who had left Tokyo with Alex's group now blamed themselves for not convincing their colleagues to leave with them. However, they understood that no one could have predicted the city would be struck in such a manner. Alex silently watched as the dome gradually shrank until it completely disappeared. There was no need to guess. Tokyo had been wiped off the face of the earth. Everyone who remained there was gone forever. Surviving such an event was simply impossible. Shifting his gaze to Rika, whose face reflected a mix of shock and sorrow, Alex placed a hand on her head in an attempt to offer some comfort. He knew his words had given her motivation and a goal, to fight against the evil corporation, but now was not the time. Among them were still people who couldn't fight or defend themselves. Taking a deep breath, Alex tore his gaze away from where Tokyo once stood. Gesturing for the women to follow, he headed toward the ferry's control room. No one spoke a word. They had just witnessed an entire city being erased, and perhaps, there had been survivors who never got the chance to escape. Curiosity gnawed at Alex. He opened his laptop and connected to a satellite hovering over Japan. The women, noticing his actions, gathered around, eagerly peering at the screen. The satellite slowly adjusted, locking onto the necessary coordinates. A few moments later, a horrifying image appeared before them, where Tokyo had once stood, now gaped an enormous, impossibly deep crater. Nothing remained. It's like the whole city was thrown into a blender and dumped somewhere else, Yuriko muttered with a frown. I've never seen anything like this. Where did they get such a weapon? Such technology? Coco furrowed her brows, trying to recall if she had ever come across anything similar. The other women also tried to find comparisons, but nothing came to mind. They still struggled to comprehend the scale of destruction. If Alex hadn't decided to leave Tokyo so early, they would have suffered the same fate. Rebecca, however, was deep in thought. She had seen something like this before. Then suddenly, a realization struck her. She remembered. When Alex, disguised as Hashirama, fought Hades, he had used a technique strikingly similar to this vortex. Suddenly, Rebecca clapped her fist into her palm, drawing everyone's attention. All eyes, including Alex's, turned to her in surprise. I remember where I've seen something like this, she declared confidently, nodding with satisfaction. Alex raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. He was curious himself as to where she could have encountered such a thing. The other women also looked at Rebecca with interest, finding it hard to believe she was familiar with something so devastating. Brunhild figured it out first but chose to stay silent, waiting for Rebecca to voice her thoughts. And where exactly did you see it? You won't find something like this on the internet, let alone on the streets. Saya adjusted her glasses, watching Rebecca expectantly. It looks like Alex's technique. Something like Rasen. Rebecca mused. That vortex and Alex's technique are similar, only his was on a much smaller scale. She nodded in satisfaction, proud that she had solved the mystery. Hearing Rebecca's words, Alex realized she was right. The Rasen Shuriken and the massive vortex that had destroyed Tokyo were indeed similar. Now, one thought lodged itself in his mind: what if he unleashed the Rasen Shuriken on such an enormous scale? Could it annihilate not just a city, but an entire planet? Or perhaps even a galaxy? Unintentionally, Alex let out a laugh, a sinister, villainous cackle, like that of an antagonist who had just devised a genius but catastrophic plan. His laughter immediately drew the attention of the girls, who stared at him in confusion before shifting their gazes to Brunhild and Rebecca, silently seeking an explanation. Is he okay? Why did he suddenly start laughing like a villain? Ray whispered, pointing at Alex. He'll get over it soon, Brunhild sighed. Right now, he's thinking about how to wipe out an entire city with that technique. Honestly, you little green gremlin, why did you have to put that idea in his head? She shot an accusatory look at Rebecca. Rebecca simply grinned, laced her fingers behind her head, and started whistling, feigning complete innocence. That nearly made Brunhild's eye twitch. Sometimes she genuinely wondered if she had ended up with the strangest family in the world. Her husband, Alex, was a chaotic, destructive force of nature who occasionally got the urge to blow things up, on an absurdly grand scale. With a sigh, Brunhild admitted, yes, love was a strange thing. But no matter how much she loved him, she would still find a way to distract him from leveling another city out of sheer curiosity. Meanwhile, the other girls were still trying to figure out what technique Rebecca had been talking about and why it had suddenly made Alex consider causing a local apocalypse. Can someone explain what this technique is? I'm completely lost, Ray asked. All right, Brunhild said, adjusting her hair before beginning her explanation. The technique is called Rasen Shuriken. It's an advanced version of a simpler technique. But, according to Alex, it's forbidden because it harms not only the opponent but also the user. Forbidden. Kiriko repeated in surprise. Yes. If you want a visual comparison, it looks similar to the dome that just erased Tokyo, just on a smaller scale. The girls exchanged glances, but Saya, always the inquisitive one, decided to dig deeper. Why is it forbidden? How exactly does it harm the user? That question triggered a wave of curiosity, and soon, Brunhild was bombarded with questions. The others joined in too, they were eager to learn more about this terrifying technique. Meanwhile, Alex had snapped out of his destructive musings. He knew he would have a chance to test such levels of destruction eventually, but there was no need to rush. Closing his laptop, he glanced at the girls, who were listening intently to Brunhild's explanations. For a brief moment, the thought of making Saya a shinobi crossed his mind, but he dismissed it almost immediately. No, Saya was a genius, but she wasn't a fighter. She would be better suited as a strategist, a commander who directed an army rather than fighting on the front lines herself. Her intelligence made her a natural at coordinating warriors rather than wielding a weapon herself. Have you finally stopped acting like a third-rate villain from an old movie? Kiriko quipped, noticing Alex had closed his laptop. Villain? What do you mean? I'm the kindest, sweetest person ever, Alex declared, resting his cheeks on his hands and putting on an innocent expression. Do you even believe that yourself? Valmet asked tiredly, rolling her eyes. Of course not. Good people don't live long, Alex grinned. Valmet just shook her head. If Alex wasn't a good person, then what did that make her? The others just rolled their eyes. No matter how hard Alex tried to play the villain, none of them actually saw him as one. No one forced him to save people, organize a group of survivors in the zombie apocalypse, or try to get everyone safely to Okinawa and then to Alaska. Shizuka walked up to him and, without a word, hugged his head, gently pressing it against her ample chest. Yeah, of course, you're a villain, she chuckled, stroking his head affectionately. Alex's eye twitched slightly at what Shizuka was doing. He couldn't understand why she was doing this or why she was talking about villains. He had never called himself one, he had simply said he didn't consider himself a good person. Sighing, he pushed the thought aside and pulled his phone out of his pocket to check the time. He still had to continue training his students, or rather, his cute little trainees. Freeing himself slightly from Shizuka's soft embrace, he glanced at the screen and realized it was time to start training. Siko, Ray, Valmet, don't forget you have training soon. That goes for you too, Brunhild, you took on the responsibility of training the others, Alex reminded them. I already held a training session while you were out, so my students are resting, Brunhild replied with a smile. All right then, he nodded. Despite that, Alex wasn't in a hurry to leave Shizuka's embrace just yet. He liked the soft, cozy feeling, and as he buried his face back into her pillowy hills, he sighed, instantly losing all motivation to move or do anything. At the same time, he started thinking that it was time to create another robot, finish the set and officially turn the trio of troublemakers into the Death Watch. Since all of his assistants, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, resembled dogs in some way, the new robot should fit the theme as well. That thought settled in his mind, and Alex added a sketch of the new team member to his to-do list. Once they reached Okinawa, he would start working on the project. The girls stared in confusion at Alex, who had just been talking about training but now looked completely content in Shizuka's arms. Brunhild let out a deep sigh, it seemed Alex had entered his lazy mode again. If no one shook him out of it, he'd procrastinate training for as long as possible. She got up, walked over to him, and grabbed him by the scruff, yanking his face out of Shizuka's chest. Enough cuddling, it's time for you to train people. You took on this responsibility, so keep your word, she said firmly, trying to pull him away. I'm not slacking off, I'm making plans. Thinking about the last member of GIR's group, Alex replied, rolling his eyes. Hearing that Alex was planning to add to their ranks, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately perked up. In an instant, the trio of troublemakers surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Even the girls became curious about who he wanted to add. Brunhild felt tempted to peek into his thoughts but decided she could wait. Knowing Alex, he would spill everything soon enough. For now, she just mentally prepared herself for their already chaotic life to become even crazier. Dad, who is it? Who? Mimi asked impatiently, tugging at his face. It's secret. But once they arrive, you'll officially be called the Death Watch, Alex said with a grin, patting Mimi on the head. The trio's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch leaped off Alex and started spinning in circles, performing some sort of victory dance. Alex watched the scene, satisfied with their reaction, while the girls exchanged puzzled looks. Who even is this Death Watch? Ray finally asked, looking at Rebecca, who always seemed to have answers to these kinds of questions. But Rebecca just shrugged, showing that she had no idea either. All eyes then turned to Brunhild, if anyone knew, it would be her. However, Brunhild also shook her head, making it clear that this was just as much a mystery to her. Alex had no intention of explaining who the Death Watch was, as there was no point in doing so yet. Pulling himself away from the soft refuge of Shizuka, he stood up, stretched, and motioned for Valmet, Siko, and Ray to follow him for training. The other girls didn't want to sit idly in the control room and decided to watch as well. Even the troublemaker trio, grabbing Alice by the hand, dragged her along, they seemed just as eager to attend the training session. When Alex and his group stepped onto the deck, the trainees were already waiting. I thought you weren't gonna show up. R drawled, lazily resting his hands behind his head. Maybe we can take the day off. Not today, Alex smirked, sitting down on a chair. As my teacher once said, you'll rest when you're dead. For now, one more lap. You had a weird teacher. Mao shook his head. Maybe. But enough talk. Let's pick up where we left off. It's time to awaken your youthful power. Alex declared enthusiastically, raising a finger. Everyone attending training let out a heavy sigh. They had grown used to his strange phrases, but they were still unexpected every time. Alex, however, noticed a couple of new faces among the trainees, Jonah and Beatrix. Oh, we have newcomers. Didn't expect to see you here, he said with interest, shifting his gaze to them. Lord Samurai, I came to train so I can become a real samurai. Beatrix declared, eyes blazing with determination. Got it, got it. Then stand next to Siko, she'll help and guide you. Since you want to be a samurai, you'll have a special program. Alex nodded towards Siko before turning to Jonah. And what about you? Wouldn't it be better to rest or help your family settle in on the ferry? The guy said your training will make me stronger, Jonah replied calmly, meeting Alex's gaze directly. Aha. You guys, aren't you ashamed of tricking Jonah like this? Alex narrowed his eyes at Coco's team. Dragging him into this mess with you. Like, if I suffer, others should too. Suffer? What do you mean? R grinned. He needs to embrace the power of youth too. Alex sighed, shaking his head before looking back at Jonah, confirming if he was sure about this decision. Jonah nodded firmly, stating that he was doing this to protect his family. All right, have it your way, Alex waved dismissively. GIR, bring some weights for our newcomers. GIR immediately rushed off to fulfill the request, while Alex ordered everyone to start warming up. Just like last time, spectators began gathering on the deck, eager to see how his trainees would awaken their so-called youthful power. Hey, Alex, can I ask you something? R spoke up while stretching. That day when we escaped the airport, you suddenly vanished and reappeared on top of that giant zombie's head. How did you do that? What kind of technique was that? After these words, everyone immediately turned their attention to Alex with obvious interest. Even those who had been with him in the Tokyo shelter wanted to know how he moved so quickly across the battlefield, almost as if he were teleporting through the zombie horde. Actually, I plan to explain this when we reach Okinawa, Alex answered casually, stretching. After you've at least awakened a bit of your youthful energy. But oh well. I'll show you a couple of techniques. A couple. Saya raised an eyebrow. You mean there's more than one? Of course, Alex scoffed. There are dozens of movement techniques. I can't even be bothered to list them all. But I'll show you 3 that I use most often. With those words, he suddenly grabbed Saya by the nose, making her let out an annoyed squeak. Saya swatted his hand away and crossed her arms over her chest, demanding that he demonstrate the 3 movement techniques as promised. Alex just smirked and took a few steps back, preparing for the demonstration. Honestly, he wasn't in the mood to move much right now, but since they asked, why not? After all, this was something he planned to teach them in the future anyway. First, the basic technique. Shinobi use it, and it's called Shunshin, or the body flicker technique, Alex said, and in the next instant, he was gone. Everyone watching immediately started looking around frantically, trying to spot him. It's mainly used to confuse an enemy or escape quickly. If you master it well, you won't leave a single trace of movement behind, Alex's voice echoed. When everyone looked up, they were shocked to see him standing upside down, right on the mast. Wait. Are you seriously standing on the mast upside down? R pointed at him in disbelief. Exactly, Alex confirmed calmly. But that's not the point right now. While you finish warming up, I'll show you 2 more techniques. Then, once we reach Okinawa, we'll begin full-fledged training. With that, he effortlessly dropped down and landed back in his original spot. For a brief moment, his thoughts drifted. If the Imperium plan didn't work out, he could always usher in a new era, an era of shinobi villages. Though, of course, that would inevitably lead to new wars. People always find a reason to fight, and that was unavoidable. What technique are you showing next? Coco asked eagerly, bouncing in place like a child waiting for a surprise. The next one is called ho-ho, or stride. Call it whatever you prefer. It's a more advanced technique because it can be used in combat, Alex explained, moving on to the next demonstration. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared and reappeared right behind R, who had just finished warming up. The man felt a strange chill down his spine and quickly turned around, only to find Alex standing next to him, pointing a finger right at his face. R quickly stepped back. As you can see, this technique is excellent for closing the distance with an opponent. But mastery level makes all the difference, you can achieve much more, Alex explained, vanishing and reappearing in his original spot. How much more? What else can you do besides closing the distance? Valmet asked, watching him intently. A thought was already forming in her mind, mastering this technique could be extremely useful, especially since she preferred fighting with knives. Alex motioned for her to step closer, preparing to demonstrate what else Stride was capable of. He, of course, didn't mention that this technique was primarily used by Shinigami from another universe. Without any unnecessary questions, Valmet approached him, while everyone else watched curiously, eager to see what would happen next. Even the sudden appearance of GIR, who had brought weighted wristbands, went almost unnoticed. The robo-dog swiftly attached them to Beatrix and Jonah's wrists while they were too focused on Alex to react. They only realized what had happened a moment later when the weights were already secured. However, deciding not to get distracted, they turned their attention back to him. And then, he vanished. Images of Alex flickered around Valmont, surrounding her from all sides. His movements were chaotic and unpredictable, like mirages, making it impossible to tell where the real one was. If you master this technique to perfection, you can confuse your enemy just like this, Alex's voice echoed from all directions at once. The onlookers desperately tried to pinpoint his real position, but it was futile. Their expression spoke volumes, they couldn't find him. Alex smirked. Now it was time to move on to the third technique. A moment later, he stopped, reappearing behind Valmont. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he wrapped an arm around her waist. She simply rolled her eyes, already used to Alex finding every opportunity to hug her. The guys watching exchanged knowing looks, then, as if on cue, all gave Alex a thumbs up. An idea instantly formed in their heads: if they could master this technique, they could sneak up on girls they liked and hug them unnoticed. Their eyes lit up with enthusiasm as they imagined all the ways they could use this skill. "What's the last technique?" Saya asked, crossing her arms. "You've shown us two so far, one for escaping and one for confusing the enemy. Logically, the third should be for high-speed movement. Am I right?" Alex paused, looking at her in surprise. Even Brunhild cast an intrigued glance at Saya, mentally noting her ability to analyze information. The thought of passing down some of her wisdom and teaching the girl tactical thinking briefly crossed her mind. Alex grinned, nodding approvingly, and gave Saya a thumbs up. She smirked in satisfaction, pleased that she had guessed correctly. A silence settled over the deck. The others were beginning to realize that Alex wasn't just demonstrating random movement techniques, he was showcasing specific ones, one for retreat, one for combat, and one for rapid travel. Now, it was time for the final skill. Some of those who had previously refused Alex's training started reconsidering their decision. However, remembering the exhausted state of those who had trained with him on the first day, they quickly dismissed the idea. No one wanted to end up like a dead dog after a brutal session. "Saya is right," Alex confirmed. "The last technique is meant for movement. It's called Shuinpa. I'll show you two variations: cling to the ground and cling to the sky." He paused, letting them process the information before continuing. The essence of this technique is to cover distance in as few steps as possible. Simply put, you need to get from point A to point B using minimal movement. The first stage is fairly simple, but the last two require considerable effort, especially the final one. Alex released Valmont from his embrace and stepped back to create enough space for the demonstration. Taking a single step, he instantly appeared ahead, then took another and changed positions again. His movements were so fast that tracking him with the naked eye was difficult. However, he deliberately left marks on the deck so the others could follow his trajectory. The most observant ones noticed first and pointed it out to the rest. Those who hadn't yet grasped the technique's principle started focusing on the marks, trying to understand how exactly Alex was moving. Having finished the demonstration, Alex returned to Valmont, once again wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. "You only showed the first stage. What about the second one, the one related to the sky?" Toji asked, adjusting his glasses. To him, these techniques resembled moves from martial arts manga. He even found himself wondering if Alex could demonstrate Goku's famous technique. Deciding to ask about it later when the moment was right, Toji fell silent and continued observing. "Ah, right," Alex recalled. "The second stage, as I mentioned, is called Cling to the Sky. Its essence lies in overcoming obstacles. While the first stage is about straightforward movement, the second allows you to climb buildings and other heights effortlessly." With that, he prepared for the next demonstration. Alex decided to use the ship's mast as an example. Taking a step back, he vanished from his spot and, in the blink of an eye, appeared at the very top. Those who had already learned to follow his footprints on the ground now searched for traces on the mast. To their surprise, they found a trail of footprints leading upward. Now it became clear what Alex meant by calling the second stage, Cling to the Sky. However, he kept one crucial detail to himself: the technique also allowed him to push off the air itself. But it was too early to reveal that. Mastering even one stage of Shuinpa would already require significant time and effort. Without lingering, Alex leaped off the mast and landed on the deck with the grace of a predator. Applause erupted around him, but instead of feeling pride, he merely frowned. This felt more like a street performance than a training session. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected scene. Alice had seemingly already befriended Malka, Jonah's friend. Alex curiously glanced at the girls, involuntarily wondering about the nature of Malka and Jonah's relationship. "Well then, the demonstration is over. Now it's time to make your youthful strength burn like a blazing flame," he declared with a grin, raising a finger to the sky. A collective sigh followed. Everyone understood that training was inevitable. R, more than anyone, was growing nervous. He kept sneaking glances at Gir, who seemed fully absorbed in playing with Mimi, Stitch, Alice, and Malka. Seeing that the robodog was paying him no attention, R relaxed a little. Alex sat down on a chair next to the girls, who had chosen to watch rather than participate in the training. Those who had come just for entertainment wisely left, not wanting to get in the way. At that moment, Alice tugged at Alex's sleeve, asking for a console for Malka. He simply smirked, gently ruffling the girl's hair. After all, besides Malka, there were other children from Jonah's family who also wanted to have fun. Let's hook up the console to the TV, Alex suggested. Alice nodded excitedly, and Alex immediately asked Gir to bring over a screen they hadn't yet dismantled for parts. Gir nodded and went off with Stitch to retrieve it. Making sure the kids were occupied, Alex turned his attention back to his trainees. Seiko, train Beatrix. She wants to become a samurai, and you're the best one for the job, he instructed. Seiko nodded and led Beatrix away. Meanwhile, Alex once again set out to awaken the power of youth in the remaining students. Just like last time, an hour later, everyone was sprawled out on the deck, looking like exhausted dogs. But Alex noticed something interesting. Takashi was pushing himself harder than usual. He was desperately trying to stand up, even though his body was no longer responding. Alex followed his gaze and immediately understood the reason. Takashi was looking at Jonah. A competitive fire burned in his eyes. Since he and Jonah were nearly the same age, it gave him the motivation not to fall behind. Alex nodded, pleased to see that competition was an excellent motivator. After giving the students a short break, he resumed their training. The only one who refused to falter was Coco. She kept encouraging her team by calling them weaklings. Namio, on the other hand, simply watched her son with a warm smile, understanding his desire to become stronger. When the training session finally ended, Alex approached Valmont, Ray, and Seiko, effortlessly scooped them up into his arms, and carried them back. At that moment, he noticed Beatrix lying nearby. Damn, what am I supposed to do with her now? Alex glanced around for help. His eyes landed on Brunhild. Unfortunately, she misunderstood his intent. Without a word, Brunhild picked up Beatrix and silently followed after him. When he laid the girls down on the mattresses, he turned around and found Brunhild standing beside Beatrix. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why did you bring her? Shrugging, he decided not to overthink it. That would be a problem for his future self. Right now, all he wanted was to drink something warm and enjoy a movie with the girls. To be continued. Chapter 237, a new stop and a group of hostile people. Time on the ferry passed unnoticed, but even the smallest circumstances could delay their journey. The day after Tokyo's destruction, a violent storm erupted at sea, forcing the ship to steer as far from the shore as possible to avoid being thrown onto land. Due to the high waves, the ferry had to come to a halt, delaying their travels. However, Alex noticed something strange. While the sea raged, the sky remained clear, with no sign of an approaching storm. Other passengers picked up on this anomaly as well. Trying to make sense of the phenomenon, Alex listened to Yuriko's theory. She suggested that one of the coastal cities might have been hit by an airstrike, generating powerful waves that reached their vessel. Her assumption was supported by other women as they discussed possible explanations. Alex pondered the motive behind such an attack. If Tokyo had been wiped off the map because of the evil corporation's branch, then perhaps the organization's leadership had decided to eliminate another facility to erase any remaining evidence. While the ship drifted at sea, Yuriko managed to contact her friends in different countries to gather information on the global situation. Britain had held its ground, successfully pushing back the undead hordes and even constructing a protective wall. Coco, unwilling to remain idle, also reached out to her contacts. What surprised Alex the most was the name of one of her acquaintances, Svetlana Belikova. At first, Alex couldn't remember where he had heard that name and assumed it belonged to some Russian politician. But after a moment, it clicked. Svetlana appeared in the Resident Evil game series and even in the anime adaptation. As far as Alex recalled, she was a key opposition leader during a civil war and, according to Coco, had now risen to the highest position in her country. However, since this world differed from the original, Alex couldn't be sure how much of her history aligned with what he knew. In this reality, no one had been aware of the biological threat until the world had already plunged into chaos. But it wasn't just Coco's connections that caught Alex off guard. Yuriko also surprised him when she mentioned another powerful woman, Balalaika. Upon hearing that name, Alex immediately recalled who she was. Sofia Pavlovna Iranovskaya, better known as Balalaika, was a ruthless, cold-blooded, and calculating woman, the head of the Russian mafia in Roanapur. Alex wondered how Yuriko had come to know her. If Balalaika existed in this world, then other characters from Black Lagoon might also be present. He realized that figures like Svetlana and Balalaika could become powerful allies in the fight against the evil corporation. However, dealing with them would also be a massive headache. Both women had strong personalities, their own ambitions, and were unlikely to submit to anyone. Svetlana sought power, while Balalaika was used to commanding people. Neither of them would tolerate anyone trying to control them. Alex hoped their meeting wouldn't happen too soon. The only reason their paths might cross on the route to Alaska was if Parody, where Balalaika was located, or the Slavic Federation, ruled by Svetlana, fell and required assistance. Alex mentally prayed to the goddess of luck, hoping that those two wouldn't need saving. When the sea finally calmed, the ferry resumed its journey. However, those on watch, keeping an eye on the shoreline, witnessed the aftermath of the recent waves. Destruction lined the coast along their entire route. Alex also noticed this and hoped that the next coastal city they were heading to had survived the impact of the natural disaster. Although there was little hope for that, everyone understood the kind of destruction the giant waves could have caused. One significant event was that Beatrix, the samurai girl, decided to move in with Alex and his companions. When Alex asked why, she calmly responded that if a girl spends the night in the same room with a man, she must marry him. These words shocked not only Alex but everyone else. Only Siko supported Beatrix, believing that a woman should only sleep in the same room with her husband. Because of this, Siko found it improper to take a shower with Alex. Beatrix, obsessed with samurai traditions and ancient Japanese customs, followed this belief without hesitation. Therefore, after moving in, she firmly declared that she was now Alex's wife. Alex, on the other hand, was still trying to process how, after one night in the same room, he suddenly had another wife. He wanted to seek support from the other girls, but they betrayed him, all saying in unison that it was his problem and that he should deal with it himself. At that moment, Alex realized that he shouldn't have left the problem for his future self. His last hope was Jonah, but he just shrugged and said that dealing with Beatrix was now exclusively Alex's responsibility. Leaving Jonah and his family, Alex noticed how quickly Alice became friends with Malka. On the way, he frantically tried to think of how to convince Beatrix, but nothing useful came to mind. In the end, he decided to surrender and simply try to explain to her that sharing a night in the same room didn't make them husband and wife. He returned, and discovered that Beatrix had already become friends with the other girls. Alex opened his mouth to say something but realized there was no chance left. 2 days passed. The ferry was steadily approaching the next coastal city, but Alex and his companions were still asleep. There was little to do on the ferry, so they spent their evenings watching movies and shows. Alex even introduced the girls to his favorite show about two brothers, and they eagerly awaited the next episode. They liked the show so much that they stayed up late, and as a result, they hadn't woken up, even knowing that they would soon arrive at a new city to replenish their supplies. Gir, who was piloting the ferry, noticed that his father and mothers were still asleep and decided it was time to wake them up. He jumped off the captain's seat, ran up to Alex and the girls, and barked loudly. Woof woof woof. Well, instead of a regular bark, he just kept repeating the word over and over until Alex and the others started waking up. But one mechanical dog wasn't enough. Mimi and Stitch quickly joined in, deciding to give them a proper morning wake-up call. As always, Stitch chose the most extreme method. He climbed onto Alex and began enthusiastically licking his face. Alex only opened his eyes after his face became completely wet with saliva. He slowly turned his gaze to the trio of troublemakers who had caused this chaos. Running a hand over his face, Alex realized he was covered in slobber. And there was no need to guess who was to blame. All he had to do was look at the smiling Stitch, who stared back at him with an expression that clearly said, "Mission accomplished." "What's all the noise so early? Don't they know that girls need sleep to maintain their beauty?" Coco mumbled sleepily as she sat up and rubbed her eyes. Looking up, she saw Alex's face, gleaming with Stitch's saliva, and couldn't help but laugh. The other girls started waking up as well, and upon noticing the victim, they all giggled. Alex's eye twitched nervously, but he decided not to comment on it. "I'll help you wipe your face, my husband," Beatrix said in a sweet voice as she gently dabbed his cheeks with a handkerchief. Alex just sighed heavily. He had tried several times to convince Beatrix not to call him her husband, but to no avail. It seemed like all he could do now was accept it. Once finished, Beatrix unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek. "Why did little Gir decide to wake us up so early?" Shizuka yawned. "Probably because we've already arrived at the new city," Brunhilde suggested, tying her hair up. Hearing this, the girls looked at Gir, who nodded affirmatively. Alex and the girls realized they had indeed arrived in the city, meaning it was time to have breakfast and get ready. While the girls brewed coffee and prepared food, Alex left the control cabin and went to find the guys to warn them about the upcoming landing. After walking around the ship, he notified all the raid groups and explained that right after breakfast, they would head to the city for supplies before continuing their journey. Once that was done, Alex returned to the control cabin just as breakfast was ready. Before sitting down at the table, he decided to change clothes, as the girls had hinted more than once that wearing the same outfit every day wasn't the best idea. Sighing, Alex considered his options and finally picked a light, relaxed outfit, beach shorts, a Hawaiian shirt, and flip-flops. When he returned in his new attire, the girls looked at him as if he had lost his mind. What? You all said I only wear black. Now I'm going for this, Alex declared, looking pleased with himself. My sweet, I'm not against it, on the contrary, I fully support this look. Now I can admire your body through your unbuttoned shirt. Honestly, I'd ride you right now, Rika grinned, giving a thumbs up. We were starting to think your black clothes had fused with you, Yuriko smirked, shaking her head. That's your love for me. I'm not at fault for liking only two colors, black and blue. Well, sometimes red, Alex muttered, puffing out his cheeks like a child. The girls just laughed at his behavior but didn't comment further on his choice. Instead, they occasionally glanced at his body visible under the unbuttoned shirt. After breakfast, Alex and the girls left the control cabin and went out on deck to survey the shore. Due to the recent tsunami, the coastline was littered with debris and the corpses of zombies. Alex checked to make sure they were truly dead and not just pretending, waiting for the right moment to attack. Looking at the aftermath of the flood, it was clear that the port had suffered significant damage. Many buildings had been destroyed and flooded, and floating in the water were the bodies of the dead. After scanning the surroundings, Alex and his group began descending to meet up with the other raid teams. This time, his team included Valmont, Siko, Ray, Saya, Beatrix, Rebecca, Rika, Kiriko, and of course, Gir, who didn't want to miss the chance to meet the members of the Los Illuminados cult. Alex wasn't sure if they would find them in this city, but he didn't try to discourage Gir. As they made their way down, they immediately attracted attention. Oh, I see you do have other clothes. R smirked, throwing his hands behind his head. I thought you only slept in black and more black. But judging by your outfit, you're not going on a supply raid, you're going on vacation. Keep your jealousy to yourself, Alex rolled his eyes. R just laughed but didn't say anything more. Approaching the briefing table, Alex noticed that Jonah had joined the guys from Coco's group. This surprised him slightly, as Jonah had ended up in their company after all. Taking out a holographic device, Alex activated the city map of their current location. I think we should start with the traditional greeting. Good morning everyone, and welcome to another day in Zombieland, he said with a grin, looking at the raid groups. Same thing every morning, but honestly, if you don't say it, I feel like something's missing, Kota laughed, standing next to his group. At Alex's words, everyone smiled, they had already gotten used to him saying the same thing every morning before getting down to business. It had become something of a tradition, and if Alex ever forgot to say it, there was a strange sense that the day hadn't started right. Making sure everyone was ready to listen, Alex started marking key points on the map that needed to be visited to replenish supplies. I also want to remind you that the city might have suffered heavily after the tsunami, and the effects of the flooding are still being felt. So be careful where you step, zombies and other nastiness could be hiding in the water. Also, food and other supplies might have been spoiled by the water, so check everything you take. We don't need stomach problems, we don't have enough medicine to treat everyone. Alex paused for a moment, scanning the gathered group. We'll proceed with the standard protocol. If you encounter people, make sure they don't pose a threat. If they're peaceful, feel free to invite them to join us. And last but not least, stay in contact and report any strange occurrences, whether it's suspicious people or zombies with abnormal behavior. After the briefing, Alex sent the lists of necessary supplies to the group leaders, who immediately began dividing the search zones among themselves. While everyone was gathering and arming up, Alex noticed that Takashi and Jonah had clearly found common ground. Their interaction reminded him of a shonen manga, where the protagonist always meets a rival and strives to surpass him. Just the thought of it made Alex shudder. He definitely didn't want Takashi to become a typical shonen hero, one who believes in the power of friendship. Not wanting to watch more of this strange manifestation of brotherly bonding, Alex headed to his motorcycle, took out his katana, and strapped it to his waist. His appearance was now distinctly eclectic, a bright Hawaiian shirt, beach shorts, flip-flops, a revolver on his back, and a katana at his side. The contrast between his clothing and weapons was so striking that even their own people started to look at him. When everyone was ready, Alex and his group loaded into the Humvee and led the convoy. As they drove through the port, Alex looked out the window, assessing the water level. It wasn't critical, but the roads remained wet and muddy, which could complicate movement. He was glad he had worn flip-flops instead of boots, less chance of stepping into soggy shoes. Leaving the port, Alex lazily waved at the other groups, and Kiriko, who was driving, turned to him. Where do we head first? The tech store is out, Saya remarked, showing the city map on her tablet. Alex nodded. Although he needed parts to assemble gadgets, it was clear that the chances of finding anything useful were close to zero. Then let's head to the nearest grocery store, Kiriko decided, smoothly steering the Humvee onto the designated route. Saya secured the tablet to the dashboard, and the navigator set the course. However, before they could reach the store, a group of armed people appeared in front of them. Alex frowned. Dressed in martial arts clothing and armor, they looked like they had stepped out of the pages of some fantasy novel. Swords, bows, spears, not a single firearm in sight. Alex and the girls exchanged glances. After assessing the situation, Alex, Valmet, Rebecca, and Seiko got out of the vehicle, while Rika stuck her head out of the hatch and aimed at the group. GIR, noticing them, immediately concluded that they were heretics, and before anyone could stop him, he rushed out. Alex raised his hand, signaling that he didn't want a conflict. Listen, guys, we're not looking for trouble. We just need to replenish our supplies, and then we'll be on our way. One of the men, holding a spear, stepped forward and snorted. Everything here belongs to us. So turn around and go back while you still can. Alex immediately recognized him as their leader. Listen, bonehead, if you don't leave peacefully, I'll shove that spear up your ass, Rebecca smirked, aiming directly at his head. Shut up, kid, the adults are talking, the leader snapped. Wrong move. It seems the guy just stepped on a landmine named Rebecca. Alex squinted at the leader, already reconsidering letting these people go in peace. The veins on Rebecca's forehead began to throb with anger from the insult, and if Alex hadn't signaled for them to hold back, she would likely have shot the whole damn gang of bastards. Meanwhile, their opponents were whispering among themselves. Alex noticed one of the men lean toward the leader and whisper something, pointing at the women in their group. If you leave these women, fine, we'll let you take some food so you don't starve to death, the leader said arrogantly. Alex sighed heavily. So, you've chosen death. So be it, he said calmly. The leader didn't even get a chance to respond. Suddenly, a shot rang through the air, and a hole the size of a fist appeared in his chest. His body jerked and then collapsed to the ground. A grave silence settled over the street. The remaining gang members shifted their terrified gazes from the fallen commander to Alex and his group. Their eyes widened when they saw the strange creature, resembling a green mechanical dog, holding a massive pistol in its paws. GIR, without hesitation, fired from the bolter the moment Alex passed judgment. And as if on cue, Alex, Seiko, Valmet, and GIR charged into the attack. Alex's first target was the men who had been whispering with the leader and pointing at the women. He wasn't enraged, he simply decided that these people didn't deserve to live. His hand passed through the unfortunate man's chest, and Alex tossed the bloodied corpse aside. The other bandits tried to fight back, but their skills were no match for the experienced warriors. Seiko and Valmet moved like deadly shadows, flawlessly wielding their weapons, while GIR, shouting slogans about purging heretics, butchered enemies with a saw-blade sword. Rebecca and Rika provided fire support, shooting the enemies from a safe distance. When most of the gang was wiped out, the remaining survivors panicked, threw down their weapons, and fled. GIR screeched in indignation, ready to chase them down, but Alex grabbed him by the head, preventing him from continuing the crusade. When the battle ended, the other girls approached, frowning as they watched the remnants of the gang disappear in the distance. What the hell was that? Ray asked, frowning. First, they tried to drive us off, and then they demanded we leave the women. What did you expect? Rika smirked, lazily sitting on top of the Humvee. Men are lustful animals thinking with their third leg. Apparently, these people have a base here, considering they claim the city belongs to them, Saya said thoughtfully. Should we pursue them or focus on finding supplies? That's pointless, Valmet shook her head, putting the knife back in its sheath. We've killed most of their gang, the rest won't last long. We should gather what we need first, then decide whether to finish them off or just leave. Alex glanced again toward where the surviving bandits had disappeared but decided to leave them alone. Right now, replenishing supplies was more important. They got back in the Humvee and headed for the nearest store. When they arrived and entered, they were greeted by emptiness. The shelves were almost bare, and what remained was ruined by water. Looks like there's nothing for us here, Kiriko muttered with disappointment, glancing around. The flood destroyed most of the supplies, and those bastards probably made out pretty well here. We should check the warehouse, Ray suggested. If anything survived, we'll load it into the Humvee, and then we'll figure out what to do next. Good plan, Alex nodded. Let's get to work. With those words, they headed to the warehouse, hoping to find something useful. Agreeing with Ray's suggestion, Alex and the girls made their way to the door leading to the warehouse. However, the path was blocked by shelves that had fallen after the flood. Alex and GIR quickly began tossing them aside to clear the way. Finally, Alex kicked the door open and peeked inside. Unfortunately, the warehouse was nearly empty. The girls immediately began inspecting the remaining goods. It's best to take the ones from the top. And be careful with the boxes, if they show signs of dampness, the contents are already spoiled. Canned goods should be fine though, Saya instructed. After a thorough search, they found just a couple of boxes with preserved food and several crates of canned goods. After loading everything into the Humvee, the group headed to the next store, hoping to find something useful. However, it was in even worse condition, completely looted, and even the warehouse was empty. Maybe we should just rob those bastards. Rebecca suggested with a sly smile. How do you say it, cupcake? Oh yeah. Compensation for moral damage. They attacked us first, so we have every right to take everything from them. I don't like taking food from people who are barely surviving, Alex shook his head. But I think we can take supplies from these people, as long as there are no children or elderly among them. My heart won't let me leave them without food. What do you think? You're right, Ray nodded. I wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully if I took food from children or the elderly. My husband, you're so noble, Beatrix said tenderly. If there are only weak ones left, maybe we should offer them a chance to join us, she suggested. I doubt they'd agree, Valmont shook her head. I wouldn't go with anyone who just slaughtered my friends. Alex listened to the girls' opinions and nodded in agreement. All right, let's go back to where we met them, he decided. Kiriko turned the Humvee around and drove the team back. When they arrived, Alex was the first to get out of the car, taking GIR with him. All right, find the tracks, he ordered. Dad, I'm not a dog, I'm an Astartes. GIR proudly declared, raising his paws. I said, find them. Or should I call Mom and tell her you're not listening? GIR immediately quieted down and, grumbling under his breath, began sniffing for tracks. The girls watched with smiles, finding the scene amusing. Soon, GIR found the tracks and led the group along them. They took them to a camper van, locked with a padlock. Alex effortlessly ripped the door open and looked inside. There were plenty of supplies, boxes of food, cans, and even firearms. Alex whistled. Looks like we hit the jackpot, Ray said, peering inside. Are we going to find these people, or are we just taking the van, she asked, looking back at Alex. I think we should check them out. Maybe we just ran into a bunch of arrogant idiots, he replied, shaking his head. The girls nodded in agreement and climbed into the van. Alex signaled to Kiriko, motioning for her to follow them. In response, Kiriko blinked the headlights, signaling that she understood. Alex started the van and followed GIR, who was confidently leading the way. After a while, they arrived at a place that resembled an old dojo. Now it was clear why those people were armed with melee weapons and behaved as if they knew how to use them. Although, in reality, they were just amateurs. Getting out of the van, Alex and the girls made their way to the entrance. Rebecca was about to kick the door in, but Alex stopped her. My love, we're civilized people, and we don't barge into other people's homes. We should knock. It's a sign of good manners. We're not barbarians, he said with a smile. Tell that to the bastard whose door you kicked down when you were a delivery guy and he refused to pay you, Rebecca scoffed, rolling her eyes. Alex barely twitched an eye but didn't argue with her. The girls, intrigued, asked Rebecca about the delivery job she mentioned. She briefly recounted the story, which had them bursting into laughter. Good day. Do you have a minute to talk about our God and Savior, the great and wonderful flying spaghetti monster? Alex announced cheerfully, persistently knocking on the door. What? What kind of monster? Saya asked, giving him a completely confused look. Rebecca had already opened her mouth to explain, but at that moment, the dojo gates creaked open slightly, and a spear shot out from the gap, aimed directly at Alex. He reacted instantly, grabbing the tip and pulling it toward him. A dull thud was heard from the other side, someone had slammed into the door. Without pausing, Alex pushed the spear back hard, and a muffled groan followed. Not stopping, Alex kicked the gates, and the sound of something crashing against the wooden gates was heard. When the dojo gates fully opened, Alex and the girls saw a man lying on the floor with a broken nose, writhing in a shrimp-like position. Didn't your mom teach you that you should be polite to polite people? Alex asked as he stepped onto the dojo grounds. I think he's probably not hearing you right now. After slamming his face into the gates twice, Valmont smirked. Alex shrugged, ready to figure out who was in charge here, but just then, 4 men in martial arts uniforms, armed with various weapons, ran out of the building. Rebecca didn't wait, she easily jumped over Alex and landed both feet squarely on the first lucky guy's head. He collapsed to the ground, bent in half. Siko silently drew her katana and rushed into battle. Meanwhile, Rebecca had already delivered a crushing blow to the second opponent's groin. When he fell, she didn't stop and began methodically kicking both of them, grinning happily. Alex and the girls watched with expressions of deep sympathy. Siko quickly dealt with her opponents, disarming them and knocking them out with a couple of precise strikes. The entire fight took less than a minute, and the 4 men were already lying beaten, barely moving. Who would have thought Rebecca is Southwest aggressive in close combat? Ray shook her head. I think she took everything those guys had to offer. Well, they asked for it. Instead of behaving like civilized people, they decided to attack, and became the victims of one crazy gremlin, Alex smirked. When Rebecca got tired of beating the 2 helpless men, she kicked them a couple more times, just for prevention, and with a satisfied smile, she approached Alex. At that moment, an elderly couple emerged from the dojo. Katana swords hung from their belts, and their posture and expressions revealed them to be seasoned warriors. Alex studied them carefully and squinted slightly. These two were strong, at least by human standards. If he had to describe them in one word, martial arts masters like them would be called grandmasters. Or something along those lines. Apologies for such rude hospitality, and thank you for not killing our students, said the elderly men, studying Alex intently. We also regret having to intrude so suddenly, Alex replied calmly. I believe you understand why we're here. The elderly man and his companion exchanged glances, and a shadow of pain flickered in their eyes. They sighed and looked at Alex, weariness and sorrow etched on their faces. Alex didn't need to be a seer to understand what they were thinking. The ones he and his team had killed weren't just students of this dojo. Among them, there was likely someone who meant much more to these old folks. He sighed as well, realizing the situation. But he didn't feel regret. In these times, if you're hostile toward someone, sooner or later, death will find you. And if not by his hand, then by someone else's. To be continued. Chapter 238, An Unexpected Encounter and the Brainless Mercenary. Alex and the girls silently observed the elderly couple, whose faces were frozen in grief. Even a fool would realize that among the dead were their loved ones. But right now, Alex was more interested in how they would react. On one hand, the old man and woman seemed like reasonable people who would prefer to understand the reasons behind the conflict first. On the other, the pain of loss could cloud their judgment. The elderly man carefully examined Alex and his companions. His gaze lingered on each of them, studying, impassive. What he was thinking at that moment remained a mystery. So, you've come for revenge, he asked calmly. No, Alex replied just as calmly. If you were the same as those we killed, then perhaps you could say we came to loot. But looking at you, I can tell that's not the case. So I believe we can talk, or, to be more precise, come to an agreement. The old man nodded. In that case, if you don't mind, let's talk over a cup of tea. He called out to someone, and within seconds, a group of people dressed in martial arts uniforms hurried over. Upon seeing the beaten men, who had been thoroughly handled by Seiko and Rebecca, they burst into laughter. Instead of helping, they mocked the defeated ones, repeating that they had been beaten up by girls. The battered men only groaned in pain, while their laughing comrades only grew louder. However, as soon as the elderly man coughed, the laughter instantly ceased. Those who had been mocking quickly rushed to help their injured friends. Once the wounded were taken away, the elderly man and his companion gestured for Alex and the girls to follow them into the dojo. Are you sure we can trust these people? Saya asked quietly, tugging on Alex's sleeve. I think so. They don't mean us any harm, he replied. And those two are very strong. Judging by martial arts standards, they're at the level of grandmasters. Saya nodded, accepting his words. The other girls, however, were intrigued by the elderly pair. It was difficult for them to grasp exactly what grandmaster meant, as the world of martial arts was far removed from their understanding. As they moved deeper into the dojo, Alex looked around. This was only the second time in his life that he had entered such a place. However, he soon noticed something interesting: most of the people here weren't students. It seemed the elders and their followers had saved these people during the zombie apocalypse. Seiko, walking beside him, was tensely scanning the surroundings. Something bothering you? Alex asked, gently taking her hand. This place, it feels familiar, she answered, shaking her head. But I'm not sure why. Alex nodded, deciding not to press the issue. Beatrix, on the other hand, was ecstatic. Her eyes shone like a child's, and she kept pointing at various objects, excitedly describing them. Everyone knew about her fascination with samurai culture and her ability to talk about it for hours, so no one interrupted her. For caution's sake, Alex used a mana pulse to check how many people were inside. The result was interesting: the majority of those in the dojo were ordinary civilians, while the students were a minority, roughly a 7-to-3 ratio. The elderly couple remained silent the entire way until they finally led them into a spacious room resembling a traditional guest reception hall. They sat at a low table on tatami mats and gestured for Alex and the girls to join them. Alex settled across from the elderly couple, with GIR taking its usual spot in Valmet's arms. Suddenly, the elderly woman looked directly at Alex and quietly asked, "Can I ask, did they suffer?" Alex raised his gaze to her. "No." A brief pause followed. "And who were they to you?" "Students. Friends." The woman let out a bitter smile. "Among them were my son and grandson." She sighed and looked away. "We've been running this dojo for a very long time. You could say it's our family's legacy. But unfortunately, my son got involved with bad people, and dragged my grandson into it." The woman briefly closed her eyes, as though trying to suppress her emotions. When this nightmare began, I thought he would finally come to his senses. But who would have thought things would turn out differently? That he would become even more aggressive. She shook her head. I understand that in times like these, it's either you or them. And I can't blame you for what happened. There was no anger or condemnation in her voice, just exhaustion. Alex sighed heavily, understanding the inevitable truth. Every time you kill someone, there will always be someone left to grieve for them. The elderly woman wanted to know what led to the conflict that caused her son and grandson to die at the hands of Alex's group. He wasn't going to lie or exaggerate, so he told the story as it was. After finishing his tale, Alex watched as the elderly man and woman sighed deeply, lowering their heads. They clearly knew the kind of people their son and grandson had been. For many years, they had tried to guide them onto the right path, but it turned out all their efforts had been in vain. Young friend, may I ask you a question? Suddenly spoke the elderly man, looking intently at Alex. I feel you are truly a strong fighter, but do you know what links these earrings and katana you wear? More specifically, do you know who they once belonged to? Alex slightly raised an eyebrow, not expecting such a question. He paused for a moment, then calmly replied. Yes, I know. These earrings and katana originally belonged to Yuriichi Tsujikuni. But it seems you also know who they once belonged to. Although I think your answer will be different from mine. You'll most likely say the name Kamado. Alex was somewhat surprised. Could there really be someone before him who knows the history of these items? It was intriguing to consider how these people were connected to this legacy, or how they knew its history. The elderly man, hearing Alex's response, was initially surprised but then nodded with a slight smile. Even his wife, who had maintained a neutral expression until then, gave a faint smile. The girls in Alex's group exchanged glances. They, like Alex, were now puzzling over how this elderly couple could be connected to these relics. You're right, young friend, the elderly man finally spoke. I was going to say that these items are connected to the Kamado family. But it seems you know far more than meets the eye. I never thought I would meet anyone else who knows the name Yurimichi Tsujikuni. It seems these items ended up in your hands for a reason. Alex narrowed his eyes, studying the men closely. Unexpected. He muttered. Few people know about the Kamado family because, as far as I know, it wasn't supposed to survive. And it's even harder to learn about Yurimichi Tsujikuni. He left no descendants, only his legacy within the Kamado family. So how do you know about them? The elderly man slightly bowed his head and calmly replied. Forgive me, young friend, for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Eijiro Agatsuma, and this is my wife, Tomiko Agatsuma. Alex's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected to hear that surname. Agatsuma, he mentally repeated, regaining his composure. Could they be descendants of that cowardly idiot? Alex was stunned. To meet the descendants of Zenitsu Agatsuma here. It was so unexpected that he momentarily forgot what he wanted to say. Finding katanas from this world was one thing, which could still be explained, but meeting Zenitsu's descendants. That was beyond a mere coincidence. I never thought that cowardly idiot would have descendants, Alex finally said, raising an eyebrow. I have to say, this is a surprise for me. Especially considering his family now runs a dojo. But what I'm more curious about is, why did Zenitsu's katana end up in a museum instead of your family's dojo? Eijiro and Tomiko didn't show the slightest irritation when Alex referred to their ancestor as a cowardly idiot. It seemed they knew well what he had been like. However, their reaction to the question about the katana made it clear to Alex that they knew exactly where it had been. We willingly gave it away, Eijiro replied calmly. No one remembers the history of those days, no one knows what our ancestor had to face. Let them write about him in books, but the truth is known only to his descendants. However, it seems you know far more than one would expect, young friend. Alex simply smirked. One could say that, he said, then, remembering he hadn't introduced himself yet, added, let me introduce myself as well. My name is Alexander, but everyone calls me Alex. He turned to his companions and gestured to them. This is Beatrix, Valnut, Ray, Rebecca, Rika, Kiriko, Saya, and Siko, he said, introducing the girls. And this green dog is Gir. You can think of him as a robot. Eijiro looked at Alex's group with interest, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Well. It seems our meeting is fateful, he said with a mysterious smile. Alex just grunted. The meeting was indeed unexpected, but he didn't believe in fate. Still, he was eager to learn more about the Agatsuma family and their connection to the ancient demon hunters. The elderly couple nodded in greeting, but when Alex introduced Siko, their gazes unexpectedly lingered on the girl. This slightly surprised Alex, making him wonder, did these two know Siko? The other girls also noticed this and exchanged looks, alternating between the elderly couple and Siko, whose face now wore a strange expression. Sorry, I didn't recognize you right away, Siko. The last time we saw you, you were just a little girl, Ijiro said with a warm smile, looking at her with the affection of an old grandfather. You know me? Siko asked doubtfully. Of course, little Siko, we remember you. The last time we saw you, you were about 4 years old. I still remember the day your father and mother came to our dojo. You grabbed a wooden sword and ran around the hall, loudly declaring that you would become the strongest swordswoman, Tomiko recalled with a smile, her gaze softening. That's why this place seemed familiar. Siko nodded, remembering. How is your father? Was he able to cope after Imari's death? Ijiro asked with a note of sadness in his voice. Siko simply shook her head, and her gaze darkened. The elderly couple sighed, understanding without words. Ijiro, more than anyone, knew how hard it was to recover from the loss of a loved one. He had no doubt that, if he had lost Tomiko, he would likely behave just like Siko's father. Alex and the girls watched the conversation closely, astonished that the elderly couple not only knew Siko but her family as well, and even knew about the death of her mother. Alex, noticing how Siko was sinking into dark memories, gently took her hand, giving it a slight squeeze to offer support. Siko felt the warmth of his hand, raised her gaze, and met his eyes. Alex's smile was soft and reassuring. She smiled faintly in return, allowing herself to come back to the present. Ijiro and Tomiko noticed the gesture and smiled the way grandparents do when they're happy for their granddaughter. So, your dojo teaches the thunder breathing technique? Alex finally asked, deciding to change the topic and learn more. You even know about the breathing techniques? Ijiro smirked. Young friend Alex, I suppose I won't be surprised by anything you say anymore. If you know the history of my ancestor and the Demon Slayer Corps, then I guess there's nothing you can't surprise me with. Not only do I know, Alex said with a light smile, I've mastered all 14 styles. Right now, I'm teaching Siko and Beatrix the ones that suit them best. Little Siko, didn't your father teach you the breathing technique passed down in your family? Ijiro asked with mild surprise, looking at her again. No, Siko shook her head. He was always traveling. When I was old enough, he closed the dojo and left. From time to time, he'd return, bring back katanas, and hang them in one room. He'd spend hours there. A hint of sadness slipped into her voice. Well, he was a fool, Ijiro sighed. Well, I think your fiancé will be able to teach you. Siko suddenly blushed, and Alex, though surprised, just smirked. The other girls silently observed the conversation, not wanting to interfere. Siko's story piqued their interest, especially considering that she had dreamed of becoming a swordswoman since childhood. Alex listened with interest to Ijiro's memories of the times when Siko first appeared in the dojo and realized that this place truly held significance for her. Finally, Ijiro smiled as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. I think you should come with us, Alex suggested. We have a group of survivors, and we're looking for a place far away from all these undead and other crap. Young friend, may I ask where exactly you're heading? Ijiro asked, intrigued. We took a ferry from Tokyo, Alex explained. Right now, we're heading to Okinawa, and after that, we plan to reach Alaska. Sure, it's cold there, but the population is small, so there will be fewer zombies and mutants than in other places. Ijiro turned to Tomiko, awaiting her opinion. The woman, noticing her husband's gaze, simply nodded, signaling that she would agree with whatever decision he made. Ijiro took a deep breath, thinking. Alex didn't rush to intervene, allowing the elderly man to think everything over on his own. He hoped that this couple, like the others in the dojo, would follow his group. Staying here was pointless, food supplies would run out eventually, and by that time, the zombies could reach them. These people didn't have many choices, leave with Alex's group, become prey to the undead, or die from starvation. As much as I'd like to stay at the family dojo. Ijiro finally spoke up. But my father always said, home is where your family is. Our heritage isn't in the walls or the land, it's in us. Wherever we are, we remain the legacy of our ancestors. Wow, that's quite unexpected, Rebecca said, crossing her arms. I thought people like you would cling to the idea of homeland forever, repeating, this is our home, our land, and if we're going to die, it's only here. Haha, young lady, you have quite a sharp tongue, Ijiro smirked. But you're right in a way. But what's the point of that? It doesn't take much to figure out that most of Japan has turned into a horde of the undead. I don't want my wife or granddaughter to become part of that army. Alex nodded, agreeing with his words. What really surprised him was that Ijiro had chosen family over pride for his homeland. Once the elderly couple decided to join them, it meant the group would gain additional experienced fighters and teachers. And if anyone wasn't weak, it was definitely Ijiro and Tomiko. While Alex explained the group's rules, Ijiro and Tomiko listened attentively, nodding occasionally. They understood that strict but fair rules would help the group survive and stay united. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of sliding doors. A young girl appeared in the doorway, scanned the room, and, stopping her gaze on Ijiro and Tomiko, asked. "Grandfather, has father and brother returned yet?" "Kana, how many times have I told you not to barge into the room when we have guests?" Ijiro said sternly, but his voice softened immediately. He patted the seat next to him. "Sit down, I'll explain everything." Kana looked cautiously at her grandfather and grandmother. She noticed the sadness in their eyes and understood that something was wrong. Reluctantly sitting down next to Ijiro, she began to listen. The more she heard, the more furrowed her brow became. When her grandfather finished telling her that her father and brother had been killed by the people sitting before her, Kana shot Alex a look full of fury. There was hostility in her eyes, and if Alex hadn't stopped Rebecca, she would have already drawn her weapon. Ijiro sighed heavily, noticing his granddaughter's emotions. But before Kana could say anything, he warned her. "Don't do anything foolish, Kana. This man is far stronger than I am. You won't defeat him." However, even after these words, the girl wasn't about to hide her hostility. Alex took it calmly. He'd met many beings who wished for his death, and Kana certainly wasn't the first and definitely wouldn't be the last. "We're leaving with Alex's group," Ijiro said firmly. Kana remained silent, clenching her fists. She couldn't go against her grandfather's decision, but that didn't mean she liked it. In the end, she reluctantly nodded, shot one last fiery glance at Alex, and left the room. "Please forgive my granddaughter for her behavior," Ijiro said, lowering his head. After her mother's death, her father began neglecting her. He got involved with the wrong crowd and dragged his son into it. If it weren't for us, he would have definitely dragged Kana into it as well. "It's fine," Alex replied with a slight smile. "She's not the first, and she won't be the last, who wants to kill me. If she's seeking revenge, let her. Just warn her not to drag my family into this." Ijiro looked at Alex intently and then nodded slowly. Ijiro silently nodded, understanding that for Alex, family was more important than his own life. He assured that he would talk to his granddaughter and explain everything to her. Alex gave a brief nod and reminded them that, since they were leaving together, they should inform the others at the dojo so they could start packing as well. Ijiro and Tomiko nodded in agreement and got up from the tatami. Alex and the girls followed their example. "We'll wait for you outside the dojo," Alex said. "We'll try to gather as quickly as possible," Ijiro replied. When Alex and his companions stepped out into the yard, Valmont frowned and, crossing her arms, looked at him distrustfully. "Are you really going to let that girl try to take revenge on you?" "If she wants to, let her try," Alex shrugged with a light smirk. "Tell me, my dear Valmont, have you let go of your anger toward the one who destroyed your squad? So many years have passed, but I don't even need to guess how much you hate him. But you know, as one of my good friends once said, revenge is an endless cycle. One act of revenge spawns another, and it repeats over and over. No matter how hard you try to break the cycle, eventually, it'll come back to you." He raised his finger as if giving a wise lecture. "And who is this friend of yours, handing out such philosophical advice?" Saya asked, slightly surprised. "His name was Siddhartha Gautama. Pretty nice guy, actually." "You mean that idiot who was always coming to you for sweets?" Rebecca snorted. "He's either sleeping or eating, and nothing else interests him." Alex just smirked and nodded. The girls, who a moment ago were intrigued by the thought that Alex could have such a wise friend, immediately understood how their personalities had aligned. Valmont, however, fell deep into thought. She realized that Alex was right. The anger she had been harboring for years still burned inside her. She had dedicated her life to finding the one who destroyed her squad, thirsting for revenge, but now the world was engulfed in a zombie apocalypse. Was this person still alive? Or had they long since rotted among the walking dead? Meanwhile, Alex pulled out his communicator and inserted it into his ear. "Hey, guys, who's on the line?" "Everyone back at the port." The reply came almost immediately. "What's up, kid?" Lem's voice carried a hint of mockery. "Got any news? Or has our strong and mighty leader finally realized he needs help?" "Very funny," Alex muttered. "We ran into a group of survivors. We need to evacuate them, but we can't fit everyone into our transport. So we need help getting them to the port." "Send coordinates," Lem replied after a brief pause. "We've already gone over all the marked spots, now we're just checking residential areas. So we can head over." Alex quickly sent the coordinates and then returned the communicator to his pocket. "Good idea," Valmont nodded approvingly. They stood at the wooden gates of the dojo, waiting for Ijiro, Tomiko, and the others to gather their things. Alex lit a cigarette, and the girls silently observed the scene. After a while, Ijiro, Tomiko, Kana, and the other survivors they had taken in emerged from the dojo. The moment Kana spotted Alex, she immediately shot him a hateful glare. Alex ignored her. "Everyone ready?" Ijiro asked. Alex nodded, shook off the ash, and threw the cigarette away. Kana didn't hide her frustration and, eager to leave Alex's company, shoved open the wooden door and stepped outside. But before she could even take a step, Alex quickly grabbed her by the scruff of her neck and yanked her back. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Kana snapped, glaring at him in anger. Alex didn't say a word, only pointed at a spot on the wooden door. Everyone followed his gesture and noticed a bullet hole. Kana flinched, realizing she had narrowly escaped death. Alex frowned, confused about where the sniper had come from and why they had opened fire. He gestured for everyone to move back, then cautiously peeked around the door and pointed his middle finger in the direction from where the first shot had been fired. A split second later, Alex lowered his hand, and another bullet hole appeared in the same spot on the door. "What the hell? Why is a sniper shooting at us?" Rebecca frowned. "How should I know?" Alex shrugged with a slight smile. "But I'm going to find out. Wait for Lem and his team, and I'll go check on our little hide-and-seek player." "Just make it quick," Rebecca lazily drawled. "And don't forget to grab his rifle, it might come in handy." Alex gave a thumbs up in agreement. He took a deep breath, then exhaled a cloud of smoke. Ijiro and Tomiko immediately understood that he was about to use a breathing technique, but they were curious which one it would be. "Thunder breathing, lightning thunderclap, Godspeed," Alex muttered. Electric sparks immediately danced around him, and the air filled with the scent of ozone. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, Alex vanished with a booming clap of thunder, leaving behind only a swirl of dust. Kana was stunned. Thunder breathing was a family technique, and no outsider could master it. She skeptically turned her gaze to her grandfather, but Ijiro merely patted her on the shoulder. "This young friend, Alex, is the heir to the first person who created breathing techniques. He has mastered all 14 known techniques," he explained calmly. Kana merely nodded, realizing that her grandfather hadn't exaggerated when he said that Alex was far stronger than himself. Meanwhile, at a significant distance, the sniper lay in the grass. He observed through his scope, waiting for the perfect moment to take the shot. Failing to eliminate the target on his first attempt, he grimaced in frustration. But when Alex peeked around the door and brazenly flipped him the bird, the sniper completely lost his composure. "Asshole. I'll put a hole in your ass," he muttered angrily under his breath. He was getting ready for his next shot when he suddenly froze, noticing something strange. I'm damn lucky today," he muttered, continuing to watch the people near the dojo. "The list for elimination has not only this Agamatsu family but also this kid. And they're paying a lot more for him. Wonder why. Though, who cares, as long as it's money. With a payout like that, I can finally buy myself a spot in a shelter. Interesting information. Don't you want to share it?" A calm voice suddenly came from right behind him. The sniper felt a cold sweat run down his back at the voice from behind. Upon hearing the voice, the sniper froze. His heart pounded wildly in his chest. He'd been found. Now, he had only one chance to escape. Slowly, with extreme caution, he reached for the holster hidden under his cloak. Feeling the cold handle of the pistol, the sniper swiftly rolled to the side, drawing the weapon and aiming it at whoever stood behind him. But the moment he raised the barrel, Alex was standing in front of him, the very person he had just seen through the scope of his rifle. The sniper couldn't comprehend how Alex had gotten there so quickly. How had he gotten so close, without a sound? Thoughts whirled in his head, but the sniper didn't have time to think. The instant his finger brushed the trigger, he saw the last thing he would remember, someone's foot rapidly approaching his face. Pain. Darkness. Alex stood up straight, raising an eyebrow with mild surprise. His attention was drawn to the cloak the sniper was wearing. Camouflage. High-tech. Completely concealing the wearer's body. Interesting. He muttered, lifting the edge of the fabric. He himself had developed something similar, outfitting Mimi, and Stitch with such camouflage suits. But seeing something like this in a world where technology wasn't that advanced was unexpected. Shifting his gaze to the sniper rifle, Alex confirmed that it too was a product of advanced technology. Quickly weighing everything, he came to the obvious conclusion: he was on some sort of elimination list. On the same level as people who posed a threat. And that meant the evil corporation had put a bounty on his head. Hunters would start appearing. People eager to make money. Ready to kill. But another detail caught Alex's attention, the mention of a shelter. The sniper was certain he would be admitted there if he completed the job. Complete nonsense, Alex smirked. If the evil corporation was capable of creating such technology, why would they care about saving mercenaries? Most likely, the shelter was just bait, an illusion of safety that didn't exist. He looked down at the unconscious sniper. I think I'll take you with me and have a little chat about that elimination list and this shelter. Don't you think so, Steve? Alex grinned. He didn't even know the sniper's real name but decided to call him that. Simply because he could. Grabbing him by the scruff, Alex tossed him over his shoulder, while using his other hand to pick up the rifle. A plan was already forming in his mind. He could dismantle the weapon and create a new sniper rifle for Rika. And also, gift her that camouflage cloak. Alex nodded, pleased with his idea, and headed back. To be continued. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, Not the Most Talkative Prisoner. As soon as Alex vanished with the sound of thunder, rushing toward the sniper's position, the people in the dojo froze in astonishment. The most shocked were the students of the Agatsuma dojo. None of them had expected that the thunder-breathing technique could grant such incredible speed and power. Ijiro, noticing his students' bewilderment, began to explain. This technique used by our young friend Alex is the fully mastered first form of thunder breathing. But to achieve such a level requires immense talent and an exceptionally strong body, otherwise, the strain would simply tear the muscles apart. Unlike the others, the girls from Alex's group were no longer surprised by his abilities. They had seen him vanish in clouds of smoke, breathe fire, and stand on the ceiling upside down without falling. Rebecca merely smirked, glancing at the stunned faces of the dojo students. She found it amusing to imagine how much more shocked they would be when they learned what Alex was truly capable of. A few seconds after Alex disappeared, Lem's group arrived at the dojo. The vehicle stopped nearby, and armed fighters began stepping out. Lem signaled with his hand to stay alert, receiving silent nods in response. At his command, R approached the gate and knocked. Soon, the doors swung open, and Valmet appeared in the doorway. She glanced over the newcomers before fully opening the gates, allowing them inside. The men noticed a group of people dressed in traditional martial arts attire, an elderly couple, and several ordinary townsfolk. But among them, Alex was nowhere to be seen, which was strange. His girls rarely strayed far from him. And where is our mighty and powerful leader? R scoffed, scanning the gathered people. Some idiot started shooting at us, so Alex went to deal with it, Rika lazily replied, throwing her hands behind her head. The fighters from Coco's group exchanged glances, clearly intrigued by the details. Valmet explained that as soon as they had decided to leave the dojo, gunshots rang out. Judging by the situation, the sniper was very far away since the gunfire itself couldn't be heard. To confirm her words, she pointed to bullet marks on the wooden door. Lem lit a cigarette, crouched down, and examined the bullet holes. Shaking his head, he muttered. What kind of idiot starts shooting at a time like this? Then he stood up and ordered. All right, guys, stop wasting time. Help load up the people and supplies, it's time to move out. The dojo members curiously observed the armed fighters, amazed by their equipment and military discipline. Siko quickly explained to Ijiro and Tomiko that they were allies and their task was to ensure everyone's safe passage to the port. Ijiro and his wife nodded before turning to their students, asking them to assist with the loading. Coco's squad quickly got to work, prioritizing seating the women and children. Kiriko reminded them that they had an RV, which could transport some of the people so they wouldn't have to cram everyone into the cars like sardines. While everyone was busy preparing for departure, Lem stood next to Valmet, questioning her about what had happened. She told him that during their supply run, they had encountered a hostile group. Lem already suspected that Alex and the girls had slaughtered those people, but what interested him more was how they had ended up at the dojo. We just followed the trail left by the dead, Rika interjected. Turns out, those people were from this dojo. They killed the son and grandson of the elderly couple who run the school. Lem exhaled a stream of smoke and shook his head. A shitty situation. Good thing the old folks are understanding. They knew it was bound to happen sooner or later, Mao remarked, approaching the group. Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact that our leader and his girls just went on a killing spree, Lutz added. Shut up, Lutz, Valmet snapped. Lutz raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture, but the other fighters burst out laughing at the sight of his disgruntled face. So, are we going to wait for Alex, or are we leaving him to deal with the sniper alone? R asked, looking at the girls. Before anyone could answer, a familiar voice rang out behind them. Who exactly were you planning to leave behind? When everyone heard Alex's voice from behind them, they immediately turned around and saw him holding someone by the scruff of their neck, with a strange-looking sniper rifle in his other hand. R, realizing that Alex had probably heard his words, felt a chill run down his spine. The other guys were looking at him with mocking smiles, and R felt completely betrayed. No one even tried to stand up for him. Rebecca was the first to notice the rifle. With a swift movement, she grabbed it from Alex's hands and began inspecting it. Rika quickly joined her, curious about the weapon the sniper had used to shoot at them. We weren't planning to leave anyone behind, I was just asking. R tried to explain, nervously glancing at Alex. Next time I'll also accidentally ask and forget about you somewhere. Maybe on a deserted island. Totally by accident, Alex grinned broadly. R felt uneasy. He understood perfectly that this was no mere threat, Alex could very well follow through with it. The other guys, on the other hand, laughed loudly at his predicament. So, what's up with the sniper you brought in? Lem asked, nodding toward the guy hanging in Alex's grip. This is the sniper. You can call him Steve, Alex answered with a smirk. And you know what? He's my new friend. And friends help each other out, so Steve will tell me everything soon enough. The guys exchanged glances, casting a look at the sniper. Judging by Alex's expression, Steve wasn't going to enjoy this friendship. They couldn't help but mentally wish him luck and patience. Alex shifted his attention to Rebecca and Rika, who were now almost finished inspecting the rifle. Becca, what do you think? He asked. I'd give this rifle a 6 out of 10. But I've got one question, how does such a scumbag end up with a weapon like this? You can't just buy something like this in a store, it must have been custom-made or put together by hand, Rebecca mused, continuing to examine the details. 6 out of 10, huh? So it's actually a decent piece. Alex nodded. But did you guys notice what Steve's wearing? He dropped the prisoner to the ground. Everyone immediately shifted their gaze to him, and only now did they notice the strange cloak that completely covered his figure. Lem crouched down and touched the fabric. Some unusual material. I've never seen anything like this before. What the hell is this cloth? He muttered, running his fingers over the cloak. Drumroll. Alex smirked. This is a camouflage cloak. Never thought I'd come across something like this. They're hard to make, and this one is of very high quality. Everyone exchanged surprised looks. They hadn't expected to come across something so high-tech. Alex briefly explained how the cloak worked, and even this brief explanation was enough to understand that it was an incredibly useful item. By the way, Rika, since I got this rifle, I'll make you a new one. So go ahead and tell me what you want to add or remove. It'll be inconvenient to redo it later, Alex said, turning to her. Good one. Come here, I'll kiss you. The best gift for a girl is a new sniper rifle. Rika exclaimed joyfully, jumping on Alex. She wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, showering his face with kisses. The guys just shook their heads, filled with envy. What about us? Are we not your friends? Doesn't the bro code say, friends first, then girls? R exclaimed indignantly. Alex smirked and slowly turned his head toward him. Ahem. R, you can certainly try to get in line. But here's the question, will you be able to do it? R looked at Alex and was about to nod, but he noticed the mocking glances from the guys out of the corner of his eye. In their eyes, he read, well, go ahead, try to cut in front of everyone. He was about to retort, but when he turned his head, he met the hostile glares of the girls. In that moment, he had a bad feeling. Just one look from Valmet made R reconsider trying to cut in for the new weapon. Pretending he hadn't said anything, he threw his hands behind his head and began to whistle. The group laughed, including Alex. The guys immediately started teasing R, calling him a coward, but he just snapped back. If you want, try facing their wrath yourselves. Their bickering was interrupted by a long groan coming from the direction of the sniper. Looks like our new friend is coming to, Lem noted, pointing at Steve. Not for long, Rebecca smirked, then kicked Steve in the face. There was a dull thud, blood splattered from the sniper's mouth, and one of his teeth flew out, rolling across the ground. The guys instinctively took a tactical step back, exchanging glances. Of course, they knew Rebecca was small but explosive, but to knock out a tooth with a kick. That even caught them off guard. None of them wanted to be in Steve's shoes. Alex, noticing their reaction, chuckled and patted Rebecca on the head. Great job. Then he scanned the group and said. All right, guys, time to get moving. We've still got a few days of travel to the final stop before Okinawa. We'll be on the water for another week, so let's not waste any time. Everyone nodded and headed to their respective places. The guys from Coco's squad went to the car, and Alex waved to the girls, signaling that it was time to leave. Grabbing Steve by the leg, he headed toward the transport with the others. Tossing the unconscious body onto the roof of the Hummer, Alex pulled out a rope and tied the prisoner tightly to prevent him from falling off during the journey. Once he was done, he settled next to him, knocked on the roof a couple of times to signal for departure. The convoy quickly reached the port. On the way, Alex managed to call Brunhild to warn her of their return and inform her that they had people with them. When they arrived, a group was already waiting at the dock, ready to help unload supplies and assist with the newcomers. Alex jumped off the Hummer's roof and immediately saw Brunhild approaching. So now you're not just inviting people into our group, but kidnapping them, she asked, pointing to Steve, who was tied to the roof. Alex smirked. Oh, you're talking about Steve. No, he's not one of the survivors we found. Well, we did find him, but he turned out to be a mercenary. Before I knocked him out, he was babbling about some sort of bounty hunting list. Brunhild frowned, intrigued by the mention of this list. At that moment, Coco approached them, crossed her arms over her chest, and gave the prisoner a long look. Alex, have you decided to fully embrace the apocalypse vibe? She asked. Alex sighed heavily and briefly explained the situation. When he mentioned Steve's advanced weapon, Coco's eyebrows shot up. She immediately became interested, not just in the rifle, but in the camouflage suit as well. A gleam of a true arms dealer lit up in her eyes. Before Rebecca could make sense of what was going on, Coco darted toward her and skillfully snatched the sniper rifle from her hands. Hey! Rebecca protested, immediately chasing after Coco. Laughing, Coco weaved and dodged, making it impossible for Rebecca to catch her. Alex and Brunhild exchanged a silent glance as they watched the spectacle. Saya and the other girls also came over to watch Rebecca chase Coco, showering her with such exquisite curses that anyone else would have been in tears from the insult. How does Coco manage to outrun her? One of the girls asked with curiosity. Who knows, maybe she picked up the skill during her time as an arms dealer, Rika said with a smile on her face. All right, girls, Alex sighed, watching the chase, then turned to the girls and said, someone bring me a chair, floor cleaner, a scalpel. Oh, and some duct tape. Saya frowned. And why do you need all of that? Alex smiled. For my friend Steve. Just in case he decides not to talk. The girls didn't understand how Alex planned to use the items he mentioned to make Steve talk. It was obvious what the duct tape and chair were for, to tie up the prisoner and prevent him from escaping. But why Alex needed the scalpel and floor cleaner was a mystery. Not wanting to answer their questions, Alex just glanced at GIR, hinting for him to bring everything needed, and also to bring Mimi. GIR nodded and immediately rushed off to the ferry. Meanwhile, Alex untied Steve from the roof of the Hummer and yanked him down, looking around for a suitable spot for a heart-to-heart conversation. Noticing a partially destroyed warehouse, he decided it was the perfect location and dragged Steve with him. The girls exchanged glances and followed. Coco, who had been running from Rebecca earlier, was breathing heavily and finally stopped. Wait, I can't anymore, she gasped, raising her hand to block Rebecca's path. Look, they're taking him somewhere. Rebecca stopped, followed Alex and his prisoner with her eyes, then, without a second thought, snatched the rifle from Coco and hurried after the others. Coco, catching her breath, followed shortly after. Alex dragged Steve into the warehouse and quickly scanned the surroundings. Most of the floodwater had already receded, so there was no need to worry about a zombie suddenly grabbing his leg. A moment later, GIR and Mimi arrived, carrying all the necessary items. With a smile, Alex took the chair from Mimi's paws and sat Steve down. Then, taking the duct tape, he began methodically binding the prisoner to the chair, making sure Steve wouldn't even think about escaping. So, how do you plan to make him talk? Coco asked with mild curiosity. Alex smirked. Very simple. But, ladies, do you really want to see this? I mean, I'm fine with it, but I don't think it'll be a spectacle for the faint-hearted. Valmet and Coco shrugged, they clearly weren't expecting anything new. Saya, Ray, Siko, and Beatrix also refused to leave. Rika decided to stay purely out of curiosity. Shizuka, recalling how Alex invited someone for tea last time, wisely stepped away, having learned the hard way that standing too close during moments like this wasn't the best idea. Yuriko, Kiriko, and Namio, despite their age and experience, weren't planning on leaving either. Alex, noticing that he suddenly had a full audience, decided not to go too far with the torture so as not to shock the more impressionable ladies. All right. Since you're staying, at least don't stand too close, just in case Steve pulls a stunt like our last guest. Alex, you should take that camouflage cloak off him, Coco suddenly pointed out. You'll get it stained with blood. Alex slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten the obvious. He walked up to Steve, yanked the cloak off him, and casually tossed it to Rika. Rika smiled as she examined the fabric and paused for a moment, deep in thought. You know, sweetie, you could make something nice out of this for me. She gave him a flirtatious smile, attempting to seduce him. He snorted. No problem. Actually, I was thinking about that myself. When I have a minute, I'll come up with something. You're the best man anyone could wish for. Rika exclaimed and, seizing the moment, pounced on him with kisses. This time, the other girls didn't just watch idly and tried to pull Rika away from Alex. However, Rika clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. But suddenly, a stern cough from Brunhild rang out. The girls immediately turned and froze under her icy gaze. Sighing, they reluctantly let go of Rika, allowing her to flash a triumphant smile. As soon as Brunhild looked at Rika, she immediately slowed down and, wasting no time, hid behind Shizuka. Alex smirked, but then Brunhild coughed again, reminding him it was time to get down to business. He blew her a kiss, causing the Valkyrie to blush slightly, though she remained silent. The girls laughed at her reaction, but Brunhild chose to ignore their teasing. Without wasting any more time, Alex walked up to Steve, grabbed a random chair, and sat down in front of him. Then, patting his prisoner on the cheek, he softly said, "Sunshine, wake up. It's already morning." The girls laughed, watching Alex wake up Steve. Rebecca smirked, recalling how he always did this when he invited someone for tea. "Hey, asshole, I said wake up," Alex said, his voice devoid of patience, and slapped Steve sharply across the face. Steve, still unconscious, immediately felt a sharp, burning pain on his cheek. His eyes shot open, his breath ragged as though he had just surfaced from a nightmare into reality. The girls exchanged surprised glances and then laughed even harder at the blatant method of waking him up. Steve froze, trying to make sense of what was happening. Hearing the laughter of the women, he quickly looked around, and then, trying to stand, he realized he was tightly bound. He jerked, but then froze again, catching Alex's playful yet menacing gaze. Just as he opened his mouth to unleash a tirade of curses, a rag was suddenly shoved into his mouth. Now, he could only mumble incoherently. Alex calmly continued as though following a well-rehearsed script. Every time he invited someone for tea, it was the same: threats, bravado, empty words. This time, he decided to save some time. "Don't scream," Alex said calmly, locking eyes with his prisoner. "Here's how this works. I ask questions, you answer. If you stay silent, it'll hurt. If you lie, it'll hurt. If you talk nonsense, it'll hurt again. And don't even think about playing the silent game. I can marinate you for weeks, and in the end, you'll tell me everything just to stop the suffering. Got it?" The cold tone and icy glare from Alex made Steve break out in a sweat. He swallowed, desperately trying to think, but all he could do was nervously nod several times. "Good boy. Now, as I like to start a conversation. What's your name and who do you work for?" Alex's voice softened, but it was no less threatening. He pulled the rag from Steve's mouth, allowing him to speak. Steve, clearing his throat, tried to maintain an air of composure. "My name's Steve Wilkins. I'm an independent mercenary." Alex raised an eyebrow and then smirked. The girls, upon hearing the name, first looked at him and then burst into another round of laughter. "What's so funny?" Steve frowned, confused. But upon catching Alex's gaze, he immediately chose to fall silent. "Well, Steve, I think it's nice to meet you. Now tell me, what's this about a bounty hunting list and the shelter you were mumbling about?" Alex smiled pleasantly. "I don't know what you're talking about," Steve smirked, trying to hold Alex's gaze. "I just decided to shoot at some people. Apocalypse, right? One dead more, one less, no difference. They'll all be zombies eventually anyway." Alex sighed heavily and shook his head. "Ah, looks like my words flew right over your head. But don't worry, you'll soon want to tell me everything." He slapped Steve across the cheek and, turning to his little assistants, calmly said, "Give him an enjoyable time." Steve didn't understand what Alex was talking about. Noticing his confusion, Alex pointed to Gir and Mimi. Following his gaze, Steve saw two strange creatures that resembled dogs, one green, the other pink. However, what startled him most was that these strange dogs were dressed in medical uniforms. Gir wore a doctor's coat and a medical mask, while Mimi was dressed as a nurse. The girls once again missed when these two had managed to change outfits. "What are you planning? And what the hell are these creatures?" Steve asked, feeling a sudden fear of the unusual beings. "Normally, I ask the questions, but this time I'll make an exception," Alex replied with a slight smile. "You see, my dear assistants aren't just here to help me. They possess exceptional medical knowledge and know human anatomy better than any surgeon. And now you'll have to deal with them." Alex stood up from his chair and took a few steps forward. The girls, intrigued by the upcoming spectacle, listened attentively. Approaching Steve, Alex squatted down and freed one of his legs. He then stretched it out and placed it on a chair, securing it in a way that the prisoner couldn't move. At this moment, Gir and Mimi stepped closer, standing next to Alex. Gir already had a scalpel gleaming in his hand, while Mimi was holding a canister with some kind of solution. "See, Steve," Alex began, thoughtfully examining his leg, "this is your sciatic nerve. It's the longest and thickest nerve in the body. You're probably wondering why we need floor cleaner. I'll explain. It contains alkali, and when it touches the exposed nerve..." He glanced at Steve and smirked. "You'll experience pain you can't even imagine. It's the absolute limit that the human body can endure. But the most interesting part is that it won't cause shock, so your heart won't stop. You'll feel everything until the very last moment." Steve paled. His eyes darted around, and a hysterical note crept into his voice. Wait. Wait, I'll tell you everything. Please, no." Alex shook his head and sighed in disappointment. "It's too late, my dear Steve. Every action has consequences. I think a couple of minutes will be enough for you to stop babbling nonsense. With these words, Alex shoved the rag back into his mouth to muffle his screams and avoid attracting zombies. Steve jerked, trying to break free, but it was useless. Alex gestured for the girls to follow him and led them out of the semi-destroyed warehouse so they wouldn't hear or see what was about to happen. Left alone with Gir and Mimi, Steve cast a frightened glance at them. Their eyes glowed an ominous red, and their movements were slow and precise. In desperation, he tried once more to break free but immediately felt Gir's scalpel pierce his leg. The blade slowly cut through the skin, and Steve convulsed, sensing the true hell awaiting him. Outside, Alex lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. I think by the time I finish the cigarette, Steve will stop resisting and become a good, obedient prisoner, he remarked with a smile. Saya threw him a thoughtful look. I'm almost afraid to ask, how do you know such medical tortures? But are you sure he'll talk after this? Saya, Shizuka unexpectedly spoke up, when I was studying at medical school, our professor said the pain he'll experience, nothing compares to it. Even childbirth doesn't cause as much pain as the injury to the exposed sciatic nerve when alkali touches it. She shook her head, fully understanding what awaited Steve. Alex nodded, confirming Shizuka's words, and as if on cue, muffled groans from Steve began to echo from the warehouse. Even with the gag in his mouth, they were clearly audible. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, Alex pointed it in the direction of the warehouse to let Saya understand the excruciating pain the prisoner was enduring. The girls, who had never faced something like this before, involuntarily shuddered, but they felt no pity. In a world where the streets were overrun by zombies and the evil corporation was weaving its conspiracies, kindness could become the most dangerous weapon against oneself. Don't feel sorry for him, Brunhilde said calmly, watching the others' reactions. He made his choice when he sided with our enemy, and now he's paying for it. Throughout human history, there have been tortures far worse than what he's enduring now. And we don't know how many more like him we'll encounter. That's why I'll repeat what I said before, humans are far more terrifying than any monster. They're capable of cruelty you can't even imagine. Of course, there are good people, but where there's light, there will be shadow. Did you also catch some philosophy from our old friend? Alex smirked. Maybe, Brunhilde smiled in response. But I don't deny the wisdom of Buddha, so I do have something to say. Oh. When you said that, I remembered who Alex was talking about. Saya perked up. Siddhartha Gautama. That was Buddha's name when he was still a prince, before he went on his journey. Correct, Saya. Our friend is also called that, and he's as wise as Buddha himself, Alex replied with a smile, placing his hand on her head. Saya simply nodded, but she continued to eye both him and Brunhilde with suspicion. Brunhilde realized she might have said too much, but she didn't show it. Alex casually remarked that it was just a coincidence, nothing more. However, the skepticism in Saya's eyes remained unchanged. While Alex finished his cigarette, the girls talked among themselves to distract from the muffled moans coming from the warehouse. Once he was done, he carelessly flicked the cigarette butt aside. I think it's time to check on our dear friend. I hope he's still able to talk, he said with a slight smile, squinting a bit. The girls nodded and followed him, eager to see in what state Steve was now. Entering the semi-destroyed warehouse, Alex and the girls saw Steve, his head hanging limply, like a broken puppet. Gir and Mimi stood nearby, clearly satisfied with their work. Upon seeing Alex and the girls, they synchronously raised their thumbs up, signaling that the patient was ready for a conversation. Alex smirked, shook his head, and, stepping closer, gave Steve a sharp slap across the face without ceremony. Well, are you ready to answer questions? He asked, noticing the emptiness in Steve's eyes, reminiscent of a broken doll's gaze. Steve wearily nodded, clearly not wanting to go through such agonizing pain again. Alex, confirming that the prisoner was ready to continue, pulled the rag out of his mouth. Let's pick up where we left off, he said calmly, releasing a thin stream of smoke. Steve took a deep breath, collecting his thoughts. When all this started, his voice was hoarse and tired. Mercenaries like me could survive without much trouble. We kept in touch through a private website where we usually got orders for hits. One day, a list of targets appeared, offering huge rewards. For people like you, the reward was the highest. You're in the especially dangerous category. If you kill someone from the list and provide proof, you can get rare items that make life easier. And for eliminating particularly important targets, they promised shelter with full provisions. Alex raised an eyebrow. So, you already have some bonuses with that cloak and rifle? Steve nodded, avoiding eye contact with Alex. Yes. I got them by killing a few important people in Japan. They were on the list. Alex thoughtfully rubbed his nose, feeling growing irritation. Is anyone here, other than me, on that list? He asked, nodding towards the girls. Steve slowly shifted his gaze to the group, then looked away. Yes. Coco Hekmatyar and her brother Casper. Sophia Velmer, Yuriko Takagi, and those two, with black and green hair. But for you, the reward is the highest. A tense silence fell over the warehouse. Alex took a deep breath and lit a cigarette, thinking over the information he had just received. The girls exchanged silent glances. Those whose names had been mentioned didn't seem surprised, there had already been numerous attempts on their lives. This was especially true for Rebecca and Brunhilde. Alex exhaled a cloud of smoke and looked at Steve. Well, no more questions. How do you want to go? With style, or on your own terms? Steve seemed to have already accepted his fate. He looked at Alex and smirked, the corners of his lips curling. Just kill me. I'm already dead. Whether by you or the zombies, it doesn't matter. With a leg like this, I won't be going far. Alex nodded silently, drew a revolver from behind his back, and aimed at Steve's head. Some of the girls turned away, not wanting to witness the impending execution. A dull shot rang out. Steve's head exploded into a bloody mess, but in the last moment, Alex noticed a look of relief on his face. He sighed heavily, pushing away the unwanted thoughts. Why is it that when enemies die, their final expression is often relief? But there was no time for contemplation. We're heading back to the ferry, he said, tucking the revolver back into his waistband. The girls nodded, and the group headed for the exit. They had gathered a little today, but this information might play an important role in the future. Alex, however, already had a pretty good idea of who might be on that cursed list. And he didn't even need to see it with his own eyes. To be continued.